Chapter 1. The white-haired girl stepped on the beach barefoot, watching the turquoise water stretch endlessly, reflecting the sky, like a peaceful lake between heaven and earth. The sand is sprinkled with golden sunlight, and the fine soft grains of sand gently crumble under your feet, giving you a pleasant touch. The island's palm trees soar into the sky, and their leaves sway in the wind, casting dappled shadows. Colorful fish shuttle in the sea, and the coral reef complement each other. The whole island is filled with a kind of vitality. The tide continues to hit the girl's ankles, making the girl feel refreshed. Finally alive, the silver-haired girl opened her arms to feel the breath of nature. The black-haired young man on the side tensed his body and wondered. Is this really not dangerous? Don't worry, our androids have been transformed by that old den of Gallo before, so we have a special way of sensing. I can feel the location of number 17 and number 18, they are far away from here now. Don't worry. Then can they sense you? Yes, but I'm too weak, they probably won't care, and besides, they can't sense it even if I've chosen diving mode. At this time, on the other side of the world, 17, who is destroying the city, is laughing wildly. Run, ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Is it gone? It's normal, probably scared of us, but don't worry, 12 is just an old guy, and in our eyes it's just an ant. Yes. 18 nodded. Compared to them, 12 was too far behind. There was nothing to fear, just ants. He can wipe it out with one finger himself, so he also joins this cat and mouse massacre of humans in front of him. As the silver-haired girl expected, number 1718 and the two did not pay attention to her. In fact, based on Gohan's knowledge of androids 17 and 18, he can make a similar judgment. That's true. So what are you worried about? This island is a resort destination, don't always push yourself so hard, relax when you need to. However, hearing the silver-haired girl's words, Gohan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't do it, there are still innocent people dying on the earth at this time, and I can't relax myself. Because people are dying all the time, do you keep yourself on your own, but don't you think it's a burden on your practice? Burden? The silver-haired girl nodded. The turtle immortal said that the so-called cultivation is to eat well, sleep well, study well, exercise well, and work hard. This is the core meaning of your turtle immortal stream, have you forgotten? Hearing the silver-haired girl's words, Gohan's face flashed with surprise. How do you know that the old man of the turtle immortal has spoken? Could it be that Dr. Gallo has collected the information? That's right. That's right, it's true. The silver-haired girl's eyes were a little evasive and looked into the distance, but she said in her heart, I can't say that I am a time traveler. The silver-haired girl recalled her identity as a time traveler and only felt a sense of grievance. She had worn it for 18 years, but she had achieved nothing. Even if she can't punch Ves and step on Beerus, she can at least punch the Majin Buu and step on Saru. It's a pity that she can't even beat Tenunks, who is still a teenager. In fact, when she first crossed into this world, the silver-haired girl did not remember that she was a time traveler, but gradually remembered some memories of her past life during Dr. Gallo's test. If she remembered the memories of her previous life at the beginning, she would not have ended up being sealed by Gallo, but she was directly sealed by Gallo for 18 years, and now she has only been unsealed by the 3 of Bulma, and she has become a rookie with 900,000 combat power. But even so, she didn't fully remember all the memories of her previous life, such as her last name, where she lived, what she liked, and even whether she was a man or a woman in her previous life. But fortunately, I remembered the story about Dragon Ball, including the Dragon Ball manga, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, and at least let myself have the ability of an unpredictable prophet. But even so, number 12 felt a deep sense of despair, and now it seemed that the world he was in should be the world of the future. It's just that I don't know which big special it is, Whether it was killed by Shailu or the big special that was later cleaned up by the whole king, the former ending is unknown, but it is estimated that it is not much better, and the latter is extremely unlucky. However, number 12, who is familiar with the plot, already has a way to break the game, and one of the ways is the son Gohan in front of him. So the silver-haired girl turned her back on her hand, jumped in front of Gohan and said, "Gohan, you haven't grown much in combat power since you became a Super Saiyan. How do you know?" Gohan remembered that the other party had just unblocked, and some of the situation was only known through their oral accounts, and he didn't tell her this information. How did she know? "I tried a lot of training methods, but I didn't succeed. I didn't have my father's talent." But the silver-haired girl laughed out loud. "Haha! Are you kidding? Son Gohan, according to the information provided by Galo's old bidden, although your combat power is unstable, you are indeed the most talented Saiyan, and you must not forget how your great Bratis was abolished by one of your rocket heads. But I'm just not as good as my father. If my father is still alive, there will be a way. Yes, if Sun Wukong is still alive, the earth is not what it is now, but if every crisis of the earth depends on Sun Wukong, then after Wukong leaves, the earth will be destroyed sooner or later, and the future of the earth will depend on the living people to save it, you know." Hearing the silver-haired girl's words, Gohan clenched his fist and opened it again. "I know what you said, but I really can't. I haven't gotten stronger for so many years, and I can't beat the combination of number 17 and number 18. Of course, I didn't say it, you forgot the core meaning of your turtle immortal stream. Forgot the core meaning of turtle immortal flow." The silver-haired girl nodded. Although the core meaning of turtle immortal stream seems simple, it can help Scions grow the most. There is an important piece of information about Scions in the memories of previous lives, that is, S cells. Simply put, the more S cells, the greater the potential. And the number of S cells is also related to the personal mentality of Scions. The more peaceful the mentality, the more S cells, and the main time and space Zayat and Wushan are because they inherited the relatively peaceful DNA of their parents, so they can easily become Super Scions. And in the current future world, although Son Gohan has good potential, because his mentality has been tense for so many years, his combat effectiveness has not been able to improve greatly. At the same time, the super world Nobihan can transform into a beast rice under extreme anger, and the difference in strength between the two Gohan can be described as a world of difference. And the core mystery of the turtle immortal stream is the most in line with the growth of Scions, which is why Kakarot, who is obviously a low-level warrior, has always been able to suppress Vegeta, a scion of the royal family. Moreover, the core mystical extension of the turtle immortal flow is the freedom extreme intention skill, and in the comics, the turtle immortal can compete with Jillian in a short period of time with the help of the incomplete freedom extreme meaning skill. It's really hard for me. As a result, before Gohan finished speaking, he was splashed with water by the silver-haired girl. He. Okay, it's okay to relax, let's play together. The silver-haired girl has been sealed for many years, and she has to have a good time no matter how she says it, but it's too boring to play, so she pulls on Gohan who has been tense. Looking at the cute girl laughing in front of him, Gohan was a little distracted for a while, and his heart beat a little unnaturally. But soon Gohan was splashed with water again, and he came to his senses, and Gohan came back to his senses and looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him with her waist and said, "What are you thinking? Don't be stunned, come and play." Gohan, who was going to refuse again, couldn't say anything about his refusal. So the ghost made God agree. And when Bulma collected all the materials in Dr. Gallo's laboratory and came out with Tenunks, he saw an incredible scene. Gohan actually played with the silver-haired girl. Since the death of the Monkey King, Bulma has never seen Gohan smile from the bottom of her heart. The Gohan she sees every day is either sad or angry or serious, and Gohan looks like he's back to the boy he used to be. And Tenunks, who rarely sees Gohan laughing, is even more incredible, especially playing with girls, as if the sun is coming out in the west. Brother Gohan. Hearing Tenunx's voice, Gohan came back to his senses. What he did just now was not a collapse in the eyes of Tenunx. Tenunx, you listen to me talk about me. Brother Gohan, you look good like this, you used to always be unsmiling, I thought Gohan. Brother, you don't like to laugh. Thank you. Number 12, the burden of fighting against number 17 and number 18 has been on Gohan's shoulders for a long time, and since then Gohan has rarely been like this, although precocious but distressing. The silver-haired girl waved her hand and said, no thanks, no thanks, by the way, don't call me number 12, I don't like the code name that Gallo Old Bidden gave me. Then what are we going to call you? The silver-haired girl pondered for a moment and said, why don't you call me Siryu? Siryu, okay Siryu. At this time, Siryu put his index finger and thumb on his chin and said, by the way, I've always had a doubt, why don't you use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the dead? Since Uncle Vic's death, the Dragon Ball can't be used. For Gohan, Vic's death has always been unforgettable, but Siryu directly interrupted Gohan's words. Shook his finger and said, no, no. I'm not talking about the Earth Dragon Ball, but the Namek Dragon Ball, didn't you say? The Namex Dragon Ball has no limit on the number of resurrections, isn't it possible to save Vic after resurrecting it? I also thought about seeking Namex Dragon Ball, but I didn't know that the Namex had moved to that planet, and finding new Namex in the vast universe was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yes, that being said, why don't you ask the King of the Realm for help? The King of the Realm should be able to find it. The King of the Realm, but apart from my father, who can contact the King of the Realm, there is no one else to contact the King of the Realm. No, 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 you ignore one person, that is the gods. I think it was the gods who let your father meet the King of the World through the snake path. But the gods have died with Uncle Vic hearing Gohan's words. Siryu sighed heavily and said, no, why are you so brainless? As the so-called old god is dead, the new god should stand. Isn't it okay to choose a new one when the old god is dead? Hearing this, Gohan and Bulma's eyes lit up for a moment. Yes, there's a way to do it. Chapter 2. The Temple of the Gods has become deserted since the death of the gods, and Mr. Bobo, a servant of the gods, has been cleaning the temple as always. After cleaning the celestial temple, several white birds landed in the celestial temple. Looking at the bouncing birds, Bobo smiled and said, are you hungry? Wait a minute. Bobo quickly took a handful of rice out of his pocket and threw it on the ground. Seeing this, the birds immediately pecked at the rice grains on the ground, and Bobo, who looked at the white bird that was eating, nodded. Eat, eat, you are the only one who can accompany me. But for some reason, the birds flew away halfway through today's meal. Strange why you're all gone, is it because a guest is coming? Bobo looked up and noticed a small black dot in the distance that was magnifying. When the black dot grew larger and larger, Bobo could see that it was a plane, and soon the plane stopped on the temple. The door of the plane slowly opened, and the first to jump out was naturally the young Gohan. Bobo looked at Gohan, who was wearing a Kamizenryu martial arts uniform, and in a trance, he seemed to see the young man who was training under him back then. It's just a pity that the boy has left him long ago, just like the gods. Gohan jumped down and waved his hand and said, long time no see, Mr. Bobo. Long time no see. You've grown up and become more and more like Goku. Really? Said the young Gohan, scratching his head. I'm far behind my father, and if my father was here, the earth wouldn't be like this. Gohan, you've been working hard for so many years, and even though I haven't gone down, I've been watching you and thank you for everything you've been doing. Don't do that, Mr. Bobo, At this time, the voices of Silyu and Tenunx came from behind Gohan. Is this going to the temple of the heavenly gods? It does seem like a good place to retire. Sister Silyu, are you still thinking about retiring at such a young age? Gohan turned around, and at this time, Silyu and Tenunx were looking at the temple of the heavenly god curiously. After all, they had never been here before. By the way, Mr. Bobo, they are. That lilac-haired boy is Vegeta's son Tenunx. I know. Who is that silver-haired girl? I feel a little like you science. Hearing Bobo ask about his identity, Silyu greeted Bobo and introduced himself. Hello, you are Mr. Bobo, the servant of the previous gods. My name is Silyu. I am an android. Code name is number 12. Because I have the DNA of a scion, I can be regarded as a scion. Cyborg number 12, look at your appearance. You android number 8 is also a kind-hearted android. Hey, Mr. Bobo, can you see through the good and evil of people's hearts at a glance? Tenunx asked, surprised. Of course, as a servant of the gods, and at the same time the selection of the gods, it is my basic skill to be able to see through the good and evil of people's hearts. As a servant of the gods, Bobo naturally has special powers. He can almost see through a person's good and evil at a glance, even if it is useless to hide it well. The former god was seen through by Bobo before becoming a god, which would cause the former god to split the great demon king of Vic in order to become a god. Mr. Bobo, can I become a god? Silyu said directly and without hesitation. Bobo turned to ask. Of course, you can serve as a god in terms of qualifications and conduct. But why do you want to become a god? Hearing the silver-haired girl's answer, Bobo sensed that the girl was not lying, and after feeling the girl's determination, he nodded and said. In that case, congratulations to you girl that you can become a god. On the other hand, Tenunx was surprised and said. Is it so easy to become a god? Shouldn't it be like in the comics? There are tests in theory. But those tests are no longer necessary. It's not that Bobo doesn't want to be tested, but those tests are now outdated. Although the silver-haired girl in front of him is the weakest of the 3 scions in front of him, but she can also directly crush those so-called tests with her strength. Therefore, for Bobo at present, as long as the heart passes, the process of inheriting the divine throne was not troublesome, and soon Silyu completed the celestial ritual and became the new celestial god. After becoming a god, Silyu found that he actually had some more authority, which could create and destroy to a certain extent, such as mountains, rivers, and even the moon could be reshaped, and at the same time, he could also create some simple lives such as flowers, trees, and some small animals. Overall, though, it didn't help much for combat. Great, Miss Silyu, you hurry up and go to the underworld to contact the king of the realm and get the location of the new Namek star. Gohan, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry, Namek's Dragon Ball isn't in a hurry. Even if you get the address of new Namek, do you have enough resources to build a spaceship now? Of course, Tenunx, who has been working as a helper for Bulma, is very aware of this aspect. Because of the destruction of Android 17 and 18, their house often has power outages, and it takes several years to make a small optical machine, and it has not been charged yet, let alone a spaceship that travels across the stars. No, because of the frequent power outages, it's hard to get a lot of parts. Yes, so we have to defeat Android 17 and 18 first. Hearing this, the teenager Tenunx shook his head and said. If you can't do it, you can't do it at all, Brother Gohan. He has been fighting with androids for so many years, and he hasn't been able to defeat androids. So, Gohan, do you think so too? Gohan didn't dare to look the girl in front of him in the eyes, so he lowered his head. It had always been his dream to defeat Android 17 and 18, but he would fail every time, so he was not confident about defeating 1718. Silyu nodded. She already understood what the young man Gohan meant, and she could also understand it. After all, How could she have self-confidence after repeated defeats, although they would not hesitate to stand up and fight in order to protect the human race, but the representative would have self-confidence. Okay, I see, but I can't blame you for that, but I have a way to get you to defeat androids 17 and 18. Do you have a way? Asked young Tenunks, his eyes wide, a little incredulous. Of course there is. I fused Sun Wukong's genes, so I also inherited Sun Wukong's combat awareness and skills, such as this. I saw Suyu raise his hand, and when he saw this skill, Gohan said in disbelief. No, is this it? The young Tenunks looked at Gohan with a shocked face, tugged at the corner of Gohan's clothes and asked. Brother Gohan, what is this? Soon, countless small points of light converged in Suyu's hand, and after a while, they turned into a small ball of light. This is his father Sun Wukong's signature skill, the Vitality Bomb. Suyu threw the small Vitality Bomb in his hand to Gohan, and Gohan checked it after using it, but it was a Vitality Bomb. You really inherited your father's skills? So I didn't lie to you. Suyu didn't lie. After all, Dr. Gallo thoroughly studied Sun Wukong in order to defeat Sun Wukong, and he had Sun Wukong's genes combined with Gallo to instill information on himself, so Wukong's skills can basically be used. Suyu remembered that in the original book, Xiao Yu threatened that he would also use the Yuan Qi bomb, but it would be, can you use 2 words? After all, Xiao Lu's heart is evil, I'm afraid he can only use the resentment bomb. But even the Yuan Qi bomb is difficult to defeat number 1718, and the people on the earth have already been killed and injured. I didn't expect to use the Yuan Qi bomb to destroy number 17 and number 18, Mr. Bobo's spiritual time house can still be used. For Suyu to know about the spiritual time house, Bobo is not surprised, because after inheriting the divine throne, he will naturally know some secrets. Where did my father take you? Gohan couldn't help but be a little curious. Don't worry, I'll make a change. Okay, how long are you going to use it, God? It's just a day. Well, okay, come with me. Bobo nodded, and the 3 of them followed Bobo down the long spiral staircase to the bottom room of the temple. By the way, Bobo, you can change the door to the upper level of the temple so that it is easy to enter and exit. Well, I know God. Bobo nodded, opened the door in front of him, and the young Gohan and the young Tenunks followed Suyu in. As soon as they entered, the 2 of them felt that something was wrong with their bodies. It's so heavy, it's so hard to breathe. Suyu nodded and said. This is normal. The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside, so the air is relatively thin. And it is normal for such a reaction to occur. 10 times gravity, is it a good idea to practice under 10 times gravity? Young Gohan nodded in astonishment. Ahem, let me explain first, this room is for daily living, you can't practice in it, you have to practice outside. Outside. Gohan and Tenunks walked out in the direction of Suyu's finger, only to find that there was actually a cave here, and the outside was actually empty, and the surroundings were all white. There's so much space in this little room. Young Tenunks felt incredible. Because that door is connecting another dimension, to put it bluntly, the space we are currently in and the earth are not in the same dimension. I see. There is a vast white space around here, as if there is no breath of other creatures. Gohan looked around and didn't feel the breath of other life. But even so, father, he won't be unbearable. For half a day, right? Half a day, only half a day for Bobo. And half a year for your father. Hearing Suyu's Gohan, he quickly reacted, he turned to the silver-haired girl and said, half a year, wait a minute. Isn't it because the passage of time is different in different dimensions, and staying here for half a day is equal to staying outside for a day? That's right. The silver-haired girl put one hand on Gohan's shoulder, and the other hand held the vitality ballistic. As a scholar, I guessed it all at once. Seeing the silver-haired girl praising herself, Gohan actually felt her heart beat faster. Wait a minute, Sister Suyu said just now that it will take a day, so wouldn't it be that we are going to stay here for a year? Yes. Okay. In order to defeat 17 and 18, teenager Tenunks gritted his teeth and stayed inside. Don't worry, don't be so desperate, I still have some divine rights as a god, such as transforming the environment here. So Suyu threw the vitality bomb to the foot of the ground, and then a small flower and grass appeared in the center of Suyu, and the cloth continued to spread around, and not only small flowers and grass appeared around the original white and empty area, but also mountains, trees, rivers, streams, and blue skies and white clouds. This. Young Tenunks was already speechless in surprise. No matter how I say it, I'm a fairy. And Gohan remembered after a short shock that his father said that the old grandfather of the turtle immortal had blown up the moon, but the moon was repaired by the gods. Since the moon can be repaired, then it is reasonable to create flowers, trees, mountains, and rivers. Suyu, can you resurrect the dead? Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said. Unfortunately, no, it is impossible for a god to resurrect large creatures, especially intelligent creatures, unless it is a dragon, and your father must have told you this, right? But I still want to try. But although it can't resurrect the dead, it is still feasible to create some low-level and unintelligent flowers, birds, fish, and insects. I saw Suyu snap his fingers, and soon there was a chirping of birds around him, and at the same time, there were fish in the river not far away. The originally white world became a paradise in a blink of an eye, but it is a pity that if ordinary earthlings enter this so-called paradise, they will be directly crushed to death by gravity, and ordinary people can't withstand 10 gravity all the time. It's amazing, Sister Suyu. Tenunks was completely impressed at this time. Suyu touched his nose and said with a smile. It's okay, anyway, from the current 1-year special training. Hearing the start of special training, Tenunks also began to get excited. Just when Tenunks was ready for the arduous special training, I saw Suyu snap his fingers again. Then Tenunks looked at what appeared in his hand with a bewildered expression. That's right. This is the fishing rod, let's relax and fish. But is this special training? Tenunks wondered. Why don't you count, this is the special training method of Gaixian Lu. Eat well, sleep well, exercise well, study hard, and relax well. This. Tenunks, just listen to your sister Suyu. She is right, the reason why my father can become stronger is inseparable from the training of the old grandfather of the turtle immortal, so we should do the same. Hearing Gohan say this, Tenunks also chose to accept it. Okay. Just as the two of them were about to fish, Suyu spoke again. One more thing. What's the matter, Sister Suyu? Tenunks asked with his head up. By the way, Gohan Tenunks, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan nodded and said. I can, but Tenunks. It's almost right. Yes. I don't know why I always feel a little worse. Am I too poorly qualified? Tenunks looked at his hands, he clearly felt that he was only a little bit away from breaking through the Super Saiyan, but he always failed. No. Your qualifications are not bad. Theoretically, if you can grow up normally and have a happy family, you will probably be able to become a Super Saiyan a long time ago. No. It's impossible. I'm not kidding. After all, Suyu has seen Dragon Ball Z, and the qualifications of Zayat and Mushin in it are definitely not low. The two of them should be the youngest Saiyans in history, and they comprehended and broke through the Super Saiyans by themselves at the age of 6 or 7, and after coming to the Spirit Time House to combine special training, they can become Super Saiyans 3 who are even more powerful than Goku. It's just that it was scrapped later, which is a pity. And the teenager in front of him, Tenunks, has grown up in a high-pressure environment for a long time, so it is difficult for the S cells in his body to break through if they are inhibited. However, just like Xiao Yan, who has been in Hedong for 30 years and 30 years in Hexi, De T's heart is far more mature than Xiao T's, or even the opposite. De T's heart is far more mature than Xiao T's, and De T's heart is far more mature than Xiao T's, and De T's killing is decisive, while Xiao T's on the contrary likes waves, especially after merging into Wu Tianx. He is even more promising, and he is stunned to give De Yu to Lang. Thank you, Sister Su Yu. That's good. Su Yu touched the head of the young Tenunx, then looked up and pointed at it. Gohan and said, since Gohan can become a Super Saiyan, then from today onwards, whether it is eating, sleeping, leisure, entertainment, training, you must maintain the posture of a Super Saiyan. Hey? It's too difficult, isn't it? The reason why Gohan feels difficult is because the chi after transforming into a Super Saiyan is too strong to control, and if the battle is fine, but it is simply torture to eat, drink, and sleep for daily life. It's not difficult, I'm sure Gohan can do it, it's part of the training. So. You patted Gohan on the shoulder and gave Gohan a thumbs up with a smile. The young Gohan of the main time and space cultivated like this, and there is no reason why the young man in front of him can't do it. Looking at the cute smile and encouragement of the silver-haired girl in front of him, and hearing that it was part of the training, Gohan gritted his teeth and agreed. Chapter 3. After listening to Su Yu's suggestion, the young Gohan shouted directly, his originally black hair turned into an upside-down gold, and at the same time, his pupils also turned green, and a golden wave of chi burned around him. Su Yu looked at it for a moment and said, is this the Super Saiyan? It looks pretty good, but Gohan looks at the fishing rod in your hand. Gohan looked down at the fishing rod in his hand, and somehow realized that the rod had been crushed. Sure enough, you don't have full control over the power of the Super Saiyan now. Su Yu pointed with his finger, and the fishing rod in Gohan's hand quickly recovered. Sister Su Yu, can you change to a harder fishing rod? This fishing rod is too brittle, right? Faced with Tenunx's proposal, Su Yu raised an index finger and shook it. No, I deliberately made the fishing rod so fragile, because this itself is part of the cultivation. The power of the Super Saiyan is certainly strong, but it is more important to learn to master the Super Saiyan thoroughly, just like a Gundam robot. No matter how powerful it is, it will not be able to drive it in vain. Gundam robots. The robot Tenunx knew, but what was a Gundam robot? And when he heard Su Yu's words, Gohan looked at the fishing rod in his hand and understood. I know, let's use this fishing rod. Su Yu's mouth rose and continued. One more thing, haven't you found anything special about your fishing rod? Hearing Su Yu's words, Tenunx took a closer look at the fishing rod in his hand, and soon found that this fishing rod actually didn't have a hook. Sister Su Yu's fish hook, how can you fish without a fish hook? That's why I said this is a practice. Hey! Young Tenunx's eyes were full of puzzlement. What does no fish hook have to do with cultivation? I saw Su Yu come to the bank of the river, inject his own chi into the fishing rod, and then a fishing hook condensed with chi appeared at the end of the fishing rod, and then hooked the bait on the hook and fell into the river, catching a fish. Condense the hook with chi. Tenunx opened his eyes, and he could still use chi like this. No wonder Sister Su Yu would say that fish hooks are also part of the practice. Gohan also said thoughtfully. That's it. And the two of them poured their chi into the fishing rod, and the two of them thought that it would be easy to condense the hook. However, the fishing rod in Tenunx's hand directly couldn't withstand Tenunx's anger and shattered, and Gohan's fishing rod exploded directly. This. Su Yu shook his head and laughed. Didn't you say that the fishing rod is very brittle? If too much chi is injected, the fishing rod will not be able to withstand it. That's right. And then Su Yu pointed again, and the fishing rod in the hands of the two of them recovered. So the two tried to inject the chi again, but the stronger the chi, the more difficult it was to control, and the fishing rod in their hands broke and shattered, and it took Tenunks several times to succeed. And Gohan, who is a Super Saiyan, tried more than a dozen times before he succeeded in injecting it. However, the shape of the fish hook that condensed the chi next stumped the two of them, mainly because the fish hook was too small, just like letting a rough man with 5 big and 3 thick do needlework. This is especially true for Gohan in the Super Saiyan state, after all. After Gohan turned into a Super Saiyan before, he didn't fight in training, and he was used to opening and closing for a long time. As a result, not only did the two not condense the hook, but they also broke the rod several times. Originally, if you just adapt to 10 times the gravity, you have to do meticulous needlework against 10 times the gravity, which can be described as miserable. After tossing for a long time, Tenunks, a teenager who felt tired, sat on the grass with his ass. "Sister Suyu, your cultivation is too difficult, can you change the way?" At this time, Suyu lifted his fishing rod and caught a fish. "It's actually not difficult, the main thing is that you are too impatient, and you will succeed if you calm down, so don't rush and take your time, you see I have caught a fish. Do you have a calm mind?" Hearing Suyu's words, Gohan tried to take a deep breath to relax his mind, and slowly injected his chi into the fishing rod, condensing and forming. When Gohan opened his eyes again, a golden fishhook had actually taken shape. "Great, Gohan, you succeeded!" Teenage Tenunks said in surprise. Suyu put down the fishing rod in his hand and came to Gohan and nodded, looked at the fishhook in Gohan's hand and said, "Not bad." Then the conversation changed, Suyu conjured a mirror and continued. "But Gohan, you quit the Super Saiyan state." Gohan came back to his senses and found that he in the mirror had unconsciously changed back to normal, so Gohan said with an embarrassed face, "I'm this." Suyu patted the young Gohan on the shoulder and smiled. "Okay, it's okay, I can understand that this is not easy after all, but Gohan, you have to remember that if you want to break through the Super Saiyan, you must fully grasp the power of the Super Saiyan, you know." Hearing Suyu's encouragement, Gohan scratched his head shyly, and for some reason he felt that the silver-haired girl in front of him actually had the shadow of his father back then. Understood. And at this time, Tenunks suddenly had a question. "By the way, Sister Suyu, why are you so good at controlling chi? You have obviously been sealed for so many years." "This is very simple, because Dr. Gallo has implanted a computing chip in my brain, and with the help of the calculation of the computing chip, I can perfectly control my own power." "Awesome, wait a minute, so do you say that 17 and 18 also have chips?" Tenunks's face couldn't help but turn to the side. "I don't know, but I'm an old-fashioned android, and I need a chip to control my strength, otherwise it's easy to go berserk." Suyu thought back to the original book, although he was an artificial person, he was closer to Shailu than number 17 and number 18, but Shailu protruded a hodgepodge, he used human DNA as a carrier to fuse Saiyan genes, so the appearance was not as abstract as Shailu, well, to be precise, she was Shailu's prototype. It's far away, so he has the same core chip as Shailu, but his chip is not as perverted as Shailu, as long as there is a core chip left, it can be resurrected, and his chip can only assist him in controlling chi. However, 17 and 18 should not have chips, otherwise Dr. Gallo could stop the activities of 17 and 18 with one thought, and he would not end up being deceived and killed by 17 and 18. At the beginning, Suyu also wanted to follow the example of number 17 to solve Gallo, but Gallo used his brain chip to stop himself directly. And finally he was sealed. "Is the chip in battle?" "That's right, but I don't plan to keep the chip all the time, after all, I don't count my real strength all the time." After becoming an immortal, Suyu used his divine power to begin to assimilate the chip in his brain into his brain. As long as the assimilation is successful, the battle chip will completely become a part of his brain, just like a fantasy novel refining the enemy's magic weapon into his own magic weapon. even if Dr. Gallo wins the repechage match, he will no longer be able to control himself. At this moment, there was a grunt stomach scream. Looks like you're hungry. Alas, Sister Suyu, aren't you also a scion, aren't you hungry? It's a pity that the gods don't go hungry. Suyu spread his hands. After all, is it normal for an immortal not to eat grains? Since you're hungry, it's cooking. As he spoke, Suyu directly conjured up the stove, various cooking utensils, and a large refrigerator. And Gohan and Tenunks are no longer surprised. After all, Suyu can even create mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, birds, and beasts, and it is not surprising to conjure these things. Sister Suyu, why don't you just conjure up the food and have to start from scratch? Because this is also part of the training, and from now on I will only provide you with 1 month's ingredients. When he came to the refrigerator, Suyu opened the refrigerator and said to Gohan, by the way, Gohan, you continue to become a Super Saiyan to help me. Gohan felt like his head was big when he heard it, but he couldn't help a part of the special training at this time, and as expected, Gohan crushed things with a little force. At this time, Tenunks asked. A month, that month later. Of course, you will grow it yourself. I said that I will use the method of Gaixian Liu for special training, and farming with bare hands is one of the special training methods of Gaixian Liu. Bare hands. They. Corners of Tenunks's mouth twitched. It was not that he had never been in the field, but he relied on some machines, and now it was the first time to farm with his bare hands. Sister Suyu's bare hands are too much, can you change the way? Suyu thought for a while and nodded. Well, the bare hands are a bit excessive, I will provide shovels and hoes and the like then. Hearing that Suyu would provide farm tools, Tenunks breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he regretted it, only to hear Suyu say. The material of those farming tools is similar to that of a fishing rod, it is very brittle, and it is basically difficult to reclaim wasteland, so you have to inject chi into it to strengthen it, but you can't strengthen it too much, otherwise it will be easy to break. It's better to be freehand. Tinanex wanted to improve his strength immediately. Sister Suyu, is there a way to immediately increase your combat effectiveness? I want to defeat those 2 demons as soon as possible. Tenunks. Gohan was about to persuade the young Tenunks, but was interrupted by Suyu raising his hand. There are ways to improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time, such as this. Saying that, Suyu began to explode on the spot. Drink. Soon after the explosion, the muscles of the whole body bulged, and the green tendons on the forehead burst out. Tenunks directly showed a surprised expression after feeling the change in Suyu's aura, and Gohan's eyes lit up. If he mastered this method of bursting, then defeating number 17 and number 18 would be easy. It's so powerful, it's improved so much. However, Suyu shook his head and said, it's not enough. So Suyu continued to explode, and then the muscles of his body became stronger, and his height also reached 2 meters. 2. It's amazing, this is too powerful. Suyu didn't have a surprised expression, but instead shook his head and said, this form looks strong but it's useless. Is it useless in the middle, is it useless in the middle? The young Tenunks was puzzled, and at this time, Gohan, who had many years of combat experience, saw the clue. It should be speed. That's right, this kind of shortcut transformation can improve combat effectiveness in a short time, and even Gohan can easily eliminate number 17 and number 18 by mastering the transformation just now. But I don't recommend it, because this kind of transformation is not only expensive, but also slows down, especially now that this kind of second stage transformation speed is even slower in the eyes of the enemy, like a turtle crawling. No matter how strong the strength is, it will be in vain if you can't beat the enemy. After hearing Suyu's evaluation, Tenunks showed a look of loss. It turns out that this is a shortcut to failure. Not necessarily, Yu remembered that Broly could master this transformation perfectly, but she was not sure if this world Broly was the old version of Broly or the new version of Broly. And seeing the lost Tenunks, Yu also lifted the transformation, and at this time Yu was already sweating profusely on his forehead, which showed the consumption of this transformation. That's right, and if you want to master this shortcut, Tenunks will also need years of combat experience and skills, and for Tenunks, you still have to master the basics. But for me, there is another reason why I don't like this kind of transformation is because this transformation is too ugly for a cute girl of mine, and I don't want to become King Kong Barbie. Tenunks's eyebrows moved. Is there still such a reason? I don't want to think about it. Yu, who is just 2 meters tall with full muscles, is too disobedient, and I feel that my head wants to go up. Gohan on the side patted Tenunks on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Tenunks, now that we stay in the Spirit Time House, a year is equal to a day outside, we can take our time, lay a good foundation and improve." Hearing Gohan say this, Tenunks could only admit that after all, Gohan's difficulty as a Super Saiyan is much higher than his own. Since Gohan didn't complain, what did he have to complain about? "I know, Gohan, I'll try to lay a good foundation." Chapter 4. He, it's great, it's going to be killed, Sister Yu, you only have the last trace of blood left. Humph, that's because I didn't use the chip to assist in calculations, otherwise I could have killed you without injury, and your blood volume is not much. That's right. At this time, Yu and young Tenunks were each sitting on their respective ponies, and they quickly pressed the buttons of the gamepad in their hands, and the 2 animated characters were fighting back and forth on the big screen of the TV. After fiddling with the fishing rod for a day, in the evening, Yu announced that the rest of the time was time for leisure and entertainment. After all, high-pressure special training is not conducive to the growth of cells. Yu also deliberately taught them according to their aptitude, creating their favorite entertainment methods for Gohan and Tenunks, who was precocious but still liked video games as a child. Gohan, on the other hand, was interested in books, so Yu transferred his authority to move the temple's library in. At this time, the character controlled by Yu has bottomed out, although the character under Tenunks does not have much blood, but Yu's character will be game over as long as it is touched slightly. And Tenunks smiled, he was finally able to win after many rounds. However, Yu smiled slightly. After all, children are the means for children to let you see adults. Just when Tenunks attacked with all his strength, his ass unconsciously left the little Mazza, and Yu saw the opportunity to directly pull out the little Mazza under Tenunks's ass with great speed, and Tenunks suddenly sat on the ground and flew out of the gamepad in his hand. And Yu took the opportunity to immediately pull out a set of combos to kill the character chosen by Tenunks. Yes, it looks like I won. And Tenunks looked at the LCD screen with grief and anger. Sister Yu, you are too despicable. Hehe, I said that this is an adult's method, and Tenunks still can't hold his breath, and I caught the flaw. When fighting the enemy, the more victory is in sight, the more vigilant you must be. Hearing Yu's words, although the young Tenunks knew that the truth was the truth, he felt very unconvinced, so he pouted and said, To know is to know, but... Okay, sister, the reward I promised you will not be less. As he spoke, he saw Yu raise his hand, and as a result, a box of ice cream appeared in Yu's slender jade hand, and then handed it to the young Tenunks. Is it really ice cream? If it weren't for the destruction of androids 17 and 18, young Tenunks would still be a carefree young master, so naturally he would not have seen ice cream so surprised. However, in fact, due to the destruction of the androids, food has become scarce, especially food like ice cream, which has become a luxury, so that Tenunks rarely eats ice cream, which is why he is so surprised. There are all kinds of discs under the TV cabinet. If you want to watch it, you can choose it yourself. I'll go find you, brother Gohan. Alas, why didn't Sister Silyu move this TV game indoors? Wouldn't it be ruined if it rained outside? There's nothing to worry about. I used my divine power to create a TV set that is not so easy to break, and secondly, I don't have to worry so much about the weather in this small world. Is this an immortal, so powerful? Young. Tenunx looked at Silyu with longing eyes. Silyu touched his nose proudly while touching Tenunx's head and said with a smile. It's okay, anyway, remember to relax when you're relaxing and entertaining, you know. Well, I know. Tenunx nodded, then turned around and ran to the TV to flip through the discs. Silyu also turned around and came to the library he had just created with his divine power not far away, and after walking in, Gohan, who was wearing a martial arts uniform, was sitting at the desk quietly looking at a book, and raised his head when he felt Silyu's arrival. You're here? Well, I'm here. How about my library? Well, that's good, there are a lot of books I've never read. This is a collection of books and ancient books from all over the world, and the purpose of collecting these books is to prevent some major disasters that cause a sharp decline in population and a rupture of civilization. The population has been decimated due to the catastrophe, isn't that now? Gohan smiled bitterly, looking at the book in front of him at this time, thinking that if there were no androids 17 and 18, he would probably be a scholar now. Right. But how do you know that I like to read? Hearing Gohan ask this question, Silyu was stunned for a moment. She couldn't say that she had read the script of Son Gohan in another time and space, right? It is true that Gohan may have been forced to study by Kiki when he was a child, but when he grew up, Gohan really liked to read, so much so that it was a pity that Gohan even read it as a wild rice for a time, but now letting Gohan read can relax the pressure and help him practice. But Silyu couldn't say it directly. So he said with a smile, have you forgotten? I am fused with Sun Wukong's genes, in a sense, I am half your father, and the so-called knowing son is not as good as a father. Hearing Silyu's half-joking answer, Gohan was not angry, because he felt that the cute silver-haired girl in front of him was very similar to his father, especially the various small movements were exactly the same as in his memory. Aren't you afraid that I will waste my training for the sake of studying? Don't worry, because I will supervise you, and proper relaxation can not only relax stress but also help practice. There is a way of practice called meditation. If you want to improve the efficiency of meditation, in addition to more practical combat, reading books is also beneficial to improve the efficiency of meditation. Besides, even if the world is peaceful and Android 1718 is defeated now, you won't waste yourself for studying, right? Hearing Silyu's words, Gohan nodded with a wry smile. Now he is no longer the self who only longed to study when he was a teenager, he still has to shoulder the mission of protecting the Earth. Even if there are numbers 17 and 18, there will definitely be enemies in the future. It's just that to Gohan's surprise, the silver-haired girl in front of him actually understands him so well, and tells him that reading is also a kind of practice, and that everything can be practiced, right? By the way, I remember you seemed to say that you fused the genes of your father, Raditz Naha, and Uncle Vegeta, but I feel that you seem to show your father's personality and habits. Humph, because whether it's Raditz Naha or Vegeta, their lives are only murder and arson, and there is no point at all. And Sun Wukong's cultivation foundation and combat awareness are so strong that they don't know where they are, which is why your father, as a low-level warrior, has improved faster than Vegeta's royal family. Hearing Silyu's explanation, Gohan could also understand. To be honest, you brought us here to practice 10 times the gravity, and other things feel like you're here on vacation. Vacation. After all, when you came here, you were either fishing or having a picnic, and now you can still read a book quietly, which is not like a practice at all. That's why I said this is a special training in the style of the Turtle Immortal Stream. Turtle Immortal Flow, I wonder how the old man is doing lately. Gohan recalled the old man of the martial arts master in his memory, although he occasionally seemed immodest because of his lustful heart, and now he should be very lonely. The apprentices have all died in battle. Don't worry. Soon as you defeat number 1718, the dead people will be resurrected, and you don't have to worry about the old man being lonely. Hey, can you see through my heart? I guessed. By the way, from tomorrow I will arrange for you to teach tenants to study. After all, studying hard is also one of the tenets of the turtle immortal stream. Okay, but I don't think I can teach much. I didn't even go to middle school. Suyu patted his chest and said proudly. Okay. There are no ups and downs, it's really a pity. Gohan said in his heart. Although he was a little disrespectful, Gohan still couldn't help but complain. Don't look at Tenunx's mouth full of Suyu's sister, but in fact, Suyu is only a few centimeters taller than the young Tenunx, and Tenunx is still growing up, and it is estimated that he will be able to surpass Suyu in the coming year. And Suyu felt a little uncomfortable through Gohan's eyes. It can't be, it can't be. Gohan shouldn't be that kind of person. Suyu didn't notice what Gohan was thinking. After all, in Suyu's eyes, Gohan should be a pure child like his father. Of course, except for the scum Kakarot in the Majin Buu chapter, the ghost knows what Goku has experienced in the 7 years of hell, and has become a scumbag who betrayed his friends, although it is to save the world, but he is too disdainful. In order to conform to the work and rest time of the biological clock, Suyu created a false sun, moon, and stars, so that the spiritual time house has a day and night alternation. Because it was an illusion, Suyu didn't have to worry about becoming a gorilla or something because he saw the full moon. After leisure and entertainment and relaxation, with the fall of night, the day passed, and the next day before dawn, the two were called up by Suyu for morning exercise, and during the morning exercise, Suyu deliberately put a turtle shell equivalent to 10 times her weight on her inner back. Although it seems to be arduous, it is also the only time in a day that can be called a strength practice. The rest of the time is spent fishing, farming, building houses, cooking, and other skills. Especially when farming, because the hoe and shovel are particularly brittle, they need the blessing of Qi, and at the same time, they can't be too strong like a fishing rod, otherwise they will be broken, and the land is also randomly arranged by Suyu, so that the two have to carefully control their Qi again. Especially Gohan, if it's normal, it's fine. And it's torture in the Super Saiyan state. But under Suyu's teaching, Gohan and Tenunx are becoming more and more peaceful, because only with a peaceful mind can the flow of Qi be controlled. Especially every evening, it is still the time for Xiaoxian entertainment and study, and gradually the two of them, especially Gohan, find that although his strength has not increased substantially, he feels that his bottleneck has begun to loosen. About a month later, Gohan managed to maintain a Super Saiyan state at all times and not lose control, and Tenunx successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Great, brother Gohan is so powerful. Now we will fight side by side and definitely not lose to number 17 and no 18. After feeling the endless Super Saiyan power in his body, Tenunx began to swell, feeling that he could do it again. However, in the next second, Suyu struck Tenunx's head with a blow of the knife. Sister Suyu, what are you doing beating me? I'm reminding you not to think that it's okay to transform into a Super Saiyan. First of all, number 17 and 18 are far superior to Super Saiyans in combat power alone. Don't think that you can join forces. Besides, they are still twins who cooperate seamlessly. Don't be self-righteous. But it's normal. When I turned into a Super Saiyan, I thought I could take revenge and ended up fiasco. If it weren't for the cat and mouse mentality on the 17th and 18th, I guess I would have died a long time ago. So Tenunx, you have to calm down and know. I know, brother Gohan. Suyu also nodded and said. Since Tenunx, you can also become a Super Saiyan, let's be the same as Gohan next. Ah? Do I want to maintain the Super Saiyan state too? Now that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Tenunks realized how difficult it is to maintain a Super Saiyan state and carry out various daily lives. Now he has to start from scratch again, but Tenunks can only choose to accept it, but fortunately, because of the training a month in advance, it only took Tenunks half a month to master the daily maintenance of Super Saiyan status like Gohan. When Gohan and Tenunks were making rapid progress, Suryu's combat effectiveness was also improving rapidly. Originally Suryu's was far inferior to Tenunks's, but later in a month and a half, Suryu was able to suppress Tenunks's normalcy, and other Tenunks's explosive super games defeated Suryu. "I'm sorry, Sister Suryu, I was in a hurry and accidentally turned into a super race," said Tenunks, scratching his head. "It's okay for me to keep you up as normal as possible." "So, you climbed out of the gravel mountain." Fortunately, he finally opened the protective shield, otherwise he would be miserable. At least this clothes can't be maintained. And when Suryu and Tenunks were practicing, Gohan, who was originally meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. And Tenunks, who was talking to Suryu, found that Gohan's aura was actually decreasing rapidly. "Gohan brother." Tenunks turned his head to look over, and found that Gohan was still maintaining a Super Saiyan state even when his aura was rapidly decreasing. Yes, it seems that Gohan has begun to comprehend the real Super Saiyan. "What does Sister Suryu mean? Didn't you notice? When you transform into a Super Saiyan, you have breath leaking all the time, commonly known as air leakage, and the real Super Saiyan will not leak air, even if your physical strength is exhausted. You will not exit the state of Super Saiyan. Is that so?" Tenunks realized. Gohan's breath quickly calmed down, and then erupted again in the next second, as if a violent storm had suddenly blown. And Tenunks was shocked by Gohan's recurrent outburst. "Well, it's so powerful, it's easy to destroy number 17 and number 18 with this force." But Gohan's breath exploded halfway, and suddenly his breath wilted, and then he half knelt on the ground, gulping for rough air. "Gohan, what's wrong with you?" Tenunks stepped forward to support Gohan, who was half kneeling on the ground. "Wu, it's okay, Tenunks, I just touched the doorway and didn't fully grasp it." And Suryu also clapped his hand and said, "Congratulations Gohan, you are now a half-step Super Saiyan at full power." At this time, Suryu couldn't help but sigh that in just one kunyu, the young Gohan touched the threshold of the full power of the Super Saiyan, which was one step faster than Gohan in the main time and space in the original book. But it's understandable, after all, this is the young Gohan who has been fighting for many years, and the young Gohan of the main time and space is estimated to have been able to transform into a beast rice long ago. Gohan, gasping for breath, showed a look of joy. "No, it's thanks to you, Suryu, and thanks to you for calming me down, and I can feel this realm when I completely control my chi. No, it's the result of your accumulation, and you have to thank yourself even more. Even so, I have to say thank you. By the way, is the full power of Super Saiyan the limit of Saiyan?" At this time, Gohan has completely stopped taking androids seriously, and now he just wants to break through his limits. "Of course not, according to my speculation, Super Saiyan full power is only the limit of Super Saiyan 1, and there is Super Saiyan on top of Super Saiyan I call Super Saiyan 2. Do you speculate on Super Saiyan 2? Hearing this news, Gohan was not surprised, on the contrary, Gohan felt excited. Since there are 2, then it means that there are 34, so it seems that there is no upper limit to Saiyans. Gohan, who came back to his senses, found that he was so excited, and sure enough, he still had Saiyan blood in his bones. Chapter 5. Half a year after coming to the Spirit Time House, Gohan finally fully mastered the Super Saiyan full power form, and Tenunks also touched the threshold of Super Saiyan full power under Gohan's teaching, and now the strength of the two has long surpassed that of number 17 and number 18. But the two still chose to continue cultivating because they wanted to break through the Super Saiyans. And Suryu's combat power is naturally improving rapidly, and it is nothing that he did not become a Super Saiyan at the beginning. It wasn't until Silyu realized that his aura surpassed the aura of Tenunx's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Silyu knew that he was afraid that it would not be so simple to transform into a Super Saiyan. It's so powerful, Sister Silyu, your normalcy is so strong, if you can become a Super Saiyan, wouldn't you be able to surpass me and Brother Gohan in one fell swoop? However, Silyu shook his head and said, "No, my evolution route should not be a Super Saiyan. The moment I became the god of the earth, the combination of divine power and my Saiyan breath made my body have some kind of change compared to ordinary Saiyans. Although the Earth God is the weakest god in the Dragon Ball God system, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat, so my future evolution route is probably the god of Super Saiyans." "Silyu, do you mean that the Saiyans have other evolutionary routes?" asked Gohan on the side, suddenly with some curiosity. It should be, otherwise I can't explain that my normalcy is so strong and I still can't transform into a Super Saiyan." "So, you can't tell Gohan that there is also the transformation of the Super Saiyan God?" he asked himself. How he knows, he can't say that she is a traverser. "Anyway, don't care about the evolution route for now, continue to cultivate, anyway, the gap between us is being narrowed, be careful that you too are surpassed by me." Hearing that he might be overtaken by Silyu, Gohan nodded after a moment of silence and said, "I believe that Silyu will surpass me. No, I have been cultivating with Tenunx for so many years, although there has been much progress but not much, but under your guidance, I have mastered the real Super Saiyan in just half a year, although your starting point seems to be lower than me and Tenunx, but you can break through yourself at the same astonishing speed as my father." The reason why Gohan is so sure that Silyu can catch up with him is also because he has seen his father in the girl many times. "That's it, thank you for the compliment, thank you for the compliment." Silyu scratched her head and said with a smile, she didn't expect her to be able to compare with his father in Gohan's eyes, this is already the highest praise that the other party can come up with. "By the way, Silyu, how do I break through the Super Saiyan next?" "Don't worry about this, you first consolidate the full power form of the Super Saiyan, and after half a month, I will naturally have a trick to help you break through." "Got it, thank you." Soon. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Gohan had also completely mastered the Super Saiyan full power form, and Tenunx had also figured out some doorways, but how had they seen Silyu in this month and a half? Occasionally, Silyu was seen carving wood with a carving knife, and the two didn't know what she was doing. After waiting until today, Silyu finally appeared in front of the two again and handed the puppet to the two. "Sister Silyu, what are you doing with our puppets? You pluck out one of your own hairs and stick it on it, and you are injecting chi into it to see." "Okay." So the two of them stuck their hair on the puppet according to what Silyu said, and after injecting chi into it, a magical scene appeared, only to see that in their hands, the puppet flew out unrestricted and then fell to the ground, and the puppet turned out to be himself. This is called a puppet. Your father Sun Wukong was also tortured by a puppet when he was training in the temple of the heavenly god, although this puppet is wooden but has the same combat power as you, and then your goal is to destroy them, so that you can surpass yourself. As soon as Tenunx heard that the puppet had the same combat power as him, he said excitedly, "Isn't it the same combat power?" However, let the puppet Tenunx just slightly tilt his head to the right to dodge Tenunx's full force, and then punched the young Tenunx in the abdomen, and suddenly Tenunx felt that he was about to vomit out of his bitterness, and the whole person flew out and fell to the ground. Tenunx. Seeing this, Gohan hurriedly picked up Tenunx and patted Tenunx's back. Tenunx gasped for breath, and after a long time, his iron blue face returned to normal. "It hurts, Sister Silyu, you lied to me, this puppet is obviously so much stronger than me." Tenunx's first reaction was that he had been deceived, and he easily dodged his full blow, and almost killed himself with a direct punch. "No, I didn't lie to you, Didn't you realize that you were only half as angry? Only. Then did Tenunx realize that he only had half of his chi, so his other half of his chi was on the puppet. No, why didn't I feel the existence of the other half of the chi? Because the puppet doesn't do superfluous and wasteful chi, it only burst out of chi the moment it came into contact with Tenunx. Gohan looked at the puppet in front of him and said, as if he had seen his father use this trick to turn the Kainyut team around when he first came to Namek many years ago. That's right, not only that, he doesn't do superfluous movements to hit a little bit of power in an instant, that's why you feel that this puppet is so much stronger than you. So that's the case, no wonder Sister Silyu said that this puppet can help us break through ourselves. It's good, I'm getting more and more excited. After learning the reason, Tenunx understood what it meant to break through himself. And Gohan looked at the puppet Gohan and said, since it was my father's training, then I can do it too. Then the two rushed towards their puppets, shouting audibly. Of course, the two were knocked away by their respective puppets in a few seconds, but the two of them became more and more excited, and immediately rushed forward. In the first few days, the two of them would always be beaten all over their bodies, which was very miserable, but they rushed forward after the injuries had just healed. So after fighting with his puppet for more than 3 months, one day with an amazing roar, Gohan directly smashed the puppet Gohan with one punch, and at the same time, the original upside-down blonde hair became more aggressive, and the golden aura on his body was wrapped in electricity from time to time. Seeing Son Gohan with such a new attitude, Tenunx, who has now mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, couldn't help but exclaim. What a powerful force, is this going to break through the power of Super Saiyan? It should be. Silyu also nodded with satisfaction. Breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 in more than 10 months was a little unexpected for Silyu. Gohan felt the unprecedented power in his body, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Congratulations Gohan on your initial mastery of Super Saiyan 2 power, but don't be complacent. I have a hunch that there will be enemies on Earth in the future that are even more powerful than Super Saiyan 2. An enemy that is more powerful than Super Saiyan 2, is there a mountain beyond the mountain? Gohan clenched his fist. He had just broken through Super Saiyan and understood that the so-called Super Saiyan 2 was just a new starting point. After years of tempering, although Gohan's strength has not improved much, his heart is much stronger, and after the young Gohan turned into Super Saiyan 2 in the original book, he couldn't help but wave the Saiyan's nature, and now that he has experienced hell, Gohan will definitely not wave again. And Tenunx, who looked envious, also nodded and made up his mind to break his puppet and break through the Super Saiyan in the near future. Under Gohan's guidance, more than a month later, Tenunx also broke his puppet and broke through to Super Saiyan 2, and Silyu felt the same aura as the Super Saiyan in his body and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, he was not suitable to become a Super Saiyan, but he couldn't continue to stay in the Spirit Time House, because a year had passed. A year has passed in the Spirit Time Room, which is only one day for the outside world, and the next day, when Silyu and the three of them walked out of the Spirit Time House, Bobo, who was sweeping the floor, was directly stunned. Although Bobo himself is not very powerful, as one of Goku's teachers, he felt that the strength of the three of them had changed dramatically, and he even cried with excitement. Mr. Bobo, what are you crying about? Bobo took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears and said, You can finally avenge the previous generation of celestial gods. Don't worry, Mr. Bobo, this time we will not only be able to take revenge, but also resurrect the dead former celestial. Silyu said. Really? Great. Then the three of them glanced at each other and flew away from the heavenly god temple without hesitation, because Silyu had become an immortal, so they saw the positions of number 17 and number 18 at a glance. At this time, number 18 was frantically releasing waves, and number 17 sat on the abandoned broken bricks and tiles and said with a smile. Haha! Number 18, you are really a child's temper, Aren't you just losing the game? Shut up, can't I vent when I'm in a bad mood? At this moment, suddenly a bullet hit No. 17's face, and number 17 turned his head to see a middle-aged man lying in the ruins, covered in blood but looking at number 17 with extremely hateful eyes. Haha, I didn't expect you to die. Mix. Egg, even if dead. I won't forgive you two either. The devils. Die, then send you to die, said. No. 17's fingertips shot out a ray of light, and the middle-aged man with blood on his head smiled bitterly. Wife, daughter, I'll be here soon. As a result, the middle-aged man found that he was not dead. He opened his eyes and found that a silver-haired girl in a robe with the word God printed on it appeared in front of him. Is there really a kami in this world? And number 17 was stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, God, I didn't expect you to be so funny when we met number 12 for the first time, ha ha ha. If you want to laugh, laugh as soon as possible, 17, 18, you won't be able to laugh soon. And number 18 also showed a mocking smile. Why do you want to defeat us even if you are an old android? I see, are the three of you going to join forces? It's funny, you don't think three of you can win together. Number 17 jumped down, and at this time he continued. Son Gohan, I used less than 40% of my strength to fight you last time, so I will use 50% this time, don't worry. I won't kill you all at once. Number 17 said proudly. However, to the surprise of the 17th, Gohan did not react at all. Is this your last word? Go die. I saw Gohan directly explode the full power of a Super Saiyan, and then came to number 17 as if teleporting, raised his hand, and directly eliminated number 17, who had not reacted. Watching number 17 turn to ashes, number 18 said in disbelief. Impossible, son Gohan, what have you done? You should take care of yourself first. No 18. At this time, the voice of young Tenunks sounded in No 18's ears. Number 18 turned around and saw that the teenager Tenunks had raised his hand in front of him, and the next second she was wiped out by the full-powered Super Saiyan just like number 18. This scene looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. He couldn't believe that the two demons that had been ravaging the earth for so many years were so easily destroyed. NOS 17 and 18 were wiped out by the two blonde men in front of them, and they were the kind that raised their hands and destroyed them. So you didn't expect Gohan and Tenunks to start so quickly. He thought that they would fight symbolically for a few rounds and then explode to eliminate number 17 and number 18, but the two of them came up and directly turned on the full power to eliminate number 17 and number 18. And Gohan and Tenunks, who eliminated NOS 17 and 18, were also slightly stunned. The androids that once scared them were gone? Brother Gohan, number 17 and number 18 are gone. That's right, they were completely wiped out by us. Really, I originally wanted to say a few more words in a handsome manner, and you were destroyed, but now the two of them are probably in hell with a confused face. I'm sorry. We really can't hold back, we just want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Forget it, since it's wiped out, it's gone, and I'm going to inform the surviving people around the world. Saying that, Suyu pressed his index finger on his forehead, and then used his divine power to envelop his divine consciousness around the world. Just when Gohan and Tenunks were puzzled, Suyu's voice actually came to their minds. You Earthlings who have survived, you must be able to hear my words, don't panic, I am the new god of the earth. When the people who were still alive heard the incredible voice in their heads, they immediately pleaded. God, save us. God, please destroy those two demons quickly. Woo woo, God, my father and mother were killed by two demons, please resurrect your father and mother. God. For a while, countless prayer voices sounded in Suyu's ears, and Suyu almost felt that his head was going to explode, but he still got used to it. Humans, you don't need to cry, androids 17 and 18 were completely wiped out by two saviors not long ago. Saying that, Silyu played what she had just seen to everyone on the earth. And Gohan and Tenunx's faces immediately changed. It turned out that Silyu didn't give them a mosaic. Well, the surviving humans, you don't need to hide anymore, the darkness before dawn is over, a new future has begun to greet you, and as for your loved ones who died in androids 17 and 18, it won't be long before they will be resurrected. Goodbye, humans. Soon Silyu turned off his divine sense and let out a long sigh of relief. This divine sense is really tiring. Sister Silyu, why didn't you mosaic our faces just now? Yes, Silyu, we will be very troublesome next. Gohan said with a bitter face. Really, I'm sorry I forgot, but I can't help it, I'll go back to the temple first, and tomorrow Gohan you accompany me to hell, anyway, goodbye. So. You scratched his head while laughing, and then got up directly and disappeared in front of Gohan and Tenunx. Looking at the disappearing Silyu, Tenunx asked Gohan. What should Gohan do next? Gohan shook his head with a wry smile and spread his hands and said. I can't help but accept it like this, okay. Let's go home. Alright. Chapter 6. Tenunx and Gohan also flew back to their respective homes after saying goodbye, and Tenunx had just returned home when Bulma was making coffee and turned around to see young Tenunx. Mom, I'm back. Well, I haven't seen Tenunx for a day, you've grown a lot taller. Bulma visually measured that his son had grown at least 5 or 6 centimeters. Bulma then placed the brewed coffee in front of Tenunx, who took a sip of it. I heard Silyu's voice just now and saw that you and Gohan knocked down number 17 and 18, is this true? Well, but Sister Silyu, she didn't mosaic our faces, so I guess it will be troublesome in the future. It's okay, by the way, how did you and Gohan become so powerful in one day with the help of Silyu, and what's the matter with your height? That's the case. So Tenunx slowly told him about the special training he had experienced, and Bulma nodded slowly after hearing this. I see, the Spirit Time House, the temple actually has such a magical house. Bulma leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her coffee, her eyes deep as if she remembered something. It's really similar. Mom, what are you talking about? It's nothing, I'm saying that Silyu's child is very similar to Wukong. If your uncle Wukong hadn't died of illness, the android would have been defeated a long time ago. Alas, Brother Wuhan also said that Sister Silyu is very similar to Uncle Wukong in some ways. Uncle Wukong, is he really so amazing? Bulma nodded slowly. That's right, your Uncle Wukong, like Silyu, is an existence that can continue to create miracles. As long as your Uncle Wukong is still there, no matter what kind of desperate situation can be reversed. Bulma couldn't help but think back to the first time she met little Goku, when she didn't realize what the boy with a tail would bring. Then Bulma got up, went to the time machine that was being charged, touched the metal shell of the time machine, and said, originally, I was going to let you and Gohan go back in time and use special potions to go down to the past Goku, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Yes, Mom, I'm getting more and more curious about that Uncle Wukong. I'll travel back in time to take a look after I'm fully charged. After seeing Silyu, Tenunx became even more curious about Wukong, and he really wanted to meet this character who was praised by his mother, brother Gohan, and sister Silyu at the same time. Well, although androids 17 and 18 have been wiped out at the moment, it's a waste for me to research and use this time machine, but it will take a few years to recharge, especially after the disaster, and the power is estimated to be even less than enough to rebuild. It's okay for a few years, I can afford to wait. Just as Bulma and Tenunx were happily exchanging, a drone that looked like a mosquito was lying in front of the window and watching them. On the other side, Gohan, who had just returned home, shouted Mom to his mother Kiki. Then Kiki, who was washing the dishes, was stunned at first when she heard Gohan's voice, and then the plate in her hand fell directly to the ground, and then turned around and pounced on her son. Gohan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the wrinkles on the old mother's face, and realized that she hadn't gone home during this time, and her mother was worried that she had aged a lot. "Woo woo, Gohan, you're finally back, Mom. I had a dream a few days ago that Gohan was killed by an android, but now it's great that you're back safely." Looking at the crying old mother, Gohan patted his mother's back and said, "Okay, Mom, I'm fine, the androids have been wiped out, and the Earth will never be in danger again. The android was destroyed, and it was true that my mother saw it just now, but isn't the god dead?" Gohan brought his old mother and pulled a chair for her to sit on. Gohan then tells his mother about his experience. "That's it, Tenunks and I have broken through to Super Saiyan 2 with the help of Suyu. It turns out that for so many years, Tenunks and I have been going around and around for so many years, thanks to Suyu's guidance, we broke through the shackles in the Spirit Time House in 1 year, Suyu, she is really amazing." Hearing her son repeatedly praise this android number 12 Suyu, Kiki seemed to feel that her son was careful, so she asked, "Gohan, Suyu's kid looks very cute, right?" "Mom, how do you know? Suyu has silver hair, very cute, like an angel." "Sure enough." "Ah. Now Gohan's kid is obviously in love with the girl named Suyu. In fact, it's normal to think about it, his father gave birth to him a long time ago when he was as old as Gohan. And his son, in order to fight against artificial people, usually except for cultivation is cultivation, it is impossible to fall in love, and now he finally met a girl who looks cute and cheerful, and can understand and even help him, so he naturally fell, but this child obviously didn't know it. And she heard Gohan say that the girl named Suyu is also very similar to her husband in personality. For a while, Kiki was worried about her child's future. Two people with not very high emotional intelligence, how should they develop in the future? "It's okay, by the way, Gohan, if you're fine, go and communicate with Suyu more." Of course, Suyu has very deep insights into martial arts, and at the same time, she is also very knowledgeable, and communicating with her will not only help her cultivation but also help increase her knowledge. Gohan, I think you can also discuss some other topics when you communicate with Suyu." "Other topics? What other topics?" At this time, Dekaki was hinting at his son, and it was obvious that Gohan didn't notice his mother's hint. Forget it, you can communicate whatever you like." Kikai also gave up hinting at her son, but she thought about it, since this Miss Suyu and her son have the same interests and hobbies, she is not afraid of no development in the future. "In fact, I also liked martial arts very much at the beginning, so after getting to know the very powerful Wukong, I fell in love with Wukong. It's just that after becoming a housewife, she worries about firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea every day, and has to be realistic. But now that Gohan is with the girl named Suyu, she shouldn't have the problems she encounters, but she heard Gohan say that the child can create food out of thin air. It's just that the only thing I'm worried about is that if I want to take down the girl named Suyu, I'm afraid it's difficult, but forget it, the young man's affairs will be handled by the young man himself. Anyway, now that the android 1718 has been eliminated, he doesn't have to worry about Gohan's safety all day long." In this way, after spending the night at home with his mother, Gohan was stopped by Kiki when he was about to leave the next day. At this time, Kiki took out a Turtle Immortal Stream martial arts uniform, and said, "This martial arts uniform was left by your father, I sewed it a few days ago and can still wear it, you can wear it." "Okay." Soon Gohan changed into the martial arts uniform left by Goku, and after watching his son put it on, Kiki felt that Gohan was becoming more and more like Goku back then, and couldn't help but show a relieved smile, and then asked, "Can your dad be resurrected this time?" Hearing his mother's inquiry, Gohan bit his lip, and finally relented. "I asked Suyu, and Suryu said that if Dad died by accident, after coming to the underworld, his body will be restored to the last complete state of his life by the laws of the underworld, and he will be resurrected with Namex Dragon Balls. But Dad, he died of illness, and even if he had a body, he was still a sick body, and his body was destroyed by the virus before he was born, so. In the end, Gohan couldn't bear to continue. P.S. It's not that the author doesn't want to resurrect the future Goku, but because if the future Goku could retain his body like the main world, he would have come back with a halo to eliminate number 17 and 18, so there would be a bug in the plot. It's okay, I already knew, Dragon Ball can't resurrect people who died due to birth, old age, sickness, and death, but fortunately, Gohan has inherited your father's mantle. Anyway, Gohan, go quickly. I know, goodbye Mom. Gohan then turned and flew towards the temple. And after Gohan left, Kiki turned around and returned to the wooden house, closed the door, took out a photo from his arms, and looked at the happy appearance of the family of 3 in the photo. Kiki could no longer suppress her emotions, and slowly squatted down and cried. Gohan, who left, looked back at his home. He knew that his mother was a strong woman, but in fact, he often cried behind his back looking at the photo of his father, and now it is probably the same. Chapter 7. Mom. After sighing, Gohan accelerated and flew towards the temple, and after a while, he came to the temple. At this time, Suryu was sitting cross-legged and floating in the air, closing his eyes and concentrating. He opened his eyes after sensing Gohan's arrival, and Gohan also sensed Suryu's hidden aura. Suryu, have you broken through again? Suryu smiled and said. Luck, after all. I spent another night in the Spirit Time House. Now, Suryu has officially broken through to Super Saiyan 2, but he still can't transform into a Super Saiyan, but Suryu feels that he is not far from Super Saiyan. It seems that Gohan has to work harder, or I'll catch up. It's good to catch up, and then we can have a good fight, and maybe we can break through again. Gohan didn't care about this, but became even more excited. And although Suryu is a traverser, the Saiyan blood in her body also makes her look forward to that day. Let's go, Gohan. Let's go. How are you going to go? How do you come? Take my hand. Hey! Before Gohan could react, the silver-haired girl directly took his hand, and Gohan's heart beat a little faster after feeling the silver-haired girl's soft and boneless little hand. Before Gohan could react, the two had already teleported to the underworld. When he came to the underworld, Suryu said with a smile. Congratulations to you Mr. Son Gohan for coming to the underworld. Hey, coming to the underworld, it's not a word congratulations. Looking at the smiling silver-haired girl, Gohan couldn't help but complain, in order to hide his panicked mind. I didn't expect Gohan to learn to refute, it's really gratifying. Just as the two were teasing, 2 horned imps in suits came to the two. Those 2 little ghosts line up, don't mess around. Wait a minute, these are 2 living people. For a while, the 2 little ghosts stared at each other, and it was not uncommon for living people to come to the underworld. And Suryu also released his own breath, feeling Suryu's breath, and the attitude of the little ghost in the suit immediately changed. It turned out to be an immortal. I don't know which planet this young lady is. An immortal. I am an immortal from the Earth. The Earth. Earth. Seeing the little ghost's surprised appearance, Gohan couldn't help but ask. Is the Earth famous? Of course it's famous. 2 people came from the Earth yesterday, one called number 17 and the other called number 18, and the 2 of them made a big fuss in the underworld, shouting that they were not dead or dead. Gohan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that number 1718 would come to the underworld and make a big fuss. And what happened to the 2 of them? Gohan wondered if he should take action and completely eliminate the 2 of them completely. Hey, what else? Yes. The two of them are bullying imps like us. That's right, Lord Yama suppressed the two of them with a wave of his hand, and because of their sins in life and the great trouble in the underworld after death, they directly sent Lord Yama to the 18th floor of hell to receive all kinds of torture, and they will not be able to live forever. They two imps sang and harmonized, making Gohan smile with relief. I didn't expect this Lord Yama to be so powerful. However, Suyu smiled and said, in fact, this Yama King's own combat power is not high, but as a god of the underworld. He has supreme authority in the underworld, and he is immortal, and any dead creature will be suppressed by his divine power. Unless the authority of the human god is higher than him in his lifetime. I see, the gods can be so powerful. The gods are already very powerful, don't take the gods as dry food. In fact, if it weren't for the arrival of the Scions, the immortals would have been invincible on the earth, but with the arrival of the Scions, the combat power version on the earth would have been updated and iterated too quickly, and the immortals would not be able to keep up with the rhythm. Trouble the two little brothers, take us to meet the king of Yama. Okay. No problem. Soon the two came to the front of the Yama Palace, but there was a long queue in front of the Yama Palace, but for Suyu and Gohan, the two of them had a fast track, and through the fast lane, Suyu and Gohan saw the huge Yama King. King Yama was directly surprised when he saw Suyu, and then sighed. Is the immortal of a small planet so powerful now? Thank you for complimenting Lord Yama. There. Then King Yama set his eyes on Gohan, and looked at Gohan's appearance. King Yama said, you are the son Gohan who destroyed number 17, and you are really a tiger father without a dog. Which is really good. Thank you, Lord. Yama, is my father in heaven? Hearing Gohan's inquiry, King Yama sighed and said, according to the records of the Book of Life and Death, Wukong's merits during his lifetime were not only able to maintain his body when he went to heaven, but unfortunately your father's body was so tattered by the virus that he couldn't use it. And then your father chose to be reincarnated and didn't go to heaven. Hearing King Yama's words, although Gohan had already prepared in his heart, he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Don't be too sad, your father is so helpless, but I've heard that Vic still has his body. Hearing the news, Gohan suppressed his sadness. By the way, Lord Yama, how is my uncle Bic, how is he? Biki, after he came to the underworld, he and the immortals became one again, and now he is cultivating with the king of the realm on the Realm King. God and Uncle Vic are merged. Gohan didn't expect God and Vic to reach a reconciliation after death. If they could reconcile before death, they should be able to defeat number 17 and number 18. Right. Lord Yama, I have a question. I remember that the dead man will return to the Yang world one day, right? Suyu asked his own question. That's right, but the premise is that there is a major merit, except for Wukong, you Earthlings do not have this qualification, even if the previous Earth God has offset his merits because of the great demon king of Vic, he can only retain the right to go to heaven in the flesh. Suyu suddenly realized and nodded, no wonder Bic couldn't come back. However, she remembered that Vegeta in the original book and Frieza also came back as a dead man. Then what kind of situation can allow even if you have no merit or are a great evil person to return to the Yang realm? Hearing Suyu's inquiry, Hades pondered for a moment and said, yes, that is. To encounter a universe-level extinction crisis. Is it cosmic level? So. You thought about it, but this was the case. Vegeta and Frieza of the main time and space returned because the entire universe was facing an existential crisis. And only the Earth is facing an existential crisis in the world here, and it can only be said that the Dragon Ball world of the future line is unlucky. Then I'm going to take Gohan to meet the king of the realm. Of course, you and Gohan have a lot of merit, and you can meet the king of the realm through the snake path. King Yama motioned for his men to open a door, and behind it was a long snake path. Gohan, let's go. Gohan thought of seeing Bic, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. Then the two of them directly opened their hands and turned into two streamers of light and disappeared in front of King Yama. It's so fast, it's worthy of being able to destroy the 17th. Has the combat power on the earth been on the back burner in recent years? King Yama smacked his lips and came back to his senses before continuing to work. Chapter 8. On the planet of the boundary, the King of the North is sunbathing in a rocking chair wearing sunglasses as always. Not far away, after fusing with the gods, Bic was fighting with Tianjin, Yamcha, and Klin, but in the face of the three's attack, Bic not only did not take off his gravity suit but only fought with the three with his feet. Although the three of them cooperated seamlessly, they still couldn't force Vic to use his hands, and soon the three of them couldn't catch up with Vic's speed, and they were kicked to the ground by Vic alone. The three of you have improved, but not much. Clint said with a smile as he scratched his big bald head as he climbed out of the hole. Oh, yes, it's still not as good as you. Yes, after all these years, we feel like it's hard for us to get stronger. Yamcha directly chose to lie down and didn't get up. This is probably the limit of us as Earthlings. Tianjin. Rice was held up by dumplings. I wonder what happened to Earth, Gohan, and they defeated the androids, said Clint as he patted the dust on his body and looked at Vic. Hey Vic, aren't you worried about Gohan? Hearing Clint's words, Vic's face turned green and said, there's nothing to worry about, Gohan's talent will one day defeat those two artificial humans. Vic, do you believe in Gohan, Wukong? No, you are Gohan with this breath. Kling just looked up and saw a young man wearing a turtle immortal martial arts uniform. At first Klin subconsciously thought that young man was Goku, after all, the appearance and temperament were too similar. But when he thought about it, Wukong had already been reincarnated, and then he felt the breath, and the young man actually went to Wuhan, and Kling didn't expect him to say that Cao would arrive when he arrived. Vic, who was originally indifferent, immediately turned around and looked at Gohan floating in the air with a surprised expression. Gohan. The same goes for Yamcha and Tianjin Rice, because they subconsciously thought that they saw Gohan here and thought that Gohan was dead like them. Hey, Uncle Vic, Uncle Klin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Rice Dumplings, it's been a long time, everyone. Gohan greeted several elders with a smile. Gohan, you. Are you dead too? Said Vic with a heartache. Uncle Vic, what are you talking about? I'm not dead, you see there's no aperture on my head. At this time, a few people noticed that Gohan had no aperture on his head, which meant that Gohan who appeared in front of them was a living person. Don't worry, 17 and 18 were defeated by me and Tenunks, and it won't be long before you can be resurrected, Uncle Vic. Hearing Gohan say this, several people were still a little incredulous for a while, but they didn't expect Gohan to really defeat number 17 and number 18 one day. Wait a minute, since Gohan you knocked down the 17th and 18th, why didn't you tell us? Kling immediately looked at the King of the North who was lying in the rocking chair, and when he heard Kling's question, the King of the North showed an embarrassed expression and said, this. You can't blame me, as the King of the realm, the area I manage is so large in one day, it is impossible to pay attention to the earth every day. However, Klin pointed at the King of the realm and said, obviously, Lord of the realm, you are either basking in the sun or sleeping, and you have been fishing there and you are very busy. Hearing Kling accuse him of touching fishing, the King of the Northern Realm's face was a little unbearable for a while, and he glanced to the side and whistled. The corners of Klin's mouth couldn't help twitching, this was their realm king. On the other side, Vic flew to Gohan's side, patted Gohan on the shoulder, and said with great relief. Gohan, you have grown up and become stronger. I thought that after I fused with the Celestials, Big thought that he was strong enough and had cultivated in the Realm King for so many years, but now he suddenly found that the hidden aura on Gohan's body surpassed him. No wonder he was able to defeat 17 and 18. Today's Gohan makes him proud. Actually, I didn't just rely on myself to break through. But then again, Gohan, how did you get here? Kling asked. I relied on Suyu to bring it here. Suyu? Kling wondered if he hadn't heard of the name. Who? Gohan looked behind him, and soon a figure flew over, and when the figure stopped, Kling noticed that the figure was actually a cute girl. It's really Gohan. I can't catch up with Uncle Big's climate when I feel that your climate is flying so fast. Suyu said with a complaining face. I originally came together, but Gohan, who felt the breath of Big halfway, was pleasantly surprised, and then Suyu, who was thrown off at an accelerated speed, disappeared. I'm sorry, I'm so excited, after all, it's been a long time since I've seen Uncle Vic. Gohan hurriedly apologized to Suyu. He didn't mean to leave Suyu, but he was too excited and got carried away. Well, I don't blame you, I understand. Suyu waved his hand. After all, Vic is simply the existence of Gohan's father's version, and now that Goku has been reincarnated, Vic is Gohan's only father. And Vic glanced at Suyu and felt the breath on the other party's body and said suspiciously. You are the new Earth God, but your chi is a little strange. At this time, Kling also discovered the strangeness of Suyu's breath after Vic's reminder. That's right, your breath has the breath of Goku, as well as Vegeta, Naha, and Raditz. What's going on? Hearing Kling's inquiry, Suyu smiled faintly and said. Hee, it's normal, I was originally an android number 12 who fused all purebred Scion genes, and now I am also the most powerful android in this world. No 12. Hearing that Suyu was actually an artificial person, the pupils of the three of Kellen Yamuati Tianjin Rice instantly contracted, and then they couldn't help but be vigilant. Seeing this, Gohan immediately placed himself in the middle of several people, opened his arms and persuaded him. Uncle Klin, calm down, although Suyu is an artificial person, she is not a bad person. And Bik on the side also said. You still listen to Gohan's words, it is impossible for an evil person to become a god, not even a trace of evil in his heart. Vic knows that in order to become a god, you must have a righteous and pure heart, otherwise you will not be able to inherit the throne of the god. Well, I'm sorry, we were reckless. Yes, we. Well, needless to say, I can understand that you were killed by androids, and it's normal to be wary of androids, but honestly you are not afraid even if you do it to me. After all, the three of you are not very strong. To be honest, it feels quite uncomfortable for three big men to be told by a petite and cute girl, especially since this is still true. But when you think about how to fight the android Gazaian bloodline, you can't fight at all. By the way, Gohan, what is the matter with you saying that we will all be resurrected? That's right, let's come here to ask Lord of the Realm for the location of the new Namek, with the help of Namek's Dragon Ball, resurrect you. As long as you resurrect Uncle Vic, your Earth's Dragon Ball will also be resurrected, and then you will be able to resurrect all the dead people on Earth. Gohan said with a smile, but Vic shook his head. I'm sorry Gohan, but after coming to the underworld, I became one with God, and now even the Dragon Balls that resurrect the Earth can't be resurrected. Ah, how can this be? If the Earth Dragon Balls can't be resurrected, they can only be resurrected one by one with the Namek Star Dragon Balls, which will have to be resurrected to the Year of the Monkey. For a while, everyone fell into deep thought. Bik has no evil heart now, and the two can't split. But Suyu said lightly. If you want to resurrect the Earth's divine dragon, you don't have to be Bik, just let a Namek Star come to the Earth God to resurrect the Earth Dragon Ball. Yes, there is also this method. Yamcha said in surprise. However, Gohan frowned and said. But Suyu, did you just become the god of the earth and have you to pass on the throne? It doesn't matter, Anyway, I became a god in the first place to save the world. What if I gave up the position of the god in order to save the world? Suyu didn't care about the position of the god at all. At this time, the king of the northern realm was full of thoughts. Recently he wanted to touch the fish more, but he wanted to be more open. After all, it was not a matter to be talked about all the time, so the king of the northern realm coughed a few times and said, "O God from the earth, since you are planning to abdicate, are you interested in becoming my apprentice?" Realm King. Apprentice Realm King. Suyu didn't expect that he would be promoted after being the Earth God for 2 days. Compared to the Earth God, although he was only a trainee Realm King, his God position was also above the God. In other words, she can feel more divine power. Maybe she can break through to the Scion God as soon as possible? So Suyu nodded directly and agreed. Okay. At the same time, the king of the northern realm also smiled contentedly. Now he can fish more happily, ha ha ha. Chapter 9. Gohan scanned the surroundings and asked his own question. Uncle Vegeta, didn't he practice with you? Vegeta. He is a wicked person. According to the rules of the underworld, not only can he not keep his body, but he will also go to hell to be punished, and he also made a big fuss in the underworld at the beginning. On the other side, the king of the northern realm began to investigate the whereabouts of the new Empire Star, and soon found the location of the new Namek Star. If you find the location of new Namek, X5236.75, Y6633.32, Z3421.69 if you change it to your Earth coordinates. Knowing the location, Gohan nodded and said, "This location is closer than the location of the old Namek. Now that the world is rebuilding, it's not so difficult to build a spaceship." But soon, the face of the king of the northern realm, who was originally exploring, changed greatly, and green was almost the same as big next to him. Oh no, the new Namek is about to have a catastrophe. Vic, who was originally very happy, heard that there was going to be a catastrophe in his hometown, and he suddenly became calm, and his face became greener. What's wrong with the Lord of the Realm? New Namek. Now a mechanical planet is flying towards Namek at a high speed, and many of the organic life forms that can devour everything on that mechanical planet have suffered, but I didn't expect it to be eyeing new Namek again. Hearing the words of the king of the northern realm, Gohan's face also became ugly, so he said to Suyu, let's hurry up and set off to the new Namek star. Okay. The two then said a brief goodbye to the group and left, and before leaving, Bic repeatedly told Gohan to save the new Namek. On the way back, Suyu was very puzzled by the mechanical planet that devoured organic life forms, and there seemed to be such an enemy in the Dragon Ball world. Gohan, after your father Goku defeated Frieza, in addition to his father taking him to take revenge, are there any other relatives of Frieza to take revenge? Yes, it was half a year after my father returned to Earth. Frieza's brother Gula came to take revenge, and Gura showed one more transformation than Frieza at that time, but in the end he was defeated by his father. Gula. Sure enough, this Dragon Ball world also incorporates the content of the old Dragon Ball theater. Suyu, why did you suddenly ask about this? It's okay, as an immortal, I have a hunch that this new Namek crisis is related to this one named Gula. Hey, can the gods predict the future? It's impossible, Dad, he beat Gula into the sun, and this can live. Hearing Gohan's incredulous question, Suyume's eyes turned and said, not necessarily, but who knows, anyway, let's go to Sinam first. Okay. After flying to the Yama Palace, the two said goodbye to the Yama King and teleported back to Earth, and then flew to the home of Tenunks, the western capital, without saying a word. At this time, Dibelma was sorting out the blueprints of the spaceship that his father had left behind. Is this the spaceship that Grandpa designed? Yes, your uncle Goku came to Namek on this spaceship to save your mother, me, your brother Gohan, and Uncle Klin. It's amazing, Mom, Can we start manufacturing now? Don't worry, after all, there are no raw materials now, and we can only make them when the ordered raw materials arrive. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, and the raw materials and resources for making a spaceship are huge, but they can be made quickly without the destruction of androids. However, the destruction of artificial humans has completely cut off the upstream and downstream industrial chains, and it will take at least half a year to start from zero. At this time, Tenunks looked up and said, "Brother Gohan and Sister Suyu have arrived." Then Tenunks ran to the door and opened the door, and soon Suyu and Gohan fell in front of Tenunks. "Brother Gohan, have you come back from the underworld? Did you see the coordinates of the Realm King?" Tenunks was also looking forward to this. He really wanted to meet his father, who had never met, although his father died after he was born, but he was not yet a year old at that time. Of course, he could not remember. "I've been there, and I've got the new Namek star coordinates." Gohan then enters the house and sees Bulma sorting out the drawings. When will Aunt Bulma's spaceship be made soon? This will have to wait until half a year later, and there is no way that the raw materials have not arrived yet. However, Gohan said with an anxious face, "It's too late. Lord of the Realm said that the new Namek is in crisis, and we must hurry up to protect the new Name Clan, otherwise we will eventually hope to be extinct. The new Namek star is facing a crisis." Bulma's face also changed after hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, Suyu raised his hand and said, "Can you show me the blueprint? I should be able to make it." At this point, Tenunks jumped for joy. "That's right, Sister Suyu can make something out of thin air, and it's perfect to use it to make a spaceship." "Can you make a spaceship?" "I am also a god, and although it is impossible to make a Gnosis life, most mortal machines can still be created, provided that the parameters of these things are known. I remember, Wukong said that the broken moon was repaired by the previous god, and it turns out that the god of the earth still has two brushes." "Suyu, I'm not talking about you, it's mainly. The main thing is that every time there is a crisis, the Earth Celestial God is also responsible for training personnel at most, and it is rare to see the Celestial God able to destroy the enemy head-on." "Okay, Bulma, you don't need to say it, let me see the drawings." "Okay." After a while, Suyu finished reading the design drawings. Thanks to becoming an immortal, otherwise Suyu would have spent a lot of time just remembering and understanding. Then Suyu came outside, raised his hand, and the energy gathered in his palm, and then start constructing. Then the energy in Suyu's hand was released, and the energy immediately turned into the energy skeleton of a spherical spaceship, and then the skeleton condensed, extending from the skeleton into a real spaceship. "What an amazing ability!" Bulma exclaimed, touching the spaceship in front of her. Suyu clapped his hands and said, "It's okay, I wouldn't have been able to construct this spaceship without the design drawings and the data you provided for various materials. Now Brother Gohan, we can go to the new Namek star." "Great!" Being able to go to the alien planet is still very exciting for the teenager Tenunks, and exploring the universe and the starry sky is very yearning for the teenager. Especially thinking that there are unknown enemies in the new Namek star, the Scion blood in the body of the young Tenunks is even more boiling. "I won't go to the new Namek, I don't have any combat power after all, I'd better stay and build the western capital." The last trip to Namekster made Bulma feel terrified. Now that she is older, she doesn't want to venture in the universe anymore, and now she needs to preside over the overall situation to rebuild the West. "Alright then, Mom, take care at home." "It's okay, now that the androids have been wiped out, the Earth is safe." On the side, Suyu also spoke. "Don't worry, as the god of the Earth, if something major happens to the Earth, I will also notice it, and according to the calculation, it will only take about 5 days to reach New Namek this time, and it won't take long. Because the Nameks found the new Namek when they made a wish on the Earth, the new Namek is not very far from the Earth. Yes, Tenunks, you can contact your mother at any time through the equipment on the spaceship. Well, we'll see you in 10 days, Mom. Because when constructing the spaceship, Silyu took into account the food and energy issues, so there was no need to prepare, and then the three of them stepped on the spaceship. The operation of the spaceship is very simple and intelligent, and Sun Wukong was able to fly to Namek in a spaceship without learning at the beginning. So the spaceship waved his hand and flew into the universe, to Namek. Chapter 10. There is an infinite space in the vast universe, and even the most vast galaxy can be seen everywhere, and at this time, a white light crossed. A white light was the spaceship that Silyu and the three of them were on, and it had been 3 days since they left the Earth at this time, and inside the spaceship, the three of them had a fierce confrontation under 100 times gravity. This spaceship is the same as the spaceship that Goku went to Namek back then, with the same gravity device, and the three of them are all scions, so they can't help but cultivate. Although the 100-fold gravity is very heavy, it is nothing to the three of them, but because the spaceship is very fragile for the three of them do not dare to fight with all their strength, so this makes Silyu, who is obviously the weakest of the three, the strongest. However, under 100 times gravity, his physical strength is consumed very quickly, and although Silyu is an artificial person, he is an old model after all, and he does not have unlimited energy like number 17 and number 18. After a few hours of fighting, all three of them were exhausted and out of breath. Then Silyu used his voice to lift the gravity 100 times, but Gohan and Tenunks were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Tenunks lay on the floor, gasping for air. Sister Silyu, you are too cunning, you actually secretly practice alone in the time house. Joke, the temple was originally my home, how can I be sneaky when I cultivate in my own home, but even so, I'm still not as good as you two, right? Although Silyu's normal combat power has reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 2, his aura is still not as strong as Gohan and Tenunks. After all, in the Spirit Time House, Gohan practiced for 2 months after becoming Super Saiyan 2, and Tenunks also practiced for a month, plus Super Saiyan 2 is a new realm for the two, so it is very easy to break through. And although Silyu's normalcy is comparable to Super Match 2, but normalcy is normal after all, and now Silyu has encountered a bottleneck, and it is difficult to break through in terms of mentality or skills. Silyu speculated that if he wanted to break through again, he might only be able to break through in the realm of gods. Or was his super race form not far away? At present, these are only Silyu's own speculations. After all, he is an artificial human fused with the genes of a scion, and the ghost knows how Galo fused to cause Silyu's current situation. For Silyu, he can only take one step at a time. Then Silyu took 3 bottles of the chilled sports drink and threw it to Tenunks and Gohan, who took the sports drink and gulped it down. It's so cool, I feel like I'm coming back to life. And Silyu also unscrewed the cap of the bottle and drank it. I have to say that this sports drink is like horse urine when drunk at room temperature, but it is not too refreshing to drink it after chilling, especially after sweating a lot. And after Gohan took Silyu's drink, he originally planned to unscrew it directly, but he accidentally saw Silyu pulling the tips of his hair behind his ears. Looking at the white neck of the silver-haired girl, his eyes were involuntarily attracted. At the same time, Gohan also had a question in his mind, why the girl's sweat was fragrant. And Silyu, who had finished drinking the drink, also noticed Gohan in a daze. So he looked at the drink in his hand and drank only half a bottle of drink, and directly pasted the drink on Gohan's face. Gohan suddenly felt his face ice and was startled, and when he came back to his senses, the silver-haired girl was laughing wildly because of the success of the prank. Ha ha ha, Gohan, your reaction is so funny. Looking at the laughing girl, Gohan only felt that the silver-haired girl in front of him was very cute, like the sunshine that dispelled the dark clouds. After laughing, the girl squatted down and tilted her head and asked, Gohan, what are you doing? Originally, Gohan thought that the girl in front of him was very cute, but now the appearance of tilting his head made Gohan feel that his heartbeat was faster. Hi! I'm thinking about the feeling of the battle just now, so, we'll be distracted. I see, it is indeed a part of the cultivation to summarize the battle perception. In short, Gohan, come on, your potential is far stronger than you imagined. Suyu looked at the more he looked at Gohan in front of him, the more pleasing he looked, and now he summed up his combat experience, and he didn't have to worry about the other party becoming a wild Bihan. Thinking about Dragon Ball Super Nakano Bihan, Suyu's blood pressure is full, and he obviously has to waste his cultivation as a result. Now that she has crossed into this world and has the genes of Sun Wukong, Gohan is also her own son in a sense. Of course, she is a father who doesn't want her son to be wasted, and she is of course very happy to see the other party take the initiative to summarize her feelings. What kind of strength Gohan will become in the future, Suyu can't imagine. Seeing the silver-haired girl in front of him encouraging him, Gohan had an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if he was tasting honey for the first time, that feeling of sweetness for the first time. So Gohan pretended to drink a drink to avoid the girl's gaze, for fear that the girl would see that she was lying, but during the drink, Gohan still couldn't help but peek at the smiling girl with the rest of his eyes. And Tenunks felt that his brother Gohan seemed to be a little strange recently, always looking at sister Suyu in a daze, although brother Gohan wanted to hide it, but he got along with brother Gohan day and night. How could he not notice brother Gohan's little move? For a while, Tenunks was a little curious about what happened to his brother Gohan. Obviously, because of his education and young age, Tenunks simply felt that Gohan's brother was just suspicious of his behavior, and he didn't notice Gohan's thoughts. However, Tenunks didn't immediately ask in person, and since Gohan wanted to cover it up, it was not easy for him to poke it. After drinking the drink, Suyu threw the drink bottle into the air, and then raised his foot and kicked the drink bottle into the trash can with a powerful shot. Yo roar, the ball is in. It seems that my playing skills are not bad. By the way, I'll go take a shower first, and everyone will have a day off tomorrow. After all, the day after tomorrow will arrive at Namek Star and get ready for a new battle. Gohan nodded. I know Sister Suyu. Then Suyu went to the bathroom to take a bath, and then Tenunks stepped forward and asked in a whisper. Brother Gohan, why do you always sneak at Sister Suyu? Hearing Tenunks's inquiry, Gohan's face changed slightly. Is there one? Of course there is, don't you know Gohan? Gohan just felt like he had a few glances, right, not very often. Anyway, don't tell Suyu about Tenunks, do. You know. Tenunks patted his chest and promised. I know, otherwise I just said it in front of Sister Suyu. By the way, Brother Gohan, why are you always like that? Could it be that there is something on Sister Suyu's face? How could there be? Suyu's face has always been clean. Then why? I don't know what's going on, I just can't help but look at Suyu, and then I'm afraid of being discovered by her. In short, Tenunks, don't tell Suyu. Gohan only felt that Suyu's smile and the fragrance on his body like a yalan inexplicably attracted him, but he didn't dare to say it directly. He felt like a pervert when he said it. Got it, I didn't expect you to know what's going on, Brother Gohan. Forget it, I'm about to fight the enemy, so I'm going to have a good rest and recharge my energy. Chapter 11. Far away in the universe, a planet made of an unknown alloy is flying at breakneck speed, and in front of it is the new Namek, and if nothing else, the two planets are about to collide. However, just when the two planets were about to collide, the metal planet turned into liquid metal in an extremely unscientific way, and then lay on the planet of New Namek like an octopus. And on the New Namek planet, the original scarce number of Namek people has multiplied rapidly with the help of the power of Dragon Ball, and the civilization of Namek has been established in the New Namek for more than 10 years. However, on this day, with the arrival of the metal planet, countless robots flew out of the metal planet, but they had only one purpose: to hunt and kill the Nameks. For a while, the Namek civilization, which was not easy to rebuild, fell into a desperate situation again. In front of a village somewhere in the new Namek, a middle-aged Namek was lying on the ground, looking at the robot in front of him with a look of fear. Discover the organism and carry out the capture plan. With that, the robot stretched out its huge mechanical arm to capture the Namek in front of it, and an angry shout came. "Stop!" And then slashed off the robot's arm. And the angry slash is a young Namek. "Uncle Ron, go quickly, the children have been evacuated, and I will be the next step." "But Dandy, you're not a combative Namek, don't worry, Uncle, I'm young and strong, even if I'm not a fighting type, I can run away, Uncle, let's go." "Okay." So the middle-aged Namek quickly got up and ran away while holding his injured abdomen, leaving Dandy alone to face the robot in front of him. And the robot had already pointed its camera at Dandy. "Change the goal, change the means, destroy the enemy." And the severed arm actually stretched out a wire, and then the liquid metal flowed out and solidified into a new arm. Sure enough, it's repaired again. Dandy's expression was solemn. These robots not only crushed the vast majority of Nameks in combat power, but also had a fast body repair speed. "Then it's so damaged that you can't repair it, so let's take a look at the moves I learned from my friend," said Dandy, raising his hands, each of which condensed Chi-Yuan slashes, and then threw them separately, intending to use multiple Chi-Yuan slashes to slash the robot in front of him to pieces. However, at this point, the robot computing center told operation, concluding that his body could not be slashed by the air under any circumstances. However, it doesn't mean that the robot has nothing to do with the air round slash. I saw that the robot raised its arm and shot out a few energy balls, and the energy balls directly hit the flying Chi-Yuan slash. To be precise, the energy balls directly exploded and shattered the Chi-Yuan slash before hitting the Chi-Yuan slash. Although the Chi-Yuan slash is very sharp, it is very fragile because of its thin and light blade. And Dandy was very shocked when he saw that his Chi-Round slash was cracked, and the robot also took advantage of Dandy's shock, and directly stretched out his arm like a snake to trap Dandy. Dandy used all the strength to break free, but the bruises on his forehead burst and he couldn't break free. Humph! The countdown to the annihilation cannon ready to fire. 3, 2. At this time, Dandy had already given up struggling. "It's a pity. I didn't expect to die again, I don't know if I can be resurrected this time." Just when Dandy was in despair, suddenly a sound of metal shattering came, and the original strong sense of restraint disappeared, and when Dandy opened his eyes, the robot had been crushed, and the man raised his hand to greet him. "It's good to arrive in time, yo. Long time no see, Dandy." Feeling the familiar aura of the other party, Dandy shouted in surprise. "Are you Gohan?" "Yes, it's me. It's been a long time, Gohan, you've grown so big." Dandy remembered the scene when Gohan left himself from Frieza, and as a result, after so many years, both of them have grown up. Gohan also smiled and said, "Don't you look exactly like Uncle Vic? If you stand together, I can't tell the two of you from the outside." There, I see that you Earthlings are still the same." Just when the two of them were ready to continue for a long time, Suyu and Tenunks also landed in front of the two. "Suyu, Tenunks is here for me to introduce you, this is Dandy." Suyu looked Dandy up and down, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, very suitable, very suitable." Was stared at by Suyu like a piglet, which made Dandy feel uncomfortable all over his body. That young lady. When the Nameeks had been on Earth for a few months, Dandy had often played with Gohan and Klin, so he learned some basic Earth etiquette. "Why do you look at me like that?" "It's okay, by the way, your name is Dandy, right? are you interested in coming to our earth as a god? God? What kind of god? I don't have that interest now, I want to protect my home first. Alas, don't be busy refusing, although the earth gods don't have 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and they don't have all kinds of benefits, but that's a great cause. Just as Suyu continued, Gohan, who couldn't stand it, couldn't help but cough a few times and said, "That's Suyu, I think we can help the Namek people solve the current crisis first, don't make Dandy too embarrassed." Embarrassed? Well, it's a bit embarrassing, so let's do it another way. Hearing Suyu's words, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, but this Namek, you don't want your hometown to be saved, right? Gohan and Tenunks almost fell to the ground when they heard this. Why did this taste so wrong? This. Okay, I'm not kidding, I'm just joking about the dreary atmosphere, let's save Namek, alas, hey. Suyu scratched his head and said with a grin. Gohan let out a long sigh of relief, but after Suyu's tossing, his originally dull mood was much brighter. On the other side, the robots in the surrounding area received the information that the robots in the vicinity had been destroyed, and all of them gathered. After being surrounded by robots, Suyu shook his hand with his back to Tenunks and said, "Tenunks, you take Dandy to a safe place first, this place is about to become a fierce battlefield." Fierce battlefield, Sister Suyu, are these broken copper and iron so powerful? It's not that Tenunks underestimates these robots, this group of robots is too weak, and they can be easily solved even if they are normal. Of course there is, don't look at these robots as miscellaneous fish, just like the game we played, after solving the miscellaneous fish, there are elite monsters and even bosses appearing. I know, Sister Suyu, Brother Gohan, be careful, I'll be back right away. So the teenager Tenunks escorted the injured Dandy away first. Of course, when leaving, several robots did not look long and wanted to attack, but Tenunks raised his hand and was killed. At the same time, Suyu and Gohan also shot at the same time, although there were a lot of robots, but as Suyu said, these were all miscellaneous fish, and soon a large group of robots were dismantled into parts all over the ground. What a pile of broken metal, we collapsed before we could warm up. Suyu kicked the head of a robot open. This group of robots is actually not very low in combat effectiveness, and it is a few points stronger than the Mecha team I met with the Frieza Kainut team and the Gula team back then. Gohan recalls that he almost lost his life after suffering on Namek, but now the robot that surpassed Team Kainut has been turned into a miscellaneous fish, which has to make people sigh. However, at this moment, with the sound of metal clashing and the signature smile, Gohan's face changed drastically. Roar, oh, I didn't expect Sun Wukong-san to remember it. Gohan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the figure that once brought him fear. Gula. Although Gura in front of him turned into a robot, Gohan recognized it at a glance. I really didn't expect to meet Sun Wukong-san on this planet now, and now I will be able to be ashamed. Gula, you recognize the wrong person, my name is Sun Gohan, and my father is Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan? I'm really sorry, I didn't expect to make a mistake, the children of the year have also grown up, and they have become so strong, it's not simple, by the way, where did your father Sun Wukong go? I miss your father very much. For so many years, Gula has been thinking about breaking Sun Wukong's body into thousands of pieces to avenge the revenge of the year. Chapter 12. Hearing that Metal Gula was looking for his father, Gohan's fist trembled slightly, and then said with a solemn expression. Many years ago, my father left us, and he is no longer in this world. Monkey King is dead. He didn't expect that he had been planning for so many years and fantasized about revenge, and the revenge scene was rehearsed over and over again in his brain, and finally he thought that he had achieved great success, and he was told that Sun Wukong's hateful Scion Monkey was dead? Humph, the Scion Monkey is really a low-level creature, and if you say you die, you will die, but since you are still alive, then let you accept my revenge instead of your father Sun Wukong. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily, I want you to bear the pain I was floating in the universe back then. The pain that wafts through the universe. Humph, don't you wonder why I didn't die back then? At the beginning, your father Sun Wukong blasted me into the sun, and before entering the sun, I broke free, so I didn't die early like your short-lived ghost father. Hearing the other party's taunt of his father, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and he wanted to immediately punch Metal Gula, but he held back. Even if you break free at the last moment, your body won't be much better. That's right, even if I managed to break free at the last critical moment, but the rest of my body except my brain was already pineapple, so I was floating in the universe for many years. When Gula was sent into the sun, he didn't actually die, but he was still alive with half of his body left, and finally accidentally fused with the chip left by Bigster, relying on the high-tech repair device of Bigster Star to continuously regenerate and enhance his ability, and turned into a Metal Gura, and merged with Bigster Star, constantly devouring the planet, becoming what it is today. Now I have far surpassed my former self, Son Gohan, you can't win me, ha ha ha. Yes, although my father has left me, I will inherit my father's will and protect myself and cherish everything, so no matter how strong Gula becomes, I will defeat you. Gohan said with a resolute expression, pointing at Metal Gula's nose. On the side, Suyu looked at the high-spirited Gohan, showing a pleased smile. She stepped forward and patted Gohan on the shoulder and said, "That's right, Metal Gula, don't think that only you have become stronger over the years, you are far beyond the original self, why aren't we?" Metal Gula naturally did not have Suyu's figure in his memory. But he keenly caught a glimpse of Suyu's tail. "Oh? So you're also a Scion monkey, hey, how many Scions did my stupid Udaudu miss back then? But it doesn't matter, I'm going to wipe out all of you Scion monkeys today." Obviously, Metal Gula misjudged Suyu's origin, but it didn't matter, because in the next second, several people made a concerted move. In the face of Metal Gula, Gohan, who has been repeatedly tempered by years of hellish life, did not start to wave from normal, but directly exploded and transformed into a Super Saiyan. And Suyu saw Gohan transform into a super race, and he burst out with the same breath. Although the combat power of Metal Gula far exceeds that of himself who had a physical body back then, it is also stronger than number 17 and 18 on the Earth, according to Suyu's calculations. Metal Gula is probably equivalent to a stage of full power Shuru at this time. And now Gohan's transformation into a super race can be described as a state of full power, and with the addition of Suyu with the same combat power, he was hit in the abdomen by the two of them just by taking a photo. Metal Gula's abdomen was directly crushed and his body was broken into two knots up and down. During this period, Metal Gura didn't even touch Gohan and Suyu Yujiao. Just when Gohan thought he had succeeded in defeating Metal Gula's body, which had been broken in half, actually stretched out wires and connected them together, and liquid metal quickly flowed out to complete the repair. After the repair is completed, the Metal Gula moves his neck a little. "Well, I'm disappointed, right? It's impossible for you Scion monkeys to defeat me in front of my strong repair power, ha ha ha, and every time I repair it, I can get stronger." Saying that, Metal Gula disappeared directly in front of the two of them, and appeared behind Gohan in the next second, wanting to sneak attack Gohan while Gohan was not paying attention, but Metal Gura slashed past Gohan's body in front of him with a knife in his hand, and he was not hindered in the slightest. "What? Fix it once and get stronger, but you don't get that strong in my eyes, it seems that the gap between us is too big." At this time, Gohan's figure appeared behind Metal Gura, who wanted to turn around, but was kicked out by Gohan with a blow and kicked out, and then fell and ate. "Masaka, how can you Scion monkeys? It's all said, we've been getting stronger over the years, let's die, since you can repair yourself, then bombard you to the slag and see how you repair it." Gohan And Suryu couldn't help but gather energy bombs together, and the metal Gura who had just landed and stood up had no time to dodge, and was hit by the energy ball of the two and then exploded into a pile of metal fragments. Is this eliminated? Although Gohan weighed that he was able to crush Metal Gula with full power in the super race, has Metal Gula improved over the years? However, Suryu shook his head and said, No, you see this planet Bigsta is still clinging to Novanamek, and Metal Gula said that he is the core of the planet Bigsta, and it is impossible for planet Bigsta to die without reaction. We may even be able to eliminate just one of the mass-produced doppelgangers. Gohan thought that it might indeed be the case, and as soon as Suryu's words fell, Metal Gula's voice came again. Ha ha ha, that's right, you just knocked down just a little clone of mine. Looking in the direction of the voice, Gohan saw rows and rows of Metal Guras, and it can be said that the Metal Guras in front of him formed the Gura army. There are so many. Gohan felt unreal, because any of the Metal Guras here were better than number 17 or number 18, and as a result, they were mass-produced indefinitely. And Suryu looked at the Metal Gula army in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that in the world of Dragon Ball, except for Beerus, who can sit on the ground and upgrade, other bosses become inferior to dogs once they are out of breath. Ha ha ha, you can destroy one of my clones, can you still destroy so many of us? Hearing Metal Gula's voice, Gohan said coldly. Is that all you say? Although I am surprised by the number of clones, don't think that a large number can defeat us. At this time, Tenunks also flew back, and when he saw the Metal Gula Legion in front of him, he immediately became excited. Are there so many enemies? That's amazing, hey! Tenunks also transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Another Saiyan monkey. Another one. It seems that you are afraid, Gula, are you just like this? It is also your family that has been defeated by our Scions, the Emperor of the Universe? Humph, it is better to change the name to the Cosmic Miscellaneous Fish. It is the so-called Siege of the City for the bottom, and the Attack of the Heart for the top, so Suryu opened his mouth and mocked. In the face of Suryu Gula, he directly broke the defense. Their clan has ruled the universe for so long, and as a result, they are called trash fish. The question is that she is still telling the truth. Her father's own stupid brother and herself have fallen into the hands of the Saiyan monkey who has always looked down on him. Damn Saiyan monkey, don't be too arrogant, everyone will give it to me. So for a while, countless Metal Gulas rushed to Suryu, Gohan, and Tenunks. Gohan glanced at Tenunks and said, Be careful that Tenunks will regenerate indefinitely unless he dries the Metal Gula to pieces. I see, Gohan-san. And as Suryu said, although these Metal Guras are stronger and more numerous, they are still miscellaneous fish. It's just wishful thinking to kill us with crowd tactics. Tenunks' punch shattered a Metal Gula, and then condensed a ball of light to shatter a row of Metal Gulas. It's not that he is arrogant enough to say this, because the Super Saiyan full power state is not only improved to the extreme, but also the most energy-efficient form, and this group of Metal Guras can't consume much energy even if they do. Of course, it stands to reason that Super Race 2 should also have the full power of the peak of combat power and the best energy saving, but for this time Tenunks can't do it, Gohan can't do it either, so the two prefer to fight with Super 1 full power. However, Gohan and Tenunks didn't know that at this time, the Gula body in the center of the planet Bigsta looked at his eliminated clone and laughed angrily. Ha ha ha, sure enough, the Scions are just a group of savage monkeys with a low level of intelligence. The more you destroy, the happier I am. It's been a long time since I've eaten so full. And although Suryu was also excited because of the Saiyan blood in her body when she was fighting, she quickly noticed something unusual. So Suryu closed his eyes and stepped on the earth, only to find that the ground under his feet was full of dense power grids, and this power grid was connected to the planet Bigsta. Because to completely destroy the Metal Gula, it is necessary to send out energy waves to destroy it. But every time the energy wave destroys the Metal Gula, it will be absorbed by the power grid hidden under the ground, and they will attack the equivalent of charging the planet Bixta. Sure enough, because of their own crossing, it led to some butterfly effects, and now they are so cunning in the face of Metal Gula. After sensing Metal Gula's conspiracy, Silyu immediately shouted, "Everyone stop first!" Hearing Silyu's words, Gohan and Tenunks both stopped. "What's wrong? Silyu? What's going on, sister? Silyu?" Silyu didn't answer the two directly, but raised his hand and threw an energy ball to the ground, under Silyu's precise control. The energy ball just blew up a thin layer of the ground. Gohan and Tenunks are then surprised to find that they are all covered with dense power grids beneath their feet. "What is this?" Silyu put his index finger and thumb on his chin, and then analyzed. "These are supposed to be tentacles extended from the planet Bixta. The purpose is probably to absorb the energy of this planet. I noticed that when we released the energy wave will disappear inexplicably. If I guess correctly, these metal gulas are just bait. Let us release the energy and it will take the opportunity to absorb it. I'm right, Gula." Oh, I didn't expect that not all of you Scion monkeys think with muscles. That's right, I do use this method to absorb your energy. Thank you for allowing me to gain energy that I can only accumulate in the past hundreds of years, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Gohan and Tenunks's faces became a little ugly, but Silyu's face was still as calm as ever. "Are you very proud of your indiscriminate tricks? Don't you know that any intrigue is useless in the face of absolute power?" At this time, the ontological Gula said proudly with the help of one of his doppelgangers. "Ha ha ha, that's right, through the battle just now, I know that the three of you are hiding more powerful power. But so what? First of all, if you want to destroy my Bixta planet, you need a huge energy wave to attack, otherwise I can instantly repair the damaged parts with my physical attack alone, and if I attack with energy, I can also absorb it. Rest assured that my Bixta planet can expand infinitely, no matter how much energy is infused, it can be absorbed." Hearing this, Tenunks and Gohan's faces became even more ugly. Of course, this is also a bit unexpected by Silyu. The Bixta planet in the original book was not able to withstand the infinite energy infusion, and it was the overload caused by the infusion of a large amount of super race energy. But now that Silyu thinks about this plot, it is unreasonable. After all, a metal Gula can surpass a single Super Scion. How can he be stuffed with Super Scion energy? However, there is no plot kill now. Then Metal Gula continued to say proudly. "Besides, even if you have the means to destroy the planet Bixta now, you will piggyback on the new Namek planet to destroy it, ha ha ha. Damn! Tenunks never expected the other party to be so despicable and actually kidnap the entire planet." Gohan also had a headache, knowing that his own strength far surpassed that of the other party, but in the end, he had no way to take the other party. He couldn't attack with energy, he couldn't completely destroy the other party, and the other party also kidnapped the entire new Namek star. However, when Gohan looked at Silyu, he found that the latter's face was still calm and breezy, and he was not panicked at all. This calm expression seemed to see his father back then. "What are you laughing at, Gula? What do you mean?" And then Silyu sneered. "Do you think I'm really helpless against you?" Gula in the center of the planet Bixta suddenly had a sense of foreboding. "Silyu, what can you do?" "Gohan, didn't I say that reading is also a kind of practice? Since it is a practice, then it is integrated, you know." "I know, but how to break the situation now?" "Gohan, you should know about electromagnetic waves." Gohan nodded. Of course he knew electromagnetic waves. "Did you know that electromagnetic waves of a certain frequency can accurately destroy all kinds of electronic devices, especially the chips in them, without affecting the organism? And I am glad that the new Namek is a primitive civilization, so this electromagnetic wave will not adversely affect the new Namek. If this kind of electromagnetic wave appears on the Earth on a large scale, the Earth's civilization will be paralyzed immediately, and the consequences of the unusability of various electronic devices will be very serious. And Gula was already panicking at this time, because he was able to manipulate the planet Bixta because he was fused with a highly intelligent chip, and once his chip was destroyed, he would become nothing. However, Gula still pretended to be calm and said, "Even so, what can you do? Can you release electromagnetic waves at that frequency?" "Why not? As the god of the earth, I already have the ability to construct everything, and it is no problem to construct an electromagnetic pulse energy bomb. So start constructing." Saying that, Suyu began to construct an electromagnetic pulse energy bomb, and Gula, who was still pretending to be calm, couldn't fit it at all. He understood a truth: staying in the Green Mountains, not afraid of running out of firewood, so he directly chose to run away with a bucket, but if he couldn't beat it, he couldn't run. Soon there was a wide range of vibrations from the new Namek star, and then like an octopus, the planet Bixta quickly gathered back into a spherical shape. And then ran away quickly. "Sister Suyu, hurry up, Gula, he's going to run." However, Suyu said calmly, "It's okay to let it run, it can't run." Hearing this, Gula quickened his pace. Fortunately, it took time for the other party to construct that electromagnetic energy bomb. Soon Gula manipulated the entire planet Bixta to break away from Namek and run into the universe. "Sister Suyu is not okay yet, the enemy is already gone." "Is it running? That's good," said Suyu and revoked the construction of the electromagnetic pulse energy bomb. "Suyu, what are you?" "To be honest, I'm just deceiving Gula. I haven't figured out the principle of this bomb yet, how it is possible to construct it." Gohan and Tenunks glanced at each other. They didn't expect Suyu to actually deceive Gula. It's good that Gula didn't hear it, otherwise he vomited 3 liters of blood. And Suyu also knocked on his head and said, "Have you forgotten? My brain also has an auxiliary combat chip. If I make this kind of bomb, I can't destroy myself." Looking at the planet Bixta that had fled into space, Gohan frowned and said, "Are you just letting him run? If he can really absorb infinite energy, it won't be long before he surpasses us." "Of course not. But how do you attack it? His shell can absorb energy, and we Scions can't breathe in space in close combat." "That's right, neither Earthlings nor Scions can breathe in space, but I am an Earth god, and gods can breathe in space. If the gods can't breathe in the universe, then how can they repair the moon?" Then under the shocked gazes of Gohan and Tenunks, Suyu flew directly into space. And Gula, who escaped from Namek, was relieved. As long as he came to space, he would be safe. The group of Scion monkeys could not breathe in space, and he could absorb it if it was a long-range energy attack. "Damn the Scion monkey! I will soon be able to surpass you, and then the end of you Scions will come." However, at this time, the radar alarm of the planet Bixta was remembered, and then Gula was shocked to find that the Scion mother monkey actually chased into space, and did not show the slightest suffocation. When will the Scions actually be able to survive in space? This is not scientific. So Gula can only manipulate the planet Bixta to continue running, and then Suyu's speed is faster. Looking at the approaching Suyu, Gula in the center can't help but scold. "The Scions are still chasing me." Chapter 13. Although Suyu seemed to be trying her best to catch up with Gula, Suyu was actually deliberately slowing down herself, because she needed Gula to run farther away from the new Namek star. When she felt that the battlefield was far enough away from Namek, Suyu directly exploded to close the distance between her and Gula. Gula was furious, who was being pursued. Although he didn't know why the female Scion monkey in front of him was able to move in space, Gula knew that he couldn't escape and had to go all out. And on Namek, although Gohan and Tenunks could feel the breath of Suyu and Gula, they couldn't see the situation on the battlefield from too far away, and they were a little anxious. "Brother Gohan, Sister Suyu, she's fine. Don't worry, Suyu, She has always been calm, and she shouldn't have an accident if she thinks about it. Although Suryu's combat power is the most group of the three, his mind is the smartest, and his combat skills are also stronger than them, so Gohan is very relieved of Suryu. And after Bigsta broke away from the new Namek, the Nameks who had taken refuge also came out, and Dandy was the first to find Gohan and Tenunks. Gohan! Dandy, you're here! Dandy noticed that Gohan was a little anxious but was hiding his emotions, and noticed that Suryu was not there, and Dandy understood. Gohan, are you worried about that partner of yours? Well, yes, although I can sense the breath, I can't see the battlefield. Can't see it. There's a way, Uncle Moslian, please come over for a while. What's wrong? Dandy. A chubby Namek flew over and asked, and Dandy immediately said when he saw this. Uncle, I remember you have a clairvoyant magic, can you show us the battle in outer space? Gohan and they are worried about their companions. The chubby Namek nodded. Of course, it's not a problem at all. Chubby Namek immediately cast a spell and projected the battle in space. Tenunks looked at the screen and shouted. That Bigsta planet is deformed again. I saw that the original spherical planet Bigsta was transformed again, and then turned into the shape of Gula, and at this moment is the real power of Gula. The bodies that change from one planet to another can be said to be very huge, and their own combat power has skyrocketed to a higher level. The gap between the two could be clearly felt by the people watching the battle through the screen, and the size of the two was like the difference between a mayfly and a blue whale. The most important thing is that at this time, they obviously felt the true strength of Gula, which was actually on par with Suryu at this time. Suryu directly exploded and then gathered his strength into his fist and rushed towards Gula, who also waved a huge fist, and the fists of the two collided in space, and the aftermath of the powerful energy directly shattered the surrounding planets. Seeing the broken planets, Suryu was glad that he did not fight near the new Namek, otherwise the new Namek would definitely end up like the uninhabited planets around it. But the two of them didn't stop fighting for once, and then the figures of the two kept colliding in space, and soon the surrounding starry sky was all destroyed. Suryu looked at the planets around him that had been destroyed by the aftermath of their battle, and sighed that this was the destructive power that the Dragon Ball battle should have. At this time, Gula's voice reached Suryu's mind through electromagnetic waves. Damn, Scion Monkey, don't push people too much, now that you and I are almost the same in strength, it's impossible to defeat me. Yes, I didn't expect your body to reach the full power state of Super Saiyan, but your state won't last long. I guess right, you should be overloaded now, right, otherwise you would have shown this strength at the beginning. Damn! Gula! Didn't expect to be seen through by this Scion female monkey again. Humph, even so, my planet Bigsta has an unparalleled ability to repair, unless it is completely destroyed in an instant, I can continue to fight, but if you want to destroy all my body, you must use energy waves, but unfortunately I can absorb any energy waves, and now I am not afraid of your electromagnetic pulse bomb in this space, I am confident that I can dodge your bomb in such a vast space humanoid state. Yes, absorbing energy is a headache, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it, you know? Humph, Sun Wukong, who defeated you at the beginning, has another move in addition to the Turtle Sect Kigong Yuan Chi Bomb Realm King Fist, and this move is specially used to deal with enemies like you with a special physique. What? Although Gula is now far stronger than the Monkey King back then, he was still a little stunned when he heard the name Monkey King. That's... At this time, Suryu exploded again, condensing his strength into his fist again. And then Dragon Fist. A huge golden oriental dragon flew out of Suryu's fist, and when he saw this golden dragon, Gula was shocked and wanted to run away, only to see that this giant dragon penetrated Gula's huge body, and then this huge golden dragon directly wrapped around Gula's huge body. Damn Scion Monkey! Erupt! Then the golden dragon detonated itself and completely shattered the planet-sized Gula completely. Looking at the explosion in this universe, the corners of Suryu's mouth rose. And a few people who watched the battle were speechless, especially at the end. Suryu's dragon fist explosion brought the ultimate visual enjoyment. It's amazing, Sister Suryu's trick is too handsome, especially that golden dragon is too domineering, I have to learn it too. Golden dragon? Is that the divine dragon of the earth? It looks so powerful. Dandy has seen the divine dragon of his own Namek star, and that divine dragon is simply a fat house compared to the divine dragon shown by Suryulong's fist. Of course, Suryu didn't leave directly, and after searching for a long time in the ruins of the explosion, he finally found Gula, who had half of his body left. Sure enough, my guess is right, you're not dead. Damn Scion monkey, you. However, before Gula's cruel words were finished, he was directly wiped out by Suryu raising his hand in an energy wave. The villain dies of talking too much, although I'm not a villain, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Then Suryu suggested the underworld, and after confirming that Gula had gone to the underworld completely, he was completely relieved. Soon Suryu returned to the new Namek, and as the savior who eliminated Gula, the three of them were welcomed by the Nameks. Later, the three of them proposed the idea of using the Dragon Ball to the Namek Elder, and it happened that the Namek also wanted to use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the Namek who was killed by Gula, so they simply used it together. By the way, Dandy, I remember that your Namek Star Dragon Ball can only resurrect one person at a time, right? Before Dandy could reply, the Great Elder who was holding on to his crutches on the side said with a kind smile. Ha ha ha, don't worry, since the Frisia incident. I've upgraded the Dragon Balls, and now the Dragon Balls can resurrect many people at once. Hearing the news, Tenunks jumped in surprise. Great, Gohan go, now all the dead can be resurrected. Gohan smiled. Yes, now everyone can be resurrected. Chapter 14. As Dandy read that the Earthlings could not understand the spell of Namek, the Dragon Balls that were bigger than watermelons shone brightly, and then the originally clear day directly turned into night, and in this dark night, the huge Namek dragon bloomed with golden light. Suryu looked at the Namek star divine dragon in front of him, although he was not the kind of fat house he complained about in his previous life, no matter how he said it, he was a muscular man, but he still felt that he was not as handsome as the Earth Divine Dragon. Say your wishes, and I will do my best to fulfill all three of you. 3 wishes, the Namek Star Dragon is so powerful, I heard my mother say that the dragon of our Earth can only fulfill 1 wish. Tenunks had heard his mom tell the story of her adventures with Gohan's father in search of Dragon Balls, and now she finally met the legendary dragon. Gohan, do you want to make a wish? Dandy, you resurrect the dead Nameks first, we're not in a hurry here. Well, I know, Gohan. Dandy looked up and made a wish again in Namek language. Understood, resurrect the dead Nanomeks of this Gula invasion. I saw a golden light flash in the eyes of the strong man Shenlong, and said. The wish has been granted, and the dead Nameks have been resurrected. Tenunks looked around and saw that a few Nameks who had been lying on the ground breathless not far away had come to life, and they were immediately surrounded by their own children and wept tears of excitement. And the remaining 2 wishes were left to Suryu and the others. And Gohan said to Dandy. Trouble resurrecting the dragon who was killed by androids 17 and 18. Okay. However, before he could finish speaking, Suryu immediately added. Except for Dr. Gallo's old bidden. Suryu doesn't want to resurrect Gallo, otherwise what if the other party comes up with a Super 17? Understood. Dandy nodded and looked up at the dragon to make a wish. Understood, but because people on the earth have been dead for a long time, their bodies have long been decomposed and need to be repaired, which will also be considered a wish, and about 10% of people have chosen to be reincarnated, and these people who have been reincarnated cannot be resurrected. Listening to Shenlong's story, Suryu also expressed his understanding, and had to admit that Shenlong's wish was reliable, and he would believe it in any situation. Then make 2 wishes, and if you can't be resurrected, you can't be resurrected. Suyu waved his hand. Yuchen people couldn't come back completely, after all, it was people's free choice. Well, I'll grant your wishes. On Earth, people at this time were basking in the joy of the destruction of the 17th and 18th, and also remembered their dead family and friends, so some people went to worship the dead family and friends, but when they worshipped, they were surprised to find that their dead family and friends had crawled out of the grave intact. After a short period of surprise and stunned, after confirming that the other party was not an undead ghost such as a zombie ghost, they immediately hugged each other and cried. Both of your wishes have come true together, goodbye, said Namek. The star divine dragon turned into 7 stone balls and fell, not like the earth divine dragon scattered and flew to the rest of the earth. As the god of the earth, Suyu, although he is not on the earth, he can still use his privilege as the god of the earth to see the situation on the earth. Most of the dead on earth have been resurrected. Well, the earth will soon be back to its former life. Gohan was overjoyed that his wish had finally come true after all these years. And Tenunks asked worriedly. That Sister Suyu, is my father resurrected? Although Tenunks doesn't remember his father Vegeta, it doesn't mean that he doesn't expect his father. Don't worry, Tenunks, your father, he's resurrected. That's great. It's just that Suyu showed a subtle expression at this time, because Vegeta, who had just been resurrected, was being beaten violently by Vic. Time goes back a few minutes ago. Back then, the Z soldiers were killed in the same area, so when they were resurrected, they were also in the same area. Vic, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha and others knew in advance that they would be resurrected, so they were not surprised. But Vegeta has been doing a lot of evil in life for so many years, so not only did he not retain his body after death, but his soul has been tortured in hell by all kinds of torture, and he doesn't know what is happening outside, so he was stunned at the moment of his resurrection. However, Vegeta soon realizes that her current state is the same as she was on Namek. Feeling her long-lost body, Vegeta felt more refreshed than changing into new panties for the new year. I, Vegeta, have finally come back from hell, damn androids, I must let you die at my hands this time, ahahaha. Although there is no physical body in hell that cannot be cultivated, Vegeta did not give up, because he later thought of a way for Kakarot to tell him to meditate, after so many years of meditation. He has long had the idea of getting stronger, and if he is given some time, he can surpass the number 17 and 18. Still thinking about knocking down 17 and 18? Don't think about it, now 17 and 18 have long been defeated by Gohan and Tenunks, and if you want to see 17 and 18 again, you can only go to hell again. Vic looked at Vegeta, who was laughing wildly, and wanted to take down number 17 and 18, and felt a little pitiful for the other party, so he spoke up. What? Knocked down by Kakarot's son and my son? Vegeta was shocked at first, and although he had a hint of joy when he heard that his son had defeated number 18, he soon felt humiliated. He has always been strong, and he felt unwilling to be surpassed by Kakarot back then, but now he is surpassed by 2 mixed-race scions, even if one of them is his son, it is even more difficult for him to accept. Damn it, I'm obviously the strongest scion, I'm the strongest, how can I be surpassed by 2 little ghosts? Because of his reluctance and humiliation, Vegeta directly exploded, destroying the surroundings directly, and then raising huge smoke and dust. Vic and the others left in the moment of the explosion, and Kling coughed a few times and complained. What is Vegeta doing with such a bastard? However, when the smoke cleared, Vegeta, who had black hair, turned golden. P.S. Vegeta of the main plane became a super race after 3 years of hard training, and Vegeta didn't know about the arrival of androids in the future plane, so the cultivation was definitely not as diligent as the main plane, and after Goku's death, it was hard to say how much fighting spirit Vegeta would have. And the Dragon Ball Super manga has a scene of the Z fighters fighting with No. 17 and 18, and Vegeta has not changed to a super match in the picture. Vegeta was ecstatic when she saw herself turn into a super game. Ha ha ha, I'm finally a Super Saiyan too, I'm going to be the strongest Saiyan in the world, wahaha, Kakarote's son, you'll soon be my stepping stone. Obviously, after becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's confidence skyrocketed. However, when Vic heard that Vegeta wanted Gohan to be his stepping stone, he didn't want to continue to deal with Vegeta, but he said lightly sarcastically. What about Super Saiyans? Not to mention Gohan and Tenunks, their strength is far beyond that of you now, and there is a female Saiyan next to them who is also the new Earth God, and her strength is also far superior to you, in a sense, you are the weakest Saiyan. Hearing Vic's sarcasm, this made Vegeta, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, whose confidence skyrocketed, bare, especially when he heard the other party say that he was the weakest Saiyan, and his arrogance rose again. Damn Namek, do you know who you're talking to? It's Super Saiyan Super Vegeta standing in front of you. Vegeta smirked at himself with a thumbs up. So what? In my opinion, your Super Saiyan is nothing more than that, let alone using Gohan as a stepping stone, you can't even beat me. Namek, don't think that I don't dare to kill you, I dare to underestimate me as a Saiyan Prince, I'll let you see how powerful I am today. As she spoke, Vegeta rushed directly at Vic. However, Vic raised his hand and easily received Vegeta's punch. No way, when did you get so strong? Super Vegeta, your fists are so weak. Vic then pulled Vegeta over and slammed it into Vegeta's abdomen. In an instant, Vegeta's pupils were refreshed, and bitter water was spit out. Finally resurrected Super Vegeta, and it became a quick Vegeta. Suyu, who saw this scene, said that it was worthy of the work that Vegeta could make. Chapter 15. Because of Vic's heavy punch, Vegeta, who was originally full of confidence, directly changed from blonde hair to black hair. It took a long time for Vegeta to catch his breath, and he looked at Vic in disbelief, knowing that he was so much stronger than Vic before he was killed by the androids. As a result, now the opponent has made himself lose his combat effectiveness with just one punch. Vegeta, you are too arrogant, don't think that you can be invincible in the world if you become a Super Saiyan. Now Gohan and they have already surpassed the Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan you transformed into is just their starting point, now you surpass me first, and then surpass Gohan. Saying that, Vic snorted coldly, and then flew away. Klin and the others glanced at Vegeta and didn't say anything. After all, Vegeta hadn't cultivated for so many years, and even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would have already retired from the version, so they also flew away. Hey! And on the new Namek planet, Suyu proposed to invite Dandy to the Earth as a god. Faced with Suyu's invitation, Dandy was a little hesitant, he didn't know if he could be qualified for this position. However, the Great Elder smiled and said, "Go ahead, Dandy, you are the best young generation of our dragon-type Nameks, you are fully qualified, you have to believe in yourself." In this way, with the encouragement of the Great Elder, Dandy, who was still hesitant, accepted Suyu's invitation. After saying goodbye to his people, Dandy followed Suyu and the others on the spaceship back to Earth. Because of the crisis of Namek that has just been resolved, Suyu did not take Gohan and Tenungster with him, and for Science, the release of relaxation and entertainment helps the growth of S cells in the body. As for whether it will be boring, don't worry at all, when Bulma's father designed the spaceship, he added a lot of entertainment facilities. So before I knew it, 5 days had passed, and the landing place of the spaceship was naturally the door of Bulma's house. And Bulma also went out early to greet him after learning the news. As the hatch slowly opened, Suyu, who was the leader, walked in front, followed by Gohan, Tenunks, and Dandy. Bulma looked at the crowd and smiled. "Welcome back, Suyu, Gohan, Tenunks, and Dandy knows soon. In addition to Bulma, Vic has arrived. Seeing the resurrected Vic, Gohan was the first to fly in front of Vic. Uncle Vic, you're here too. Of course come, after all, Gohan saved the new Namek, and I, as a Namek, naturally want to express my gratitude to you. Hearing Vic's words, Gohan scratched his head and said, Actually, I didn't make much effort, thanks to Suyu to be able to destroy Metal Gula, otherwise we might really have nothing to do with him. Now Gohan feels a headache when he thinks back to the Metal Gula that can be infinitely regenerated and infinitely absorbed, and at the same time, he understands that sometimes power can't solve everything. At the same time, I also understand that I can't read books to death, but must learn to put the knowledge in books into practice. Vic turned his head and expressed his gratitude to Suyu. Suyu looked at Vic in front of him and was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, the other party was combined with the previous god after all, so he would naturally show part of the personality of the god. Thank you. No thanks. It's a fluke, if it weren't for Gulada's plan to escape from the new Namek, I wouldn't have eliminated him so easily. And Dandy was also very excited to see Vic. In addition to Vic being a Namek, he was also his former big brother Neil. Big brother Vic. It's been a long time, Dandy has grown up. Looking at Dandy growing up, Vic was also happy for it. At this time, Tenunks, who was looking around, asked his own question. Mom, where did my dad go? Although Tenunks heard Gohan say that his father was a little unpleasant, he was still looking forward to meeting his father. Hearing Tenunks ask where dad had gone, Bulma looked embarrassed. This is your father. Suyu came up and said at this time. Let me tell you. You know. Vic said. As an Earth god, even if you are far away from the aliens, you can detect the situation on the Earth. Vic naturally knew this, and Suyu also smiled and nodded. That's right, Tenunks, your father, he is cultivating in the Spirit Time House, and he should be coming out soon. Suyu speculated that Vegeta had been cleaned up by Vic and had been shut up for a few days, and then returned home and asked Bulma about the Spirit Time House. Cultivation. Tenunks frowned, knowing that he was coming back, but he came back to see himself, and his mother had been widowed for so many years and did not accompany his mother. Coupled with the experience of hearing about his father from Gohan before, the impression of his father, whom he had never met, was extremely bad. If he cultivates, he will cultivate, it's better not to go home for the rest of his life, anyway, he hasn't raised me, so it's better for me to not have such a father. Tenunks. Without waiting for Bulma to explain, Tenunks flew back to his home. At this time, Bulma didn't know how to explain to his son, and Suyu patted Bulma on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, although Tenunks is precocious, he is a child after all, and it is normal to have a little temper, and besides, this is really what Vegeta did wrong. But their father and son have not met yet. Don't worry, although Vegeta is indeed an unqualified father now, I believe that he will be a good father and husband in the future. As the so-called Changguan is angry, Vegeta in the main time and space knew that Beerus was terrifying, but when he saw Bulma being beaten by Beerus, he directly exploded and hit Beerus, and the effect was much more powerful than that of Super 3 Wukong. Let's hope, this time, Bulma expressed doubts about Suyu's suggestion that Vegeta would be a good husband and father. Let's talk about the old days first. I'll go back to the Heavenly God Temple first to see if my Spirit Time House has been demolished by Vegeta. Now that Vic has been resurrected, Gohan must have a lot to say about his father, who is 4 years older than him, and Dandy is no exception, so she doesn't bother. So after Suyu waved his hand at a few people, he immediately turned around and flew towards the Heavenly God Temple. Suyu, who flew back to the temple, said hello to Bobo, who was cleaning. Mr. Bobo. Lord Tenjin, you're finally back. That Vegeta has forcibly broken into the Spirit Time House, and I can't stop it. Then he's now As a result, Bobo had just finished speaking. A golden figure came straight towards Suryu's front door. In the face of this powerful punch, Suryu easily followed the oncoming fist. And then Suryu looked at the man with a playful gaze. "Vegeta, is this how you greet him?" And at this time, after training in the Spirit Time House, Vegeta, who thought that he had broken through the Super Saiyan, had a confident smile on his face. "You're the Android 12 who fused me with Kakarot, Raditz, and Naha." "That's right, thanks to your genes, I'm a Saiyan too. But I heard that you seem to have some genetic defects that can't turn into a Super Saiyan, and now standing in front of you is a Super Vegeta who surpasses the Super Saiyan," said Vegeta and directly transformed into a muscular form, a new form that he had been trying to exercise in the Spirit Time House. "Beyond the Super Saiyan? Are you misunderstanding something? This form of yours is just a Super Saiyan second stage, and even the Super Saiyan has not been defeated at full power, let alone surpassed the Super Saiyan." "What? And so? You directly mocked. Your fist is really weak now." And hearing Suryu's contemptuous tone, Vegeta was very annoyed, and then kicked Suryu's head. However, Suryu was not used to Vegeta this time, so he directly grabbed Vegeta's foot, and then hit Vegeta's abdomen with his other hand, and Vegeta's whole person flew out like a cannonball. Then Suryu came to Vegeta's back in a flash, and an elbow hit Vegeta's back. 2 consecutive heavy blows almost made Vegeta doubt his life. In the end, Suryu kicked Vegeta off the clouds with a kick, and then fell heavily to the ground, smashing a huge crater. By the time the smoke cleared, Vegeta, who was lying in the pit, had already withdrawn from his Super Saiyan form. Suryu landed on the edge of the crater, and Vegeta struggled to get up, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was very unwilling at this time. "Even if I can't transform into a Super Saiyan, I can easily handle you. Besides, Vegeta, don't you realize that your form is a big burden on your body?" Although Vegeta is extremely proud, but in the face of reality, he has to admit that Suryu is right, and his chi is consumed very quickly in this form. "As for how to break through yourself and surpass the Super Saiyan, you'd better ask your son, and by the way, I'll tell you a secret about the Saiyan." "What secret?" Vegeta was surprised that the artificial man in front of him could know the Saiyan's secret better than him. Actually, the Saiyan's body contains a cell called S. Usually the more S cells, the easier it will be to break through oneself, but S cells cannot be increased through cultivation. "How do you increase it?" "You need a peaceful heart, and the more peaceful your heart is, the more your cells increase, which is why Kakarot, as a low-level warrior, can constantly break through himself and become the legendary Super Saiyan." "What?" Vegeta's pupils widened. He didn't expect this to be the reason. "Impossible, how is it possible that you are talking about?" "Actually, Gohan had been a Super Saiyan for many years before I recovered, but he couldn't break through the Super Saiyan, and then guess how I made Gohan and your son break through? In fact, you Saiyans have taken detours for so many years, and in fact, the first Super Saiyan in history was not tyrannical and emotionless. On the contrary, he became a Super Saiyan with the help of his companions because of his kindness. The reason why he became a Super Saiyan was to rebel against the evil Saiyan at that time. But unfortunately he failed and died of exhaustion, and your ancestors revised this history in order to prevent the birth of another Super Saiyan, and at the same time put the Saiyan on the road of no return. Think of the Saiyans in the 6th universe next door. Breaking through the super race is as easy as drinking water." Suryu's words caused Vegeta's belief in Saiyans to be instilled in him by his father for a long time completely collapsed. He had thought that it was only Saiyan nature to pursue violence and strength, but he was now told that was wrong. "You lie to me again, it's impossible, it's the nature of Saiyans to be ruthless." Seeing Vegeta, who still didn't believe it, the corners of Suryu's mouth twitched. "Since you don't believe it, then let you look at the Saiyan past. You can see the past room in the temple of the heavenly god, and you can let people experience the history of the past. Of course, it is all recorded information, it is a kind of environment. Since you don't believe it, then do you want to go and see the Scion past, that is, the birth of the first Super Scion? I'm going. Vegeta replied without hesitation. Haha, that's good. So Suyu took Vegeta back to the heavenly temple again, and Bobo was very puzzled when he saw Suyu bring Vegeta back. Tenjin-sama Bobo, how happened to the temporal house? Report to Tenjin-sama. I've been maintaining it every day. Well, you can send him back to the time point where the first Super Saiyan Yamosi was born, and of course it was also the period of the last civil war on Vegeta, and by the way, set his strength to the power of ordinary Saions. Yes, Tenjin-sama. Bobo turned to Vegeta and said, come with me. And the skeptical Vegeta came to a room full of clocks, and in the center of the room was a chair. Vegeta sat in the chair, and Bobo motioned for the head to be brought, so Vegeta brought the voyeur, and then Bobo adjusted the machine, and finally pressed the button. In this way, Vegeta came to the Vegeta star 1,000 years ago after a period of vertigo, and looking at the Vegeta star more than 1,000 years ago, Vegeta was in a trance. He remembered that this was the last civil war of the Scions, and it was also the time when the Super Scions were born. Just as Vegeta was experiencing the past in person, on the other side, Suyu found Dandy and brought it to the temple, asking Dandy to make the Dragon Balls of the Earth. Instead of remaking the dragon, it is better to make it directly from the original Earth Dragon Ball. Understood. Su. Yu snapped his fingers, and Bobo brought up the model of the Earth Divine Dragon. Is this going to the Earth Dragon? Even though it's the second time I've seen it, it still feels cool. By the way, Dandy, please add a few restrictions to the dragon. What restrictions? Su. Yu thought for a moment and said. The person who makes the wish must have a good heart, otherwise the divine dragon will be able to refuse the need. Is this okay? Is there anything else? Dandy listened carefully to Party A's request. If you make a wish to resurrect people, you must get Dandy's approval. Hey, do you still want to approve it? Dandy didn't expect. Think about it, if someone else plans to resurrect Frieza with the Dragon Ball that day, would you be happy or unhappy? Suyu had to take precautions, she didn't want Frieza to come back to life. Although Suyu wanted to challenge the strong, but she was more concerned about the safety of the universe and the Earth, and Frieza would stay in hell for the rest of her life. Of course not. Well, then add this. Dandy agreed. Of course, he also upgraded the Dragon Balls according to the main time and space, and he could make a wish 3 times at a time, so that the Dragon Balls of the Earth could be regarded as a return. Keeping Suyu began, the inheritance ceremony of the gods began, and soon the shortest reigning god in history was born. As soon as they completed the inheritance of the celestial god throne, Suyu and Dandy saw Vegeta walk out dejected. Vegeta. Originally, Dandy was still very vigilant, but Suyu said lightly on the side. Don't worry, he is depressed now, without the slightest will to fight, it seems that the truth in the past has hit him too hard. Hit hard? Yes. Vegeta has always prided herself on the glory of the Scions, but in the end it turned out to be fake. And as Suyu said, Vegeta has always been proud of his status as a prince and the glory of being a Scion, but when he saw the real history, he felt that his faith had completely collapsed. He has always scoffed at the qualities of justice, kindness, and gentleness, but Yamase told him with practical actions that these qualities are the fundamental reason why Scions continue to break through themselves. Of course, the most important thing is that what his ancestors did was simply disgusting to Vegeta. Although he thinks that he is not a good person, he scoffs at the despicable methods, and as a Scion, he should fight with dignity, which is the glory of being a Scion that his father told him since he was a child. However, this journey through the country made him see how despicable his ancestors were, using all kinds of dirty methods, which caused Yamase to die of exhaustion. This is a slap in the face for Vegeta, who has a lot of self-esteem. Vegeta, I know it's hard for you to accept it now, but I still suggest you go home and see, Tenunks is quite a good child. If you want to become stronger, it's useless to exercise, how to keep breaking through yourself and becoming stronger, you have to find the answer yourself, and the answer you want to find is in your family. In the past, Vegeta would not hesitate to say that he didn't need a family as a scion, and that he and Bulma were just accidents. But now that he sees the true history of Vegeta in the past, he can't say such things anymore, because Yamase tells him with practical actions that scions are not cold-blooded and ruthless. So Vegeta left without looking back, and flew in the direction of the western capital, where Bulma was located. Looking at the direction Vegeta flew to, Suyu smiled slightly, although even if Suyu didn't tell Vegeta the truth about the Super Saiyan today, Vegeta would become a good man for the Gu family in the future, but now he can be regarded as accelerating Vegeta's transformation. Chapter 16. After completing the handover work, Dandy became the god of the earth like the main plane, and Suyu was also promoted to the alternate king of the realm, and Bic was left in the temple by Suyu in the name of guiding the work of the current gods, and Dandy was happy to see it. However, what Suyu didn't expect was that Gohan also made a request to go to the Realm King to cultivate, and after obtaining the consent of the Realm King, Gohan also went to the Realm King Star to cultivate with Suyu. And Tenunks' side can't get out for the time being because of family trivialities. After coming to the Realm King, Suyu learned more about the gods, and at the same time, he began to fuse the breath of the gods with his original breath. Although the king of the realm is well informed, he has not heard of the Super Saiyan god after all, and naturally he does not know how to fuse the breath of the Saiyan and the breath of the gods, so Suyu has to explore it himself during the fusion process. And Gohan's cultivation is also gradually improving. After cultivating for a period of time in the World King, he followed the World King to the martial arts competition held by the King of the Big World. After the martial arts competition, Gohan is also constantly breaking through himself, and finally successfully defeated the Rib Rice and won the competition. After the victory, Gohan changed to the guidance of the King of the Great Realm, although it was only a short month, but it benefited Gohan a lot, and with Gohan's own talent, Gohan also successfully mastered the Super Saiyan 2 full power form a few months later. Of course, Suyu did not participate, because the martial arts competition forbade the participation of the Realm King, and Suyu, as the alternate Realm King, was naturally not eligible to participate in the martial arts competition. Of course, Suyu didn't feel sorry, because compared to martial arts, divine cultivation was more important to her. Before, because he directly inherited the position of the gods, he only knew what it was and didn't know why, and became the alternate queen of the realm, because the king of the northern realm was still alive, so he had to start from scratch in his divine cultivation. However, because of this, Suyu's comprehension of divine arts and divine breath became more profound. Finally, a year after becoming a candidate for the king of the realm, Suyu finally initially fused the breath of the gods with the aura of the Saiyan himself. Because it was a preliminary fusion, Suyu's hair did not turn red, but a little pink, and Suyu turned this form into Super Saiyan God Mimic, or Mimic God. But this is only a preliminary fusion, and it successfully allowed Suyu to surpass Gohan. You must know that Gohan, who has been tempered by the martial arts competition and guided by the King of the Realm, has completely mastered the full power form of Super Saiyan 2. Gohan gasped and sat on the ground and said, "Suyu, is this your Super Saiyan? Why do I feel that my breath is a lot weaker, but my strength is so much stronger?" Because mortals can't perceive the breath of God, I have made a preliminary fusion of my own breath and the breath of God. Because it is not completely fused, you can still detect part of my breath. Is the breath of God so powerful? Gohan said in surprise, "This is just a preliminary fusion, you can beat yourself with one hand, if you completely fuse. Even if you break through Super Saiyan 2 and transform into Super Saiyan 3, you will not be the opponent of the other party. To be precise, the fusion of God's breath and our scion breath produces a special change. If it is completely fused, I call it the God of super science, and my current state is considered the God of super science. Mimicry. Is there a super scion God above the super scion? Gohan couldn't help but get excited. That's you. You don't worry, I'll tell you my experience, it's up to you whether you can comprehend it. As for Super Scion 3, you should be able to break through after 2 or 3 years of cultivation by yourself, but in fact, although Super Scion 3 is very strong, it is difficult to master, and it is easy to leak, but Super Scion 3 is handsome, and it is a matter of version whether it leaks or not, and it is a matter of a lifetime. As for breaking through Super Scion 3 in 2 or 3 years, Suyu is not exaggerating, because Gohan's talent is already the highest among scions. As long as he concentrates on cultivation, the future is limitless. Of course, Gohan, do you want to go with me to a planet to cultivate? Although that planet is not strong in combat, it has some strange skills. Hearing that there is such a planet, Gohan naturally agreed without hesitation. Of course I want to go, but will he agree to it, Lord Realm? How can I not agree? As a trainee Realm King, it is normal to inspect the planets within the jurisdiction. Then Suyu informed the King of the Northern Realm of his plan, and the King of the Northern Realm did not stop him from agreeing to Suyu's request. After leaving from the Realm King, Gohan said with some surprise, I didn't expect the Realm King to really agree. That is, after all, I have already helped him handle the work almost, and there is not much work for the King of the Realm. But how do you get to the planet you said? Could it be that you have to take a spaceship again? Suyu gave Gohan a direct look. How is it possible, as an alternate Realm King, although he is not an official Realm King, he can also master some divine arts? You forgot that we came to the Realm King through the Earth Gods. The gods of each planet can come to the underworld, and the King of the Realm can also go to the celestial temples of each planet through the underworld. It's that simple. Hearing Suyu's words, Gohan suddenly came to his senses, so soon the two of them walked through the long snake path to the underworld, and then transferred to the magical planet in Suyu's mouth, Adraith Star, through the underworld. After coming to the Adraith Star, Gohan was soon attracted by the special skills of the Adraith Star, and then the two began to practice. It took Goku only half a year to master teleportation in the main space, Gohan only took half a year, and Suyu spent 4 months to master teleportation because he had practiced divine arts. Of course, Suyu and Gohan were not satisfied with mastering teleportation, and the next thing Suyu focused on practicing was the Chi forced separation technique, a skill that can separate enemies that have been fused and absorbed through merging. Although this kind of skill is not used in the early stage, it is simply a magic skill in the later stage, but if you can master the separation technique in advance, the combined Zamas will be so difficult to deal with? Of course. The Adrits possess magical abilities that go beyond teleportation and separation. There is also a sealing technique, which can seal people with a lower aura than themselves and make them ordinary people. The reduction technique, which can restore itself to its previous appearance and remove all the abnormal effects caused by external forces in the body, is a bit similar to the horse charm that Suyu heard about in the previous life, but it cannot be used to treat wounds. Of course, the premise is that the caster's breath must not be much stronger than his own, otherwise it will be ineffective. In addition, there are healing techniques, teleportation techniques, space storage techniques, and healing techniques, as the name suggests, heal wounds, but the chicken ribs are people who can't heal themselves and are stronger than themselves, which is equivalent to Dandy's healing technique. Teleportation is an advanced version of teleportation, capable of transferring other items to other places, but also unable to transfer beings that are stronger than themselves. And the space storage technique is equivalent to portable storage space, but after thinking about it, this thing is not equivalent to a universal capsule, but Suyu has come here, and if he doesn't learn it, he won't learn it in vain. In this way, Silyu and Gohan practiced on the planet Adrate for 2.5 years, and Silyu learned all kinds of spells. However, Gohan was unable to do the same as Silyu, so he continued to concentrate on cultivation after learning teleportation, separation, and sealing. And as Silyu expected, in 2.5 years, Gohan also successfully broke through to Super Saiyan 3. Subsequently, Gohan also discovered the shortcomings of Super Saiyan 3, that is, the consumption is extremely large, and the air leakage is particularly serious. Originally, after Gohan broke through Super Saiyan 3, he thought that he could confront Silyu's words and mimic gods head-on, but instead found that he could only compete with Silyu for a short time after transforming, but he soon couldn't catch up. And Silyu also said that Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 only allowed her to play less than 50% of her strength in a short period of time. For no other reason, when Gohan was breaking through himself, Silyu made Silyu's understanding of divine art more profound through the cultivation of Adrate's special skills, and then further integrated the breath of the gods into the breath of the Saiyans. To put it simply, Silyu is equivalent to breaking through to the second stage of the mimic god, so Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 can only force her to use less than 50% of her strength in a short period of time. So after the Super Saiyan Mikami was frustrated, Gohan also began to study the Super Saiyan. Of course, Silyu and Gohan practiced on the planet Adrate for 2.5 years, and they also visited the Earth from time to time. After all, it was not difficult to go back and forth. However, not long after, Silyu received the shocking news that the time machine located in the basement of Bulma's house had been stolen. Chapter 17. Coming to Bulma's house, after several years of reconstruction, coupled with the resurrection of the dead, the social order of mankind has basically returned to normal, and Bulma's home has long been rebuilt. At this time, Bulma was anxiously waiting to wander back and forth. I only heard a sound from behind, and Bulma turned around and saw Silyu's appearance, and she must have been startled. "Silyu, why did you suddenly appear?" "This is the last few years I have learned to teleport, and I teleport after sensing your breath." "Let's not talk about that, let's talk about the disappearance of the time machine." Recently Vegeta and Tenunks also went to practice on the planet Realm, and I was recently forming a hero committee, only to look back and find that the time machine is gone. Hero committee. Silyu didn't ask about the time machine for the first time, but became interested in the hero martial arts committee in Bulma's mouth. That's the case. It turns out that after more than 10 years of ravaging artificial people, the Earthlings have also reflected, and in order to prevent the emergence of powerful evil people to destroy the world again, they are determined to establish a heroic martial arts committee to deal with this unexpected situation. The Hero Committee is dedicated to the development of superheroes, and is also responsible for providing perks and honors to superheroes. Cultivating superheroes. That's right, now Wushan teacher Kellen Yamucha and Tianjin Fan have become the teachers of the Hero Martial Arts Committee, specializing in teaching martial arts and cultivating martial arts heroes, and the committee will also issue various allowances and rewards to heroes. Of course, the content of the distribution will be different depending on the level of heroes. The level is divided according to the level of combat power, and now there are only 2 Omega levels, and that is Gohan and Tenunks. After all, they defeated Android 17 and 18. Every month, the committee will give rewards to heroes, because Gohan is not on Earth, so the rewards and allowances will be collected by Kiki, so even if Gohan doesn't work, the various allowances add up to tens of millions every month. Hearing this number, Silyu was very satisfied. This is normal. In the original book, Wukong saved the earth many times, but he was always worried about firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea in life, and now with the existence of this hero Vian Ash, even if Gohan doesn't go to work, he can live a rich and expensive life. Of course, the Hero Committee is still in the exploration stage, and many rules and regulations are not perfect, but I believe that in the future, a mature system will definitely be established to cultivate more excellent martial artists who can defend the earth. Not bad. It's a pity that it would be nice if Sun Wukong was still alive, and he would definitely be able to concentrate on cultivation and not be scolded by Kikai at that time. That's right, wait a minute, let's talk about the time machine. I feel that the disappearance of the time machine this time is not simple, and the time machine is also very dangerous. So do you have a way to find the missing time machine? Of course there is, take me to the basement. Okay. So Bulma took Su to the basement. The basement is a bit of a mess with all kinds of machinery and parts, but there's a big empty piece in the middle. Obviously, there is a large empty piece in the middle, which is where the time machine was originally placed. Of course, Su is not a detective, and a schoolboy can deduce who stole the time machine. But Su is a god after all. I saw Su raise his hand and click on the space in front of him with a finger, and soon a translucent stereo projection was projected. What is this? Extrapolating the past, I'm a god, this little spell is very simple. Bulma then understood that the phantom in front of her was a projection of the past, so Bulma stopped talking and looked at the phantom in front of her. Soon a mysterious figure with a head appears in the basement. The man came to the time machine and let out a wicked grin. I didn't expect the time machine to be stolen so easily. Bulma wondered who this person was. Why did he know that he had invented a time machine? Why did he steal his own time machine? Su on the side saw Bulma's doubts, and then said to Bulma, "Are you very confused? Look at his shoulder." Bulma followed the direction of Su's finger and looked at the man's shoulder. As a result, she saw a sign that surprised her. This is a badge with a red ribbon. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this person is supposed to be a production-ready cyborg I've seen on the island and used as a guard. Bulma wondered. Artificial man, could it be that he wants to go back in time and change the ending of the defeat of 17 and 18? Su smiled and shook his head. No way, don't forget that old Gallo was killed by number 17, but I guess it has something to do with other androids. Hearing Su's words, Bulma's face couldn't help but become nervous. Yes. You know, I'm the first successful genetically fused android made by Gallo Old Bidon, but Gallo Old Bidon will definitely not be satisfied with just making me. After all, he later got the genes of Frisia father and son, so he will probably make a new genetically fused android. Su. You deliberately said ambiguously. In fact, Su had already guessed that this was probably related to Shailu. She originally thought that this world was the world of Dragon Ball Z, but now it seems that it should be the future time and space from which Shailu came. In the original book, it is not said how Tenunks defeated number 17 and number 18 in the time and space where Saru came from, and now it seems that his arrival not only saved Gohan but also Tenunks. Of course, this is just Su's speculation that it is related to Shailu, and there is no real hammer yet. Just like that, Bulma watched as the Phantom turned her time machine back into a capsule and smuggled it away, and the Phantom ended. Su, is there a way for you to find the whereabouts of the time machine? Of course, you let me deduce it. Then Su began to deduce quickly, and soon found the whereabouts of the mass-produced android. Found it, Bulma, you have your hand on my shoulder. Okay. Then Bulma put his hand on Su's shoulder, and then Su disappeared into the basement with Bulma with a teleportation. In a trance, the next second Bulma looked at the environment in front of him and changed directly. The originally messy basement became a research room for various instruments and equipment, and there was a person sitting in front of the main computer in the research room, and that person was the mass-produced artificial man that Bulma saw. And the mass-produced android was also very surprised to see Su and Bulma, and the other party came to the door as soon as he sent Shailu away. No, it's impossible, why are you here on the 12th Bulma? It's not impossible, where is the time machine that stole you? No, you want to know the whereabouts of the time machine. Yes, I admit that I am a traitor, but don't forget, it was because of my teachings Gohan and Tenunks that I defeated number 17 and number 18, and I can be regarded as avenging that old bidon of Gallo, right? After hearing Su's words, the mass-produced android was stunned for a moment, and then thought about it, but then regained his fierce expression. So what? Anyway, you have already betrayed Dr. Gallo, and soon the strongest android will be born, and when the time comes, he will come back and kill all of Sun Wukong's relatives and friends, including you 12, ha ha ha. Bulma on the side became even more nervous when she heard this. But Suyu still said indifferently. Come back, it seems that you have already sent it to the past, don't worry, if he doesn't come back, I will personally go over and destroy it. Humph, you don't have this chance anymore, Bulma 12, you're going to die with me, ha ha ha, Dr. Gallo, I'm done, said the mass-produced android who intended to activate the self-detonation device in the laboratory, but when he pressed the self-detonation device, he found that the self-detonation device did not detonate as expected. Bomb, it's Nana, why don't you blow it up? At this point, the mass-produced android himself panicked. And Suyu yawned. Don't waste your efforts, as soon as I stepped into this lab, I used my divine power to invade the lab, and the self-detonation device has been dismantled by me. At this point, the mass-produced android was stunned. Chapter 18. After stepping into the laboratory, Suyu began to secretly analyze the laboratory, and soon the laboratory analysis was completed, and then the buried bomb was short-circuited by means of construction, so that the bomb became a waste product. When did you have this kind of power? No way, obviously you are just an experiment. At this time, the mass-produced android felt scared, because according to the information provided by the computer, Suyu could not have this strange power. Well, it seems that you don't know that I have become a god a long time ago, but it's normal not to know. After all, I'm always on the lookout for Gallo's microdrone to make sure you can't spy on me, but it seems that you're aware of the existence of the time machine by monitoring Bulma through the microdrone. Plus, your attention is all on Gohan and Tenunks, so you haven't noticed any changes in me. At this time, the corners of Suyu's mouth rose, looking at the smiling girl in front of him, the mass-produced android roared. Damn number 12, I'll fight with you. Saying that, the mass-produced android rushed directly in front of Suyu, but it hit Suyu's afterimage, and the real Suyu went around the back of the mass-produced android and stretched out a finger against the back of the neck of the mass-produced android. Seal. In an instant, the mass-produced android became immobile. What did the hateful 12 do? Why can't I move? Don't argue, let me see your memory, said Suyu directly put his hand on the head of the mass-produced android and read the memory of the mass-produced android. The result was the same as Suyu expected, the mass-produced artificial man in front of him was really Shailu, and this Shailu, like the original book, was fused from the cells of various powerhouses, and the strength was also very different. However, in the original book, a few years later, Shailu killed Tenunks, and then took the initiative to degenerate back to the past, and now the computer calculates that the First Order Shailu cannot kill Tenunks, so he chooses to steal, and for this purpose, he also produces a mass-produced android. I see, the artificial man Shailu who fuses all the strong cells, but he still needs to absorb number 17 and number 18 to evolve into a complete body. Hearing Suyu's words, the mass-produced android said proudly. Ha ha ha, you're scared, right? Number 12, you just fused the Scion's genes, and Shailu fused all the strong cells, and his complete body is far beyond your imagination. Bulma couldn't help but feel shocked to hear that the android named Chiru had actually fused all the strong cells. Humph, yes. It seems that the information you have collected is very different, so let's put it this way, even if it is the complete body of Shailu, the current Vegeta can fight against it. It seems that I chose not to let them not cultivate on the earth, so that you can't collect the information and have a serious misjudgment, which is reassuring. What is impossible? Absolutely impossible. Goodbye in short, said Silyu with a casual wave of air to eliminate this mass-produced android. At this time, Bulma said anxiously. Will that Shalo go to the past time and space? Will it cause major harm to that time and space? I don't know about this. But I plan to go to the past time and space in a while. How are you going? The time machine is not. Wait a minute. Are you going to? Bulma remembered Silyu's divine skill in the middle of his words. Since he could construct a spaceship according to the blueprint, he could also construct a time machine. As you remember, Bulma is actually theoretically a felony for mortals to travel through planes, and as the alternate realm king, arresting Shuru, who travels through planes land without permission, also works in my part. Hearing that it was a felony for mortals to travel through time, Bulma pointed to herself and said. So is it a crime to make a time machine? This is not, and don't worry, although it is said to be so, but the actual operation is another matter. Rest assured, I will turn a blind eye, but Bulma, I suggest that you upgrade the security facilities in your home in the future, and the basement where your time machine is stored does not even have a monitoring probe. Well. Okay. Actually, to be honest, Bulma didn't expect her time machine to be targeted by androids, and besides, she was busy forming a hero committee recently, and she was accidentally stolen. In short, don't be like a certain superhuman Ogwang laboratory, like a public toilet that can come and go as you want. Who's Superman A Kwang? Bulma wondered, she hadn't heard anything of Superman A Kwang. Ahem, this is complicated, but as a scientist, he must have a lot in common with you, so let's search for it first. Silyu chose to fool the past directly. Don't be in a hurry. It's useless to be anxious, the founder time machine can go to any time node, it doesn't matter. By the way, I'll introduce you to a person, his words are also a kind-hearted and sealed artificial person. An android like Silyu. Bulma couldn't help but wonder if there were androids like Silyu. Silyu then took Bulma to a cabin capsule with the word 16 written on it. Silyu fumbled for a while and opened the lid of the capsule, and as the lid rose, there was an orange-haired man lying in the capsule, wearing green armor, black tights, a pair of white socks and green boots on his feet. The man slowly opened his eyes and saw Silyu, and then said suspiciously. Are you no 12? Silyu nodded calmly and stretched out his hand and said. I am number 12, of course you can call me Silyu, the number 12. Was given to me by Gallo, I don't like it, in short, you are free on the 16th. Number 16 was stunned for a moment, and then stretched out his hand to shake Silyu's hand. Thank you for letting me out. When number 16 thought it was just an ordinary handshake, it turned out that he had an extra memory in his mind after shaking hands, so that number 16 quickly understood the current situation. Is this your ability? It turns out that Sun Wukong is already dead? Unfortunately, if I can come out soon, I can stop 17 and 18. Through Silyu's memory, number 16 felt extremely sorry. 17 and 18 are good, since they can treat human life like a mustard, then their destruction of nature is no exception. Well, now that the ruined world of Dragon Ball has been largely restored, you can now think about what you are going to do. What am I going to do? Hearing Silyu's words, number 16 couldn't help but fall into confusion. Sun Wukong is dead, what is the meaning of him being created? Since you can't find the direction, Bulma, aren't you preparing for the hero committee? Let number 16 join in. By the way, number 16, you have to hide your identity. And now people in this world still have PTSD for androids. Okay, since the 12th is kind, I'll give it a try, thank you anyway. The 16th politely expressed his gratitude, which made Bulma, who was originally a little hesitant, have to agree. To be honest, if it weren't for Silyu's introduction and affirmation, it would be difficult for Bulma to believe in an artificial person, but since it was all like this, Bulma agreed to take in the confused number 16. After that, Silyu used his teleportation technique to directly transfer Dr. Gallo's laboratory to Bulma's basement, and Bulma also planned to use Dr. Gallo's technology to create an artificial human that would protect the peace of the earth and mankind. After completing the transfer and teleportation, Silyu asked Bulma for the design of the time machine, and soon a time machine was constructed by Silyu. Bulma looked at Silyu, who was riding on the time machine, and asked, "Are you really going to go alone without calling Gohan them?" Because of her perennial cultivation, Bulma didn't know the cultivation results of several people, and naturally she didn't know Silyu's mimic god form, and in her consciousness, she thought that Gohan was the strongest among them. "Don't worry, Bulma, I've always been steady and unsure that I won't go alone, in short, goodbye." Silyu waved his hand, and the top cover of the time machine closed automatically, and then Silyu manipulated the time machine and disappeared into Bulma's sight. At this time, Dragon Ball's main plane is in space. The group of Z warriors looked at Chiru, who was full of golden aura and lightning, with a solemn expression, while Kling complained, "Vegeta, this impulsive guy, Tenunks can also be resurrected by Dragon Ball, why did he rush forward?" Gohan was injured. At this time, although the young Gohan is the appearance of Super ER, his arm has been abolished in order to protect Vegeta. And Chiru was very surprised. He didn't expect that he was so lucky, not only surpassing the strongest form of computing at the beginning, but also accidentally scrapping one of Gohan's arms. After being sent to this world, Chiru was a long time ago, although he didn't know why the androids in this world, 17 and 18, had some differences in his understanding, but with his own efforts and Vegeta's help, he successfully absorbed the two and evolved into a complete body. It's just that because of the Scion Cell, he also learned to wave with Vegeta, and after successfully angering the young Gohan to surpass the Super Saiyan, he beat himself half to death. Originally, he planned to blow himself up and take everyone away, but he was taken away by Sun Wukong and only killed Sun Wukong and a few miscellaneous fish, but he was resurrected because he was on the verge of death, and he gained a huge increase in strength and changed into a lightning form. Now he can be said to be proud of the spring breeze, and he can't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, it's really a pity that it seems that I won the final victory. Son Gohan now only has one arm left, can you still fight against me who has the power to surpass the Super Saiyan?" At this time, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of the young Gohan's mouth. Looking at the injured arm, he felt that the probability of his victory was not very high. However, just as Shaylo was complacent, a female voice suddenly came. "Found you, Shaylo." Then, the crowd saw a time machine appear out of thin air, and then the time machine cover opened, and a cute silver-haired girl they had never seen before jumped out of it. When Shaylo saw the comer, his originally smug expression suddenly flashed with a hint of panic. "Why are you here on the 12th?" Hearing the name, all the Z warriors guessed if this android 12 was here. Chapter 19. After becoming Lightning Chiru, Chiru thinks that he is invincible, even when he returns to his original plane. But for some reason, he felt a little stunned when he saw Silyu's arrival, so he subconsciously asked her purpose for coming to this time and space. "Do you still need to ask about this?" "Of course it's to arrest you, at will. It's a felony for mortals to travel through time and space at will. Of course I'm going to arrest you as the alternate king of the realm. Of course I'll have to kill you if you arrest me." Hearing that Silyu was going to destroy himself, Shaylo laughed proudly and said, "Destroy me? Ha ha ha, are you sober on the 12th, and you dare to destroy me with your old antique? I am the latest and strongest ultimate android researched by Dr. Gallo, and now I have crossed the peak of power and obtained the ultimate form, so you are also worthy. Why do you like to call me an antique like 17 and 18, I'm just more than 10 years earlier than you, right? Besides, isn't it just a blast with lightning? I can too." Then Silyu shouted, and his aura suddenly increased, and then the Z warriors were surprised to find that the girl in front of them, called number 12, actually had the aura of Gaku Vegetarize and Naha's mixed breath, and the aura strength was very large, even surpassing Saru and Gohan. Feeling Suryu's breath, Xiaolu showed an expression of disbelief. Obviously the power he had only gained from the edge of death would actually be crushed by Suryu. Impossible, how can you, as an old model android, have such a powerful aura? It's impossible to. Of course it's cultivation, I'm not a waste android like you who can only become stronger by absorbing foreign objects. Hearing Suryu say that he was a waste, Xiaolu was immediately annoyed, and directly rushed up to Suryu to punch and kick him, but Suryu easily dodged Xiaolu's attack like a ghost. Impossible, impossible, obviously the computer said that I am the strongest android, I am the strongest. However, as soon as Lightning Xiaolu's words fell, Suryu caught his fist and said, "If you are indeed the strongest according to the factory settings, but don't forget, the factory settings do not mean that I can't improve my own performance, I said that I am not like you who only rely on external objects to become stronger." Then Suryu slammed his fist on the door of Lightning Xiaolu's face, and Xiaolu only felt a sharp pain, and then Suryu kicked Xiaolu in the abdomen, and Xiaolu slammed on the ground. "It's so strong, Xiaolu is not the opponent of the 12th at all," Kling said in surprise. Everyone was already desperate, but they didn't expect this android 12 to suddenly appear so powerful. And Big felt the strangeness of the girl's aura in front of him. Could it be said that this girl was the king of the realm? Then Suryu landed beside the young Gohan and said, "You are Gohan of this time and space, I didn't expect you to break through to Super Saiyan 2 at this age. Sister, do you know me?" "Yes, my plain Gohan cultivated with me, and by the way, he broke through Super Saiyan 2 not long ago, which is your current form." Then Suryu raised his hand and released a soft light. This is the healing technique that Suryu learned on the planet Adrath, and he quickly healed Gohan's injured arm. After curing Gohan's arm and hand, Suryu withdrew his arrogance, and then said, "I don't need to make a move now, if your arm is good. You can defeat Xiaolu by yourself." Looking at his cured arm, the young Gohan regained his self-confidence, and then exploded again and looked at Xiaolu. And Xiaolu struggled to get up, just punching and kicking himself so that he almost didn't catch his breath, and at this time, blood flowed from the corner of Xiaolu's mouth. Damn it! After an annoyed Saru yelled, he rushed towards Suryu and the young Gohan, and the young Gohan also took the initiative to attack, because Suryu healed Gohan's arm, making the battle between the two evenly matched. The two kept flashing and colliding in the air, and no one present except Suryu could see clearly the battle between the young Gohan and Azuma Shiru. "Quick, is this the power to surpass the Super Saiyan? But I can't see the battle situation clearly at all," Yamcha said anxiously. And Suryu said lightly, "Don't worry, although Shiru has gained the power to surpass the Super Saiyan, it is slightly inferior to Gohan who is blessed with anger." "Sure. Enough," as Suryu said. At this time, the young Gohan remembered that his father was killed by Xiaolu because of his recklessness, so the aura on his body increased again, and Xiaolu was a little powerless because Suryu had just punched and kicked him fat, and he was soon caught by the young Gohan, and a knee knocked Xiaolu away. "Xiaolu, I will definitely not be careless this time, I will completely destroy you, turtle." "Sect Kigong," said Gohan, condensed all his strength into his hands, releasing a powerful turtle sect Kigong wave. The injured Xiaolu had to deal with it with the turtle sect Kigong, but how could the powerless Xiaolu withstand it? "I saw that after the two turtle faction Kigong waves fought for a short period of time, Xiaolu's turtle faction Kigong was immediately suppressed by Gohan's turtle faction Kigong waves." "Come on, Gohan! Yes, Gohan will destroy Shiru and avenge Goku. Gohan! Gohan!" For a while, the Z fighters were cheering for Gohan, and Shiru felt a burst of despair as he looked at the approaching turtle sect Kigong. Is he going to lose? Just when everyone, including Suryu, thought that Gohan was going to win, suddenly the space was unsealed, and then a black star dragon ball that exuded a black aura flew out and directly attached to Lightning Shrew. And Lightning Shrew, who was originally at a disadvantage, had his aura skyrocketing and turned an ominous black, and then he directly pushed back the turtle sect Kigong. What? Gohan dodged in a hurry, but just as Gohan thought he had dodged, Shrew actually appeared in front of Gohan in an instant. What? Then Gohan didn't have time to react and was punched hard in Gohan's abdomen. Gohan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and couldn't breathe for a while. Then Sarah grabbed Gohan's hair and laughed proudly again, and because of the extreme pain, Gohan changed from his Super 2 form back to his normal form. Haha, although I don't know what's going on, but now I'm surpassing myself again. Go die, son Gohan. Get the Dark Dragon Ball power bonus. Shrew threw Gohan into the air like a rag, and then raised his hand to destroy the boy Gohan, but Silyu also moved in an instant, catching the unconscious boy Gohan, and then raised his hand to pinch Salu's wave to explode. At this time, Silyu's expression became solemn. She never expected that at the critical moment, there would be a Dark Dragon Ball chaotic. If you want to rank the Dragon Balls, Super Dragon Balls are the first to do it. And then there is the Dark Dragon Ball, which is a Dragon Ball made by a certain Namek star celestial god who is controlled by the demon god of the demon world with dark power. After the Dark Dragon Ball summons the Dark Dragon to fulfill its wish, the Dragon Ball will fly to various parallel planes and choose the evil one to merge with it, greatly increasing the host's strength. Of course, what made Silyu's face solemn was not Shalo who was possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball in front of him, but the power behind the Dark Dragon Ball, the Dark Demon God. If the Dark Demon God appeared, she would definitely not be able to fight against it now. Ha ha ha, what's the matter, are you scared? 12. Since you look down on me, let's start with you. After merging with the Dark Dragon Ball, Shrew's aura not only turned black, but his eyes also turned red. And the Z warriors mentioned their throats again. Why didn't they expect that Shalo would directly knock out Gohan in the Super 2 form? What level of strength was Shalo in front of him? Chapter 20. Lightning Shrew, who originally had the power of Super 2, was strengthened by the Dark Dragon Ball, and his strength skyrocketed, and the aura on his body was infinitely close to Super Saiyan 3, so he would stun the boy Gohan in Super 2 form with one punch, so Shrew's confidence rose again. On the 12th, I want to return all the humiliations you gave me. Dark. Shrew pointed at Silyu, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise proudly. Especially when she saw Silyu's solemn expression, she thought that her strength had shocked her. Then Dark Shrew moved behind Silyu in an instant, intending to sneak attack Silyu, but he was caught by Silyu with a foot, and Dark Shrew wanted to withdraw his feet, but found that his feet were as if they were clamped by a vice, and they didn't move at all. Seeing this, a cold sweat broke out on Shalo's forehead, and he shouted, "No, no, it's impossible. Shalo, do you think I'm jealous of you? To be honest, you don't deserve it at all. You can only rely on foreign objects to become stronger. You are not my opponent at all. You still have so many strong cells in your body, and in the end, you will become stronger and rely on foreign objects. Where is your self-esteem?" Saying that, Silyu's body burst out with a pink aura, and at the same time, his hair also turned pink. This is exactly the strongest form that Silyu currently has mastered, Super Saiyan God Mimic. Then he directly tore off Dark Shalo's leg, and then kicked Shrew in the head with a single blow. Dark Shrew's body fell heavily to the ground. And the onlookers were stunned, because in their perception, Silyu's new form of transformation aura was much weaker than before. However, the actual performance surprised them, and the Dark Shrew, who had originally stunned Gohan with one punch, was completely crushed and tortured by Silyu. Silyu looked at the remnants of the Dark Shalo on the ground and said coldly, "Don't pretend to be dead, get up quickly." Soon, the remnants of Shalo on the ground regenerated a complete Shalo, and after being tortured and killed by Silyu, Shalo already knew the gap between him and Silyu, especially when he saw Silyu fall in front of him. Looking at Silyu's cold expression, he felt indescribable fear. He didn't understand. It was clear that the other party was just his prototype, and he broke through himself twice, but in the end, the gap was still so big. But... evil, you! Don't force me! Forced you, hee, you deserve it! Seeing Silyu's contemptuous expression, Shalo was immediately annoyed, so he once again used the move he had just used to deal with Sun Gohan, self-detonation. Klin realized something, and immediately shouted. Miss 12, get rid of him, he's going to blow himself up again. It's too late. I saw Shalo's body swell rapidly, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, I can destroy the entire solar system by blowing myself up this time, and I will also teleport, don't try to take me away, ha ha ha. Silyu looked at the smug dark Shalo, and said directly coldly. Noise. I saw Silyu raise his hand, and a circle of formations was condensed in front of his palm, and then said. Seal. Dark Sharu's body, which was originally expanding rapidly, immediately dried up, and soon changed back to its original shape. Dark Sharu panted and looked at his body, as if he had seen a ghost, and he felt that the chi in his body had disappeared. You! What have you done to me? Why can't I feel my anger? I just sealed you away, and if you want to blame you, you're weaker than me, and you're going to threaten me with a self-detonation. Damn, I'm fighting with you. Shat. Lu smashed a punch into Silyu's face, and Silyu didn't move. Now you are no different from ordinary earthlings, even if you are the weakest over there, Yamcha can easily destroy you. Yamcha, who was originally watching, felt that he was also shot while lying down, but he didn't provoke anyone, and directly said that he was the weakest. You. Goodbye Sharu, there won't be any more miracles to make you stronger this time. So. You pulled out a black tiger through Sharu's chest and took out the dark dragon ball. Then Silyu raised his hand and blew Shalo's body to pieces, including Shalo's core, and at this point, Shalo's game was completely over. Looking at Sharu, who had been completely wiped out, the Z warriors were stunned for a moment, and then cheered. Great! Finally get rid of that damn Sharu! And Silyu also turned to the Z soldiers and said. I'm sorry everyone, because of my mistake, our Sharu of the plane ran to your plane, causing heavy casualties to your plane. It's okay, it's thanks to Miss 12 that you eliminated Sharu. Yes, you don't have to pay attention to the beauty. Kling and Yamcha said with a smile. And Vic also asked his own doubts. Could it be that the aura on your body is that you are the king of the realm? The king of the realm? No, I said that I am just a candidate for the king of the realm. Silyu denied. So what's the matter with the dark dragon ball in your hand? Silyu shook his head and spread out. I don't know, but this shouldn't be a good thing, I'll keep it for the time being. Okay, I should also return to my time and space. Silyu doesn't stop either, after all, if he interferes with this Dragon Ball main space-time, it won't be good to let this time-space have a butterfly effect. So Silyu took the time machine into the time tunnel. However, after the optical machine stopped running at that time, as the lid opened, Silyu jumped out and found that he had not returned to the original time and space. When I came to the place, it was about the same as the Temple of the Heavenly Gods, but it was much bigger than the Temple of the Heavenly Gods, and it had a strong aura of gods. The temple is surrounded by a vast white space, and in the center of the temple is a huge palace. This is here. Just as Silyu was puzzled, a woman's voice sounded. This is the time realm, hello, guests from other multiverse worlds. Silyu looked in the direction of the voice, and a little girl with short orange shoulder-length hair and pink skin slowly descended, and there was an owl with long tail feathers and eyebrows on her shoulder. Who are you? Looks like your memories have been lost a lot while traveling across the multiverse, time traveler. Hearing. That the little girl in front of him actually called herself a traverser, Su couldn't help but be shocked. Don't panic, I'm the king of time, it's called the bird of time, and we're the guardians of the multiverse here. Hearing the king god of the time realm, in Suyu's brain, the original vague memory became clear. The king god of time is the king god of time, the owner of the nest of time and the bird of time, formerly known as Kurano, as the king god of time. Has the ability to manipulate time, and his mission is to check whether history is accurate and eliminate incorrect factors. As the king god of the realm who controls time and guards history, he can naturally see Suyu's identity as a traverser at a glance. I remembered that your real name was Kuronoya. That's right, but I haven't used that name in a long time, you can just call me by my current name, Kane. Are you planning to eliminate me, an outsider? At this time, Suyu's expression became solemn. If she wanted to eliminate her, she would definitely not sit still. The king of time shook his head. How could it be? If I want to destroy you, just let your soul go back then. On the contrary, I helped you a lot, and it was destroyed by Gallo after the failure of the artificial human 12 according to normal history, and it was I who interfered in history and made you just be sealed. Why? Because I need an outsider to help me go to other multiverses to collect the Dark Dragon Balls, otherwise if the Dark Dragon Balls spread, countless multiverses will be destroyed in the future. Chapter 21. In fact, Suyu was also very puzzled at the beginning, why Gallo did not destroy her but chose to seal her. It stands to reason that there is no need to cherish herself as a failure. As for why number 16 was not destroyed, the reason is very simple. First of all, number 16 is the strongest artificial man created by Gallo. Even if it is a stage of Shailu, it is not the opponent of number 16, and secondly, because number 16 is made from Gallo's dead son, and it is difficult to destroy it in the relationship. Now the answer of the king god of the time realm solved the mystery for Suyu. There will be countless multiverses destroyed in the future. Su, you didn't expect that a small dark dragon ball would be able to destroy countless multiverses. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? You. No, although the combat power of the Dragon Ball is very exaggerated, especially after the Frisia chapter, each can destroy the heavens and the earth, and the destruction of a planet is only between the bombers. Later, the battle between Chao Sehung and Beerus wiped out the universe with 3 punches, but this is nothing in many virtual works, even if it can erase the whole king of the universe at will. I know your past life was from the anime to know the universe I live in. Hearing the words of the king god of the time realm, Suyu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the other party even knew that the world she was in was a virtual work. And the projection you see is not 100% accurate, in fact you see our world as an anime, and we may see your world as a movie. The words of the king god of the realm of time reminded Suyu of a poem. You stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, and the people watching the scenery are watching you from upstairs. Then what is the crisis you said will destroy countless multiverses? Is this little dark dragon ball actually so powerful? Said Suyu and took out his loot Dark 7 planets. However, the king god of the time realm shook his head and said, the dark dragon ball in your hand is just a fake clone. So in the next second, I saw that the Dark 7 planets in Suyu's hand actually turned into stone, and then turned into sand and dissipated in Suyu's palm. Fake clone. That's right, the real Dark Dragon Ball is not so easy to reveal its true body. Every time the Dark Dragon Ball arrives in a world, it will split a lot of doppelganger fakes to help it seize the origin of that world. Once the origin of the world is taken away, then that world will disappear completely, so we must wait a while, stop, I don't understand what you said, what world origin? At this time, Suyu's face was full of black question marks. And the king god of the time realm also patiently continued. If the world is compared to a tree, then the origin of the world is equivalent to the foundation of the big tree, now you understand. Hearing this, Suyu understood it. what happened to the Dark Dragon Ball taking over the origin of the world? I saw that the king god of the time realm sighed slightly. That's a long story. Listening to the slow narration of the king god of the time realm, so you also understood the origin of everything. It turned out that a long time ago, due to Mechacapra's ill intentions, the great realm king god imprisoned Mechacapra, who was still a celestial demon at the time, in time and space. And Mechacapra created the dark demon realm in this isolated space, gained the power of darkness, and recruited a large number of celestial magisters. In order to obtain the power of time, Mechacapra competed with Kurano, who was still the king of the realm, for the throne of the king of the time realm, and used the power of the demon world many times, and created the carved bird, but Kurano discovered the conspiracy. Having discovered Mechcapra's conspiracy, Kurano became the king of time first, and sealed Mechcapra and the engraved bird to the crack of time. Soon after sealing Mechacapra, the celestial magister Demigula and his subordinates Putin and Gerbi seized the power of the dark demon realm and attempted to murder the king of time, but they also failed, and were sealed by the king of time to the crack of time. Later, Mechacapra was unsealed by the demon king Dapra's sister Tova, and then Mechacapra led the people of the demon world to start a protracted war against the king god of time, but Mechacapra has always failed. So in order to strengthen himself, Mechacapra traveled through time and space to kidnap the god of Namex planet and control him with the power of darkness, creating the Dark Dragon Ball, but the Dark Dragon Ball just created is only a half-finished product. In order to complete the Dark Dragon Ball, it is necessary to nourish its growth with the source of the world. As a result, Mechacapra disperses the Dark Dragon Balls into several multiverses, and the Dark Dragon Balls automatically choose someone with an evil heart to possess and strengthen their power. These evil people possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball will completely destroy the original intended ending, so that the original world will gradually move towards a collapsed ending, so as to facilitate the Dark Dragon Ball to seize the origin of the world. Once these Dark Dragon Balls reunite, then Mechacapra will gain the power to transcend the multiverse, and at that time, not only the multiverse where I am will be destroyed, but also the other multiverses, and finally it will even become a disaster for the omnipotent universe. Hearing this, Suyu was puzzled. Why did he destroy so many multiverses? It's very simple, he wants to become the only god. In fact, today's all-powerful universe was born from a singularity, and after this singularity exploded, there were 2 in 1, 2 in 3, and 3 in everything, so that countless multiverses were born, including the universe where you and I are located, but where there is light, there will be darkness, and where there is order, there will be chaos. In the same way, there is a will from one to all things and there is also a will to be one, and Mechcapra is one of the elected representatives of the will to be one, and to make all things one must destroy this infinite multiverse. After listening to the story of the king god of the time realm, Suyu finally understood why Mechacapra was able to harm the multiverse. All things are one, sounds like a good idea, but it's worth destroying so many multiverses. Now Suyu understands that if he doesn't stop it, it is estimated that if Mechacapra succeeds, he will also be unified by all things. But if you let me collect the Dark Dragon Balls, is there any reward? Suyu rubbed his hands and asked with a grin. I can't work for a day, right? I know that your desire is to become stronger and challenge the strong. And if you want to become stronger, you must comprehend more laws of the gods, so let's become my alternate. The king of the realm can comprehend more laws of the gods, and I will explain it for you on the side of the king of the northern realm. Great, then can I travel through time and space to challenge all kinds of powerhouses? Suyu became extremely excited. She believed that as long as she could comprehend the divine law of the realm king god, she would be able to completely transform into a super scion god. Theoretically, that's true. Chapter 22. For Suyu, as long as she can fight those strong people, it is the biggest reward for her. However, Suyu immediately asked, why don't you just destroy the Dark Dragon Ball but collect it? The Dark Dragon Ball is a Dragon Ball made with the help of the dark power of Mecha Capra, even if the destruction of the God of Destruction cannot destroy it, and once the destruction of the dark power inside flows out, it will cause irreversible damage to that world. And only the Dark Dragon Ball is collected and sealed is the only solution at present. So, you didn't expect that there was still an existence in this world where the destruction of the God of Destruction could not be destroyed, but when he thought that the Bird of Time King God in front of him could blow away the destruction of Beerus, he was relieved. By the way, I still have a doubt. I remember that there was a Dragon Ball parallel world where the Dragon Ball blackened into an evil dragon. Why don't other world Dragon Balls have this problem? That's because the Dragon Balls of those worlds once inadvertently came into contact with the Dark Dragon Balls, and were influenced by the Dark Dragon Balls and assimilated to give birth to the evil dragon. Hearing this, Suyu was relieved. The Earth Dragon Ball's transformation into an evil dragon was affected by the Dark Dragon Ball, so she could use the Dragon Ball boldly in the future. Then do you need to go now? I can't wait. Suyu felt that the cells in his whole body were excited, but the next second, his head was knocked on by the King God of the Time Realm and said, "What are you anxious about? Do you want to attack before you have learned anything? Is the Dark Dragon Ball breath so easy to find? You can stay here and study with me for a while." Suyu covered his head, feeling that it hurt to be knocked. It seemed that the strength of this King God of the Time Realm was above her, but it was reasonable to think about it, otherwise this King God of the Time Realm would have been killed by Mecha Capra alone. And in the future time and space, that is, Suyu's time and space, the Realm King, who was lying leisurely in the rocking chair, had a voice in his head, which frightened his fat body and immediately fell off the recliner in a panic. Then the King of the Northern Realm hurriedly got up, waved the sweat on his head with a handkerchief, and said to the air, "I don't know if the King of the Time Realm is looking for it. Dry." "What?" Gohan, who was originally practicing in the distance, Tenunks and Vegeta stopped. It was the first time they had seen such a Northern King so flustered. "Suyu, she will be my disciple in the future, that is, the alternate realm King God. You can find a new alternate realm King. She will cultivate with me for a period of time now, and she will come back in half a year." "What? Suyu, she became yours." "Okay, understood." After hanging up the communication, the King of the Northern Realm became very lost, and finally found a tool man to work for him, but he was directly borrowed by the superior leader. No, it was taken away directly, and he also became his boss, and his subordinates became leaders, not to mention how depressed the King of the Northern Realm was. Gohan saw the tentacles of the Northern Realm King drooping, so he asked, "Lord of the Realm, what happened to you just now? It seems to have something to do with Suyu? Who is that Time Realm King God? You seem to be very afraid of her." "Of course. The Time Realm King God is the most mysterious and powerful Realm King God among the Realm King Gods right now. The King of the Realm God, it turns out that there is a God above the Lord of the Realm," said Gohan with a sudden realization. "Yes, now the whereabouts of the Realm Kings and Gods are hard to find. I didn't expect that one day the Lord of the Realm Kings and Gods would take the initiative to contact me. Of course I was shocked." Vegeta said disdainfully. "Although you gods can use some strange spells, your own strength is not very powerful, and the King God of the Time Realm is probably not much stronger." "Vegeta, don't say that. Lord God of the Time Realm is the guardian of the multiverse time and space. And its strength is not comparable to you now. Even Suyu, the strongest of your scions, can be accepted as a disciple by her, which shows how strong her strength is." Hearing that Suyu was accepted as a disciple by the King God of the Time Realm, Vegeta, who was originally dismissive, showed a shocked expression, and then he shook his hand and said, "Do you mean that Suyu's guy can become stronger again?" The King of the Northern Realm nodded and said, "Of course, that is Lord of the King of the Time Realm. And she must have more training techniques than me." "Damn, King of the Realm, hurry up and use all the training methods. I, as a Scion Prince, will never allow to be under one woman forever. Obviously. Vegeta was in a hurry, although he had almost been shut up because of the real Super Saiyan legend before, but now he had already come out, especially when he learned that Silyu surpassed Gohan, he became even more unwilling. Didn't that guy Silyu say that she wanted to break through the Super Saiyan God as soon as possible? Then I'll break through the Super Saiyan God first. Gohan on the side looked at Vegeta, who was burning with fighting spirit, and was a little stunned, as if he saw Vegeta who was going to threaten to surpass his father. It turns out that Uncle Vegeta unknowingly also used Silyu as a stand-in for his father. Don't worry, God's breath is not so easy to comprehend, take your time. On the other side, Silyu started his cultivation in the Palace of Time. To be precise, he was beaten. Even if Silyu could transform into a mimic god, he still couldn't even touch the corner of the clothes of the king god of the time realm. On the one hand, the king god of the time realm itself is very powerful, and on the other hand, the king god of the time realm mainly masters the power of time and space, like what time is paused, time accelerates, time is reversed, and time jump can be said to be effortless. And such a powerful king god of the time realm is still sealed. When the divine power is completely liberated, it is a little different from what I think now. However, this half-year beating career has made Silyu's comprehension of divine power improve by leaps and bounds, and now that she has transformed into a mimic god again, the tips of her hair have turned red. As long as the roots of her hair also turn red, then she can completely transform into a Super Saiyan god. At the same time, her divine skills have also been further improved. For example, she can now create a spiritual time house directly in front of her, and she no longer needs to go to the temple to cultivate. And after months of searching, the King of Time finally discovered the traces of the Dark Dragon Ball in the other multiverses again. Seeing that Silyu had initially mastered the power of time and space, he planned to send Silyu to that time and space to collect the Dark Dragon Balls there. If you want to find the true body of the Dark Dragon Ball, you must first take down several fake copies of it. As for how to find the real body through the fake body, I have already handed over the method to you. This is your first mission, don't let me down. Don't worry, Master, I will never let you down. Now you send me to that multiverse, I can't wait. Okay. So the king god of the time realm raised his hand to gather divine power to open a door of time and space, and when he saw the door of time and space open, Silyu jumped in after saying goodbye to the king god of time realm. Chapter 23. After coming to the new world, Silyu immediately closed his eyes and felt the breath of the Dark Dragon Ball, and then did not search for the breath of the Dark Dragon Ball. Oh, it seems that I came early. The Dark Dragon Ball doesn't seem to be attracted by the evil breath yet. In this case, Silyu decided to stand still and wait for the Dark Dragon Ball to be attracted by the evil people of this time and space. However, since he had come to the new world, Silyu naturally wanted to observe what this new world was like. However, Silyu looked up and found that it was evening around him, and the sunset in the distance was about to set. After looking around, Silyu noticed that the surroundings seemed to be somewhat similar to the architectural style of the medieval countryside of Western Europe. Not far away, the water of the river is crystal clear, with a slight layer of silver light. The water wheels on the water kept turning and crunching. The breeze blew, holding up Silyu's long silver hair, blowing across the field, setting off waves of wheat, especially under the sunset. But at the same time, I noticed the terrible silence around me. Something is wrong. Although the sun is about to set, the village is so quiet, it is so abnormal, it stands to reason that the village should be curling with smoke at this moment, and the farmers in the fields should at least carry their hoes home. So Silyu carefully perceived the village and soon found some clues. Interesting, interesting. So Silyu came to the center of the village, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes and meditated, waiting for the sun to go down, and the sun would completely set after a while. Then the originally peaceful village became ready to move, Yu also opened his eyes, got up and said, "Okay, don't suppress yourselves anymore, the sun has gone down. There is no need to hide." So as soon as Yu's words fell, he saw that the wooden doors of the various peasant houses in the original village were all broken, and then a humanoid monster with scarlet eyes and sharp teeth rushed out and surrounded Yu. Yu smelled the fishy smell coming from the mouths of these humanoid monsters, and couldn't help frowning. "Meat, it's meat. Ha ha ha, delicious human flesh. I can't wait, I want to eat it, I want to eat it." Hearing the words of these humanoid monsters, the corners of Yu's mouth rose. Although some of them look like zombies, they can have some reason. Are they controlled? Then let me see if you can be saved. I saw Yu raise his hand, and his hands were folded to store chi, and lightning kept coming out of Yu's palm. All nations shocking palm. This move is one of the stunts of the turtle immortals, although the lethality is not large, but with these extremely strong field control energy, suddenly these monsters similar to zombies were paralyzed in place on the spot by Yu's shocking palm of the world. Seeing that all the monsters were controlled by himself, Yu used the reduction technique again, only to see that these villagers who had mutated their bodies gradually returned to normal, and their original fangs and red eyes also changed back to the appearance of normal people. However, the lives of the villagers who had returned to normal began to become dying, but soon Yu used healing techniques to heal the villagers. And the villagers soon opened their eyes one by one and couldn't help but cry with joy when they saw that they had returned to normal. Just when Yu wanted to ask what was going on, a scream suddenly came, and then Yu followed the direction of the scream to see a woman inserting a knife into her abdomen, and blood flowed from her abdomen. Yu was puzzled, and when she was about to use a healing technique to treat herself, the woman held her hand with her pale and weak cheeks and shook her head and said, "Don't treat me anymore, let me die, now I have no hope of living, I'm sorry, my child, mother, I'll apologize for my sins." After saying that, the woman closed her eyes, her hands hung down weakly, she lost her life, and at the last moment of death, the corner of the woman's mouth hung on the corner of her mouth with a relieved smile. Although Yu was puzzled, he also respected the wishes of the young peasant woman and did not choose treatment, and the surrounding villagers couldn't help but sigh. "Folks, what the hell is going on?" Hearing Yu's inquiry, the villagers told Yu the reason in a sigh. It turns out that just yesterday, it was an idyllic scene, and the villagers still lived like ordinary people, living a peaceful daily life. However, just yesterday, a vampire named Dio descended on the village, not only absorbing the blood of the villagers, but also injecting a substance called corpse fluid into the villagers' bodies, transforming the villagers into monsters with no human name called corpses. The young peasant woman was holding her infant baby in her arms, and she begged the vampire named Dio not to eat her son. However, Dio agrees to the young peasant woman's plea, and just when the young peasant woman thinks that her child can escape, Dio wickedly sucks the young peasant woman's blood dry and infuses it with corpse fluid, turning the peasant woman into a corpse. After being transformed into a corpse, the peasant woman was immediately controlled by the nature of the corpse after a short struggle, and then she ate the child she had just sworn to protect. Hearing the explanation of the villagers, Yu was briefly shocked, followed by irrepressible anger, and at the same time understood that he had come to that world. This world was the famous JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and the time he was in was still the first timeline. "Dio, you babal, I'm going to have a big surprise for you." You knew that for Dio, killing him directly would not make him feel much of an insult. It would be a great insult for him to be crushed by Jonathan Joestar, because it would turn him into a complete clown after all the power he had gained at the cost of not being human. And Yu admires Jonathan Joestar very much, as the last true gentleman of the Joestar family, he has to sigh at the end of his fate like that. Yu then said goodbye to the villagers and planned to leave, but was begged by the villagers to stay because they were afraid that Dio would attack again. Looking at the villagers praying for him, Silyu was very helpless, so he simply drew a circle around the village directly, telling the villagers that it was absolutely safe not to go out of this circle at night, and as for the day, there was no need to worry. Then Silyu used the sky dance technique to fly at ease when she sensed the two most powerful breaths nearby, and when she saw Silyu flying away. The villagers hurriedly bowed and kowtowed, and afterwards worshipped the stone statue of Silyu as a goddess. On the other side, in a cliff execution field, Spitwagon was holding the unconscious boy Bok in his arms. Originally because of carelessness, Jonathan Joestar was handcuffed by Tarkas through the end of the chain to the neck and then hung on the beam. Because of the lack of breath, it was difficult for Jonathan Joestar to play his ripple advantage and fell into a desperate situation, and it was because of the teenager's courage to open the dungeon iron door. He and Will Joestar were in a desperate situation. Antonio Zibalin was able to enter the execution grounds. Just when Will Antonio Zibalin stepped forward to destroy the corpse man Tarkas, he was entangled in iron chains by the other party and could not move, and for a while, the two corrugated warriors were entangled in an iron chain. At this time, the corpse man Tarkas laughed loudly, because he could hang the two rippled warriors in front of him with a single force. One was cut off by the waist, and the other was broken. Spitwagon looked at his friends Jonathan and Uncle Zibalin in front of him, very anxious and helpless. Ha ha ha, Lord Dio, your loyal subordinates will complete your mission in a moment. Tarkas burst out laughing. Just as he was about to execute Zibalin and Jonathan with force, he suddenly heard a voice from the door. Woo, I'm good to be there. Chapter 24. Woo, I'm glad to have arrived. Hearing this, the originally proud Tarkas turned his head to look at the door of the execution ground, only to find a girl with an oriental face standing at the door. The girl had beautiful long silver hair, a pair of burgundy eyes, and a lovely face that made people look a little excited. Of course, Tarkas, who had become a corpse, quickly came back to his senses and laughed. Ha ha ha, is really a good bread. After dealing with these two people, I will give you to Lord Dio to taste. However, to Tarkas's surprise, the silver-haired girl did not show any fear and walked straight in. Little girl, what are you doing? It's dangerous here, get out of here. Spitwagon on the side hurriedly persuaded. And the silver-haired girl smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry, it's not dangerous, isn't it just a little corpse? Then the silver-haired girl looked up at Jonathan, who was hanging from the beam, and said, Hey, the big man up there, your neck is not broken. At this time, Jonathan said with difficulty. No. No. Hurry. Run. Even if he was in danger, Jonathan did not forget to remind the silver-haired girl to run. What are you running? I'm here to save you. Fortunately I came in time, otherwise you will be bad, especially the uncle over there. This thick iron chain is easy to cut off the uncle. I heard that the waist cut will not die immediately, but it hurts before death. And Chi Balin looked at Silyu who walked by. For some reason, he actually felt that this petite girl actually gave him a feeling of vastness like the sea. At this time, Tarkas was very angry, and the damn girl in front of him not only did not have the slightest fear, but also ignored him. Damn stinky girl, you're so ignoring me. But before Tarkas finished speaking, he saw that the silver-haired girl actually floated up and floated in mid-air, came to Jonathan's side, and lightly touched the iron cuff on Jonathan's neck with her fingers. With the shattering of the iron cuffs, Zibalin, who had been locked by the chains, also loosened. Seeing this, Tarkas was surprised and shouted. No, it can't be, how can it be? But the next second he heard the voice of a silver-haired girl behind him. Oh, what can't be? Hearing the voice, Tarkas directly turned around and smashed a punch at the silver-haired girl. Originally Tarkas's body was as strong as a hill, and his strength was even more terrifying after becoming a corpse, otherwise he would not have hung Jonathan and Zibalin at the same time. However, such a powerful big fist was blocked by the silver-haired girl with only one finger. What? Tarkas didn't believe in evil and smashed several consecutive punches at the silver-haired girl like raindrops, but they were all blocked by the girl with one finger, and in the process, the silver-haired girl yawned with her other hand. And Tarkas became more and more frightened. At first he was very angry, but now he gradually came to his senses. The silver-haired girl in front of him was too terrible. The original anger turned into fear, so he gradually stopped, and his body retreated, trying to escape. Seeing this, Silyu shook his head and said, "It's better to disappear as a bully." So Silyu raised his hand and blew up the Tarkas who wanted to escape with an energy ball. Seeing this scene, neither Jonathan nor Zybilin were speechless, and the scene fell into a brief silence. After all, they couldn't believe that such a tricky Tarkas was actually destroyed by this silver-haired girl, especially the energy ball at the end had a fantastic feeling. "Mr. Zybilin, what kind of ripple is that? It can be released out of thin air." "I don't know, it's a ripple I've never seen before." Although Zybilin had been practicing in Tibet for a long time, he had never seen a ripple that could be released directly through the air, because his master had clearly told him that the release of ripples had to rely on the medium, and it would be incredible if he did not rely on the medium. "Well, to be precise, I'm Qi, and ripples are a special kind of Qi." While practicing in Tibet, Qi Balin had heard of the concept of Qi, a doctrine that circulated in the central plains, and it is said that the gods and goddesses in Chinese myths and legends relied on spiritual energy to practice. However, even Zybilin's master had never seen immortals, so he thought that the so-called aura was just a legend. And Jonathan had already stepped forward to thank the silver-haired girl. "Thank you for the rescue." "No thanks, it's not a lot of effort for me." And then Zybilin spoke. "May I ask this little girl, are you a fairy?" Hearing Zybilin's words, Spitwagon and Jonathan suddenly wondered. What is Mr. Zybilin's immortal? Immortals, you can understand them as gods in myths and legends, and most of the gods or immortals in Chinese mythology are cultivated by mortals relying on aura. Hearing Qi Balin's words, Silyu knew that the other party had obviously misunderstood something, but the result was correct, he was indeed a god. "Well, I do count as an immortal. It turns out that you are really an immortal, no wonder you are so powerful and can fly. Lord Immortal, can you help us?" "Help you eliminate Dio, right?" "So you said directly." Qi Balin nodded quickly. "No wonder the Chinese call the people of the unknown prophet old immortals, it turns out that the immortals are really unknown prophets." However, unexpectedly, Silyu waved his hand and said, "Although I really want to eliminate that GZZ of Dio immediately, I won't make a move." "How come it is that immortal lord, can't you deal with Dio?" Hearing Jonathan's words, the corners of Silyu's mouth twitched. "What's the matter? Even if that guy Dio wears the Eage Redstone stone ghost face and evolves into the ultimate life form, I can destroy him, and there won't be even a scum left. The reason why I don't destroy him is very simple, I have to be fat, especially Jonathan, you beat him with your own hands, I want him to understand that he gave up his humanity to gain vampire powers, but it was just a joke." "So?" Jonathan scratched his head. "Well, in the current state of the two of you, you almost overturned against the elite monsters under Dio, and if you want to deal with Dio, it's still a lot worse." At this time, Zybilin on the side spoke. "I have informed my senior brothers that they will arrive soon, and we will defeat Dio together when the time comes." However, Silyu shook his finger and said, No, it won't work together, no matter how many miscellaneous fish there are, they are also miscellaneous fish, if you want to defeat Dio, you two must become stronger, then you can practice with me for a while." Chapter 25. Hearing that he was going to follow Silyu to practice, Jonathan couldn't help but ask, "That fairy miss, how long are we going to practice?" "It won't be long, it's only a year and a half." Hearing that he was going to practice for such a long time, Jonathan's face couldn't help but turn a little pale, and Spitwagon on the side immediately said, "Miss Fairy, this is not good, that guy is raging innocent lives. If we wait for a year and a half, I'm afraid there will be a lot of innocent lives lost." "That's right, Miss Fairy, we can't wait any longer, a year is too long." Jonathan was furious at the thought that Dio was still doing evil. But 2 or 3 months. Although the time was greatly shortened, it was still impossible for a few people to wait. "It's too long, isn't it?" "Don't worry, it's 2 or 3 months for the two of you, but it's only a few hours for the outside world." Then Silyu snapped his fingers, and a door was summoned by Silyu. "There is." A door appeared out of thin air, said Spitwagon in surprise. "On the other side of the door is another world, and the speed of time between the two worlds is about 1:365, which means that you have been in the door for a year, and the outside world is here for only a year." Hearing Silyu's words, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This is too magical. "So next, Jonathan and Zibalin, you follow me to the other side of the door to practice, and Spitwagon, your town goes up to tell Uncle Zibalin, Master, and the brothers about Dio. At this time they are cleaning up the corpses in the town. Remember to remind them to be careful of Dio's vaporization and freezing Dafa. Don't give away people's heads for nothing, you know." "No. Road. But are you worried about the corpses, and?" The young poke nodded. After all, the town could pop up at any time, and they wouldn't ripple. How could they not be afraid? And Zibalin proposed at this time. "Why don't I protect them outside, Jojo? You follow Miss Immortal to cultivate." However, Silyu shook his head and said, "No, you two must practice with me. As for Spitwagon and Boke, you don't have to worry." I saw Silyu raise his hand and fingers to condense 2 golden energy balls, and then Silyu bounced on the 2 of them and said, "This is the protective shield I pinched for you with my chi, which can cover your body for a day. With this protective shield, not to mention the corpse, even if it is Dio, he can't hurt you." Spitwagon and Pock noticed that the 2 of them were covered with a transparent and slightly golden film, and their hearts were relaxed. "Don't worry, big sister, we will definitely complete the task." Pork, who had been a little scared, instantly became full of courage. "That's right." Spitwagon on the side also patted his chest and promised to complete the task. Silyu nodded to express his satisfaction, so he said, "Let's go." Then Silyu opened the door of the Spirit Time House and walked in. Jonathan and Zibalin also followed Silyu in, and then the door automatically closed and disappeared in place. Looking at the scene in front of him, Spitwagon felt a little unreal, and so did the young Pock. "Uncle, they just disappeared." "That's right, it's worthy of being a god, it's just powerful." "Okay." The 2 of them immediately took advantage of the darkness to rush to the town called the Wind Knights. And Jonathan and Zibalin, who followed Silyu into the Spirit Time House, felt a very heavy pressure as soon as they stepped in, and directly let the 2 of them lie on the ground. "What is this? I feel so stressed," and Zibalin, who is well informed and has many years of experience in the rivers and lakes, immediately noticed the real doorway. "No, it's not that the pressure has increased, but that our bodies have become heavier." Silyu nodded at this time and said, "That's right, it's your body that has become heavier. The gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth. You have to learn to adapt to the gravity here in the next few days, and when you can move normally, I will start to officially train you. Come on." After speaking, Silyu carried his fishing rod to the river every day. And Zibalin, who was lying on the ground, said to Jonathan, "Jojo, don't breathe out of order, try to strengthen our body with ripples." "Understood, Mr. Zibalin." So the bodies of the 2 of them rippled, and with great difficulty, they got up, half knelt on the ground, sweating profusely and then lying down again. The main thing is that they are really tired. The 2 of them are equivalent to crawling 9 of themselves. Even if they have ripple support, it is quite uncomfortable, but fortunately they have ripples, and ordinary people are not unable to stand up in the face of 10 times the gravity, but the body will be crushed. But it's not that it's completely fine, 10 times the gravity will still cause all kinds of damage to their bodies, such as broken bones, muscle strains and so on. However, Ripple can repair these internal injuries on his own, so in this way, the two of them have continuously improved their physical fitness in the confrontation with 10 times gravity, and Ripple has become stronger and stronger in repeated tempering. Soon in just one day, the two of them were able to sit up from lying on their stomachs, and Suryu saw that the two of them could sit up, so he taught the two how to exercise the method of pranayama. After mastering the method of pranayama, the speed at which the two of them overcome 10 times the gravity began to increase, and the next day the two of them were able to barely stand up. Of course, they didn't take 2 steps and lay down again. In this way, the two of them will make some progress every day, and on the 5th day of entering the Spirit Time House, the two of them will be able to stand up completely, and they will not be as embarrassed as they first came. Of course, the action is still very difficult. On the 10th day, Jonathan was finally able to walk normally in an environment of 10 times the gravity, and Zybilin was soon able to walk normally. After more than 20 days, the two finally completely overcame the gravity environment 10 times that of the two, and they were able to run and jump without being tired and out of breath. And the two were surprised to find that they had also improved by an order of magnitude in terms of physical fitness and the number of ripples. Yes, you can adapt to the gravity here in just 20 days, and you are quite good in terms of the quality of earthlings. The quality of an earthling, Miss Fairy, aren't you an earthling? Asked Jonathan, confused. I'm partly an earthling in my bloodline, but I'm more of a cosmic fighting nation scion. Do you think my tail is just a decoration? Said Suryu, who moved his silver tail. Alas, it's true. I thought it was Miss Suryu's belt, but I didn't expect Miss Suryu that you are an alien. It's incredible. Yes, can aliens become immortals? Why can't aliens become gods? Besides, I'm not from your universe, I'm from other universes, and I don't have to know the purpose. I have no malicious intentions, and then I'll start teaching you the practice of qi. The two of them don't doubt him, and Suryu's strength is so strong, if there is malicious intent, they can't do anything. Because Zybilin and Jonathan practiced Ripple Qigong, they quickly understood and learned how to use qi. But understanding and learning are one thing, mastering is another. Just as Jonathan and Zybilin were practicing qi, outside, Spitwagon and Pock also came to the town, and the two met Little Bok's acquaintance, just when Little Bok breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the town was not in trouble. This uncle named Kate suddenly turned into a corpse and attacked the two, but fortunately, the protective shield left by Suryu for the two worked, and the corpse's long tongue was just touching the skin of the two and was lit by the protective shield and screaming. Originally, the tongue was directly electrocuted into black charcoal, and the corpse biochemical of qi stretched out its long claws and pounced on Little Bok, but its claws were electrocuted after touching Pock like its tongue, so that the corpse had to withdraw his electrocuted arm. And the screams of the corpses also attracted Danya, Strat, and Duodi, who were cleaning up the corpses in the town, who were none other than Zybilin's brothers and masters. A few people were also amazed to see Spitwagon and Poke's shield. They had never seen anything like this before, and the corpse was ready to flee after being deflated continuously. As a result, he turned around and met Danya and others, and the result naturally went without saying, and was wiped out by Danya and others with ripples. Seeing Danya and the others using ripples, Spitwagon and Pork naturally guessed that these people were Zybirin's brothers and masters, so Spitwagon took the initiative to greet them. You are Uncle Zybirin's brother and master. Several people were surprised to hear Spitwagon say this. As the elder of the group, Duopei nodded and said, That's right. I am Chi Balin's master Duopei. Great, I've finally found you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Spitwagon. My name is Poke. Seeing such a happy sight of Spitwagon and Pork, he asked with a lot of questions. It seems that Zybilin told you, but where is Zybilin, and Jonathan Joestar, whom he mentioned in his letter? So Spitwagon told the three people present about their fate, and when he heard that Zybilin had survived the dungeon, a flash of surprise and joy flashed in his eyes. Immortals? Just kidding, how can there be immortals in this world? Strolly didn't believe it. After all, he had also practiced in China for so long, and he didn't know if there were immortals. That big sister, she is really a fairy. She summoned a door out of thin air, and disappeared in front of us with the big brother and that uncle. It's supposed to be a trick. I don't believe in the existence of immortals. Danya also agrees with Steer. Poke looked at the two uncles in disbelief, so he turned his head to look at Duo Match. Don't you believe it, old man? And nodded with a smile and touched the young boy's head and said, I believe, I believe. Ha ha ha. The old man sounds so fake, how can it be true? Yes, old man. Seeing that the two apprentices didn't believe it, he smiled and said, actually, according to my divination many years ago, Zybilin is his ultimate day-to-day, and his ending is already doomed when he chooses to become a Ripple warrior, and no one can change it, unless it is a person who transcends fate or an immortal can change his fate, and now that Zybilin has survived, this person is better than a fairy even if he is not an immortal. Duo by D was already preparing to welcome the death of his apprentice, but he didn't expect that his apprentice would actually transcend fate and cross the end of death. How could he not feel happy? After that, the two of them followed Suryu's instructions to tell the three masters and apprentices about Dio's hole cards and vaporization and freezing methods. The three of them frowned when they heard this. According to Spitwagon's description, this vaporization and freezing method did not seem to be so easy to crack. Later, Pak finds out that his sister is missing, and presumably has been captured by Dio, so the few are forced to fight Dio. After Dio captures Pak's sister, Dio pretends to invite Pak's sister to become a corpse as his partner, but Pak's sister swears to death and even gives Dio a slap, and Dio angrily orders his men to kill Pak's sister. So Pak's sister tried her best to escape, but after all, she couldn't escape the pursuit of the corpses, and just when her life was hanging by a thread, Pak rushed out to block in front of her sister. And the corpses are overjoyed. After all, children's meat is much better than adults' meat. But I never thought that just biting it not only broke my teeth, but also directly paralyzed my whole body by electricity. Sister, are you okay? Why are you here? Let's go. Don't worry, sister, let's go together. Just as Poke was about to take his sister away, suddenly Dio's voice came. Is my territory your buns of bread as you come and go? And Dio slowly walked out of the darkness. The cold and evil aura that emanated from his body made Poke shudder. Chapter 26. Pork felt his legs tremble at the sight of Dio. He had actually met Dio before, and it was he who hypnotized himself into stealing the luggage of Big Brother Jonathan and Uncle Zybilin, which eventually led them to fall into the trap. Ha ha ha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, little ghost. I really didn't expect her to be your sister. I didn't see you for a few hours. I didn't expect some subtle changes in your body. It should be those ripples that are inflicted on you, but these are all in front of me. Big wood, big wood. As he spoke, Dio pounced on Poke like a wolf, but at this moment, Dio sensed the danger and saw two people attacking him from the left and right. Both of them were carrying strange golden electricity, so Dio improvised and used vaporization and freezing to freeze their fists. Because the fists of the two were frozen, all the ripples were not transmitted to Dio. I see, you used this woman and the little ghost as bait to let me relax my vigilance, and then pinch me left and right, but it's a pity that muda, your body is frozen by me. Look at how you use ripples, wyyyyyyy. Just when Dio was proud, suddenly an old man jumped up from behind Pak, and at this time, the ripple energy gathered in his hand was actually stronger than the two people who attacked him on the left and right. It turns out that this is the real killer move. Once this rippled fist lands on his head, I am afraid that his head will melt in an instant. But you guys are underestimating me, Dio-sama, aren't you? Saw one of Dio's eyeballs burst, then squeezed the bodily fluid in the eye, and then shot through his own eyeballs and launched it. Originally intended to end with a fist, Dio sensed the danger and subconsciously protected his hands in front of him, and then shifted his head to the left, but the liquid directly penetrated his palm and passed through his cheek. If he hadn't reacted in time, his head would have been penetrated by this liquid. What? Master! Danya and Sali had to give up attacking Dio left and right, and hurriedly stepped forward to help Duo match ground. Are you okay? Facing the concern of his two apprentices, he shook his head and said. Don't worry, I don't have much of a big deal. It's just that our battle plan failed this time. Hearing Duo say this, the hearts of the people present couldn't help but sink. Originally, it was difficult for Dio, who had the vaporization and freezing method, to solve it, but now Dio has developed a rather tricky long-range attack such as Hollow Eye Thorn. After a while, Dio's cracked eyeball recovered, and he burst out laughing. Why, you rippled warriors are not very good. Sure enough, Dio is the destined emperor, ha ha ha. In fact, I don't need to make a move against you at all. I saw Dio jump onto the balcony of the castle above, and then snapped his fingers, and soon countless scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness, and several people looked around, only to find that they were surrounded by the corpse army. You ripple warriors are indeed not weak, but as a human being, you have limits after all. These corpses are all the people in this town. Can you kill them all? Ha 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 ha. Obviously, Dio didn't intend to clash with them head-on first, and sent an army of corpses to consume them first. Such a large number of corpses, even if they could be eliminated. It was estimated that there would not be a lot of ripple energy left, and it would be easy for Dio to defeat them at that time. At this time, everyone present could only fight to the death with the surrounding army of corpses, and Spitwagon, who had no combat effectiveness, also used his protective shield to fight against the corpses. Dio sat leisurely on a chair basking in the moonlight, and the corpse man poured Dio a glass of red wine, but this red wine was extraordinarily bright red, more like blood. Dio took a sip elegantly, and then looked with interest at the people below who were besieged by his corpse legion. Looking at the struggling people, Dio's mood was naturally very happy, and the red wine in the wine glass in his hand also shook with Dio's hand. Yes, yes, this kind of prey struggling in the trap is really amazing. I hope you can struggle a little longer, ha ha ha. At this time, everyone who was surrounded looked solemn. At first a few ripple warriors could still kill all directions, but as the number of enemies continued to increase, gradually the ripple warriors felt tired. Now each of them doesn't know how many corpses they have defeated, but the number of corpses around them is still increasing, and this kind of crowd tactic is really incomprehensible. Even if they break through the crowd tactics, they don't know how to defeat Dio, who has mastered the vaporization and freezing method and the piercing of the empty eyes. This vampire is too strong. Damn, we're not going to lose. That's right. Facing the desperate situation, the three ripple warriors once again burst out with powerful ripple energy, and soon under the joint efforts of the three of them, countless corpses were completely cleaned up by the three of them. Seeing that his corpses had been thoroughly cleaned up, Dio jumped off the balcony again, clapped his hands and said, "Yes, yes, your struggle is interesting, but well, that's the end of it." At this time, Dio had a smug smile on his lips, and then continued, "I can give you a chance. As long as you surrender to me, I will give you the same power as me. How about it?" The three of them knew that Dio's so-called giving them great power was nothing more than turning the three of them into his corpse puppets. As a master, although he is already an old man, his eyes are still full of firm faith. "Vampires, you don't need to say more. As ripple warriors, we will never succumb to evil even if we die. We no longer fear death from the day we became ripple warriors. Even if we can't defeat you, someone will inherit our will to defeat you. Never give in, ha ha ha, good, I remember that you have an old Chinese saying that those who know the times are junja. It seems that you don't understand this sentence, old man. As a scholar, Dio naturally reads a lot of books, including books from a certain country in the East, so he naturally knows the saying that those who know the times are junja. However, Duo Piety shook his head and said, we also have an ancient saying in China that says that since ancient times, no one has died, and the Dan is left to take care of the sweat and youth. A gentleman has something to do and something not to do, and the same is true for our Ripple warriors. Come on, let you see the courage of our Ripple warriors. With a loud shout, even if they were already a little exhausted, the three of them did not hesitate to rush up and fight with Dio. In the face of the three-person siege, Dio became more comfortable than before, shouting as he fought. Muda muda. In the end, the three Ripple warriors were knocked down by Dio together, and the three of them lay on the ground and spurted blood from their mouths. Boxers, boxers, and then I'm going to solve the problem that the three of you are okay, even if you don't agree, I'll turn you into corpses, ha ha ha. I saw a lot of wriggling blood vessels stretching out of Dio's hand, and these blood vessels pounced on the three people who were no longer able to resist. Seeing this scene, Poke shouted angrily. Sister Fairy! Haha, it's useless to shout at anyone. However, just when Dio was very proud, his body flew out for some reason. And Poke also heard a familiar voice. Alright, don't worry, we're coming. Chapter 27. Dio, whose body flew out and landed on the ground, suddenly felt that his chest was in pain, and under careful inspection, the ribs in his chest were all crushed and fractured, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out directly. Only then did he notice that a silver-haired girl appeared in front of the position he was standing in front of him just now, and the other party was raising his fist with his back to him at this time. Could it be that he was seriously injured by this random blow? How could it be? Poke, who was about to despair, suddenly showed a look of surprise when he saw Suyu appear. Sister Fairy! Are you here? Well, here, it seems that it's the same as last time, I'm here in time. And Dio's side, because he is a vampire, recovers his body functions quickly, and he struggles to get up and cover his chest. And the ribs that were shattered in a few breaths are restored. He looked horrified and incredulous at the girl who appeared in an instant and knocked him away. You? Who are you? However, to her surprise, the silver-haired girl did not seem to pay attention to him, but instead looked at the three rippled warriors lying on the ground. Ah! Then Suyu raised his hand and released a soft light that shrouded the three of them, and soon the wounds on the three of them were successfully healed. And the three of them also woke up faintly, and when they saw the silver-haired girl who was treating them, Danya and Sali flashed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Could it be that what the little ghost said was true? But they didn't have time to ask more, because at this time Dio had already pounced on the back of the silver-haired girl, and several people hurriedly shouted. Be careful! Why, it's too late, go die! Dio's hands turned into sharp claws, trying to tear the silver-haired girl into pieces. As a result, just when Dio thought that his claws were penetrating the girl's body, he found that his claws actually slashed through the girl's body without any obstacles. What? After landing on the ground, he realized that it was actually an afterimage, and Dio immediately looked around, and at this time, the voice of the silver-haired girl sounded from behind him. Are you looking for me? Dio suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly turned around and put on a fighting stance. Who the hell are you? Man, well, I'm not a human now, I'm a trainee. God! God, what are you kidding, there is no God in this world. Dio, who has been studying for many years, obviously does not believe in the existence of any gods. Hearing Dio's words, the silver-haired girl let out a silver bell-like laugh. Ha ha ha, Dio, you guys are really funny, you obviously turned into a vampire in myths and legends, but you don't believe that this world has gods, don't you think it's funny? Hearing the silver-haired girl's ridicule, Dio was extremely annoyed and pounced on the silver-haired girl again, but this time the silver-haired girl seemed to teleport again, flashed directly in front of Dio, and then kicked Dio's head. Dio's body then flew out like a soccer ball, landing on the floor and smashing into a large hole. Then Dio staggered and got up, and his skull was smashed by the silver-haired girl's kick, and it dried up directly, and it was bloody and scary to look at. But damn! Dio didn't expect the other party to take a heavy blow with just one punch and kick. If it weren't for his special vampire physique, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. Miss Spirit, quickly destroy this monster. You are so powerful, you must be able to destroy him easily, shouted Danya on the side. Suyu crossed his waist with one hand and supported his chin with the other hand and nodded. That's right, destroying Dio is almost the same as destroying an ant for me. But I refuse. What? The three rippled warriors present didn't expect that the fairy lady in front of them actually refused directly. Can I help you destroy this vampire, and tomorrow another more powerful vampire will pop up and I want to eliminate it. I can't always help you eliminate vampires, old man, since you are Chinese, you should understand that it is better to teach people to fish than to teach them to fish. As a god, I will help you point you in the right direction, but you will have to walk the path under your feet. Hearing Suyu's words, he bowed to Suyu with his hands folded and said, It's me Meng Lang, it's just a god, how can we defeat this vampire? Don't worry, the person who defeated Dio has come. Suyu pointed to the balcony window above. And everyone looked up to see two figures actually flying in from the window and floating in mid-air. Some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief to confirm that the two men were floating in mid-air, without any support. Mr. Jonathan, Uncle Zibelin, you're here, shouted Spitwagon in surprise. Duode looked at his apprentice in disbelief. Are you really Zibelin? That's right, master is me. Zibelin fell to the ground and saluted with folded hands in front of Dodge. Why are the ripples on your body so powerful? Was incredulous, because the ripples on Zibelin's body at this time were almost the same as when he had just said goodbye to his master. To use metaphors, the strength of the ripples on Chi Balin's body before can only be regarded as a trickling stream, but now the ripples on Chi Balin's body are as strong as the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, which is simply the difference between cloud and mud. And after cultivating for so many years, the most powerful ripple warriors I have seen are not as good as the Issei of Chi Balin in front of him. And the strength of the ripples on the strong guy on the side was no less than that of Zibelin, and for a while he wondered if he had been caught in the illusion. Thanks to this Miss Suyu, it helped me and Jojo embark on a new path, and now Jonathan and I have only been on this new path for a few days. Don't worry, after Master, Senior Brother and Brother are done with Dio, we will tell you how to practice Chi. A new path, so powerful is just getting started. This gap is too big, isn't it? Jonathan stepped forward and pointed at Dio's nose and said, Dio. This time I will definitely destroy you completely and avenge all those you have hurt. Oh? Jojo is up to you, don't forget that you and the old man over there lost to me not long ago, and it's ridiculous that you've threatened to take revenge in the past few hours, ha 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 ha. If the silver-haired girl said that she wanted to eliminate him, Dio might still be afraid of 3 points, but if she faced Jojo, Dio had absolute confidence. After all, since he was a child, he has always pressed Jojo, and now even if Jojo becomes a ripple warrior who restrains vampires, with the two skills of vaporization and freezing and hollow eye stinging, he has nothing to fear at all. And just now those 3 ripple warriors were almost turned into corpses by him. Die, Jojo, wyyyyyyy. Chapter 28. Like a hungry tiger pounced, Dio flew and pounced on Jonathan. Sinai, Jojo. However, Just as Dio's claws gave Jonathan to dig out the heart of the black tiger, Jonathan only dodged Dio's attack with a slight sideways. "Nanny, Jojo, how did you get so fast?" "Dio, don't think you're the only one who gets stronger." I saw Jonathan punch Dio directly in the abdomen. Seeing this, Dio hurriedly used the vaporization and freezing method to defend, but to Dio's surprise, Jonathan directly shattered the ice with a punch, and Dio's body flew out like a cannonball. Dio smashed through the wall, landing on the grass outside, and Jonathan jumped out. Lying on the ground, Dio's body was extremely twisted because of Jonathan's punch, and blood kept gushing out. Seeing Jonathan who landed in front of him, Dio was furious. "Dio, even if you use the vaporization method to stop the conduction of the ripples, you can't stop this force of mine, and my punch represents all the people you killed." The vaporization and freezing method is indeed powerful, but as long as the force is big and the bricks fly, how can he resist the cold ice of the defense with one punch? Damn! Jojo, how could you, in such a short period of time, possess such a powerful force? Dio gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, his distorted body quickly repairing. As a result, before Jonathan could speak, Suyu, who was floating in the air, said, "Because the power that Jojo pursues is not for himself, but for protecting others, and the power of this heart to protect others is infinite. And the power that you give up the pursuit of human nature is only for yourself, for the sake of selfish desires, so there is a limit to the power you can get. Now you're just a clown." Hearing Suyu's words, Dio's face was distorted, and he was actually said to be a clown. No way, I'm invincible." Dio, who had just repaired his body, rushed towards Jonathan again. He didn't believe that Jonathan was actually stronger than him. However, every one of his attacks missed, and he couldn't hit Jonathan at all, and Dio, who was forced to hurry, directly used his most powerful special move, Empty Split Eye Piercing. At this time, the original spectators couldn't help but say, "Danger, get out of the way." However, Jonathan didn't choose to dodge, just when Dio thought that his split eye thorn could penetrate Jonathan's head, but his split eye thorn was actually slapped away by Jonathan. "My empty eyes are piercing, how can I?" "Dio, now the gap between you and me is too big, and your attack won't work against me at all." In fact, Jonathan felt that even if he didn't shoot Dio's empty cracked eyes, his body would still be able to defend himself. At this time, Dio felt deeply insulted. He obviously gave up so much, but he was easily crushed by Jojo, so what he did became a joke. "How about I blindfold my eyes with blood, Sinai, Jojo?" said Dio and kicked Jonathan, thinking that he would be able to take him by surprise. However, Jonathan closed his eyes and raised his arm to block Dio's kick. Dio didn't expect his attack to be blocked. It must have been just a coincidence. The other party couldn't see it for a while, as long as he continued to attack. So Dio launched a series of attacks on Jonathan, but each of his attacks was blocked by Jonathan. "No way, Jojo, how can you see nothing?" "Because I can feel your anger, Dio." "And Dio, you've already lost." "Lost?" When Dio was confused, his hands and feet exploded automatically, and Dio's body began to turn into ashes from the part of the explosion. "Every time you attack, I place small energy balls on your hands and feet, and the energy balls contain ripples, so that's why I say you lost, Dio." At this time, Jonathan wiped his eyes, and could clearly see that Dio's body in front of him began to collapse. Looking at his collapsed body, Dio was very unwilling. He actually lost and lost so completely. "Unwilling, I'm unwilling." Just as the ripples were about to spread along Dio's body to Dio's head, a crack appeared in the originally peaceful space, and soon the crack shattered like a mirror, and a bead with a black aura flew out of the crack. The beads flew straight towards Dio's head and then set on Dio's forehead, and Dio's collapsed body actually stopped. Then Dio erupted with a black aura that sent Jonathan flying. Jojo! Zybilin immediately flew out to catch Jonathan. Are you all right? I'm fine, Uncle Zybilin, it's just that Dio he said. The two of them looked at Dio, and when the black aura dissipated, Dio stood in place again, his body not only repaired, but also his aura became so powerful. That's right. Originally, Dio's aura was not very powerful, and Jonathan alone could easily solve it, but when it was fused with the beads of such a black aura, Dio's evil aura directly skyrocketed. This evil aura is so strong that even Zybilin and Jonathan combined are difficult to fight against. After fusing the Dark Dragon Ball, Dio felt a huge change in his body. He was originally afraid of sunlight and ripples as a vampire, but now he was no longer afraid, and those things no longer affected him. And the most important thing is that he feels as if his current body has inexhaustible strength, and this feeling of comfort has never been felt before. I don't know what this beat is about, but now I've finally obtained the strongest power, ha 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 ha, said. Dio's body erupted with a very powerful dark aura. This powerful dark aura even blew away the clouds in the sky, and the others couldn't even stand firm. Jojo, let's get on it together. Okay, Zybilin-san. Jonathan and Zybilin looked at each other and immediately flew towards the darkness. And Dio looked at the two people who rushed towards him. Not only did he not panic, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised a certain arc. Oh, do you know that one person can't be my opponent and two people go together? It's a pity that it's still witty. Dio said that he directly met the two of them at a faster speed, and the speed made Jonathan and Zybilin, who had originally taken the initiative to attack, sense the danger aura, and the two quickly adjusted their offensive posture to a defensive posture with their arms crossed. However, even if they adjusted their posture, when Dio's fist fell, the two still felt a very heavy blow, and Dio also took advantage of the victory to chase after him, directly kicking the two of them away with one kick. The two of them slammed directly on the ground, lifting the dirt on the ground high. The dark Dio floating in the air laughed out loud again. Boxers, it seems that I've become too strong now, even if the two of you are not Kono Dio's opponents, ha ha ha. And Jonathan and Zybilin, who were smashed on the ground, had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths at this time, and the two of them bleed out just by looking at each other. It seems that the gap between them and Dio is not small. And Poke became very anxious when he saw this scene. He turned to Suyu and pleaded. Sister Immortal, you hurry up, take action to eliminate Dio, Big Brother Jonathan and Uncle Zybilin, they won't last long. Please. However, Suyu looked at the darkness in the air and shook his head. As I said, I won't directly help you destroy Dio, your enemy must be defeated by himself. Of course, the most important thing is that he is too weak, so I can't raise the will to fight. What? Poke didn't expect Suyu to refuse his request, and at the same time, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of the sea, and a haze shrouded everyone's hearts. But Sister Fairy, such a powerful Dio, can Big Brother Jonathan and Uncle Zybilin win? And Suyu smiled and said. I can win. When I came, I had already given them a magic weapon to win. Little brother, didn't you see what was missing from my sister? Sister? What are you missing? Poke looked Suyu up and down, remembered Suyu's appearance before, and quickly found what Suyu was missing. Sister, your earrings are missing. Chapter 29. At this time, the sound of the collision of the three people was heard in the sky one after another, and the three of them continued to leave after images in the air. The speed made it difficult for everyone on the lookers to keep up with their naked eyes except for Suyu. Is this really the speed that humans can achieve? It's so fast, we can only see their after images. The new combat system kept impacting the three views of the three Ripple warriors, and it was the first time that they felt that their strength was so small. Jonathan and Zybilin became more and more frightened as they fought with Dio, as if the other party was using the two of them as whetstones to adapt to the strength of their bodies. In the end, Dio was taken by surprise and slammed his fists into Jonathan and Zibelin's abdomen, and the two of them immediately vomited out the acid water in their stomachs. Dio then grabs their heads and slams them together, then throws them out like rags. Looking at the embarrassed Jonathan and Zibelin, Dark Dio felt very comfortable. Ha ha ha, Jojo, do you know? I'm so excited now, I'm not old, I'm not afraid of sunlight and ripples, I have absolute power, and now I'm the most powerful and perfect ultimate creature on this planet. With the sound of Dio falling, the sun slowly rose. If it was the previous Dio, it would definitely be too late to hide, but with the blessing of the Dark Dragon Ball, he not only retained the advantages of vampires but also overcame the shortcomings of vampires, while also gaining unusually powerful powers. When everyone saw this scene in front of them, they couldn't help but shout in horror. Dio, he is actually bathed in the sun. This scene completely made everyone desperate. Dio looked at Jonathan after soaking up the sun with his arms outstretched. Jojo, now the grudge between you and me is completely settled, go die, Jojo, wyyyyy. This time Dio vowed to settle Jonathan completely. Facing the Dio who pounced on him, Jonathan gritted his teeth, put his hands in front of his face, and shouted. Sun Fist! The intense light instantly blinded Dio's eyes, so that Dio had to stop attacking by himself, covering his eyes, and shouting, my eyes, my eyes. And while Dio was temporarily unable to act, Jonathan shouted to Zibelin on the side, Zibelin-san. We can only use the props that Miss Tsuyu gave us. That's right, Jojo, then use it. So the two of them took out the bottle earrings that Tsuyu had given them from their pockets, and put them on their left and right ears. Then the bodies of the two actually collided uncontrollably, and then at the moment of the collision, the bodies of the two emitted dazzling white light again, and when the white light was over, everyone in Dio regained their eyesight. It was found that both Jonathan and Zibelin had disappeared, and in their place, a strong, tall, bearded middle-aged man with a face that looked like both Jonathan and Zibelin. Big brother Jonathan and uncle Zibelin are combined. It's incredible that two people can become one. At this time, Dark Dio's face became very gloomy. Humph, isn't it just a merger? Before, you couldn't compare to me in terms of strength, even if you combined. So Dio flew again and swept towards the enemy in front of him, but he was surprised to find that the person had disappeared, and then there was a sharp pain in his cheek, and his body flew out. Dark Dio covered his face in pain. Coco. Evil, who the hell are you and why are you so strong? Me. At this time, the middle-aged man's voice sounded, as if it was the accent of Jonathan and Zibelin. Since it's a combination of Jonathan Joestar and Will Antonio Zibelin, then my name will be Jonathan Zibelin. No way, how can your strength be so strong if it's just combined? Dio said in disbelief. However, at this time, Tsuyu spoke. Using my Padala earrings to merge is never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, and with the bond between Jojo and Uncle Zibelin, who are also teachers and friends, similar personalities and golden spirit bonuses, their combat effectiveness after combining can be described as multiplication. Dio's face became even more ugly when he heard this, and he thought it was adding, but it turned out to be multiplication, and this increase in combat power was simply unreasonable. What are you kidding? The fake is definitely fake, I'm the strongest in the world. The Dio who didn't believe in evil rushed to Jonathan Zibelin after the merger again, but after feeling the powerful power in his body, Jonathan Zibelin just exploded and flew out the Dio bomb that rushed over. As soon as Dio flew out and didn't stabilize his body, Jonathan Zibelin flashed behind Dio and kicked Dio's body in two with a strong kick. Then Jonathan Zibelin shouted. Extreme Ripple Hurry! A punch hit Dio's lower body, and Dio's lower body was directly wiped out, although Ripple no longer has a special attack on Dio. But the powerful Ripple can still completely wipe out Dio's body. And Dio saw that his lower body was destroyed, and hurriedly regenerated his lower body. That's right, with the blessing of the Dark Dragon Ball, Dio's regeneration ability has also been strengthened, and he can regenerate his entire body even if he only has one head left. But even with such a powerful regeneration ability, Dio still doesn't feel at ease. And Jonathan Zibilin pointed at Dio and said, Dio, now you are completely at the end of your rope, this time I will completely destroy you, so that you will never have a chance to do evil. Saying that, Jonathan Zibilin formed a calyx with both hands, put the calyx hand on his waist, gathered a ball of light in the palms of both hands, and read in his mouth. Turtle Pai Chi. Damn, how can I become the God King of this planet? Fall in this, and release energy waves, I will too. Although Dio didn't know how to use Chi before, with the blessing of the Dark Dragon Ball, he also knew how to release his energy. So Dio gathered the energy of his whole body and poured out from his hands towards Jonathan Zibilin. Looking at the energy wave released by the Dark Dio, Silyu shook his head a few times. Blindly fighting and releasing it indiscriminately, it is a disadvantage, and it is completely hopeless now. To put it simply, this way of releasing energy waves can be the same as the highest of the person who released them, while the Turtle School Qigong waves can be released at a certain rate. The blue energy wave was released from between Jonathan Zibilin's hands, and just like that, the blue energy wave and the black energy wave met halfway, but the black energy wave only stalemate for a moment, and was swallowed by the blue Turtle faction Qigong. Then the Turtle sect Qigong came to Dark Dio's body. Dark Dio didn't have time to dodge and was directly engulfed by the Turtle sect Qigong, and then Dark Dio's body quickly decomposed in the energy wave of the Turtle sect Qigong. How is it possible? I'm Dio. Ah! On December 4, 1888, Dio Brando was completely defeated. Chapter 30. Looking at the eliminated Dio, everyone couldn't help but jump up with joy after a short silence, and after a series of twists and turns, the demon Dio was finally eliminated. How could he not be happy? But though Dio was gone, the black bead remained, just as Jonathan Zibilin stepped forward to check it. Suddenly, the black bead emitted a dark aura and condensed a black dragon shadow, and this black dragon shadow immediately launched an attack on Jonathan Zibilin. And Jonathan Zibilin subconsciously defended, but the black dragon swung its tail and knocked Jonathan Zibilin, who was ready to defend, into the air. Then the black dragon shadow flew into the sky, apparently intending to escape. However, at this time, Silyu, who was fighting in front of him, made a move, only to see Silyu blocking in front of the black dragon shadow, and then smiled contemptuously. Want to escape? Then Silyu directly stretched out the palm of his right hand and summoned a huge translucent golden palm to directly pinch the dark dragon shadow, and the dark dragon shadow that had just knocked off Jonathan Zibilin was held by Silyu like a chick cub at this time. Then Silyu used a little force, and the black dragon shadow was crushed by Silyu, and the dark dragon ball also fell on Silyu's hand. Only then did Silyu notice that this dark dragon ball was the 4 planets, and most importantly, the rich dark aura showed that it was a genuine dragon ball. And Jonathan Zibilin got up and looked at Silyu, who slapped the dark dragon shadow to death, and had to sigh how bottomless the other party's strength was. No wonder the other party didn't take the dark Dio in his eyes at all. Then a white light shone on the two of them, and then the white light split in two, and when the light dissipated, the 2 rays of light turned back into Jonathan and Zibilin. Are you separated? Can you still be separated? At this time, Silyu fell to the ground and said, the combination of the Portala earrings has a time limit for mortals, and it will automatically disintegrate after more than an hour. Of course, if you rest for an hour, you can continue to merge. Hearing Silyu's words, Jonathan scratched his head and said, I see, but I don't think it's necessary to merge. After all, the strength after merging is cheating, and it feels weird when merging. There is a feeling that it is yourself and not yourself. That's right, Jojo is right, this way of combining is not to be used unless it is absolutely necessary, and it is better to improve your strength or be down to earth." After speaking, the two reached out and took off the portala earrings and handed them to Silyu, and Silyu looked at the portala earrings handed over by the two and shook his head and said, "No need, this will be when I give you two a gift, and then I will return to my world, and in the future, you will have a more powerful enemy than Dio." An enemy more powerful than Dio, everyone present gasped when they heard this. "Yes, do you think this kind of thing is natural or artificial? The maker behind it just uses this ordinary stone ghost noodles to cultivate food. Don't look at Dio who says that humans are his bread, in fact, he is not someone else's bread." Hearing Silyu's words, everyone's mood was very heavy, and the Dio who was finally defeated was actually just a small loaf. Besides, there are not only supernatural powers such as ripples on this planet, but also other supernatural powers, one of which is called a stand-in. The ability of the stand-in is strange, and even some of the stand-in abilities can threaten me, so you had better not be careless. You must know that there are people outside the world, and there are heavens outside the sky. Hearing Silyu's words, Jonathan nodded. Now he was once again in high spirits. After this incident, he would never let the tragedy repeat itself in others. And looked at Jonathan and Zybilin with a lot of matches, and couldn't help but sigh that their old bones could no longer keep up with the tide of the times, and the future would be created by these two young people. Then Silyu waved goodbye to everyone, flew into the air, opened the door of time with the time ring and flew into it. After passing through the gate of time, Silyu soon returned to the nest of time where the king god of the time realm was located, and at this time, the king god of the time realm said lightly, "Are you back?" Silyu nodded and said, "I'm back, this is for you." Silyu threw the 4 dark planets to the king god of the time realm, and then touched his nose and said, "This dark dragon ball should be real." The king of time god nodded and said, "It's true. Thanks to you." Then, the king of time god exerted divine power on the dark dragon ball, and after a while, the original dark dragon ball turned into a stone. Of course, just sealing it didn't reassure the king of time, so she used the power of time and space to create a box that would turn into a dark dragon ball of stone and put it in. In the eyes of the king god of time, this box is absolutely safe, and she can only crack this box unless she is proficient in the power of time and space and her strength is above her. After the dark dragon ball was completely sealed, the king god of the time realm looked at Silyu and said, "How does this time and space journey feel?" "Well, it's okay, make up for some unwillingness in the previous life, and at the same time feel that I have a deeper understanding of the power of the gods." "Is it an illusion?" "This is not an illusion but a reward given to you by the will of the world of that world, although plundering the origin of the world can quickly increase your strength, but it is not good after all. It belongs to fishing with all your might. In the words of your previous life, it hurts the heavens and the peace. The other way is to save the world, and the will of the world will reward you with positive feedback, which is mutually beneficial, and the power gained in this way will be endless, which is sustainable development." Hearing this, Silyu probably understood. It seems that saving the world is not unpaid, and she still understands that she is full of support. "By the way, Lord God of the Realm, do you have any news about the next Dark Dragon Ball?" "Yes, but as it happens, this next Dark Dragon Ball is right in your plane." I saw that the King God of the Time Realm tapped the ground with his scepter, and a projection appeared in front of Silyu, and Gohan, Tenunks, and Vegeta appeared in the projection at this time. In addition, there is Fat Bu, who is possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball, and a little boy. To be honest, Fat Bu and the possession of the Dark Dragon Ball did not surprise Silyu at all, because although Fat Bu himself looked a little stupid, he was a demon Bu after all. However, to Silyu's surprise, at this time, Fat Bu was struggling hard, as if he was resisting the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. And the little boy was even more strange, he actually persuaded Fat Bu at the same time, but also stood in front of Fat Bu and prayed to Gohan and the three of them not to attack Fat Bu. Seeing this scene, Su couldn't help but be a little curious. What happened during her absence? Why did Fat Bu not accept the power of the Dark Dragon Ball? Chapter 31. Seeing the Fat Bu who was struggling in pain, Su asked suspiciously. Why did this demon Bu resist the power of the Dark Dragon Ball? I remember that both Shiru and Dio accepted the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. Because Bu's heart of justice is resisting the evil power of the Dark Dragon Balls. Hearing this, Su was surprised. In the original book, Fat Bu became kind and gentle under the influence of Satan and did not destroy the earth. It seems that a lot of things have happened during the time he has been away from the earth. The king god of the time realm saw Su's doubts, so he directly replayed what happened during this time to Su. It turned out that when Su went to another world, a month had passed in this world. After several years of restoration and reconstruction on the Earth and the opening of Bulma's black technology, the Earth has regained its original vitality at this time, so in order to commemorate the 5th anniversary of the victory against the androids, it was decided to rehold the world's first martial arts conference. Of course, this reheld World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference was renamed the New World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Due to the ravages of artificial humans for many years, the people after the disaster learned from the pain. The practice of martial arts is popular all over the world. People all over the world aim to become martial artists, and the establishment of the Hero Committee, so the new world's first martial arts conference can be described as unprecedented. Of course, Bulma also contributed a lot behind this, because she wanted to let the Earth produce more excellent martial artists in this way, and she couldn't always leave the burden of defending the Earth to Gohan and Tenunks. And in order to attract more people, Bulma invited Gohan and Tenunks to participate in the competition as special guests. Tenunks naturally didn't need to say much, and Gohan originally planned to refuse, but Kiki had already been bribed by Bulma with money, and Gohan had no choice but to participate in the world's first martial arts conference as a special guest. Seeing Gohan participating, Vegeta naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he also chose to participate in the world's No. 1 martial arts conference. In this way, the three people who originally stayed on the Boundary King Star to practice all returned to Earth to participate in the world's first martial arts conference. Maybe it's because the world line is over, the evil magician Babadai has set his sights on the new world's No. 1 martial arts conference, so he sent his demons to participate in the world's No. 1 martial arts conference. And in order to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, the king of the Eastern Realm, Shin, and Jebet, also participated in the world's first martial arts conference, and in this way, the world line that had deviated from it was retracted again. What's interesting is that in the game, one of the demons of Bidalai did not lightly and severely kill a little girl, but this made Gohan, who was sitting in the special guest seat, unable to stand it, and took action to stop the demon and save the little girl, and that little girl was Bidalai, that is, the wife of the main-time Gohan. Therefore, Su had to sigh that the world line was over, and at this time Su was already thinking about when to drink Gohan's wedding wine. On the other hand, Bik chose to back down when facing the king of the Eastern Realm, which is no different from the main time and space, but Gohan in this time and space has been cultivating diligently, and it is impossible for the king of the Eastern Realm to control Gohan and let the demons absorb energy like the main time and space. So this character was replaced by Vegeta? Well, because Vegeta's cultivation time in this time and space is not as abundant as that of the main plane. Therefore, in terms of strength, it is weaker than Vegeta in the main time and space Majin Buu chapter, so tragedy has become the source of energy for Majin Buu's resurrection. After that, the demon who obtained the energy hurriedly ran away, because Gohan and the others were perceived by the king god of the Eastern Realm beforehand, so Gohan and the others did not stop it. Soon, several people followed the demon to find Babadai's base, because Vegeta did not go crazy this time and deliberately demonized himself, so the group directly killed the demon under Babadai's hands. And the strength of Gohan and the others also made the jaw drop of the Eastern Realm king god, and in the end, only the king of the demon realm, Dapra, was left to support him, and Vegeta, who was extremely angry, directly pressed Dapra and beat him. However, Majin Buu is still the same as in the original book, resurrected, but unfortunately, although the current Gohan Super 3 form under the stimulation of Suyu did not completely overcome the problem of air leakage, it was not a problem to suppress Fat Buu at all, and even wiped out Fat Buu and Babadai for a time. However, Gohan didn't know Fat Buu's perverted resurrection ability, so he didn't know that Fat Buu was quietly resurrected, but after all, he suffered a heavy blow, and Fat Buu fell unconscious after recovering. And a little boy picked up the unconscious Fat Buu. Under the care of the little boy, Fat Buu recovered, and the strange thing is that after recovery, Fat Buu actually lost his memory. And the little boy's family opened a dessert shop, and he naturally liked desserts, and Fat Buu liked it very much, so Fat Buu became an employee of this dessert shop. And Fat Buu, under the influence of the little boy's family, gradually became as kind and gentle as the original book, and one day a group of hooligans came up to collect protection money, and naturally Fat Buu was cleaned up without saying a word. In retaliation, the gang of hooligans hired a super criminal to clean up Fat Buu, but they were still easily handled by Fat Buu. In this way, Fat Buu became a superhero from a dessert shop clerk, and Fat Buu's cute face and gentle personality were popular with people in the town. And Fat Buu also used his magic to cure all kinds of incurable diseases for the people of the town. And the people of the town also know that Fat Buu likes all kinds of desserts, so he does not hesitate to return Fat Buu with various desserts. Gradually, Fat Buu also gradually fell in love with the people in the town, and at the same time liked the feeling of being a superhero, from helping people for dessert at the beginning to protecting people with smiles later. So just like that, Fat Buu, who could have scared the king of the Eastern Realm to pee his pants, turned into a superhero who guarded the safety of the town. Just when Fat Buu thought that he could always be like this, but not long ago, after the super criminal escaped from prison. In order to take revenge on Fat Buu, he actually kidnapped the little boy. After the kidnapping, he tortured the little boy in front of the little boy, which completely angered the demon Buu, and the demon Buu slapped the super criminal and the super criminal's subordinates to death. But Fat Buu's outburst of anger naturally attracted the attention of Gohan and the others, so Gohan and the others immediately rushed to the location of Majin Buu. And Fat Buu is also the same as the main space, because of anger and can't suppress the evil aura in his body, but fortunately, with the encouragement of the little boy, Fat Buu suppressed the evil aura in his body. But at this time, Gohan and the others also rushed to Fat Buu, and when Fat Buu saw Gohan, he immediately regained his memory in fear and excitement. At this moment, the Dark Dragon Ball was attracted by the evil aura in Fat Buu's body, so he traveled through time and space to possess Fat Buu. But although Fat Buu has regained his memory, his life for more than a month has long made him not want to be the demon who can only destroy. So he tried his best to resist the power of the Dark Dragon Ball, not wanting to turn back into the original Majin Buu. So in the end, it became this scene that Suyu saw. Chapter 32. Gohan looked at the demon Buu exuding a black aura in front of him with a serious expression at this time. He didn't expect that under his full blow, the demon Buu was still alive. Isn't this regeneration ability too exaggerated? But what Gohan didn't expect was that the little boy in front of him actually interceded for Majin Buu, and was even told that Majin Buu was the superhero who killed these bad guys in order to protect him. This Gohan can't be rectified, because he had heard from the king of the Eastern Realm that Majin Buu had existed since ancient times. It is a creature that has survived repeated riots and long dormancy, and in the process of this repetition, it has absorbed the evil elements of human beings and has become more and more ferocious. Later, he was awakened by Babadai's father, Bibadai, who had killed the kings and gods of other worlds, and was an out-and-out demon. Of course, Majin Buu appeared on the earth again, and he was also known to the king of the Eastern Realm on the far realm God Star, and he was not surprised to see that Majin Buu was still alive. After all, he had seen Majin Buu's terrifying recovery ability with his own eyes. And Jebit was also quite shocked to feel that Majin Buu was still alive. When Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the aura he showed was earth-shattering, but it was difficult for him to understand that such a powerful attack did not destroy Majin Buu. Isn't that Saiyan so strong that he can't destroy Majin Buu? Although Gohan's strength surpasses that of Majin Buu's recovery ability is too strong. Unless he is completely wiped out, there is nothing left. What then? Said Jebit, with an anxious expression. That's the only thing left now. The Eastern King God looked at the mountain peaks in the distance, and Jebit, who sensed the intentions of the Eastern King God, was taken aback. Lord Realm King God, do you mean to let Gohan pull out that sword? How is it possible? No matter how powerful Son Gohan is, he is only a mortal at best. As a mortal, let alone draw a sword, he is not even qualified to step into the realm King Divine Star. Jebit, have you forgotten? I also became my disciple step by step from a mortal. Why do you look down on mortals so much now? Don't forget that Gohan already has a trace of divine breath on his body, and he is fully qualified to enter the realm King Divine Star, you know. Facing the reprimand of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, Jebit immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Understand the Lord of the Realm. Let's go, I'll go to Earth now. Okay. So Jebit teleported and took the Eastern King God to Earth. And on Earth, looking at Fat Buu, who was struggling in pain, Gohan fell into hesitation to make a move. Fat Buu gritted his teeth at the little boy and said, "Little G, get out of here, I can't control me anymore." "No, I will never leave, Mr. Buu, you are like this for me, I don't want to see Mr. Buu in such pain, I don't want to leave, I believe that Mr. Buu, you will be able to defeat this black bead." Although the little boy named Zaija cried his nose, he did not choose to leave in the face of the demon Buu who exuded an ominous black aura all over his body. And Vegeta couldn't bear it anymore. He directly stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, if you can't do it, then I'll destroy this demon." "Dad, you stop brother Gohan first." He must have Gohan's considerations for a long time, but Dad, you are not Majin Buu's opponent. Tenunks, who was now an adult, said to his impatient father. Tenunks obviously felt that Majin Buu's strength was increasing step by step after being possessed by the Black Dragon Balls, but because Majin Buu resisted the power of the Black Dragon Balls, his breath fluctuated, but even so, his father was afraid that he would become a fast Vegeta. And Gohan looked at the black planet on Majin Buu's body and fell into doubt. He was sure that this was not the Earth Dragon Ball, but where did this Dragon Ball that exudes an evil aura come from? What the hell is going on with this Black Dragon Ball? Just when Gohan was puzzled, a familiar voice came from his ears. This is a dark Dragon Ball from the Demon Realm, and it is fused with the aura of the Dark Demon God, so it becomes extremely weird. Hearing this voice, Gohan turned his head in surprise to see the familiar silver-haired girl. At this time, the silver-haired girl was wearing the same costume as the Eastern World King God that she had seen not long ago, but the main colors were white and pink, and she also wore the same earrings as the King God of the Upper Realm. "Suyu, you're finally back, what are you dressed up for?" Suyu looked at his costume and said, "Of course, this is my proof as the King God of the Apprenticeship Realm." Tenunks also said in surprise, "Sister Suyu, I haven't seen you for a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen Tenunks, you're growing up so fast." Suyu now has to raise his head and talk to Tenunks. As for Vegeta, he snorted coldly. "Suyu, what did you just say about the Dark Dragon Ball?" "This is a long story, anyway, let's solve the problem at hand first." "Well, okay." Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Suyu's arrival, because no matter how strong Suyu was, there was always a solution to various difficulties. Suyu crossed Gohan and walked towards the struggling Majin Buu, while the little boy Zaija opened his arms in front of Majin Buu. "Big sister, don't hurt Mr. Buu, Mr. Buu, he is really righteous and gentle, not a big villain. Silyu came up and gently touched the little boy's head and said with a smile. Don't worry, my sister came here to help Mr. Bu, and she won't hurt him. Hearing Silyu's words, the little boy who was still vigilant immediately turned from sadness to joy, and said excitedly. Big sister, are you telling the truth? Come and help Mr. Bu. The little boy did not doubt that Silyu was so gentle and kind, so he pulled Silyu to the Majin Bu. Mr. Bu, it's great, this big sister is here to help you. Small. J. Ah. Quick. Walk. I can't control it. Saying that, Fat Bu lost his mind and pounced towards Silyu. Silyu immediately caught up, blocked in front of the little boy, grabbed Bu's arm, and instantly turned his long silver hair into pink and red at the end of his hair. Seeing this, Gohan immediately wanted to go up to help, but was scolded by Silyu. Stop, you don't have to worry about me, protect that kid over there first. But... okay. In the end, Gohan gritted his teeth and could only take the little boy away, and the little boy was very sad when he looked at the demon Bu who had fallen into a rampage and lost his mind. Crying and shouting, Mr. Bu, wake up, you're not like this, woo wow wow wow. And Silyu turned his head to the little boy and said. Don't worry, kid, your Mr. Bu will come back, I promise you. Really? Really, after all, this is an agreement between us. So. You said and kicked Majin Bu into the air. Rampage Dark Fat Bu vs Mimic God Silyu officially begins. Chapter 33. A very fierce battle broke out in the air between the rampaging Fat Bu and Silyu, and cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of everyone watching below. And Gohan has a solemn face, after being possessed by the Dark Dragon Ball. Now the rampaging Majin Bu has surpassed himself in the Super 3 forms in terms of breath, coupled with the metamorphosis recovery ability of Majin Bu. I am afraid that he will be more than auspicious when he goes up. Mr. Bu. Looking at the worried little boy, Gohan comforted. Don't worry, Silyu has always done what she says, and she will definitely give you back a Mr. Bu. Well, thank you, big brother. And Vegeta looked at Silyu, who was fighting with the rampaging demon Bu, gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Although Silyu's breath has become weaker and weaker, his strength is stronger, is this going to the power of God? And at this time, the Eastern King Shen Xian and Jebet also arrived at the scene. The two of them just arrived and watched Silyu, who was fighting with the rampaging dark demon Bu, couldn't help but be surprised, although ordinary people couldn't feel Silyu's divine breath. But the two of them, as Realm King Gods and Realm King God disciples, could naturally feel it. What a powerful breath of God, the tail, this girl is also a Scion. This time Jebet didn't dare to look down on the Scion, because the divine power of the female Scion in front of him was above him. The Eastern Realm King God Xian nodded. That's right, looking at her dress, she should be the female Scion who follows the Time Realm King God in Gohan's mouth. Scions are really powerful, and after being contaminated with the breath of the gods, they are actually so powerful that they may be able to fight with Lord Beerus in time. Fighting with Lord Beerus? What are you kidding? How could the Scions get to that point? Jebet looked incredulous. Did his master have too high an opinion of the Scions? Don't forget, Lord Beerus wasn't born so powerful, at least when Majin Bu slaughtered me and other Realm King Gods, Lord Beerus was not Majin Bu's opponent, and after that, Lord Beerus went through a long period of cultivation to reach his current height. That's right. Jebet looked at Silyu, who was still comfortable in the face of the rampaging darkness. Realizing that the Majin Bu, who was unable to defeat Beerus at the beginning, is now being pressed and beaten by the Scions who have only practiced for a few decades, which shows that the Scion's talent is far stronger than that of Beerus Sama 5 million years ago. If given enough time, you will definitely be able to reach the heights of Lord Beerus, and even be bold, it is not impossible to surpass Lord Beerus. It's a pity that that girl has already been accepted as a disciple and successor by Cain, the king god of time, so I have to. Saying that, the king of the eastern realm, Shin set his sights on Gohan, believing that Gohan's potential would definitely not be weaker than that female scion. Of course, Gohan didn't notice that the Eastern Realm King God had already set his sights on him, but instead focused on watching Suyu fight the rampaging Dark Bu. In fact, the battle between the two did not last long, although Bu was strengthened with the blessing of the Dark Dragon Ball, but the righteous heart in his body resisted the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. So the strengthening was not complete. In the end, Suyu grabbed a flaw and kicked the rampaging Majin Bu to the ground, although Majin Bu has a perverted recovery ability, but it takes a certain amount of time and consumes a certain amount of breath to recover. Very good, since the aura has dropped, then you can use this move Chi Forced Separation Technique. The Chi Forced Separation Technique is a skill that Suyu learned on the Adrath Star, and this move is only effective on the premise of causing a certain amount of damage to the opponent first. With Suyu's spell, Majin Bu's body began to split, and the last pink ball of flesh wrapped in the Dark Dragon Ball broke away from Fat Bu's body. And the departure of the Dark Dragon Ball finally brought Fat Bu back to normal, and Suyu shouted to the little boy, "Child, your Mr. Bu has returned to normal." The little boy was very surprised when he heard it, and ran directly to the unconscious Fat Bu, looked at the unconscious Fat Bu and shouted, "Mr. Bu! Zaija, I'm back." Hearing Fat Bu's gentle words, the little boy threw himself into Fat Bu's arms and cried, "Great, Mr. Bu, you're back, woo woo wow 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 wow." And Jebet looked at the Fat Bu with a gentle face, and couldn't help but rub his eyes, as if the three views were shattered. When the Eastern Realm King God saw this scene, he remembered that he was accidentally injured while playing in the wild, and he was also comforted by the Great Realm King God in this way, and he actually felt the gentleness of the Great Realm King God from Fat Bu. And Suyu couldn't help coughing dryly and said, "Ahem, cough, although it's not good to disturb your warm reunion, but the real trouble has just begun." Suyu pointed to the pink meatball after fusing with the Dark Dragon Ball in the air. At this time, the pink meatball was rapidly forming, and the breath was also skyrocketing at the same time as it was formed. Without the resistance of Fat Bu's righteous heart, the Dark Dragon Ball could be perfectly fused with it. Looking at the cultivated Demon Bu, the fear that was originally hidden in the heart of the Eastern Realm King God gradually surged up. "How? Probably, no. Impossible. What's wrong with you?" Gohan asked curiously when he saw such a frightened Realm King God. At this time, the flesh ball finally took shape, turning into a small demon Bu, and the chest of the little Bu was embedded in the dark planet. It's him, he killed all the kings and gods of the world on the planet except me. He is the most evil demon Bu in the beginning, who knows nothing but destruction and kill." The Realm King Shin will always remember this face of Majin Bu, although it looks small, but the most terrifying thing is that it is a pure evil existence, and with the fusion with the Dark Dragon Ball, it has become more powerful than ever. Hearing the evaluation of the King God of the realm, everyone looked solemn. The pure evil demon Bu, it turns out that the King God of the realm has always been afraid of this form of the demon Bu. And the Fat Bu also subconsciously protected the little boy behind him. He knows this self better than others. He is the evil chi that he has been suppressing. The dark little Bu slowly fell to the ground after taking shape, first silent for a moment, and then yelled like an ape hanging his chest in place. Then the dark little Bu raised his head and looked at Suyu. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then unexpectedly smashed a wave towards the earth under his feet. If the earth is hit, it will become cosmic dust in an instant. Chapter 34. Dark Bu's blow can be described as a surprise. After all, when fighting in peacetime, everyone intentionally or unintentionally controls their chi not to destroy the earth under their feet, but Dark Bu came by surprise. Of course, Suyu, who had read the plot of the original book, naturally knew the habits of the dark little Bu, and she originally planned to stop it, but there was one person who acted faster than her. That is Fat Bu, who is also a demon Bu. Fat Bu clearly knows the temper and character of this little Bu, likes pure destruction, and can naturally anticipate the other party's next move. I saw that Fat Bu knocked out the energy ball released by Xiao Bu at a faster speed. Fat Bu's move naturally attracted the attention of Dark Bu. Looking at Fat Bu, the corners of Dark Bu's mouth rose. Your opponent is me over there. I won't let you destroy Xiaojia's planet. Fat Bu took a fighting stance, while Dark Little Bu hooked his hands and made a defiant gesture. Please take care of Xiaojia, and I will solve it. And Suyu looked at the Fat Bu who wanted to fight alone, and reminded. It's not me who hit you, although your strength has not decreased much compared to before, but the little Bu over there is much stronger than you, plus the enhancement of the Dark Dragon Ball. You are not his opponent at all. This I know, but I'm a superhero guarding this town, and I have to solve it by myself if I make trouble, and I can't let Xiaojia and the people in the town down. After saying that, Fat Bu rushed towards the Dark Little Bu without hesitation, and Suyu heard that Fat Bu was determined to fight with death. In the face of the attacking Fat Bu, the Dark Little Bu just raised his hand slightly to block the attack of the Fat Bu, and then his foot suddenly stretched out like a rubber man and kicked on the Fat Bu's fat belly, and the Fat Bu's stomach was directly kicked and dented. Looking at the Fat Bu with sweat on his forehead on his face, the Dark Little Bu was very proud, but Fat Bu gritted his teeth and said, Don't be complacent, I don't hurt at all, and I've got you. As he spoke, Fat Bu grabbed Dark Bu's leg and threw Dark Bu in the air a few times. Then Fat Bu hurriedly used Vegeta's Prince tactics to throw energy balls at Dark Bu one after another, and the energy balls hit Dark Bu and exploded, rolling up smoke and dust to envelop Dark Bu. The little boy became very excited when he saw this, and shouted. It is worthy of Mr. Bu. And now Mr. Bu has won. However, he turned his head to look at the others around him, all of whom had solemn expressions. Although everyone couldn't see clearly what the Dark Little Bu looked like who was shrouded in smoke, there was no doubt that Fat Bu's seemingly violent attack actually did not weaken the aura of the Dark Little Bu in the slightest. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, the Dark Little Bu was still intact, and he patted the dust on his body and laughed at the Fat Bu. The little boy looked incredulous. How is it possible? Mr. Bu is so powerful, how can there be nothing at all? And the Fat Bu exhaled deeply, and said. I really hated my past self. And I don't know how my former enemies endured it. But even so, I won't back down half a step. Saying that, Fat Bu planned to rush at Little Bu again. But this time Dark Little Bu preemptively stretched out his hand directly, grabbed the tentacles on Fat Bu's head, and then threw Fat Bu around, constantly smashing Fat Bu to the ground. Seeing the Fat Bu who was beaten, the little boy was very distressed, and finally the Fat Bu and the Dark Bu fell to the ground. Seeing such a miserable Fat Bu, the little boy already understood that the Fat Bu was not the opponent of the Dark Bu. So he pleaded with Suyu and the others. Sister, please save Mr. Bu, can you defeat that villain together? They. Little boy naturally couldn't understand why Fat Bu refused. And Fat Bu continued. This villain was created by me, and he is also the evil self in the past, so I must solve it myself. After all, I am Xiaojia's hero. But Mr. Bu, you obviously can't beat it, how can you solve it? Don't worry, of course I have a way to this, I know me best. Saying that, Fat Bu once again rushed towards the Dark Little Bu without hesitation, and the Dark Little Bu also played with Fat Bu in various ways with a playful mentality. Fat Bu was beaten badly by Dark Bu during the battle with Dark Bu, but he still got up every time he got up and continued to fight with Dark Bu. Looking at the scarred Fat Bu, the little boy couldn't even bear to look at it for a while. And the Eastern Realm King God Xin, who was looking at the Fat Bu fighting figure, was a little distracted. Like, it's really like? Jobit asked. Puzzled, what are you talking about, what is? Very similar. It's very similar to the original Great Realm King God. I was also protected by the Great Realm King God, even if the Great Realm King God was not Xiao Bu's opponent. He would stand up after being knocked down again and again. And it was precisely because of the sacrifice and protection of the Great Realm King God that he survived as the weakest Realm King God. He never expected that today's Fat Bu not only inherited the appearance of the Great Realm King God, but also inherited the gentleness of the Great Realm King God and the heart that guarded the weak. And on the battlefield, because Dark Bu always had a playful mentality, and finally after countless falls, Fat Bu seized the opportunity and went up to entangle Dark Bu. Finally, let me wait for the opportunity, it's not easy. Twitter. Haha, it's okay to let you sleep in the endless dark years, since it is a sin created by my own hands, then I will solve it with my own hands, I will seal the past me, I will seal it with my life. Farewell Zyja, farewell to the people in the town, sorry I can't continue to protect you. Come on, completely seal. After Twitter sensed the danger of being sealed, the dark little Bu, who was still in a playful mentality, completely panicked and wanted to struggle to escape, but where would Fat Bu give him this opportunity? I saw that after Fat Bu finished reciting the unknown spell, his body immediately expanded into a pink ball and sealed the dark little Bu in it. At the last moment of the seal, Fat Bu's mind flashed countless memories that once it was a senseless monster who knew how to destroy and kill, but after absorbing the Great Realm King God at one point, he gained reason and intellect. Later, because of the candy, he became Bibitai's subordinate, and followed Bibitai's orders to kill and destroy, but although candy and cookies satisfied his appetite, he always felt that something was wrong. Gradually, he grew a little tired of BBTI's orders, and he also mastered the magic of turning other items into candy and cookies, so he began to refuse BBTI's orders, and even forced himself to kill himself because of BBTI's orders, but in the end he failed. Eventually, he was sealed away by Bibitai, and when he finally saw the light of day, he met Bibitai's son, Babadai, who was even more disgusting, and would not have obeyed his orders if he had not threatened to seal himself again. Then came his worst nightmare. He was born from ancient times, it was the first time he encountered such a terrifying human being. After transforming into a long-haired fluttering form, he beat himself to no defense, and his whole body was in terrible pain. In the end, the human annihilated himself and Babadai together, but fortunately, even if his cells were burned, he could regenerate, but he was beaten too badly and painfully before, and after being reborn, he not only fell into a coma, but even lost his memory. In the pouring rain, it was Zyja who discovered himself and called his family to take him home, and when he woke up, he felt strange about everything around him. Later, under the care of Zyja and his family, he gradually recovered, and in the process, he felt very relieved and had a sense of respect. That's right, I've never felt real respect from others before, and Bibitai is more of a user and defensive of herself. Later, because he accidentally defeated a super criminal, he was considered a superhero by the people of the town. Although he explained that he was not, he finally became a superhero in the town under the smile of Xiaojiji and Xiaoji's family. After becoming a superhero, he helps the people of the town deal with all kinds of criminals and troubles, so he is loved and respected by the people of the town, especially the children, especially after his healing ability is discovered, people like to respect him. Gradually, he also liked this feeling, although he ate a lot of desserts in Zyja that were more delicious than cookies and candies, but he gradually found that the smiles of the people in the town, especially the children, were sweeter than any desserts. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to destroy this evil self in the past, and protect the people of the town, especially the children's smiles. Goodbye Zyja, farewell to the people of the town, it is you who make me experience a smile sweeter than any dessert. After saying that, Fat Bu sealed the dark little Bu at his own expense. Hearing Fat Bu's last words, the little boy was already in tears, and he knelt on the ground and looked up to the sky crying. Mr. Bu. Chapter 35. Once Majin Bu had to commit himself to obeying Babatai because he was afraid of being sealed again, and now Majin Bu actually took the initiative to sacrifice himself to complete the seal. This scene really shocked the king god of the Eastern Realm and Jebet. The king god of the Eastern Realm has observed human beings for so many years, and has seen countless people who sacrifice their lives to take righteousness, but none of them are as shocking as the demon Bu who sacrifices his life and righteousness. In just 1 month, the Earthlings actually transformed a demon into a hero, which is incredible. Only the little boy was crying, and the others all had solemn expressions. Only Vegeta showed an unwilling look. He played soy sauce again. No way, his strength really can't keep up with Gohan and Tenunks. After all, he can't use his body to cultivate in hell. Damn, I'll go to cultivate first, and I'll defeat the enemy next time. After saying that, Vegeta turned around and flew away. And the Eastern King God looked at the egg of the demon Bu and said, Jebet, take this egg away and seal it in the deepest part of the realm, King God. Realm, to prevent anyone from resurrecting the demon Bu. The little boy saw that someone was going to take away Bu's egg, so he stepped forward to stop him. Can you not take it away? This is the only relic that Mr. Bu has left. Human imp, you. Originally, Jebet wanted to reprimand the little boy, but was stopped by the king god of the Eastern Realm on the side. Then the king of the Eastern Realm, Shen Xian, stepped forward and touched the little boy's head and said, Son, I know that you like Mr. Bu very much. And I would like to keep this egg with you if I can, but you also know that this egg is sealed with a very terrifying demon. Your Mr. Bu also sealed the demon with his own body to protect you. If you let this egg be left here, in case it is unsealed by the bad guys that day, then wouldn't it be your Mr. Bu's efforts to become in vain? Hearing the words of the king of the Eastern Realm, the little boy bit his lip, although he was very unwilling, but this is the truth, so he could only choose to get out of the way. And Suyu has been staring at Majin Bu's egg. She doesn't believe that the dark little Bu can be sealed so easily. Gohan saw Suyu, who still had a solemn look on his face, and couldn't help asking, Suyu, what's wrong with you? Majin Bu has been sealed. Is it really that simple to be sealed? Suyu directly interrupted Gohan's words, and Tenunks was surprised. Sister Suyu, don't you think you haven't been sealed? And just as Jebet was about to take away Majin Bu's egg, the originally calm Majin Bu suddenly shook. Seeing this scene, Jebet was so frightened that he took a few steps back, and then saw a clicking sound coming from Majin Bu's egg, and then a tiny crack appeared in Majin Bu's egg. Seeing the crack, the Eastern Realm King God Xian looked shocked. He couldn't believe that the previous seal had actually failed. Impossible, BBTI used this trick to completely seal the demon Bu back then. On the side, Suyu raised his eyebrows and said to look at the Eastern Realm King God, who was already panicked, and said, Back then, BBTI sealed the weaker Fat Bu, and now Xiao Bu himself is stronger than Fat Bu, and the strength of the Dark Dragon Ball blessing has reached a higher level. So the effective seal in the past may not still be effective now. Hearing Suyu's analysis, the Eastern Realm King God swallowed his saliva. It was indeed very likely that this was the reason. Now Dark Bu is much stronger than it was back then, so the seal may not always work. And Suyu stepped forward and shrouded the egg of the demon Bu with his divine power, and after probing it with his divine sense, he said to everyone, There is good news and bad news. Do you want to listen to that? Everyone looked at each other and didn't know who would take the lead, so Tenunks was the first to come up and say, Let's talk about the good news first, Sister Suyu. When the good news comes, although the seal is not secure, the dark little Bu will not be able to break through the seal for a while. And the Eastern Realm King God gritted his teeth and said, What about the bad news? The bad news is that this seal can only last for about a week, and after a week, the dark little Bu will be able to break the seal. Hearing this, everyone was silent, and Gohan raised his head. and said, "Then Silyu, are you sure to destroy the dark little Beau?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Silyu, and Silyu said indifferently, "Well, I'm not sure, it should be possible, but do you just want to count on me as a weak woman?" Hearing Silyu call herself a weak woman, everyone couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. If you are a weak woman, what are we? Iron waste? Then Sister Silyu, you must have a way. Tenunks asked first. He knew that Silyu had always had a solution to deal with the crisis in front of him. It's not that there is no way. By the way, Lord of the Eastern Realm King God, can you transfer this egg to the Realm King Divine Star? I heard that the Realm King Divine Star is very strong, unlike the Earth, it will be lost if you are not careful. However, when Jebit heard this, he was anxious. What are you kidding? How can such a dangerous thing be brought to the Realm King Divine Star? There, however, the Eastern Realm King God interrupted Jeffet's speech again and said, "Miss Silyu is right. Such a dangerous thing must be brought to the Realm King Divine Star." "Ah, Lord of the Realm King, this is too dangerous." "Jebet, have you forgotten? As a Realm King God, my duty is to protect the safety of the universe, and we can repair it even if the Realm King God Star is destroyed." "Okay." They helpless Jebet could only agree, although his duty was to protect the King God of the realm, but the master agreed, and no matter how much he objected to it, his servant and disciple would be invalid. "Then what about after that, Miss Silyu?" Facing the Realm King God's inquiry, Silyu smiled slightly. "Do you still need to ask me, Lord Realm King God? Didn't you take Gohan to the Realm King God Star to pull out the legendary Holy Sword?" "Holy Sword? What Holy Sword?" Gohan asked. "It is an unknown Holy Sword, it has been circulated for a long time in our realm, and it is said that it can gain great power after being picked up. It seems that Cain has told you this legend as well." The Eastern Realm King God obviously misunderstood something, but Silyu didn't bother to explain. "But I have a request, that is, to bring Tenunks with him, although Tenunks is not as strong as Gohan, but he is not much weaker, and he is also qualified to draw a sword." And Jebet was unhappy again when he heard this. He was originally going to take Gohan to the King of the Realm God Star to violate the regulations, and now he has to bring a mortal again. Isn't it too much? It's a pity that this time he didn't have time to express his objections when he heard the King of the World say, "Of course you can. Forget it, he won't say anything yet." Tenunks didn't expect him to go to the Realm King God realm as well. However, Silyu's purpose is not to let Tenunks draw his sword, but to see that Tenunks, who is now an adult, is about the same height and weight as Gohan. Maybe this is the key to defeating Dark Little Beau. Chapter 36. Led by Jabet's teleportation, everyone and the egg of the sealed demon Beau teleport to the Realm King God Star together. Because he heard Jeffet repeatedly emphasize that mortals can't step into the Realm King God Star at will, Gohan looked at the Realm King God Star environment. "Is this the Realm King? There's nothing special about it." "Humph, the mortal Realm King God realm is something that you can understand as a mere mortal." Hearing Gohan evaluate the Realm King God Star with mediocrity, Jebet naturally couldn't help but snort coldly. "Okay, Gohan, don't you know, this Realm King God Star is extremely strong because of the blessing of divine power. Even if you go all out to fight here, it will not easily destroy this place." "That's right, I just heard Silyu say that you can fight with all your strength here." "That's great." Obviously, Gohan in front of him is completely different from Gohan who only likes to read and doesn't like to fight in the main plane, and after hearing that he can let go of the battle here, Gohan felt that the Saiyan blood in his body burned directly. And Tenunks looked at the cracked Majin Buu's egg and asked, "Where is the Majin Buu's egg placed?" "Is it here?" "Just put it there, as long as it is placed in the Realm King Divine Star, I can sense it. This is not a place that anyone can set foot on, it is a relatively safe place, let's go and draw our swords. Since the Realm King God said so, everyone followed the Eastern Realm King God to a mountain peak, and then everyone landed on the mountain peak, and at this time there was a sword inserted on the mountain peak. This sword is called the Realm King Divine Sword. As far as I know, since this sword came out, no one has ever been able to pull out this sword, including me. Several Realm King gods have never pulled it out, and it is said that after pulling out this sword, you can gain great power. Hearing this, Gohan and Tenunks felt that this sword didn't seem to be simple. But Gohan couldn't help but complain. Pull out the sword from the stone, why does this plot look so familiar? When I heard Brother Gohan say this, I remembered it. It seems to be called the legend of King Arthur, right? The legend says that King Arthur disguised herself as a man and pulled out a sword in the stone and became the King of Britain. Tenunks, you remember wrong, how could King Arthur be a girl? Ah, Brother Gohan, I'm not mistaken, the game I played. At this time, Suyu couldn't help but cough dryly and said, "Don't argue about King Arthur's gender, draw your sword first." Okay. So Gohan came to Excalibur, the king of the realm, crouched down, and then held the hilt of Excalibur tightly with all his strength, and then pulled Excalibur out with all his might. However, under normal conditions, Gohan used the strength to eat milk, and did not pull out a millimeter. Seeing this, Jebet said proudly, "Don't waste your efforts, the previous generations of realm kings and gods can't do it, let alone you earthlings. Couldn't the previous generations of realm king gods, and the time realm king god also failed to pull it out?" asked Tenunks suspiciously. This Jebet was asked, as he didn't seem to know if the king of time had drawn his sword. And Suyu spoke. The king god of the time realm has great strength herself, so she doesn't bother to pull out this sword. Her essential job is to maintain the stability of multiple time and space, and there is no time or need to pull out this sword. However, in fact, this is not the case. Suyu once asked the Realm King God of Time, why didn't he pull out the Realm King Divine Sword and release the old Realm King God in the Realm King Divine Sword? However, getting the answer made Suyu a little unexpected. The reason was very simple, because that the old world King God was the same as the turtle immortal LSP. As a beautiful girl, the King God of the Time Realm was naturally harassed by the King God of the Old World, but fortunately, the King God of the Time Realm used the power of time and space to block the harassment of the King God of the Old World. But it also made the King God of the Time Realm quite angry. You must know that the King God of the Time Realm is a girl after all, so the King God of the Time Realm chose Omo to watch the old King God of the Old World being sealed and not to help. That's it. Hearing Suyu's words, Jebet showed an embarrassed look. And the King of the Eastern Realm said to Gohan, who drew his sword, "Why don't you use a Super Saiyan to draw your sword?" Okay. After saying that, Gohan directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Jebet shook his head and said, "It's not okay to transform into a Super Saiyan. This sword is." However, before Jebet's words were finished, the original immovable Realm King Divine Sword actually moved, and then Gohan directly pulled out the Realm King Divine Sword with a burst of anger, and Jefet, who saw this scene, was directly dumbfounded. Mortals actually pulled out the sword? Did you really pull it out? And the King God of the Eastern Realm showed a surprised expression, clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Sure enough, I didn't see the wrong person. How do you feel now?" And Gohan, who drew his sword, waved it a few times and said suspiciously, "Does this sword really bring great power? How could it not be felt?" The Eastern Realm King God was very puzzled. Could it be that the legend was fake? "Mortal, what are you talking about? This is a sacred relic of our Realm King God, how can it be useless?" Hearing Gohan belittle the Realm King Excalibur so much, Jebet naturally retorted angrily. Seeing Jebet's rebuttal, Gohan simply threw it to Jebet and said, "Why don't you try it?" Try it. So Jebet subconsciously took the sword of the king of the realm that Gohan tossed. As a result, when the Realm King Divine Sword arrived in Jebet's hand, it came out of his hand directly and smashed heavily to the ground. And Jebet was almost scared to pee. He didn't believe in evil and tried to pick up the sword of the King of the Earth, but no matter what, even if he used his hands, he couldn't pull it, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Looking at the suspicious eyes of the people around him, Jebet got up and coughed dryly twice. Ahem, the divine sword of the Realm King is a holy artifact that not everyone can use, because the divine sword recognizes Gohan, a mortal, he can wield it, and it is definitely not because of me. However, before he finished speaking, Tenunks picked up the divine sword of the Realm King and swung it a few times. Sure enough, it's the same as Brother Gohan said, it's hard to wield and I don't feel the increase in strength at the same time. This time, Jebet, who was completely slapped in the face, stopped talking. No, the reason why Tenunks Gohan didn't feel the improvement is because you didn't master the correct way to use the Realm King Divine Sword, take it. Tenunks heard that he threw the Realm King Divine Sword to Silyu, and Silyu cultivated the normalcy to the extreme, so after taking over the Realm King Divine Sword, wielding it was much smoother than Gohan and Tenunks. Miss Silyu, do you know the correct way to use the Realm King Divine Sword? Silyu nodded and said, of course I know, there is only one way to use the Realm King Divine Sword. Saying that, Silyu raised the Realm King Divine Sword flat and placed it on the palm of his hand. Then, in the incredible gaze of the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet, he slammed the Excalibur into his knee and broke it directly. No. How can you break the sword? No, how can it be so easy to break as a legendary holy sword? Asked the Eastern Realm King God puzzled. And Silyu threw away the broken Realm King Divine Sword and looked behind the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet. There's a reason why I broke this sword, old man, you better explain it yourself. Old man. An old voice came from behind them when the two were puzzled. I'm finally coming out, and after 75 million years, my old bones have finally seen the light of day. Chapter 37. Hearing the voice, the Realm Kings Shen Xin and Jebet were startled, and quickly turned around to see an old man dressed similarly to them, but much older in appearance. Especially feeling the strong divine power on the other party's body, the Realm King God Xin couldn't help asking. Who are you? I am the great Realm King God 15 generations ago. Hearing the old man's self-introduction, the Realm King God Xin and Jebet were stunned. The great Realm King God 15 generations ago, what are you kidding? But the divine power on his body will not laugh. Big Lord God of the great realm. Oh, don't call me that, I'm already a retired old man. They Old World King God waved his hand and said. That's. Then why are you in that sword? Hearing the junior ask the reason, the Old World King God coughed a few times and said. That's because there used to be a very bad guy, a very bastard, of course not the current Demon Bu, because he was very afraid of my ability. So he sealed me in the sword. Hearing the old man say this, Gohan couldn't help but whisper to Silyu and asked, is this old man Silyu so powerful? And Silyu smiled knowingly. Why don't you try it? I'll try it. No. My mother taught me to respect the old man since I was a child. Gohan. This kid is still surprisingly honest. So Silyu looked at Tenunks next to him, but before Silyu could speak, Tenunks hurriedly refused. Sister Silyu, don't you know? This kid Tenunks is obviously worried about, and with Bulma's financial resources, it is estimated that an old man like that kind of porcelain touch can get him shot 8 times in the back and then be identified as a suicide. After all, this plain Tenunks is also very gentle like Gohan. If it were little Tenunks, the bear child of the main plane, he would definitely take the initiative to test without saying a word. And the old world king god also complained. Really, originally I thought that it was the successor of the world king god on the realm king god star who rescued me, but I didn't expect it to be the successor of Cain. It is really the generation of the world king god is not as good as the generation. Hearing the old man's words, Shengzhen, the king of the eastern realm, felt that his cheeks were hot and painful, although there was a kind of other people's children, but what he said was also the truth. Although the king god of time is also the king god of the realm, there is a clear gap and difference from these ordinary king gods of the realm. The king god of time does not live on the star of the king of the realm, nor is he bound to destroy the life of the god. And the old world king god came to Silyu with a hippie smile and rubbed his hands and said, I didn't expect Qian's heir to be so good. Qian, how is she lately? Lord god of the time realm is very good and busy, but she doesn't want to see you. She is afraid that she can't help but use time to turn back and seal you in the sword again. Hearing Silyu's words, the old world king god showed an embarrassed look. Hearing Silyu's words, the eastern realm king god and Ji-bit, who were originally reprimanded by the old realm king god and couldn't raise their heads, suddenly ignited the fire of gossip. Although the king god of the time realm is often shown as a little girl, the two of them know that the age of the king god of the time realm is the oldest existence in addition to this old king god. And it is said that the true appearance of the king god of the time realm after unlocking the divine power is the most beautiful one of the king gods of the realm in the past dynasties. However, if the current Miss Silyu succeeds to the throne and becomes the king of the realm, it is estimated that she can also become the most beautiful one. And as the LSP, the king god of the old world was not without careful thoughts about Silyu, but he didn't dare. He knew that the king god of the time realm was very protective of calves, especially the power of the other party's time and space. No matter how strange his magic was, it was difficult to break it, and if he really had any ill intentions, he might really be sealed again. Besides, no matter what Silyu says, he is also his junior, and he has a mind and a mind, but he must not do this, otherwise he will be too disrespectful. On the side, Gohan couldn't help but ask. By the way, Lord God of the old world, you just said that you are very powerful. So can you destroy the sealed demon Bu over there? Let me take action to destroy the demon Bu. For a while, everyone fell silent, and after working together for a long time, this old man was completely bragging about it. For a while, although Gohan and Tenunks couldn't say anything, they couldn't hide the disdain for the bragging old world king god in their eyes. What kind of eyes are you two looking down on me, this old bone? No, old man, I was going to help you, but now you don't want me to help you. Obviously. This old world king god has a rather strange temper. Alas! Seeing this scene, Silyu knew that she was going to make a move. What you say today, old man, you have to help the two of them. Why? Don't think that if you are the heir of Cain, you can let me help this old bone when you say help. Even if Cain comes, it will not be easy to do it. Ahem, old man, I remember what you just said, that sealing you is a very bad big bastard, right? How? What's wrong? Although the old world king god is still so hard-mouthed, his tone can no longer be so tough. Silyu squinted his eyes and smiled slightly. But as far as I know, it should be Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, who sealed you. As soon as Silyu's words came out, he once again shocked the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet, who were eating melons and watching the play. Lord Beerus! And the old King God couldn't help but say in his heart. Oh no! Back! Then, Lord King God of the Old World and Lord Beerus had a big fight. As for the reason, I don't know, but then Lord King God of the Old World was sealed by Lord Beerus, and Lord King God of the Time Realm also knew about this matter, but because of the personal reasons of Lord King God of the Old World, Lord King God of Time was ignored. Am I right, Lord King God of the Old World? Yes, what about me? Seeing the king god of the old world who was still hard-mouthed, Silyu said with a smile. Lord God of the old world, don't you know, Lord God of the time realm told me that Lord Beerus will wake up in a few years, so if I tell Lord Beerus what you just scolded Lord Beerus, what do you think will happen to Lord Beerus? Originally, the old world king god with a strange temper still wanted to be hard-mouthed, but he was stopped by Siryu's words, because this kind of talk has been seen a lot in a certain island country film and book. But no matter how hard the heroine is, she has to give in when she hears this, and now the old world king god finally understands this feeling of Cao Dan. Okay, well, remember you don't tell Beerus that guy. That's natural, they. Deal is done. The deal is done. They. Two of them high-fived each other and swore an oath. It seemed to Gohan that the two had reached some kind of dirty pie deal, but Gohan shook his head. How could Silyu be that kind of person? It must be his own delusion. But who is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction in Siryu's mouth? Why do the gods of other realms show a look of fear even more than when they see Majin Buu? Chapter 38. In the end, Gohan still couldn't help but ask. Silyu, who is that god of destruction, Beerus? Why do the realm king gods look terrified? He is one of the most powerful gods in this universe, but I heard that he is arrogant and willful, and has unimaginably powerful destructive power, and if he doesn't go his way, he will destroy the planet. He wakes up every few years or decades, and as a result, many planets are doomed. Of course, he will not destroy the planet for no reason, and his destruction of the planet is more similar to the apoptosis mechanism of the human body, which is conducive to the overall development of the universe. Gohan nodded and continued. And what is the strength of this Beerus-sama? How? If he is still awake, the little Buu over there will be a casual death for Beerus-sama. So powerful. Gohan swallowed his saliva, and finally understood why Silyu often emphasized that there were mountains outside the mountains and there were people outside the people. Still awake, that is, that Lord Beerus is sleeping now. So. You nodded and said. In addition to food and fighting, that Lord Beerus's favorite thing is to sleep, and he often sleeps for a long time, and even caused a big basket because of this. As for what big basket, you don't need to know for the time being. I will tell you in the future. Okay. They. Two of them didn't continue to ask, and at this time, the old world king god stared at Silyu and said. Little girl, in fact, you can destroy the demon Buu over there alone. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Silyu. Obviously, when everyone heard Silyu's ambiguous words, they thought that Silyu had no confidence in defeating the dark little Buu, but the other party was able to beat him. Sensing the eyes of the people around him, Silyu originally planned to fool the past, but he shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said. Okay, I'll admit that the dark little Buu over there is sure that he will wipe it out completely. Then Silyu changed his words and pointed his slender jade at Gohan and Tenunks. But I don't want to do that, because I want dark Buu to be a whetstone for the two of you. Be our whetstone. Gohan pointed his finger at himself. Yes. Actually, I usually need to travel to other multiverses to help the King of Time, so I have to make sure that you two can be on your own. Although Silyu had considered Vegeta before, Vegeta had been locked up in hell for more than 10 years in this universe without cultivation, and his mentality was not as peaceful as Gohan and Tenunks, so it was almost difficult to catch up with the previous version, and he didn't even have the qualifications to be the second in 10,000 years. Therefore, Silyu Ki focused on cultivating Gohan and Tenunks, especially Gohan. I know this, I must cultivate hard. Silyu. Me too, Sister Silyu. And at this time, the old world king god with his hand behind his back coughed, looked Gohan and Tenunks up and down with a cloudy gaze, poured cold water and said. I'm going to say that these two have a lot of untapped potential, if the Majin Buu over there isn't possessed by that black orb. After developing its potential, any of them could destroy it, but after being possessed by the black beads, their strength increased by more than one notch, and even if the two joined forces, they were no match for the demon Bu. After developing the potential, I joined forces with Brother Gohan, and I am not the opponent of that demon Bu. Is that demon Bu so powerful? Then Tenunks realized that Silyu, who was able to destroy the dark little Bu, was even stronger to that level. It's so, it's just a half-step super race god, and it hasn't reached the point of a real super race god. Although Silyu is only half a step away from the Super Saiyan now, Silyu knows that the gap between the two is very different, so it is most appropriate to describe it as so. But this is in Gohan and Tenunks Silyu, this is completely in Versailles, you are so what are we? Since Silyu has joined forces after developing his potential, don't we still want you to make a move? Don't worry, old man, even if you develop their potential, I will teach them the way to defeat the dark little Bu. Okay, in that case, then I'll exploit your potential, you two stand up. Hearing the words of the old world king god, Gohan and Tenunks immediately stood up straight like soldiers who heard the instructor's orders. But at this time, Gohan asked, "May I ask Lord God of the old realm, we can develop our potential, so can't Silyu? Although I like that little girl very much, old man, it's a pity that she doesn't have as much potential as the two of you. But don't worry that she will go out of her own way." Understood, Lord God of the old world, please start. Understand, then I'll start, come on, break through your limits. Just when Gohan and Tenunks thought that the king god of the old world was going to cast some powerful spell, they saw that the king god of the old world actually danced around the two of them. Lord God of the old world, this is what? Of course, it's an important ceremony before the potential is developed, and you humans don't have to start a major event with a major opening ceremony. And Tenunks asked stupidly, "That Lord of the old realm, how long will it take to prepare for this ceremony, and how long will it take to develop the potential?" Well, don't worry, it won't take long, the ceremony will take about 5 hours, and it will take about 40 hours to develop the potential because you are two people. As soon as the two of them heard this, their faces suddenly turned bitter melon color, and they had to stand in a military posture for 45 hours. Which was simply hellish suffering, and then the two looked at Silyu who pushed them to this hell, only to see Silyu turn his head to avoid the gaze of the two of them, and said to the king god of the Eastern Realm, "Lord Realm King God, I heard that there are a lot of delicacies handed down from ancient times on our realm King God Star, can you let us try it?" "Okay, no problem, Miss Silyu, Jebet, please prepare food for Miss Silyu." "Okay, I'll prepare." As a disciple of the realm King God and a servant, the realm King God's food and clothing are naturally in charge of Jeffbet, so the responsibility of preparing food falls on Jeffet. "Thank you, Brother G." Silyu said with a sweet smile. Hearing the name Brother G, Jebet almost fell, turned his head to Su Yu and asked, "G. Brother G. What's wrong, is this name wrong? You see that you are a disciple of Lord King God of the Eastern Realm, and I am a disciple of Lord King God of the Time Realm, both of them are disciples of King God of the Realm. We are considered disciples of the same generation who graduated from the same school, you started earlier than me, isn't it right for me to call you Brother G?" The corners of Jebet's mouth couldn't help twitching, although he wanted to complain about something, but it seemed to be the truth. But why did he feel Brother G? This name is a little weird. I saw Silyu's beautiful eyes smile into a crescent moon and asked, "What's wrong, Brother G?" "No. It's okay, I'm going to prepare food." Soon Jebet prepared a large table of food, because it used rare ingredients in the universe, so it had a different flavor than the food on the earth, so Silyu grabbed a large handful of food and stuffed it into his mouth, shouting while eating, "It's delicious, it's delicious, Brother G's craftsmanship is good. Jebet and the king of the Eastern Realm god didn't expect that Suyu, a beautiful girl with such a cute and petite appearance, would be so ferocious when she ate, as if she was reincarnated as a starving ghost. But when she thought of the world's first martial arts conference, Gohan, Tenunks, and Vegeta were relieved to eat. This should be one of the characteristics of science. After all, as long as it looks good, the beautiful girl pulls out everything that is fragrant. At this time, Gohan and Tenunks looked at Suyu, who was gulping food into their mouths, and their saliva was about to flow out. Sister Suyu, can you? Ah! Tenunks Gohan, you have to come on, you must know that the heavens have descended on the people, and they must first suffer their minds, strain their muscles and bones, starve their bodies and skin, empty their bodies, and act chaotically, so they are tempted to endure and benefit what they cannot. So don't be influenced by me, this is also one of the contents of the practice. Chapter 39. Gohan and Tenunks are finally liberated after a 5-hour ritual and a 40-hour journey to their potential. Originally, they thought that the old world king god was just an unreliable old man, but after the development was over and they felt the power in their bodies, they realized that this old world king god did have 2 brushes. This power is so powerful, Gohan go. Yes, by the way, Lord God of the old realm, how are we going to channel this power? It's like you're becoming a Super Saiyan. Understood? Oh, wait. As a result, without waiting for the old realm king god to finish speaking, the 2 of them directly began to explode, and the powerful silver-white aura suddenly shook the entire realm king god star, and by the way, the old realm king god was directly blown out. The 2 of them felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in this state, especially Gohan, who had been troubled by the leakage of Super Saiyan 3, even if his strength had improved in the past year, he still couldn't overcome the shortcomings of the leak, so he could only solve it quickly. In this state, although he is not much stronger than Super Saiyan 3, he can keep his breath not leaking, so he is still much stronger than the Super 3 who leaked in actual combat. And Tenunks was even more deeply aware and even excited, saying, Brother Gohan's form is more powerful than the Super Saiyan form, and it doesn't leak. And the old world king god who was blown away patted the dust on his body and complained. Really, I will explode without waiting for the old man to leave, are you 2 planning to kill the old man and me? Hearing the complaint of the old world king god, the 2 immediately apologized, and bowed down in unison to apologize. I'm sorry, Lord the old world king god. The old world king god waved his hand and said. Forget it, I'm angry with you young people, but you're right, I'm much stronger than any Super Saiyan in developing this form for you, especially your so-called Super Saiyan 3 is simply on the wrong path, I really don't know how you guided it, little girl. Saying that, he looked at Suyu. Suyu spread his hands and said. What's wrong, although Super Race 3 leaks, but Super Race 3 is handsome, whether it is strong or not is a matter of version, whether it is handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime, you can choose not to fight in Super Race 3. But there must be this form. That Sister Suyu, do you mean that you know that there is a problem with the evolution route of Super Race 3, but for the sake of looking good, do you still guide me and Brother Gohan to become Super 3? Suyu nodded calmly and said. Yes, what's wrong, don't you think Super 3 is very handsome? For a while, everyone fell silent, and they saw what it means to be unreasonable. At this moment, suddenly Majin Buu's egg shook, and the original cracks became more numerous. What's going on? Gohan wondered if he remembered that he had said that the seal would last for a week, so why did he suddenly feel that the seal was about to break? Then what should I do, Sister Suyu? Before, Lord Wang Shen of the Old Realm said that even if Brother Gohan and I join forces, we will not be the opponent of Dark Little Buu. Don't panic, I'll teach you a skill fusion technique, also known as fusion dance steps. Fusion? What is that? Gohan was puzzled, and Tenunks was also very puzzled. And so were the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet, only the Old Realm King God nodded after hearing this. I see, no wonder you are so confident, the two of them are indeed able to defeat the demon Bu over there after fusing now, but well, this fusion technique. Without waiting for the Old World King God to finish speaking, Su Yu interrupted the words of the Old World King God and said, I know this, but I don't have a lot of skills, so I will use fusion first, and then consider using this earring to fit in the future when I encounter a more powerful enemy. As he spoke, Su Yu pointed to the portala earrings on his ears. It's true, young people are becoming more and more rude nowadays, always interrupting the old man's speech. Forget it, since you all know, I won't say anything. And the king god of the realm and Jeffet were stunned. Haven't they heard of any earring combinations? That old man, what do you mean by the combination of earrings? Seeing a puzzled look on his face, the king god of the eastern realm couldn't help but sigh, and frowned bitterly. You are so many official realm king gods. Why don't you understand so much? Look at the person Su Yu, the realm king god star and the upper realm king god are really not as good as the generation. This old man, don't always talk about me like that, I'm that. You. Okay, educate the juniors and wait to defeat the demon Bu, and then say, Lord God of the old world. At this time, Su Yu relieved the siege for the king god of the eastern realm. Okay. And Su Yu also turned to Gohan and Tenunks and said, the so-called fusion is to fuse your two people into one, the time lasts about 30 minutes, and when the time comes, it will disintegrate. This is a secret spell from the Metamo people. Fusion? Sister Su Yu didn't say that brother Gohan and I are not Majin Buu's opponents, and if you fuse, isn't it also 1 + 1 = 2? Hearing Tenunks's doubts, Su Yu raised a finger and shook it. 1 + 1 = 2, wrong, fusion is not 1 + 1 = 2 but 1 + 1 is much greater than 2, which can transform two originally weak people into powerful warriors, which is a very powerful secret technique. Yes, then Su Yu, you can teach us quickly. Well, I'll teach you. First of all, the two people who fuse must be about the same height, which you are very consistent with now, and secondly, you have to adjust your breath to all the time before fusing it. Then perform the fusion dance steps in a symmetrical way, and shout fusion in your mouth, and then I will perform the fusion dance steps for you. So Su Yu performed the fusion dance steps in front of the two of them. Because the fusion dance steps were not difficult, Su Yu performed them once and the two remembered them. Anyway, you have to put your fingers together in the end, you know, if you make a mistake, the consequences are serious, you know. No, X2. At this time, Tenunks whispered. Brother Gohan really wants to dance such an embarrassing dance step. What's the matter, do you feel embarrassed? I think it's okay, it's much better than Gohan when you saw Team Canute fiddling on Namek. Gohan must think so too, right? Su Yu leaned forward and looked at Gohan. And Gohan complained inwardly at this time. Really, I feel that the movements of the Canute team are very handsome. But looking at Su Yu's lovely face, Gohan could only grit his teeth and nodded. No. That's right. But it's good. It's too much. Looking at what Gohan said, it was clear that Gohan was just coping with himself. Gohan, how do I feel that you have some insincerity? Do you think that the movements of the Canute team are very handsome and even want to imitate? I told you that if you dare to imitate, you don't know me in the future, and I don't know you, you know. Ah? Is it so serious? Okay. Okay. Although Gohan agreed, he thought about how he could develop his own signature moves after pretending to be a masked Superman in the future, and he would definitely impress Su Yu at that time. Su Yu sighed, Tanena, I didn't expect that Gohan in this world was also affected by the Canute team. Fortunately, she found out in time, otherwise when Gohan turned into a masked Superman and made that kind of shameful move, I am afraid that I will draw a line with Gohan in this life. Ahem, That's all for now, the two of you will practice separately first, and then you will be truly integrated after mastering it. So, you didn't want to watch a chubby Gohonks appear in front of her. Chapter 40. As we all know, there is a law in the Dragon Ball world that the first time you perform a fusion dance move, you will fail, whether it is Gotenks or Gogeta. Therefore, Suyu deliberately planned to let the two practice and become proficient before fusing them. However, it backfired, and just as the two were about to practice the fusion dance moves, the original Majin Buu's egg could no longer hold it. I saw that the originally sunny realm King Shenxing suddenly became cloudy, and the demon egg that had many cracks was finally broken, and the dark little Buu inside appeared. Oh oh oh! Dark Buu even yelled in excitement like a hunting wildling. Brother Gohan, it looks like we don't have time to practice. That's right, come on, Tenunks, let's fuse directly. Seeing that the two of them didn't study together and planned to fuse directly, Suyu immediately spoke up and planned to stop it. You first. Don't worry, Sister Suyu, I and Brother Gohan have memorized your movements, and you won't make mistakes, so you can trust us. So before Suyu could continue to speak, Gohan and Tenunks began to dance the fusion dance steps. In fact, as Tenunks said, the two of them did remember Suyu's movements. However, just when Suyu thought he was worried, the last step turned out, and the fingers of the two did not match. So after a burst of bright light, a fat black-haired man in a small vest with Tenunks lilac bangs on the front and Gohan on the back was born. It is meaningless for Suyu to cover his face, this can be regarded as a failure of the combination. Not only is it a failure in terms of appearance and strength, but at the same time, the personality will also be affected by the failure after the fusion failure, and the shortcomings of the two will be fused. So the little fat man who didn't notice his fusion failure at all said proudly, "Ha ha ha, Majin Buu, your end has come, and then let my invincible Uncle Gohonks clean you up." And the dark little Buu, who was originally quite excited, was puzzled, because he instinctively felt that the fat man in front of him was not as strong as the two just now. And the fat Gohan Rice, who was about to rush up to fight with the dark little Buu, was directly tripped by the protruding small stone halfway, and the fat body suddenly turned into a meatball and rolled towards the dark little Buu, and finally lay down in front of the dark little Buu. Fat Goik's move can make Buu down. Hey! Not only was the dark little Buu untidy, but even Suyu and the Realm King gods, who were teammates, couldn't stand it anymore, and everyone looked at Suyu for a while. The Eastern Realm King god couldn't help but ask, "Miss Suyu, your fusion technique?" Suyu immediately cleared up the relationship and waved his hand. And said, "Don't ask me, you can't blame me, they failed to match their fingers in the last step, they really said that they practiced and then combined." At this time, Fat Gohonks got up from the ground, and saw the dark little Buu who was blinded by his own actions, and said proudly, "Humph, I'm scared by Lord Bengahunks, surrender quickly." Twitter. The old world king god with his hands behind his back shook his head. And said, "It seems that the fusion failed not only in appearance and strength, but also in character." So. You covered his face and said, "I know this, the personality is like this after the failure of the fusion dance steps." So you thought of Gogeta, although he was a handsome guy who didn't talk much after the fusion, but the failed fusion product Kong Bei and the Gohonks in front of him were also exactly the same in character, and it could only be said that there must be a father and a son. And the dark little Buu saw such a proud fat Gohonks, so he directly stretched out his foot and kicked fat Gohonks in the stomach. Then the fat Gohonks' body flew out directly and smashed on the hill behind. Seeing fat Gohonks flying out, dark little Buu showed a smug look, but he didn't have long to be proud, and the fat Gohonks who was originally kicked away by him was actually bounced back by Xiao Shan. Caught off guard by the dark little Buu was set on the head by fat Gohonks, and by the way, fat Gohonks also farted. This can make the 7 orifices of the dark little Buu breath smoke, and deeply understand what it means to be not harmful and insulting. And the fat Gohonks who came back to his senses covered his stomach and said, "It hurts to kick, but it's comfortable to let out a fart. Why is Bu gone? Where is it?" Fat Gohonks looked around and didn't see Xiao Bu's figure, and at this time, Xiao Yu, who was covering his face, pointed to Fat Gohonks and said, "He's under your ass. Under your ass." This time, Fat Gohan was kicked into the sky by Dark Bull before he came back to his senses, and then Fat Gohonks fell down with his face on the ground first, and his nose was blue and his face was swollen. Fat Gohonks, who got up and covered his face, was in pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." As a result, when he looked up and saw the dark little Bu who was already burning with anger, the little Bu who originally belonged to the dark camp looked even more black. Directly ran to Fat Gohonks to catch up, and Fat Gogoikex also realized that he seemed to have failed to fuse, so he decisively chose to run away, so the two of them chased me in the realm King Shen Xing, and staged an extremely funny scene. During this period, the dark little Bu caught Fat Gohonks several times and beat him fatly, but although Fat Gohonks was not good at fighting, he was like a tumbler, and sometimes he just beat him down and then rebounded back. Although the damage caused by the rebound is almost HP 0, the various insulting methods make Dark Bu angry. And the realm kings and gods who were originally still serious looked at this comical battle, and they couldn't help but laugh for a while. Of course, Xiao Yu, who was teaching the fusion dance steps of the two, felt that he had no eyes to see. The old world king god smiled and said, "I didn't expect that although this fusion dance step failed in terms of strength, it was not very good, but the defense power was directly full, although this fat man had a blue nose and swollen face, but the essence didn't seem to have been harmed, ha 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 ha." That is, now Fat Gohonks is a funny character, even if the combat effectiveness is not good, it is invincible in itself, but this is too embarrassing. I already knew that I would use the Batara earrings to fit together. Okay, girl has to learn to see everything. Since there is still half an hour to go, let's relax first," said the old world king god. Conjured a game of chess and said, "Come and play chess with me." At this time, Xiao Yu, who was out of sight and out of mind, nodded, instead of watching Fat Gohonks lose face. It was better to play chess with the king god of the old world. So Xiao Yu used her divine power to build a protective shield, covering her with the king god of the old world, the king god of the eastern world and Jebet, and playing chess with the king god of the old world with peace of mind. Seeing the two of them playing chess, Jebet whispered to the eastern realm, "King god, isn't it okay for the lord of the realm king god to be like this? What if it's not good? Since the old realm king god has done this, he can only admit it." And the fat Gohan who was running away was already tired and panting like a cow, but when he turned around, he actually saw Xiao Yu playing chess, so he asked Xiao Yu for help. "Xiao Yu, come and save me, I'm going to be killed." "Let you practice, you don't practice, now it's like this, don't save it, I don't know you." "Hey!" Fat Goenikex knew that Xiao Yu seemed to be angry, so he could only force his face to continue to be chased by the dark little Bu. And the dark little Bu, who chased and killed Fat Gohokus for half an hour, was also completely annoyed. He had always been the only one who teased the enemy, but now he was teased by the fat man in front of him, and he directly planned to kill him. So the dark little Bu used the dark breath to condense a long blade on his arm and slashed at the Fat Gohonks, and the two disintegrated at the critical moment. Seeing that the two had finally disintegrated, the originally annoyed dark little Bu smiled, and the annoying fat man was finally gone. So he rushed up at the two of them, and the two of them immediately transformed into a mysterious form or a form with full potential. However, the two of them in this form could only barely support themselves under the dark little Bu, and Xiao Yu had no intention of coming up to help. "Brother Gohan, it's the first time that Sister Xiao Yu has been so angry. This can't be blamed on Xiao Yu, after all, Xiao Yu told her everything, but as a result, our fusion failed, and she lost face a little. But what if this little Bu has been hindering us from fusing us? In fact, the reason why little Bu did this was because the fat Gohan KS had caused too much shadow in his heart, and he said that he would not let the fat man appear again. And the king god of the eastern realm in the protective shield finally couldn't help but speak. Miss Suyu, don't play chess, go out and help Gohan and Tenunks, no one is dragging the demon Bu, they can't get together. And Suryuta would not drop a chess piece and said, don't worry, I don't need to make a move, naturally someone will drag the dark little Bu. Someone will make a move. Just as Gohan and Tenunks were thinking about how to merge, Dark Bu attacked again, and at that moment, a wave of energy hit the door of Dark Bu. The two of them looked in the direction where the energy had just hit, and they saw an unexpected person, Fat Bu. Fat Bu smiled bitterly. I was going to seal you forever in the dark, but I didn't expect you to break the seal, and it took me a long time to recover, and from now on your enemy is me. And the dark little Bu saw Fat Bu appear and smiled playfully again, this time he will not keep his hand on Fat Bu. As he spoke, he rushed to Fat Bu, and Gohan said to Tenunks, let's hurry up and merge now, we can't make any more mistakes this time. Okay. So the two adjusted their breath again and shouted in their mouths. Melt. And in the face of the dark little Bu who was full of firepower, Fat Bu was obviously not an opponent, and in just a few rounds, Fat Bu felt that he was about to be killed. Just when the dark little Bu was thinking about how to solve the self in front of him, suddenly there was an amazing aura from behind him, and Suyu also put down the chess pieces in his hand and got up to look in the direction of Gohan and Tenunks's fusion. Chapter 41. At this time, Fat Bu was lying in front of the dark little Bu. The dark little Bu gathered a black ball of energy in his hand. Feeling this terrifying energy, Fat Bu knew that he might be blown up this time. The gap between himself and the dark little Bu in front of him can be described as a world of difference, and he can't hold out after only a few rounds under him. And just when the dark little Bu completely finished off the Fat Bu, a very powerful aura came from behind him. Then the dark little Bu turned his head and saw a young man with the same hairstyle and hair color as the fat man just now, but this young man was much thinner and very strong. Then the young man disappeared in the next second, and then appeared in front of him, directly kicking the dark little Bu away. The Fat Bu who was lying on the ground also recovered. Got up and said, "Thank you." "No thanks, thank you for holding it for a while, and I'll leave it to me." At this time, the dark little Bu who got up was obviously very angry, and yelled directly in place. "Twitter! Twitter! What is he talking about?" The young man simply asked Fat Bu to act as an interpreter, and Fat Bu immediately replied. "Who are you, hateful bastard? Are you the two people just now?" And the young man just raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled evilly at the dark little Bu. "I'm neither Son Gohan nor Tenunks, but someone who specializes in defeating you. Of course you can also call me by my name, Gohanks." Trumpet. Hearing Gohanks's words, the dark little Bu directly burst out with a black aura and rushed towards Gohanks. Because this time it was a successful fusion, not only did the personality converge a lot, but also fused the advantages of the two together. For example, if you change to other scions, you will probably fight with the normal first, and then transform into a super match, until you finally transform into the strongest form to solve the enemy. And Gohanks directly transformed into a mysterious form when he came up, and the powerful silver aura directly blew away the attacking dark little Bu. Then the mysterious Gohanks used teleportation to come to dark Bu, and then punched and kicked dark Bu, so fast that dark Bu couldn't react at all. Mysterious Gohanks saw that dark Bu was beaten by himself and was no longer human, so he kicked dark Bu to the ground with a kick, and dark Bu who fell to the ground tried to return to his normal appearance. But how could the mysterious Gohanks give it this chance, only to see that in the blink of an eye, the mystic Gohanks condensed a huge ball of energy on the top of his head. After the dark little Bu returned to his normal appearance, the mysterious Gohonks directly smashed the energy in his hand down, and the dark little Bu directly kept sending waves in a panic to resist the huge energy ball. But the way it struggled seemed to Mystic Gohonks to be just a mayfly shaking the tree, and soon the ball of energy came to the dark little Bu. At this time, the dark little Bu's whole body was bruised, and he wanted to push the energy ball back, but this was just wishful thinking. Goodbye, Dark Bu, your legend ends here. So, the mysterious Gohonks directly detonated the energy ball, and the Dark Bu's body quickly disappeared bit by bit in this powerful explosion. In the end, Dark Bu did not leave a single cell in this world, not even the residue. Only a dark planet rolled out. The king god of the Eastern Realm looked at the destroyed dark little Bu and jumped directly in surprise. How many years? The nightmare of the demon Bu was finally completely destroyed, and he couldn't help crying with joy. Everyone, have you seen it? This dark dragon ball will be sealed by Lord God of the Time Realm, and... Gohonks wondered. So you haven't told me the origin of this dark dragon ball. I'll tell you about the source, but there are still more than 20 minutes left for you to merge. So let me have a good time. Saying that, Suyu directly transformed into a mimic god form. Looking at the transformed Suyu, Gohonks also knew what Suyu meant. No wonder Suyu didn't choose to fight the demon Bu. Did you plan to fight me? That's right, the dark little Bu is not enough for me to let go of my hand to fight, but you definitely can. Okay, then come on. Gohonks smiled bitterly and accepted Suyu's invitation to fight. So just after the Eastern Realm King God had just adjusted his mentality, he saw a fierce confrontation between the mysterious Gohonks and the mimic god Suyu, and even the entire Realm King God star was trembling. And an old world King God who pays attention to the quality of civilization directly opened a telegram voice. On the side, the King God of the Eastern Realm was very embarrassed to hear the telegram voice of his ancestor. As one of the supreme gods in this universe, this is inevitably too unqualified, it is really difficult to be nervous. And Jebit showed a shocked expression, and the image of the king god in his eyes completely collapsed. Old ancestor, calm down, calm down. This group of scions, it really should be, and Beerus is a hanging sample. Looking at the realm king god star who was destroyed by the aftermath of the two, the old realm king god was simply heartbroken. And Suyu and Gohonks naturally ignored the telegraph voice of the king god of the old world, and the two enjoyed the battle to the fullest. Originally Gohonks thought that his mysterious form would be able to surpass Suyu after fusion. It turned out that the strength of the two was actually comparable. Was the realm of the gods so powerful? After a fierce collision of Turtle Sect Qigong, the two of them were already tired and panting, but they felt that Goikex was about to disintegrate. So the two of them directly concentrated the remaining strength of their bodies on their fists, and then rushed towards each other, and finally the fists fell on each other's faces, after being punched to each other. Both of them were exhausted, and their eyes slowly closed, but the corners of their mouths were full of smiles, and they fell from the sky. It's a pleasure, thank you Gohonkies, thanks to you, I feel like I'm one step closer to breaking through to the real super race. No, Suyu, you're going to break through again, it's hard for us to catch up with you now. There, don't worry, I'll tell you when I find out the experience of transforming into a super Saiyan, and then you can also break through to the super Saiyan. I'm afraid that Suyu, you will break through to a new realm by then. Right. Who knows, but don't we Scions just like to break through ourselves and surpass ourselves? That's right, but my time is also up. So. He fell into the air. And Gohan Cox also disintegrated into Gohan and Tenunks. Seeing that the Scion had finally stopped, the old world king god finally stopped his telegraph voice. And the Eastern Realm king god on the side also breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the devastated Realm king god star, which was like hot transiting, it was also a headache to repair. At this time, Jebit suddenly asked. What about the fat demon Bu over there of the Lord of the Realm King God? What should I do? Just when the Eastern Realm King God was puzzled about what to do, Suyu, who was lying on the ground, spoke. Since there are so many gaps in the Realm King God star, it is better to make him a Realm King God, so that our universe will be much safer. Hearing this, Jebet's face changed greatly, although this fat Bew had sacrificed himself to take righteousness, but suddenly, becoming a Realm King God would have been too big. What are you kidding? Becoming a Realm King God is never a casual thing. I'm not kidding, because this fat Mr. Bew is in a sense the king of the world. Chapter 42. Originally, Fat Bew was still quite apprehensive, and even prepared for the worst. After all, although Xiao Bew was eliminated, it didn't mean that the sins he had committed were also written off. He's still a demon Bew after all, so he's mentally prepared to be sealed again. What I didn't expect was that I heard that I would become the king god of the realm. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? And the girl who made this suggestion didn't seem to be joking, and also said that he was the king god of the realm? Not to mention that Jebet, including Fat Bew, was very confused for a while. Me, said Fat Bew, pointing to himself in confusion. The silver-haired girl lying on the grass got up and sat cross-legged and said, "That's right. But I'm the demon Bew." "Yes, you are both Bew and the king of the world. The identities of the two are not in conflict. More precisely, you are a combination of the two. There is a kind of similar to Gohong's, but you are not the only one. The demon has just been destroyed." Suyu deliberately emphasized that the fat Bew in front of him was no longer a demon. How is it possible? This fat Bew just looks like the great realm. King God Suyu didn't pay attention to the surprised Jeffet, but looked at the old realm King God and said to the old world King God, "Lord, the old world King God, they can't see it, you should be able to see it." For a while, everyone's eyes looked at the old world King God, and the old world King God nodded slowly and said, "Little girl, what you said is right, Fat Bew, you are indeed a realm King God, but the divine power in your body is still sleeping, so it can't be revealed." Hey! After being confirmed by the King God of the old realm, everyone couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Sleeping! Seeing that Fat Bew still couldn't believe it, Suyu said to the old world, "King God! Now that Xiao Bew has been eliminated, Fat Bew has eliminated the evil, Lord Old World King God, you should be able to awaken the memory of the sleeping Great World King God in Fat Bew's body." Great World King God! At this time, the Eastern Realm King God Xin couldn't help but say loudly, for him, the death of the Great Realm King God was an eternal pain in his heart. Although he was born with the Birth Realm King God and theoretically had no parents, the Great Realm King God was like his father to him, who had cared for him since he was born. "Yes, have you forgotten? The separation technique I used at the beginning separated the pure evil side of Majin Bew, and what was left was the good side dominated by the character of the King God of the Great Realm. In the main time and space, the Great Realm King God in Fat Bew's body will not be awakened until after Mo Luo escapes from prison, and he only has half of his divine power, which is quite a pity, but after the separation of Suyu in this time and space, Fat Bew now retains all his divine power." And the old world King God nodded. "Since you have said so, girl, then I will try." Then the old world King God raised his hands to understand the unknown spell in seconds, and released a divine power to envelop Fat Bew, and the memory and divine power of the Great Realm King God, who was originally sleeping in Fat Bew's body, began to wake up. Feeling the familiar divine power coming from Majin Bu's body, the Eastern Realm King Shen Xin began to become excited. When the old world King God stopped casting spells, Fat Bew opened his eyes again, and the aura on his body changed suddenly, and he looked at the East World King God Xin and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Xiao Xin for a long time, you have grown up to become a World King God who is in charge alone." Feeling the familiar aura and divine power coming from Fat Bew's body, especially the gentle tone and title. For a while, the tears in the eyes of the Eastern Realm King God Xin couldn't help but roll, and then pounced on Fat Bu or the Great Realm King God. The King God of the Great Realm, I finally see you again, I miss you so much, woo woo wow wow. Wow 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 wow. The Great Realm King God gently stroked the Eastern Realm King God Xin, and said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Xin, how many years have you been an adult? Don't cry like a child like Xiao Ji. And Jebit was completely dumbfounded, he couldn't understand how this Fat Bu turned into the King God of the Great Realm, and so on. Just now with his own attitude, the King God of the Great Realm would not give him small shoes, right? They. Old Realm King God waved his hand and said. No thanks, old man, I also want to make the Realm King God star lively, but are you now considered Bu or the Great Realm King God? The Great Realm King God did not choose to abandon himself as Bu's past, as Su Yu said, and now the Great Realm King God Bu is like Gohongs, inheriting all of both. And Su Yu said with a smile. Congratulations! Great Realm King God, now you are a blessing in disguise, and now that you have merged with Bu, you are already one of the top existences in this universe in terms of strength. Now even Beerus wakes up and sees the Great Realm King God Bu. I'm afraid he will get serious. In the main time and space, the Great Realm King God Bu who only awakens half of his divine power can suppress the Old Man Maluo, and the Old Man Mo Luo has suppressed Zhuanglin. What level did the Great Realm King God Bu with complete divine power reach in front of him now? Su Yu didn't dare to imagine. At least he knew that even if he transformed into a complete super race god, he would not be his opponent. There, without your separation technique to remove part of the demon on my body, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to awaken. Thank you Su Yu, and I think it is more important than strong strength to be able to contribute more to living beings. At this time, the Great Realm King God Bu had the same smile on his face as ever. By the way, Su Yu, have you been thinking about how to break through the Super Sai God recently? Since you helped me, I will also help you, although I am not very good at cultivating in terms of breath, otherwise I would not have lost to the demon Bu back then, but I can give some advice in terms of divine power. Hearing this, Su Yu immediately showed a look of surprise. Thank you so much, Lord God of the Great Realm. Then, the King God of the Great Realm looked at Gohan and Tenunx and said, do you two want to practice together? Faced with the invitation of the Great Realm King God Bu, Tenunx hesitated, because as a mortal, he couldn't feel the power of the gods, so in his opinion, the Great Realm King God Bu seemed to be no different from the previous Fat Bu. Gohan was different, after all, he also comprehended a trace of divine breath. And he clearly felt that there was a world of difference between the Great Realm King God Bu in front of him and the Fat Bu who was almost wiped out by himself. I'm willing. Tenunx, who was still a little hesitant, saw that Gohan and Su Yu also agreed, and naturally immediately followed up and chose to continue his cultivation on the Realm King Divine Star. After that, under the guidance of the Great Realm King God Bu, the three of them began to comprehend the power of the gods and began to practice on the Realm King Divine Star. During this period, Su Yu took the time to send the Dark Planet to the Nest of Time and handed it over to the King God of the Time Realm to seal. And the King God of the Great Realm, Bu, did not forget to return to the town that was originally guarded by Fat Bu on the earth, and the little boy was naturally so happy that he cried when he saw Mr. Bu come back. So the Great Realm King God Bu stayed in the town and a clone of himself guarded the town instead of himself, and the main body returned to the Realm King God Star to continue to guide Su Yu and the three of them to comprehend the power of the gods. And when Su Yu and the three of them were practicing, somewhere in the depths of the universe, there was a towering tree standing here. Underneath the tree is a large platform that resembles an inverted pyramid. The platform is covered with dense woods, while the platform is surrounded by several planets. In the center of the giant tree was a castle that looked a bit like an old one, and suddenly there was an explosion from the castle, startling the birds flying in the trees. In the castle, a man with extremely tall stature, blue-green skin, and long curly white hair was slowly walking up the long staircase. The man's pupils and lips are purple, and on his neck is a large light blue halo, and he holds a long staff in his hand, which is yellow at the top and bottom, dark blue in the middle, and a black magic ball at the top. Wearing a light blue sash and black armor with 3 diamonds painted on it, 2 white and 1 orange, and a red robe, he crossed the long staircase to a large gate, and looked at the closed door. The man shook his head and said, "Really? It seems that Lord Beerus is sleeping lazy again." With that, the man tapped the ground with his staff, and the door slowly opened, and the man walked inside. Chapter 43. The man covered his mouth and nose and walked through the smoke of the explosion to the depths of the room, looking up at a stone slab floating in the air above, and several hourglasses floating around the stone slab. At this moment, a large humanoid cat that looked like a Cornish Rex cat was lying on the stone slab, revealing a lazy appearance. "Lord Beerus, it's not a good habit to go back to sleep, and these timed hourglasses are set by you and will explode automatically when the time comes." I know, right away." Beerus said to get up immediately, but his body kept lying on the stone slab, and his eyes didn't open. Then an hourglass exploded, along with the other hourglasses, and the whole big cat was blown off the slab. Although the explosion was not small, it only blew Beerus's white pajamas to tatters. After falling to the ground, Beerus lazily rolled over and sat up and stretched. An hour later, Beerus, who had washed up and changed into new pajamas, leaned back in his chair and enjoyed the mountains of food on the table in front of him. The man brought a plate of fruit to Beerus, and after Beerus put a piece of meat in his mouth with a fork, he saw the man walking and asked, "Ves, did that Frisia guy destroy Vegeta?" Hearing Weiss's answer, Beerus nodded in satisfaction. "That's good, the quality of the people on that planet is really low, especially that King Vegeta, it's even more stingy. If Frisia hadn't destroyed it, I guess I'd have destroyed it myself, and that guy Frisia wouldn't be good." "Unfortunately, Lord Beerus, Frisia has been wiped out by the others." "Oh, someone actually surpassed Frisia." "That's right, the one who defeated Frisia was a scion named Son Goku or Kakarot." "Didn't the scions go extinct with Vegeta?" "That's right, most of the scions were wiped out by Frisia, and a few scions survived because they were on other planets, and in the end, the surviving scion defeated Frisia." With that, Vis used his staff to show Beerus a picture of the defeat of Frisia. "It's funny, those scions were able to defeat Frisia, but how did the hair be yellow?" Beerus muttered, remembering that the scions had all black hair. Placing the cut meat in front of Beerus, Vis said, "This seems to be a transformation method called Super Scion." "Super Scion? Wait a minute, Super Scion?" Beerus, who sounded a little familiar, tossed and turned in his seat, and finally suddenly remembered the dream he had had. "I remember, Super Scion God, I used to fight Super Scion God in my dream, and the prophecy fish also said that this time I would wake up and meet my old enemy. It must be this Super Scion God. This scion is there, I want to meet him and see if he knows the Super Scion God." However, looking at Beerus with an excited face, Weiss couldn't help but shake his head and soak in a basin of cold water and said, "It's a pity that Lord Beerus, this Super Scion named Monkey King has become a legend. He died of a viral heart attack many years ago. And now he has been reincarnated a long time ago." Hearing this, Beerus couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He was still looking forward to the Super Scion God, but the other party died early. "Really, it's a pity, it's a pity. But don't be too disappointed, Lord Beerus, the son of King Vegeta, is still alive, but his strength is not as good as his son Tenunks and son Goku's son Son Gohan, not long ago. These two half-blood scions also eliminated the stronger Majin Buu." "Stronger Majin Buu? Oh, how strong?" Hearing that Majin Buu had become stronger, Beerus was immediately interested. "Pretty strong, but it's nothing to Lord Beerus these days. Hearing Weiss's words, Beerus smiled slightly. He, I really didn't expect that the scion, who was weak as an ant, would be able to destroy Majin Buu and become stronger. Tisk, it's really an accident. Not only that, Lord Beerus, but in fact, the strongest single scion among the scions today is a man-made scion number 12, and she should be the super scion god that Lord Beerus is looking for. Oh, that's great. For Beerus, it seems to be a mountain and a river with no way out, and another village. That scion is there, I'm going to find him. It's her, not him, Lord Beerus. Beerus, who was originally a little scrappy, felt even more interesting when he heard it, but he didn't expect that a female scion could be so strong. And Lord Beerus, that female scion's identity is not simple. She is a disciple of the king god of the time realm, Cain, and she is also an alternate king god. Originally, Beerus was curious about why among a group of scions, it was a female scion who was the strongest, but now when he heard that she was a disciple of the king god of the time realm, he nodded thoughtfully. It turned out to be Kai Yin's disciple, so it's not surprising, but I didn't expect Kai Yin to accept disciples too. By the way, now that female scion is practicing with two other half-breed scions in the realm king god star with the great realm king god. I remember if the great realm king god was absorbed by the Majin Buu. There is no new great realm king god, he is the great realm king god, you know, Lord Beerus, because the female scion used the Adrath star separation technique during the battle to separate the great realm king god and Buu partially, and now the great realm king god calls himself the great world king god Buu. I didn't expect so many interesting things to happen during this time when I pondered, and when I'm done eating, you can take me to meet the female scion and the great realm king god Buu. With that, Beerus took another gulp of the food on the table and shoved it into his mouth. And on the realm king god star, after a few months of cultivation of divine power, Suyu, who was originally a half-step super race god, was finally about to completely comprehend the power of the gods and become a super scion god. However, it is not so simple to break through the super scion god, and I saw that the red aura on Suyu's body became stronger and stronger. Seeing that he was about to completely transform into red, the rich red aura on his body suddenly disappeared, and Suyu's whole body suddenly fell to the ground, gasping for breath. And the great realm king god Buu in front of him comforted with a smile on his face. Suyu, you don't have to worry, now you are only a thin line away from the real super scion god, I believe you will be able to break through soon. Yes, Sister Suyu, you were already very powerful in that form just now. Under the teaching of the great realm king god Buu, Tenunx has also comprehended the power of the gods, and he can naturally feel the powerful aura of Suyu just now. That's right, Suyu, Lord of the great realm king god said that you don't have to rush for a while. And Suyu got up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and exhaled a puff of turbidity before saying, "It's not that I'm in a hurry. But I have a hunch that I must break through as soon as possible." Just when the great realm king god Buu was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes that had been narrowed opened open, and his expression became serious. "Lord of the great realm king god, what's wrong with you?" Everyone has been following the great realm king god for several months of cultivation, and they naturally know the character of the great realm king god. And there are very few cases that can make him show such an expression. The great realm king god Buu turned to look not far away and said something in his mouth. "It's coming." "What is coming, the great realm king god?" Tenunx asked puzzled, and then he said in the direction of the great realm king god and looked over, and suddenly a man and a cat appeared there, and now Tenunx, who could sense the aura of the gods, felt the terrifying oppressive force. This man and a cat are naturally the angel Vis and the god of destruction, Beerus. "Yo, long time no see, great realm king god." "No, I should call you great realm king god Buu." "Beerus, what are you doing here?" Originally, I came here to see how strong the Super Saiyan God is, but I didn't expect that after you and Majin Buu fused and woke up again, your strength actually changed dramatically, and the combination of the power of God and Majin Buu actually produced such a big change, and now I am even more interested in your strength. Beerus can feel that now the Great Realm King God Buu is much more powerful than the Super Saiyan God he dreamed of. In this case, what else is he looking for the Super Saiyan God to fight? Isn't it good to directly find the Great Realm King God Buu? Chapter 44. The Great Realm King God Buu himself does not like to fight, because he prefers creation to destruction, but he also knows that Beerus is a willful person, and if he refuses, he will destroy something if he does not meet the other party, so he nodded and said, I accept it, but we can't fight in this universe. Otherwise the aftermath of the entire universe in our battle will be nothing. As the top gods in this universe, the two of them are so powerful that mortals can't imagine them. Therefore, when Gohan heard this, his expression was quite solemn, and Tenunks was shocked. Is it really so exaggerated that the entire universe will be destroyed in the aftermath? Suyu shook his head and said, it's not an exaggeration, but in fact, when Tenunks and Gohan merged, you were able to shake the three realms with a breath. Not to mention the two gods whose strength is far above your merger now. It is indeed reasonable for Tenunks to think about it. He is so powerful when he comes out of Gohanks, and now the aftermath of the battle between the God Buu and the God of Destruction Beerus is not so exaggerated. In the face of the request of the Great Realm King God Buu, Beerus naturally agreed, although he was usually responsible for destruction, but it would not destroy this universe. But since we can't fight in this universe, then we can only go to the realm of universe to fight. Hearing the term boundary, Gohan couldn't help but whisper, where is Suyu's boundary? Tenunks also looked at Suyu curiously. And Suyu said, slowly as the name suggests, the so-called realm of nothingness is a realm of nothingness. You can understand the universe we are in as a fish, the multiverse as the ocean, and each fish are rarely closely connected, so there will be a gap, and this gap is the realm of nothingness, so the realm of nothingness is wider than the universe we are in, so no matter how you fight, you don't have to worry about destroying the universe. Hearing Suyu's analogy, Gohan also roughly understood, and Tenunks continued to ask. Sister Suyu saw that the book said that the universe is infinitely vast. How can it be destroyed? The universe is infinitely vast, and this is true from the perspective of mortals, but it is not the case from the eyes of gods or strong people. For example, there are countless lines that make up the surface, and countless lines make up the surface. As a mortal is like a line, I feel that the universe is infinitely wide from the perspective of the line, but for the powerful gods, the so-called surface is just a piece of paper that can be broken when poked. Tenunks nodded in realization. He finally understood why the infinite universe would be destroyed in the aftermath of the Battle of the Gods. When Vis heard that the two sides were going to fight in the infinite realm, he smiled and waved the wand in his hand and said, yes, Lord Beerus, since you are going to the infinite realm, then I will send you there. For Weiss, he knows very well that the big cat he has is easy to fight, and once he does, he will ignore the destruction of the surroundings, which makes him a headache as a guardian, but if he wants to fight in the boundary, then there is no such trouble. I'm sorry for you, Lord Ves. Seeing that the Great Realm King God Buu actually respectfully called Vis an adult, which made the unwitting Gohan and Tenunks a little impressed. But they heard that the Great Realm King God is one of the top gods in this universe, and the God of Destruction Beerus is on a par, so it stands to reason that the servants of the God of Destruction Beerus should not be so respectful. And when he heard the Great Realm King God Buu call himself with honorifics, Weiss seemed to be embarrassed and waved his hand and said, oh, Lord the Great Realm King God, you are here again, you don't have to see me like this. Just call me Weiss. Don't dare, you are an angel and a teacher of Beerus, and my peers and Beerus should naturally call you respectfully. Old teacher. Gohan and Tenunks are obvious, they didn't expect that this ordinary and unremarkable looking like Beerus's servant is actually Beerus's teacher. You two don't be so surprised, calm down. Silyu looked surprised and sighed helplessly. Obviously he had seen so many big worlds, how could he still not change his surprise? Well. Okay, Silyu. Understood, Sister Silyu. Only then did the two suppress the shock in their hearts, and Tenunx whispered to Silyu and asked, that Sister Silyu, is this angel Lord Y stronger than Lord Beerus over there? Does this need to be said? If Beerus is 10, then Visa's words are probably about 15, it is said that once Beerus had too much fun and was knocked down by Visa's light blow. Ha ha ha, there, this lovely young lady is falsely praised. Ves said with a smile, which made Gohan and Tenunx understand that the angel Ves in front of him was probably equivalent to the existence of a sweeping monk, although he was low-key but his strength was the strongest. Sure enough, as Silyu said, there are mountain people outside the mountain, and I thought that after they merged into Gohanks, although they had a tie with Silyu, it was equivalent to standing at the top of the universe. As a result, I now learned that their merger to form Gohanks was just a new starting point. By the way, do you want to go to the Infinite Realm together to watch the battle between Lord God and Lord Beerus, and it is easier to help you comprehend the power of God by watching the battle between the two gods. Silyu said to the Old World King God, Lord Old World King God, do you want to go with you? No need, I can see them fighting here. There is no need to go. As he spoke, the King God of the Old World took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball can see anywhere, so I don't need to toss around with you this old bone. After all, my old bone won't live long, and I'll die in a few thousand years, alas! Said the Old World King God and shook his head with a sigh. Hearing the words of the Old World King God, Gohan and Tenunx couldn't help but feel ashamed. What kind of top-level Versailles is this, and there are thousands of years of life to end, so these mortals who can't live more than 100 years old at most, shouldn't they consider going to the ground? And the Eastern Realm King God Xin also chose to stay in the Realm King God to watch the live broadcast. After all, the battle between the Great Realm King God and Beerus is just a competition, and there is no need for him to comprehend the power of the gods. In this way, the three of Silyu, the King of the Great Realm, Bu, and the God of Destruction, Beerus, under the leadership of Weiss, came to the Realm of Nothingness, and sure enough, after coming to the Realm of Nothingness, there was nothingness here. Beerus was the first to rush out impatiently, and said provocatively to Bu, the King God of the Great Realm, come on, the King of the Great Realm. Let me see how powerful you are now. The Great Realm King God Bu didn't seem so eager, and said to Ves, Trouble Lord Ves, you can protect the three of them. Don't worry, as long as they don't step out of my shield, they will be absolutely safe. You and Lord Beerus can let go and fight. When he came to the Realm of Nothingness, considering that Gohan and Tenunx were mortals who could not breathe in a vacuum, they deliberately put up a spherical shield, which could allow the two of them to breathe and protect everyone's safety. Okay, Beerus, I'm here. Then the Great Realm King God Bu also rushed out and came to the opposite side of Beerus. And Weiss stretched out his wand for the referee to block the two of them, counting down the time for the 2, 3, 2, 1, go. As the wand of Vis was withdrawn, the battle between Bu, the god of the Great Realm, who represented creation, and Beerus, the god of destruction, who represented destruction, began. The collision of two powerful divine powers surprised Gohan and Tenunx, and Silyu slowly gained some enlightenment while watching the battle between the two gods, and she was originally a thin line away from the real super race god, and she felt that she was about to break through this layer of window paper soon. And in the universe of the main plane, Beerus, the god of destruction, has also awakened. Chapter 45. In the Void Realm, every time the King God of the Great Realm and the God of Destruction fight, The aftermath of the battle caused by the aftermath of the battle made Gohan and Tenunks feel palpitations even in the protective shield. Of course, the fighting style of Bu, the king of the Great Realm, is very different from that of Beerus, the god of destruction. For example, now Beerus is facing the fists of the Great Realm King God Bu from all directions. Of course, this is not caused by the extremely fast speed of the Great Realm King God Bu, but the Great Realm King God Bu directly split into countless fists to besiege Beerus. As for Beerus, he is like a pure warrior, not as many tricks as the Great Realm King God Bu, but because of this, he was also trapped by the countless fists of the Great Realm King God Bu for a while, and his own attack on the Great Realm King God Bu's fist was as weak as hitting a marshmallow. So Beerus, the god of destruction, directly used his divine power destruction. As a result, the fist that was originally besieging Beerus suddenly stopped, and then turned into a white sand-like substance, and finally this pile of sand-like material disappeared in the air. Is it sabotage again? Hehe, your fist is very troublesome, it's really hard to get out of trouble without destruction. Sure enough, I still don't like you very much, Beerus. Mutual friend, because of your so-called kindness, you have left a lot of low-quality planets. Do you know that these low-quality planets give me a lot of headaches? Beerus, as the god of destruction, has to destroy some unqualified planets every once in a while, otherwise if you don't destroy these low-quality planets and let them develop, it will affect the operation of the entire universe, and even Beerus himself will be wiped out. However, the Great Realm King God Bu accused. Your so-called judgment criteria are fundamentally problematic. Some planetary civilizations are still in their infancy, and they will definitely go through a period of barbarism, and you directly robbed the food of primitive people for food, and people fought with you in order to protect food, and you directly labeled that planet as unqualified, and finally destroyed it, which is not reasonable at all. Hearing the accusation of the Great Realm King God, Beerus clasped his ears and said, as a mortal, it is a great sin to be unreverent to a god, but as the top god of this universe, it is really strange that you sympathize with those wild people. As a god, you should love and respect life. And only in this way can you get the respect of life. As the king god of the great realm, he has always remembered that God loves the world, but as the god of destruction, Beerus disdains this and said, that is the accusation of your king god of the realm. As the god of destruction, I just need to destroy. If it weren't for me destroying those low-quality planets, my universe would probably not exist for a long time now. Rao is so active in sabotage, and we are almost in the end. It seems that I will work harder after waking up this time. With me this time, I won't let you do whatever you want. Then it depends on whether you have that strength or not, said Beerus. A purple aura erupted from his body, and Bu, the king god of the great realm, also burst out with a pink aura. And his appearance changed back to the original appearance of the king god of the great realm. The two continued to collide fiercely in the realm of nothingness, and each time the collision erupted with energy. Gohan and the two were amazed, and Silyu, who closed his eyes and felt the flow of the power of the god of destruction Beerus and the king of the great realm, Bu, finally fully understood the logic of the operation of the power of the gods. Finally understood, is this going to the realm of gods? Gohan and Tenunks, who felt the change in Silyu's aura, hurriedly turned around, while Ves nodded with a smile and said, congratulations, Miss Silyu. You have successfully broken through to the Super Saiyan God realm. And hearing Y say that Silyu had broken through, Gohan was pleasantly surprised. Great, Silyu, you finally broke through. It's just a fluke. If it weren't for watching the battle between Lord Beerus and Lord God of the Great Realm, it would have been difficult for me to complete the breakthrough. Then let me meet the realm of Super Saiyans, Sister Silyu. Seeing Tenunks, who was excited. Silyu smiled and said, don't worry, I'll show you. But as soon as the words fell, Silyu's figure disappeared. Gohan and Tenunks stayed in place, staring at each other with wide eyes. Where did the person go? Why did he disappear just now when he said that he had transformed? And Weiss, as an angel, naturally felt the reason for Suryu's disappearance. This is the breath of time and space transfer. It seems that Miss Suryu has been transferred to other time and space because of some external force. Move to another plane. Gohan. And the others blinked, making it difficult to understand what Vis said. And Weiss looked at the magic ball on the top of his wand, and according to the power of the space-time transfer just now, he looked for Suryu's figure, and soon Weiss found Suryu's figure. I see, it seems that Miss Suryu is still in the 7th universe, but it seems to be in other parallel universes. In other parallel universes. Looking at the two who were puzzled, Weiss smiled unhurriedly and projected the image in the crystal ball. Looking at the place that appeared in the projection, Tenunks wondered. Isn't this my door? At this time, Suryu in the projection was also at a loss. Originally she planned to turn Gohan and Tenunks into Super Saiyan gods. As a result, with a feeling of weightlessness, the scenery in front of him changed, and he appeared at the door of Bulma's house, and at the same time, the Earth Dragon appeared in front of the surrounding darkness. What's going on with the kidney? And the Divine Dragon looked behind Suryu and said, I have already brought the Super Saiyan God you wanted, and I will see you when my wish is fulfilled. As he spoke, the Earth Divine Dragon in front of him seemed to have seen a ghost, and immediately turned into 7 Dragon Balls and disappeared in front of Suryu. At this time, Suryu's voice also heard the voice of the Divine Dragon in his mind. I'm really sorry, Super Saiyan God, I brought you to this plane without your permission, but I can't help it, I have to do this, I'm very sorry. Wait a minute, doesn't she remember that your Earth Dragon can fulfill 3 wishes? Brought her to this place suddenly, and ran away directly with the bucket, leaving only 2 wishes. When did the Earth Divine Dragon become so disrespectful? Besides, you are a Divine Dragon. And you are not an evil dragon, what are you running in a hurry? Just when Suryu was brainstorming, a voice similar to Gohan came from behind him. You are the god of Super Saiyans. Hello, my name is Monkey King, and I asked Shenlong to bring you over. Suryu turned around and saw a very familiar face and the iconic crab head, also wearing a classic Turtle Fairy Stream martial arts uniform, with a smile on his face. There is no doubt that the man in front of him is the male protagonist of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong. Are you the Monkey King? That's right, I'm the Monkey King. I'm sorry to let the dragon bring you here, but there's really no way. If you don't bring it over, Lord Beerus will destroy this planet. Sun Wukong said with his hands folded. Suryu turned his head to look at Beerus and Weiss on the side, and saw Suryu Beerus smiling. You're the Super Saiyan God, looking at your portala earrings, could it be that you're the King of the Realm God? No, I'm just a candidate for the King of the Realm God, and I'm currently working under the King God of Time. Hearing Suryu's words, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Beerus's mouth. The King God of the Time Realm, that little girl is also a disciple and interesting, but it doesn't matter, let me see the so-called Super Saiyan God. And at this time, Gohan, who saw this scene in the original time and space, couldn't help but be a little distracted, and muttered to himself. Dad! Dad! Is he brother Gohan's father, Mr. Sun Wukong? Tenunks also looked at Sun Wukong on the screen curiously, and turned to Weiss and asked. Lord Weiss, what's going on? Why was Sister Suryu transferred by the Divine Dragon of Time and Space over there? I don't know much about this. But we can see the replay. Chapter 46. In fact, Weiss had already guessed that maybe Beerus in that time and space was looking for the Super Saiyan God, so Suryu, who had just comprehended the transformed Super Saiyan God, would be summoned over. It's just that the specific process needs to be seen again, so Hus relocked the time node on the screen for a few hours. When Gohan and Tenunks saw Beerus lazily getting up on the screen, they felt a little incredible. Beerus-sama feels like a cat at home. Yes, I didn't expect Beerus-sama to be like this. Gohan looked back at Beerus, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with the great realm king god Bu, and it was hard to associate it with the lazy appearance when he woke up. Then, as the picture progresses, Gohan and Tenunks also know that Beerus in that time and space also has the idea of fighting the Super Saiyan God. Well, the experience of that plane here is the same as here, but after that, it is different. It seems that the Lord God of the great realm of that time and space has not awakened, so Lord Beerus of that time and space has not changed his goal. Seeing this, the two of them understood the general reason, but Gohan was very puzzled when he saw Goku training on the king of the world. But why is it that the father of that plane is still alive, and the king of the realm is dead? Oh, Gohan, do you care? Do you want to go back and see? No, it's too much of a waste of time, just keep looking. Okay. Gohan knew that if he continued to tinker forward, it would probably take a long time, so in that case, let's see how Suyu was transferred to that time and space. Then they saw that the Super 3 Goku was defeated by Beerus with one finger, which was not surprising to Gohan and Tenunks, and now they began to comprehend the power of the gods, and they knew that Beerus was powerful. And after Beerus in the time and space over there asked Goku about the information of the Super Sai God to no avail, he decisively went to the earth to ask Vegeta, and Vegeta also learned about Beerus's arrival and strength through the king of the northern realm. After that, the scene shifted to the celebration of Bulma's birthday party. Looking at Bulma in another time and space, Tenunks couldn't help but admire. Mother over there, she's so young. Of course, the time and space over there are much earlier than the time and space on our side, so for us it is equivalent to our past, but the timeline of that time and space changes and becomes a parallel line of our time and space. Although there were all kinds of familiar faces at the birthday celebration, it was only when they saw one of them that Gohan and Tenunks couldn't help but exclaim. 10. Number 18, Brother Gohan, I'm not mistaken. That's right, that face is indeed number 18, and I won't forget it. Although the two of them easily eliminated number 1718 at the beginning, even if their faces turned to ashes, Gohan would never forget them. But it doesn't feel like she's the same as our side of the 18th. That's right, it doesn't seem to be that evil. Wait a minute, she's so close to Uncle Klin. The two of them, who were already shocked, looked like they had seen a ghost, especially when they learned that the 18th actually had a lovely daughter with their Uncle Clint. The two of them felt that the CPU of their brains was dry, and they felt that they were about to give up thinking. And the deviation of that time and space was not a bit outrageous. This was no longer a mouse as a bridesmaid for a cat, this was a mouse for a cat as a bride. And after Vis glanced at the people at the celebration, he also noticed the fat Bu who was eating and drinking. Sure enough, the great realm king god of the time and space over there has not awakened, and Bu over there is just an ordinary demon Bu. Then Tenunks rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken, and immediately said to Gohan, Brother Gohan, you see this is from that time and space, you seem to be a lot more immature, hey. Gohan looked at that time and space when Gohan was younger than himself, and the other party seemed to wear glasses because of his studies, and at the same time there was no scar on his face. And he looked much happier than himself here. Then, to Gohan's surprise, a woman hugged himself intimately in that plane, and the conversation between the two surprised Tenunks again. Brother Gohan in that time and space is actually married. Wait a minute, isn't this girl Brother Gohan the girl you saved from the demons at the New World #1 Martial Arts Conference? Her name seems to be Bidalai, and then she didn't know what means to find me, and wanted to worship me as a teacher. I didn't agree just to point her a few times, but I didn't expect her to marry me in that time and space. For a while, Gohan actually began to envy and even a little jealous of himself in that time and space. Brother Gohan, are you interested in Biddy Lee? Gohan shook his head and said. No, My choice in another time and space does not mean my choice in this time and space, and I must inherit my father's will to protect this earth. So I am not interested in other aspects. Tenunks naturally knew that his Gohan brother was lying. At most he didn't like Bidalai in this plane, and the reason was not that he was not interested, but for other reasons. So the two continued to watch, and soon Tenunks also saw himself in that time and space. Little Tenunks. Sure enough, it's a time and space in the past, and I'm still a kid over there. Yes, I miss the way Tenunks looked when you were a child. Just as Gohan sighed, he saw a little boy as big as little Tenunks. Question: this little boy is exactly like his father, and he soon learns from little Tenunks that the boy's name is Monkey King. Son Mushin, it seems that it is your younger brother in that time and space, Brother Gohan. It seems like this. It turns out that if my father didn't die, he would have given birth to a second child. For a while, Gohan couldn't help but feel a little pity, but after thinking about it, Tenunks in this time and space is equivalent to his younger brother. Isn't it? After sighing, Gohan continued to watch the screen, and soon Beerus also appeared at the celebration. In order to prevent Beerus from being unhappy, Vegeta in that time and space can be said to be walking on thin ice and carefully serving Beerus. During the period, Vegeta even had an awkward dance, which saw Tenunks here can be described as dumbfounded. He never thought that his father would actually give up his face. He knew very well that his father had always had strong self-esteem, but now he was so flattering to Beerus. Tenunks felt that his father figure was very collapsed. However, this is not the end. When Tenunks saw Vegeta in that time and space because he saw Bulma being beaten by Beerus, he actually launched an attack on Beerus, who had to please Beerus even if he trampled on his self-esteem. Dad, he's for Mom, she's actually. Gohan patted Tenunks on the shoulder and said. It seems that Uncle Vegeta still loves Aunt Bulma very much. But Uncle Vegeta is not good at expressing himself. To be honest, Gohan also feels incredible, thinking that Vegeta, who has just come to Earth, is very different from Vegeta, who has just come to Earth, and Vegeta, who has exploded his powerful power for Bulma on the screen. It's just that Vegeta and Bulma on this plane know what kind of expressions they will have. Oh, yes, Vegeta on that plane can actually make Lord Beerus use 1% of his strength. Vis couldn't help but sigh that it was very rare to be able to reach this level without being trained by the gods. But even so, Vegeta in that plane still lost to Beerus, and just when Beerus in that plane wanted to destroy the earth, Goku appeared and interrupted Beerus's destruction. Can that Lord Beerus give me a chance to gamble? Maybe I can help you find the Super Saiyan God. And Beerus heard about it and decided to give Son Goku a chance, and just like that, Goku summoned the dragon through the Dragon Balls that Bulma had collected a long time ago. Of course, the dragon who appeared after seeing Beerus was startled, and his tone, which was still a little condescending, became very humble. I didn't expect Shenlong to be so afraid of Lord Beerus. Gohan couldn't help but underestimate. And Wukong on the screen also made a wish to Shenlong. Shenlong, can you bring the Super Saiyan God here? Hearing Wukong's wish, Tenunks nodded and said. I see, that's it, the Shenlong of the time and space over there took Sister Suyu. However, the dragon's answer in the next picture surprised Tenunks. I'm sorry, I can't, because the Super Saiyan God isn't on this plane. For a while, not only were everyone in the time and space over there confused, but Gohan and Tenunks here also muttered, obviously Suyu here was taken to that time and space by the Divine Dragon, how could they say that they couldn't do it? Chapter 47. Although the Divine Dragon is known as the Universal Wishing Machine, the Divine Dragon as the Earth has a limit after all, and there are some things that the concubine can't do. Beerus was interested in hearing this and asked, the Super Saiyan God is in another time and space, so you know it, hasn't your power transcended time and space? How is that possible, Lord Beerus, just because the Super Saiyan God came to this plane? Have you been to this plane? Interesting, tell me what happened. Yes. You should remember how Shiru died, right? After being reminded by Shenlong, Klin and the others suddenly realized. And then remembered. Shenlong, you mean that man-made Scion number 12 from the same future as Shiru, she is the Super Scion God. That's right, but at the time, she was just an incomplete Super Scion God. Vegeta, who was on the side, was surprised. Wait a minute, I remember that Sara wasn't defeated by Gohan, what happened to that man-made Scion 12? And Gohan scratched his head when he heard this. Actually, I was on the verge of defeating Shiru, but Shiru was possessed by a dark dragon ball and defeated me with a backhand, thanks to the android 12, who also traveled through time and space, and she defeated 12 with a very strange transformation. That's right, that kind of transformation is very strange. Not only did her hair not turn golden, but turned pink, and at the same time, her aura was greatly reduced, but her strength was unbelievably strong, and she easily eliminated Saru, who stunned Super Gohan at that time, with one punch. Hearing Klin's words, Beerus said disdainfully. It's not that her breath has weakened, but that as mortals, you can't feel the breath of God, but you can still feel part of her breath, which means that her transformation is not perfect enough. By the way, what's going on with this Shiru? So the dragon told Beerus about Shiru, and Beerus nodded when he heard it and said, yes, it makes sense that the purpose of traveling through time and space is to hunt down fugitives who also travel through time and space without authorization, and he is also the alternate king of the realm. In fact, Wukong, who was in the underworld at the beginning, also saw the battle between the artificial man 12 on Earth and Dark Shiru through the power of the Realm King. It turned out to be her, so if you trouble the dragon, you can bring her here. I'm sorry, but I don't have enough strength to travel through time and space to bring people over. Time machines can travel through time and space, can't you simulate a time machine? Vegeta's words were like an initiation, and the way the analog time machine works can indeed be used to make a transfer beyond time and space. In this case, this will also be counted as one wish, plus the inquiry just now, it is considered 2 wishes, and the 3rd wish I will ask for the consent of the Super Scion God before I can bring her over. However, Beerus directly interrupted the dragon and said, I don't need your consent, I just need you to bring her. Otherwise I will destroy you and everyone here on the whole earth. Hey! And Goku also said anxiously. Shenlong, please trouble you to forcibly bring the Super Saiyan God to this plane. In fact, Goku seems to be trying to save the earth, but there is also some selfishness, he also wants to see the Super Saiyan God. Ming. Understand, I will fulfill your wishes. So. Suyu, who had just broken through the Super Saiyan God, was brought from the original time and space to the main time and space by the Divine Dragon by means of transfer that imitated the operation of the time machine. I see, that's it, Suyu will be brought to that time and space. I didn't expect Dad to be able to make such a powerful suggestion, so that Shenlong can transcend time and space. And on the side of the main time and space, Suyu also understood from the gossip of the crowd how he was transferred, and after hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but sympathize with the Divine Dragon here. Wukong came up and scratched his head and asked, You are the god of super science. Right. Suyu nodded and said, That's right. I was brought here just by luck. I'm really sorry to bring you here suddenly, can you show us the Super Saiyan God? Suyu shook his head calmly. I said that you don't have to apologize, and I don't mind, and I originally planned to try it by transforming into a Super Saiyan God. So Suyu closed his eyes, felt the power of the gods flowing in his body, and then concentrated the power on his back and burst out. At the moment of transformation, the originally clear sky was shrouded in golden auspicious clouds, and the auspicious clouds actually produced alternating changes of the 4 seasons for a while, and then the original silver-white aura on Suyu's body began to burn and gradually turned red, and finally the red aura rushed into the sky, and the original silver hair completely turned red. Of course, not only did the hair turn red, but the eyebrows also turned red, and the whole person became more petite. Is this the god of super science? I can't feel the breath at all. Wukong exclaimed. Although he couldn't feel the breath, Wukong knew that Suyu in this form was very powerful. Beerus, who was originally drinking a cold drink, drank all the soda in the cup and put it on the table, then stood up and looked at Suyu, who had transformed into the god of super science, with great interest. Yes, this transformation is indeed much more powerful than their super scion transformation. Lord Beerus praised it falsely, but don't say it's so deadly. The so-called super scion god is just an increase in strength. Maybe one day there will be scions who can surpass me now only by relying on super scion transformation. You're quite modest, then let me see if Kai Yin's disciple is qualified, come on. Suyu smiled bitterly. She was not modest, but Broly in this time and space was still surviving with his father in the wilderness, but Suyu didn't plan to say it directly, because she didn't know what the consequences would be. Then please advise, Lord Beerus. Suyu said that he smashed a punch wrapped in God's breath at Beerus, and Beerus also stretched out a hand to take Suyu's punch, and the result of this punch was better than Wukong and all of them combined. Not bad strength, worthy of the super scion god I dreamed of. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. After saying that, Suyu kicked up again. Beerus also defended with his knee, and then Beerus punched Suyu's face, and Suyu also caught Beerus's fist with his other hand. Then a powerful burst of divine breath erupted from the two of them, causing the entire earth to tremble. It's such a powerful force, and it feels like it's too much to withstand just a simple temptation to attack Earth. Vic put his hand in front of his forehead, his arms in front of him, tried to stand firm, and said with a solemn face. And Suyu naturally sensed the shaking of the earth, and said to Beerus, Lord Beerus, why don't we go to the universe to fight? Anyway, as a god, I can also move in a vacuum. Okay, I can let go of my hands and feet when I go to space. So the two flew directly into space, and when they saw the two of them flying into space, Bulma immediately took out a capsule and conjured a spaceship. Everyone, get on the ship, let's go to space to watch the battle. So everyone got on the ship without saying a word, and Vegeta was also extremely reluctant to get on the ship. After all, he couldn't feel the power of God on Earth. He could only go to space to watch the battle with his own eyes. Chapter 48. In the infinite expanse of the universe, two powerful forces are constantly colliding, but the aftermath of each collision will cause the planets along the way to turn into powder. Yes, I didn't expect you to be quite proficient in mastering this power. Beerus's fist couldn't help but praise after colliding with Suyu's fist. That is, I have broken through cultivation step by step to this step, and I will naturally be able to master it proficiently. Saying that, Suyu kicked Beerus in the chin, but Beerus just raised his head to avoid Suyu's kick, and directly turned around and kicked Suyu in the abdomen. Suyu hurriedly leaned down and crossed his arms to block Beerus's kick, and Suyu only felt that his arms were shaken and hurt. However, Beerus took the opportunity to kick Suyu away with his other leg, and watching Suyu fly out, Beerus wondered. By the way, did that little girl from the king god of the time realm teach you the skills of the gods? No, Lord of the king of the time realm, she asked me to cultivate the power of the gods first. Beerus put his index finger and thumb under him and said. Also, now you are only a preliminary master of the power of the gods, and the divine skills of the king of the time realm are the most difficult and powerful existence to learn among the divine skills. In this case, I don't use the divine skills to bully you. Thank you so much, Lord Beerus. You said that he moved behind Beerus in an instant, intending to surprise Beerus. However, Beerus had already sensed Suyu's teleportation, although Beerus would not teleport, but for Beerus, who was the god of destruction, it was not a threat at all, and he directly tied Suryu's sneak attack fist with his tail. Then Suryu was thrown out by Beerus's tail, and after Suryu stabilized his body, Beerus's figure disappeared in front of him, and Suryu immediately turned around and smashed the punch that gathered the power of the gods. It happened to collide with Beerus's fist, and the aftermath of this fist collision did not know how many distant galaxies were wiped out. The people watching the battle on the spaceship were directly dumbfounded, and they saw at a speed visible to the naked eye that because of the collision between Beerus and Suryu's fists, the aftermath dissipated, and the bright light of the distant starry sky quickly dissipated. Anyone with common sense knows that every bit of starlight represents a star, and basically a slightly brighter star may have a greater mass than the sun. What's the matter? Why did the distant galaxies disappear in the aftermath? And Weiss, who had some time boarded the spaceship, said while eating ice cream. Because their energy waves can cancel each other out when they are closer, and the farther the aftermath is transmitted, because the expansion of the universe makes their waves gradually unable to cancel, so the more destructive they are. Kling swallowed and said, in this way, if they continue to fight like this, the entire galaxy will dissipate, right? Don't worry, they are fighting like this, and if they don't punch 3 times, the entire universe will be consumed in the aftermath of their collision. Seeing Vessa's face telling the extremely terrible truth, everyone immediately panicked. Then what should I do? We must stop them. But now there is no way to stop it, even if Goku and Vegeta are combined, they can't survive in a vacuum. However, Weiss said calmly, don't worry, someone will stop it, isn't she coming? Just as Suryu and Beerus's fists collided again, a petite loli with short orange front hair and pink skin stood between the two, and this lori stretched out a finger to create an invisible shield between the two. When Suryu saw the person coming, his face changed slightly. Lord Realm King God, why are you here? And Beerus was also slightly surprised. Kai Yin. Without saying a word, the Realm King God directly struck Suryu on the head with a hand knife. Even Suryu, who was now transformed into a super race god, felt pain again, so he covered his head with a big bag and said, it hurts, master. Why are you so heavy? You still ask why? Are you planning to tear down the universe of this time and space? And look at how many galaxies you are destroying now. Hearing the scolding of the king god of the time realm, Suryu also came to his senses, only to realize that he had just fought a little high, and was controlled by the warlike nature of the scions. I'm sorry about this, master. Beerus, on the other side, tried to sneak away, but was stopped by the king of time. Lord Beerus, you too, how many years have you been a veteran god? Why are you fooling around? Although you are the god of destruction, it is your duty to destroy, but the entire 7th universe is gone, and you will also be punished, do you know? Said the king god of the time realm while sticking his waist, and Beerus was also a little weak when he was sprayed. He had just woken up, and he accidentally played too much. Actually, if you don't come, I can undo the aftermath, but Lord Beerus already has distant planets in the aftermath of your battle, and the aftermath has disappeared. Beerus couldn't justify anything for a while, and there were indeed planets that had been reduced to dust in the aftermath of their battle. Everyone on the spaceship was also quite surprised to see the king god of the time realm who was able to reprimand the two of them. Of course, it was enough to be shocked to block the god of destruction and the super scion god with just one finger before. Looking at the shocked crowd on the spaceship, Weiss, who was still enjoying the ice cream in the cup, explained to everyone. That realm king god who looks like a little girl is the legendary time king god who guards multiple time and space Lord Kane-sama. Time realm king god? Wukong couldn't help but be surprised. Among the realm king gods they had come into contact with before, even if there was that old realm king god with magical spells, he was not very powerful in terms of combat, let alone the other two. And now this realm king god has refreshed their opinion that the realm king god is a waste when it comes to combat. And the king god of the time realm naturally noticed Ves, so without saying a word, he teleported to the spaceship with Suyu and Beerus. Lord Weiss, you too, as Lord Beerus's guardian and master, why don't you look at it? Ha ha ha, I wanted to stop it, but you just appeared, so I just didn't take action. Hearing that Vis was actually Beerus's master, Gaku was surprised. Since you're Lord Beerus, are you more powerful than Lord Beerus? It's a little bit of 100 million. Suyu complained inwardly. However, in the next second, Suyu looked up and saw his master's unkind gaze. Suyu, do you know what's wrong? S appearance has destroyed the original development of this time and space. Master, you can't blame me, I was brought to this time and space as soon as it was dark, you have to ask Lord Beerus. Suyu decisively threw the pot to Beerus. Beerus coughed a few times when he heard this. Ahem, that little girl herself is a god, so even if she travels through time and space, it is not illegal, in short, it is so. Beerus's words sounded reasonable, but he was too weak to look into the eyes of the King of Time. The King of Time had the urge to immediately release his power, but he endured it. Master, don't be angry, I'm wrong, okay, don't be angry. Looking at the playful and cute appearance of this disciple in front of her, in the end, the king god of the time realm chose to forgive, and then she raised her hand and launched a time lapse to restore the damaged starry sky as before. Awesome, the destroyed galaxies have been repaired. Can the original realm king god be so powerful? Wukong lay on the window, looking at the restored starry sky outside the window, he couldn't help but admire. Okay, Suyu, we should go back, I will teach you well when I go back this time. Got it, Su. You knew that this time he would go back without the love of the king god of the time realm. Ahem, Cain, you can't just take this little girl away, I've been looking for the Super Saiyan God for a long time. You can fight with another Super Saiyan God, like the Monkey King over there. Gaku, who was eating melons and watching the show, looked confused, but he is not the god of Super Saiyans. Actually, the god of Super Saiyans can be born in other ways besides cultivation. Master, I'm sorry, can you let me continue to fight Lord Beerus, because I still have all my strength to use, and I feel very uncomfortable if I don't use all my strength. Suyu felt that if he didn't completely let go of his hands and feet to fight with Beerus, he would be as uncomfortable as ants crawling. And everyone heard that the girl in front of him actually had a whole card? Chapter 49. And on the other side of the original time and space, Tenunks asked. Gohan. Brother Gohan, Sister Suyu, what whole cards does she have? And Gohan also shook his head, she has followed this Suyu to cultivate for so long, and she doesn't know what whole cards Suyu has. On the main plane, Beerus became even more excited when he heard about it. Oh, you who can force me out of 70% of my strength to suppress it, you still have whole cards. According to Beerus's calculations, the Super Saiyan God probably has a strength equivalent to 60% of his ordinary form, so he is curious, how much strength Suyu can let him exert after using his whole cards, and whether he can force him to use the divine skill. And the king god of the time realm also showed a helpless look, and sighed after frowning. I know that you Saiyans are aggressive, even if you are a girl, forget it, since you want to fight, you can do it, but don't fight here, you can't afford to continue fighting here, said. The king god of the time realm snapped his fingers, and then everyone moved to a white space, and then the king god of the time realm lightly clicked, and a huge plane appeared. This is the rift in time that I occasionally find, the strength of the space here can carry your battles, and here you can fight boldly with confidence. Great, thank you Master, but Master, can you create a sun that is the same distance as the earth? Seeing the apprentice's request, the king god of the time realm naturally nodded, so he created the sun in this space by the way. Humph, what a nice place. Beerus glanced around with a satisfied expression. So the two of them landed on the plane. Beerus smiled evilly and said, "Come on, little girl, let me see your so-called hole cards. Then please take a good look at Lord Beerus." In fact, the reason why Silyu showed his hole card was that no enemy could force him to use his full strength in the past. So he kept this hole card. Seeing Silyu gather the power in his hands, everyone didn't understand what Silyu was going to do, and Vegeta, who was holding his arms on his chest, saw this action and thought of Silyu letting the king god of the time realm create the sun, and immediately understood Silyu's plan. Is she going to turn into a giant ape? Hearing Vegeta's words, everyone noticed the silver tail that Silyu had been wrapping around his waist. Yes, scions with tails can also be transformed into giant apes, how can they forget? However, Goku raised doubts at this time. "Vegeta, you said that you remember that the giant ape can only increase the combat power by 10 times. Stupid, I'm talking about me at that time. Theoretically, normal adult scion giant ape will increase tenfold after transformation, but it doesn't mean that it will always be 10 times. Scions were only 3 times as big apes when they were young, and then increased with age. P.S. This is not my nonsense. In the early Dragon Ball manga, when Goku and the Turtle Immortal duel at the world's first martial arts conference, the transformed giant ape was only 3 times, and Broly in KLI didn't know how many times it had multiplied, so 10 times I guess it's just the multiplier of an ordinary adult scion giant ape, and the same is true for the Super 4 in GT. Scientists on Vegeta have studied the giant ape. Theoretically, the multiplier of the giant ape will increase with the increase of basic strength. As for how to improve this, I don't know, I only know that the female scion, her multiplier is definitely not 10 times. And here, Silyu threw the energy ball in his hand into the air, and after the energy ball exploded, an artificial moon floated in the air. Then Silyu looked up at the artificial moon in the sky, and suddenly a majestic energy came from the end of the tail, and his body became extremely hot, and his heart beat faster and faster. Then Silyu's body began to swell rapidly and silver hair grew on the surface of his body, but fortunately, the clothes of the Realm King God on his body were constructed by divine power after all, and they could grow larger with his body. Looking at Silyu, who was transforming into a giant ape, Klin remembered something at this time. By the way, I remember that the giant ape will lose his mind. Will Silyu also lose his mind if he does this, no matter how strong he is when he loses his mind? However, to Klin's surprise, Silyu actually said after the giant ape transformation was completed, "Rest assured, I won't lose my mind. I have some of Vegeta's genes in my body, so even after the giant ape, I can still keep my sanity." In fact, Silyu also pinched a cold sweat. She was not really sure that Vegeta's genes would play a role, but now it seems that her worries are superfluous. Beerus, on the other hand, floated in midair and said, "Well, it's not good to transform, but your transformation doesn't seem to be as good as your Super Saiyan God transformation." Yes, so transforming into a giant ape is only the first step. And this second step is the key. Then, Silyu compressed the power of the huge giant ape in his body. Yes, the scion can improve his combat power when he transforms into a giant ape, and compressing the power of the giant ape can also improve his combat effectiveness. As Silyu compressed the power of the giant ape in his body, the original body of the giant ape also shrank. Then in the shocked eyes of everyone, Silyu actually changed back again. When the smoke cleared, the original giant ape disappeared and was replaced by a royal sister with long black hair. That's right, the silver-haired girl with flat breasts, a height of less than 1.5 meters, who looked like a junior high school student, actually turned into a royal sister with long black hair and a bumpy body, with a huge northern hemisphere height of 1.78 meters. Silyu glanced at himself. Except for his tail turning red, it seemed that he didn't seem to have grown red hair, which was probably caused by the genetic defect that Dr. Gallo had made for himself. But for Silyu, this is very good. After all, The upper body is still acceptable for boys except for the chest full of red hair, but for girls, it is not as simple as ominous old age. And when I saw Silyu after the transformation in the original time and space, Gohan and Tenunx's eyes were straight, mainly because Silyu in this form was too beautiful, and Silyu in the original girl form was pure and cute. Now after the transformation, Silyu has taken a diametrically opposite style of painting, and now Silyu has long black and thick hair, like a black gem in the night, flowing with a mysterious and seductive light. Her eyes have also become deep and sharp, like a cheetah's sharp gaze. Her eyebrows are slender and elegant, slightly raised, with a high nose bridge and plump lips to outline her unique face, exuding a heart-warming sexy charm. In terms of figure, it is even more plump and well-proportioned, with soft curves, and Silyu, who is now in place, exudes a strong confidence and charm all over his body at this time. Silyu looked at his new transformation and said, "This is the whole card I have always kept, although I have not been able to transform into a Super Saiyan because of genetic defects, but I still want to name my form Super Saiyan 4. Unlike the Super Saiyan God, who has increased in the level of breath, the simple increase in strength can actually compete with the Super Saiyan God, and even more powerful in terms of strength. Not bad, not bad. I know that some people must say that the Super Race God kills the Super 4 in seconds. As for whether it can really be said, you are right, but I just want to say that in my book, the King God of the Time Realm appears. Then it's going to be set in the Dragon Ball Superheroes recently. In the Dragon Ball Superheroes, Time Patrol Goku and Super Goku have teamed up. The two are both based on Super Saiyan 123. Didn't say that the normal state of Time Patrol is very powerful, and then Super 4 Super Blue Perfect Freedom Super 4 Limit Breakthrough greater than or equal to Extreme Omen. At present, the protagonist's Super 4 is equal to Super Sai Red because the protagonist transforms into Super 4 for the first time, and Super 4 is divided into first Super 4, Perfect Super 4, and Superimposed Divine Power Super 4 Limit Breakthrough. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for the compliment. However, Beerus questioned, but this whole card of yours is generally similar to the Super Saiyan God. Is it? If Beerus-sama and I superimpose the Super Saiyan God, how should Beerus-sama deal with it? Silyu shouted. And his originally black hair turned red. Looking at Silyu, who was superimposed on the two forms, Beerus, who was still a little joking, became serious. And Silyu also put on a fighting posture and said, "Lord Beerus, you must not use the divine skill, like any freedom. Extreme intention skill or self-extreme intention skill." Beerus smiled slightly and put on a posture to meet the attack. "It seems that you know a lot. I have heard of the self-extreme intention skill. What is the self-extreme intention skill? Could it be that it is my destructive form?" "Don't worry, I said I wouldn't use the divine technique on you, including destruction. Come on, let me see how powerful you are when the two states are stacked." Chapter 50. Facing the new form of Silyu, Beerus originally wanted to attack, but Silyu's speed was beyond his expectations, and when he reacted, Silyu's punch had already come to him. So Beerus was forced to switch from attack to defense, and his arms were protected in front of him to block Silyu's punch, but the force of this punch exceeded Beerus's expectations, making Beerus retreat many steps. Beerus didn't expect that he would be able to suppress the other party with 70% of his strength before, but he didn't expect that after the other party changed, he didn't even resist 80% of his strength. "Lord Beerus, it's better for you to use all your strength. As long as you don't rely on the magic of the gods, I won't lose to you." Beerus looked at his arm, then at Silyu and said, "Yes, you're quite confident. What is your posture called?" "I named it Super 4 Limit Breakout, but because I just mastered this power, my form is not perfect Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break." "Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough? It seems that I can't underestimate it." Saying that, Beerus exploded again. This time he definitely didn't spare his hand, and Silyu also exploded directly, and the figures of the two kept flashing and colliding in the air. Because they couldn't feel the aura of the gods, the onlookers could only watch with their eyes, and at this time, even Gohan, who was the most powerful of the several people, Gohan and Vegeta, had a hard time catching the movements of Silyu and Beerus with their eyes. In the original time and space, Gohan was shocked to see the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 break through the boundary. Originally he thought that as long as he could also break through the Super Saiyan God, then the gap between himself and her might be able to close. As a result, looking at the newly transformed Silyu now, Gohan is very unwilling to be left behind by Silyu. Obviously he was far above the girl at the beginning. When was he left behind by the girl? Hey, I knew that little girl had this kind of hole card, so I played with her. Hearing this voice, Gohan and Tenunks were still watching the battle between Silyu and Beerus in the other time and space on the screen. As a result, they suddenly realized that something was wrong, and the two of them quickly turned around and saw Beerus and the Great Realm King God Bu standing behind them on their side. Lord Beerus, Lord God of the Great Realm, when did you stop? Not long ago, when that little girl was taught a lesson by the King God of the Time Realm, I saw a few of you looking around here, and I also looked curiously, and I chose to temporarily stop fighting with the King God of the Great Realm. And the Great Realm King God Bu showed a sincere smile and said, I was a little worried when I saw Silyu disappear suddenly, so I persuaded Beerus to stop fighting. But I didn't expect her to be summoned away by Beerus in another time and space. And Beerus looked at himself in another time and space fighting Silyu with a look of regret, as if he had chosen the wrong person. Although the strength of the Great Realm King God Bu is good, but he and him are like fighting with cotton, especially all kinds of strange magic. I feel very unhappy, and I feel tired after fighting for a while. Where is it like that little girl, not only transformed into the god of Super Saiyan, but also transformed into Super Saiyan 4. And superimposed the two states. Now that little girl is fighting with herself in another time and space, it really makes me quite envious, and the most important thing is that the thought that the little girl is from her own time and space, it is even more unpleasant. So Beerus looked at Gohan and Tenunks, and looked at them carefully. Gohan and Tenunks were stared at a little hairy, but they didn't dare to object. It took a long time for Beerus to speak. Can you two transform into that Super Saiyan 4? And the two of them quickly shook their heads at the same time and replied dryly. No. Wouldn't she be a Saiyan, but you can't. That Beerus-sama Silyu has a tail, and we don't have it, so we can't. So what about your tail? Tenunks was the first to reply. My tail was cut off by my parents when I was born. And it never grew back. My tail was cut off by Uncle Vegeta when I was fighting Uncle Vegeta, and it never grew back. It's really not good to protect your tails, waste, forget it, VES, you should guide the two of them well and let the two of them break through the Super Saiyan God as soon as possible. Looking at Silyu who was fighting in time and space over there, Beerus's eyes were hot, and he originally planned to wait for Silyu to return to this time and space to fight with Silyu, but just now, if the King of the Time Realm God said, it is estimated that even if he comes back, he will have to stay in the nest of time for a while, so he simply asked Whis to guide these two Scions to cultivate. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis was happy to accept it, and Gohan and Tenunks didn't expect to have a surprise. And the Great Realm King God Bu also smiled and congratulated Gohan and Tenunks. Congratulations, Lord Whis, his level as a teacher is higher than all of us Realm King Gods combined, and with him helping you to comprehend the Super Saiyan God faster than Silyu. Hearing the praise of the Great Realm King God Bu, Whis waved his hand a little shyly and said, Lord of the Great Realm King God is really a false praise. And Gohan and Tenunks hurriedly bowed down to express their gratitude to Beerus and Ves. Thank you, Lord Beerus, thank you, Lord Ves. However, Beerus snorted coldly. Humph, it's not for nothing that I help you. Yes, Lord Beerus, what is the price you can say, we will do it. Seeing that the two of them were so sincere, Beerus didn't pretend to say directly. I saw that the thing that Weiss on the other side of the plain has been eating, you should have it here. Parfait ice cream? Of course there is, does Lord Beerus want to eat that? Humph, how can just one food be satisfied, you should have more delicious food on earth. Of course, if Lord Beerus wants to eat, you can come to earth and eat whatever you want. Tenunx patted his chest and assured, for being a rich N generation, it is not bad money at all, except for the time when the androids were wreaking havoc, the earth has long been restored to life, and most of the dead people have been resurrected, so I am not worried that no one knows how to cook all kinds of food. However, at this time, Gohan thought of one thing. That Lord Beerus, in fact, Suryu's cooking is also quite delicious, especially all kinds of Chinese food, which impresses me deeply. When I practiced with Suryu in the Spirit Time House, Suryu could make a variety of delicacies every day, especially Chinese cuisine. I ate Sichuan cuisine and Chinese cuisine for a long time, and I didn't repeat it every day. When Beerus heard this, his eyes were even hotter, and he decided that even if he angered the king god of the time realm, he would take Suryu from her hands, and he couldn't let go just because he could make all kinds of delicious food. What? You said that the king god of the time realm is tricky? Don't be afraid, he still has VES, and Vest should also be excited. What are you afraid of when the time comes? Suryu, who was originally fighting in the main time and space, suddenly felt a chill down her spine, as if someone was eyeing her. Chapter 51. But Suryu, who was fighting fiercely, couldn't manage so much, so Suryu, who was floating in the air, gathered his chi into his hands while panting heavily, and at the same time his hands were tied around his waist and posed in the shape of calyxes. Turtle faction. It seems that you can't keep up with your physical strength because of 2 new transformations in a row, so I'll accompany you to the end. Beerus also gathered the energy in his hand, and then raised his hand to Suryu. After the blue energy of the Qigong wave was released, it collided with the purple energy of Beerus, and the collision of the 2 powerful energies actually caused the extremely strong time gap to vibrate. Give up, 2 new transformations in a row are a big burden on your body, admit defeat. Beerus said as he released a purple wave of energy with one hand. Hoo, how can it be? As a scion. This situation. How could I admit defeat, although I am only a man-made scion, but I am also proud of being a fighting nation, since my physical strength is not good, then let's burst out, drink. Suryu shouted, and his whole body breath exploded again, and the energy output in his hand increased instantly, and the 2 energy waves were originally evenly matched. Because Suryu exploded, the blue energy wave actually pushed the purple energy wave back. Seeing that his turtle sect Qigong was about to devour Beerus, the energy wave disappeared in an instant, and seeing the disappearance of the energy wave, Suryu was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood, and while showing a relieved smile, his body also changed back to the original form of a silver-haired girl. Beerus. My lord. Those who use the power of the gods. You lost. Saying that, Suryu closed his eyes and fell from the air, and Beerus couldn't help but sigh. Just now he was carelessly pushed back by Suryu, and then his body subconsciously used destruction, destroying Suryu's turtle faction Qigong wave. In the process of falling, Suryu felt that he was being hugged by someone. Suryu barely opened his eyes, saw the person holding him and called master, and then completely fell unconscious. Really, you scions are like this, said Cain, the king god of the time realm, looking at the silver-haired girl in his arms. Very helplessly. And Weiss also came to Beerus's side and smiled. How does Lord Beerus feel? Very good, but at the last moment, I was careless and habitually used destruction, absolutely not intentionally. Even if I was hit by that energy, I could carry it, but forget it, since I used the destruction, it means that I lost, then I will not destroy the earth. Hearing Beerus's words, the hearts of the Earth warriors were finally relieved. At this time, Wukong raised his hand and shouted at the king. God of the Time Realm! Lord God of the Time Realm, you just said that the Super Saiyan God has other ways to be born besides cultivation. What is that way? Well, telling you and using this method to transform into a battle with Lord Beerus is the real history. Listen to Goku. The origin of the so-called Super Saiyan God has to be traced a long time ago, when the planet of the Saiyans was not the planet Vegeta. A Saiyan man named Yamaxi had an upright heart and rebelled against the tyrannical ruler with 5 companions. He was hunted down by the combatants, and at a critical moment, Yamaxi transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time, and later fought his way out of the encirclement. His changes and terrifying combat prowess shocked the other Saiyans. Although Yamaxi was later defeated by the Sea of Men tactics, it became the beginning of the legend. Later, Yamaxi's soul wanders around and continues to search for 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts, in order to pursue a more powerful savior, the Super Saiyan God. As for the fact that in addition to cultivation, you can also transform into a Super Saiyan God through a special ritual, then 6 upright Saiyans will concentrate the energy of their righteous hearts on one of them. Everyone's eyes lit up. When they heard this method is simple. Is it so easy to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Vic nodded, and Klin clenched his fists excitedly and said, Goku, you can try to transform in this way. I'm sorry, Klin. I don't want to transform in this way. Before Kling could finish speaking, Goku decisively chose to refuse, which made Kling and the others very puzzled. Goku, don't you want to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Yes, but I still don't want to transform with the help of other people's powers. Vegeta clenched his fists and echoed. That's right, I don't care what that Yamosi thinks, anyway, I just want to rely on my own strength to transform. That female Saiyan can do it, and there is no reason why the prince who is a Saiyan can't do it. That's right. And it was said that it takes 6 Saiyans, and now that Tsuyu is in a coma, there are only 5 left. It's not enough at all. Goku's words made everyone present fall into deep thought, and at this time, Vidalai raised her hand and said, Actually, there is a Saiyan, she is in my belly. And Gohan on the side was surprised and said, Why didn't you tell me if you have it? After learning that he was a father, Gohan became very happy. Of course, this scene was also seen by Gohan and Tenunks in the original time and space, and Tenunks couldn't help but tease. Brother Gohan, congratulations on becoming a father. When I was a father, that's me over there. Gohan looked up at himself in the main plane, and felt as if he was even more jealous. He actually had a child, and he obviously fought a lot more than himself over there, but his younger self became a father in advance. The camera shifts to the main space-time. Even if there is a 7th Saiyan, Goku and Vegeta will not choose this way, and then Vegeta pointed to the smiling Goku and said, Kakarot, I have mastered the way to surpass you. The way to surpass me. I, Vegeta, as a Saiyan royal clan, will not lose my mind when I transform into a giant ape, but as a low-level warrior, you will lose your mind. Hearing Vegeta's words, Goku also understood, and immediately frowned and said, You actually want to transform into Super Saiyan 4, it's too late. Ha ha ha, this is to go to the bloodline advantage, if you want to blame your parents for not having royal blood. Looking at Vegeta with a smug face, Goku felt angry, but he couldn't help it. The king god of time, Kai Yin, looked at this scene and sighed again and shook his head. Why are you sighing, Lord of the Time Realm? Seeing Weiss asking, the king of time god said bluntly. Because of Tsuyu's appearance. A strange parallel world has been created. Just as Vegeta was triumphant, Gohan asked a question. Uncle Vegeta. We don't think our tail has grown in a long time. Vegeta was stunned when she heard Gohan's words, as if this was the case that their tail had not grown. This Seems to be the same. By the way, Vegeta, do you know what's going on? Why hasn't our tail grown? I don't know. Ever since she was able to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta didn't care if her tail could grow. Seeing that Vegeta didn't know what was going on, Goku turned his head to look at the king, God of the Time Realm again, and asked, Lord of the Time Realm, you should know what the reason is. In the face of Wukong's inquiry, the king God of the Time Realm, who was holding Suyu, nodded. Of course I know this. There is a cell in your Saiyan body called the S cell. The more cells of this kind, the easier it is to transform into a Super Saiyan and the more powerful it is, and this kind of cell needs a peaceful mind to be born, which is why Goku, as a low-level fighter, was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wukong nodded when he heard this, then scratched his head again and said, but what does this have to do with our tail? Of course it does. Your Saiyan tail has an inhibitory effect on S cells, and likewise S cells have an inhibitory effect on tails. Which means that the number of S cells in your body today is so large that it is impossible for you to grow a tail again. Hearing the explanation of the king God of the Time Realm, everyone suddenly realized. But Suyu, she is so strong. That's because Suyu, she has never broken her tail. That's it. For a while, Goku and Vegeta were in a predicament, but they didn't expect the tail to be so important. Vegeta, in particular, thought he could surpass Kakarot, but in the end he was overjoyed. Wait a minute, isn't there still Dragon Ball? Chapter 52. So Vegeta immediately said excitedly. In that case, how about using the Dragon Ball to make a wish and grow a tail? I'm afraid that the Earth's Shenlong can't do this wish. Shenlong said that he can't do things that exceed his own strength. When Wukong died for the first time, we collected all the Dragon Balls and originally made a wish to let Vegeta die violently, but Shenlong said he couldn't do it. At that time Vegeta's power surpassed him too much, he couldn't interfere with the body of the strong, and the same goes for the tail. Hearing this, Vegeta's mouth twitched, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Well, but Klin, didn't you make a wish to remove the bomb in the body of number 17 and no 18? Stupid, the bomb in my body at that time was not a part of my body, of course it can be removed. Number 18 holds her and Klin's daughter Marin and looks at Goku with retarded eyes. Wukong scratched his head when he heard this, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, it seems that I made a mistake. Is there any other way for Lord God of the Realm to grow his tail back at that time? Of course, for example, ask a god with divine power to help you pull your tail out, and in the process you need to take off your pants to expose your buttocks, or use an artificially made machine to generate 100-fold or even 1,000 times the bolt's rays. Hearing these two methods, Vegeta and Goku's faces changed. The former took off his pants and pulled out his tail method was too shameful, which was too humiliating for Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans. Even Wukong said with an embarrassed face. Lord of the Realm God, your first method is too ashamed. I'm not a child, it's okay for a child to take off his pants. It's too much for an adult to take off his pants. Hearing Goku's words, Tenunks and Goshen, who are children, hurriedly said. No. Even children can't take off their pants casually. Yes, if you take off your pants casually, your mother will spank you. Anyway, when I was a kid, I didn't have any shame in taking off my pants and fishing with my tail. Everyone was speechless when they heard this, especially when Bulma remembered Goku's various shameless actions when she was a child. Well, if she said it, it is estimated that Vegeta would be even more angry than when she just broke out to beat Beerus. As for the second method, Vegeta snorted coldly. Humph, the second method is, to put it bluntly, it is still a method of borrowing external forces. If it is not a last resort, we Saiyans disdain to use this kind of cheating means. The means of cheating? Is it cheating to make a wish to grow a tail? In this way, Goku and Vegeta gave up the giant ape route, and looked at the history being corrected back, and the king god of the time realm was also a sigh of relief. "You'll see you again in the future," said. With a wave of her hand, she sent the group in front of her back to the earth of the main time and space, and she also took Silyu back to the nest of time. It stands to reason that Silyu will have to rest for at least a while before waking up. However, for the king god of the time realm, time is not a problem at all. I saw that the king god of the time realm exerted time acceleration on Silyu's body, and just one breath of time was a day and a night for Silyu. After seeing the apprentice's physical strength recover, the king god of the time realm decisively threw the silver-haired girl to the ground with a thud. The silver-haired girl, who was sleeping, couldn't help but moan, and then woke up and covered her ass. "Hey, it hurts, who doesn't have a merit heart so early in the morning?" "It's me." Looking at Kai Yin, who had a gloomy face, Silyu, who was still a little dazed, immediately sobered up. "Master, it's you." "Master? You still know that I am your master, do you remember what your master and I do?" Silyu said with a little weakness. "Maintain the stability of time and space, and ensure the normal operation of history. I was summoned by Lord Beerus. Why don't you tell them how to become a god? Do you have to fight Beerus yourself?" This I. At that time, Silyu only wanted to fight, and he forgot about it in excitement. "You should know what punishment you will have for disturbing time and space as a guardian of time and space, right? Master remembered that you would spare me the first time I was." Looking at the silver-haired girl with her hands folded and her face pitiful, the king god of time sighed. "Well, if it's the first time you've been you, I've been you." Hearing this, Silyu was very happy and jumped 3 feet high. "But you're going to have to train hard in the next few days, and in view of your poor physical strength, I'm going to arrange special training for you." As he spoke, he directly conjured a set of heavy gravity suits on Silyu's body, and directly pressed Silyu down. "You're going to have to wear this for the next few days until you can move normally as you normally would, and remember not to transform," said the King of Time, turning and entering the central palace of the Nest of Time. Silyu, who was lying on the ground, looked at the king god of the time realm who left, and couldn't wait to raise a middle finger, saying that he would spare himself, but this was not the same punishment. Although the appearance is a lorry, but it is similar to a menopausal woman. "You say that if you don't change your body, I won't change your body, watch me change quietly." Saying that, Silyu controlled his breath and quietly turned into a Super Saiyan god, and sure enough, the pressure disappeared immediately after the transformation, but just when Silyu was complacent, a clock dial appeared on the gravity suit on his body, and then the minute hand was reversed, and Silyu changed back to his ordinary form. At this moment, the voice of the king god of the time realm came out of the palace. "Don't think about transforming," I said. "I put the power of time on this dress, and once I detect that you are transforming, the time will be reversed. Don't think about playing tricks, and you're right, I'm in menopause, so the gravity of your gravity suit is directly doubled." So Silyu, who finally got up, immediately climbed down again. This time his body became heavier, and for a while Silyu wanted to cry without tears. "Master, aren't you afraid of breaking your apprentice's body?" "Don't worry, when you are about to die, I will launch a time rewind to ensure that you will not die. Of course, the results of the exercise will be retained, and the two will not return to zero with the reversal of time. In short, you can't die. So I don't even have time to rest." "Yes, but I'll help you make a time jump that will instantly get your body back to its best." Of course, when Silyu was training, Gohan and Tenunks in the original time and space, and Goku and Vegeta in the main time and space were also cultivating with Whis in their respective time and space. And just as the great realm king god said, several people cultivated in their respective time and space for a few months before breaking through to the Super Saiyan god. Inspired by Silyu, Gohan and Tenunks were also surprised to find that the Super Saiyan god could be superimposed with their mysterious form, and they named this form Super Saiyan God Full Potential. Chapter 53. After a few days of punishing physical training, Suryu's body was finally able to move freely while wearing a gravity suit. At the same time, it naturally overcame the problem of battery life, and now if you transform into a Super 4 boundary breakthrough again, you won't be able to lift your transformation because of too fast physical exertion. Taking off the gravity suit, I feel relaxed and not like my own body. Suryu said in surprise as he felt his relaxed and dexterous body. Now I'm more confident in the face of Lord Beerus. Okay, alright, Lord Beerus didn't use the divine skill to fight you, it was completely up to you, and the gods are very different from the gods after using the divine skills and before using the divine skills, so I plan to teach you about the divine skills of the king god of the time realm. Hearing that he could learn the skill of the gods, this suddenly made Suryu feel extremely surprised. Can I finally learn? That's amazing. Yu was excited because the king god of time in front of him was much more powerful than the king god of time he had seen in the anime, and he used the power of time and space superbly. Master, what are you going to teach me? Time pause, time rewind, or time erase? However, the king god of time shook his head. Although these three divine skills are only the basis for mastering the power of time, it is still a little difficult for you now, so today I will teach you the foundation of the foundation, time acceleration. Yu was a little stunned when she heard that time acceleration was actually the foundation of the foundation. How could this be different from what she knew? Master, you said that time acceleration is just the foundation of the foundation. Why is it very surprising? Suryu nodded. In her cognition, time acceleration should be more powerful than what she said, right? However, the king of time shook her head, and she took out a seed, which quickly burst out of the shell in the hands of the king god of time, and then took root, sprouted, blossomed and bore fruit, and then quickly withered and died, dissipating into a cloud of white sand and dissipating into the air. What did you see? Yu swallowed and said tentatively. See that under the acceleration of time, life goes from birth to death. That's right. Have you ever thought about the question, that is, if I don't do time acceleration, will these life processes still appear? Of course it will, this is a normal life course. Yes. At the same time, it is also the result of the normal flow of time, and I just follow the trend to speed up the speed. Now you understand why time acceleration is the easiest of the time system god techniques. You also completely understood now, whether it is time suspension or time reversal, these are the direction of the reverse time flow, which belongs to the contrarian trend, so it is relatively difficult. And the king god of the time realm continued. Although time acceleration is only the foundation of the foundation, if you cultivate to the extreme, it is also quite a tricky existence for the enemy and enemy, after all. Everything in the universe is not eternal and unchanging in the face of time. You also understood the meaning of the myth of the king of the time realm, although the time acceleration was very basic, but at the same time, the upper limit was also very high. And he could almost defeat the enemy with one move if he cultivated to the extreme. Then Master, teach me quickly, as long as I can speed up time and directly turn the other party into a dry bone, won't this be a sure win? However, as soon as Suryu finished speaking, he was knocked by the king god of the time realm with a hand knife. Suryu covered his head and said with a look of grievance. Oh, what are you doing, Master? What are you doing? You want to learn to run before you learn to walk, and it's better to speed up your enemy's time than to learn to speed up your own. Speed up your own time. That's right, the time to speed up the enemy can be killed with one hit in most cases, but this is too difficult for you right now, and you must ensure that the acceleration is fast enough, otherwise it will become a buff instead of a debuff for the enemy, so you must first practice using time acceleration on yourself. Hearing this, Suryu also suddenly understood. I see, Master, you mean to increase your speed through time acceleration, right? Time acceleration can naturally increase your own speed, but do you think that's the end of it? Then what's more, if time acceleration affects itself, what else is there besides speeding up? Okay, you can attack me, I'll only use the initial time to speed up myself to deal with it. Hearing what the king god of the time realm said, Suyu was naturally unceremonious. After all, the previous special training had allowed her to accumulate a belly of fire, so without saying a word, she directly transformed into the strongest Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. However, he punched down and missed, and then every time he attacked, he would be interrupted by the king god of the time realm, and he couldn't attack the other party at all. This is just acceleration in your mouth, but there is also the fact that you need to charge up your strength to release the turtle sect Qigong wave, otherwise the power will be greatly reduced. But for me, although I also need to charge up, but in your eyes, I don't need to charge at all, and I can directly charge the turtle sect Qigong after instantaneously. Even your so-called teleportation requires a certain amount of preparation time to activate, but with time acceleration, teleportation becomes a real teleportation, understand? Hearing the teachings of the king god of the time realm, Suyu also understood. It turned out that time acceleration can also cancel the precast swing, so that some charged skills can be released instantly. And that's not all, as long as you accelerate fast enough, then you can do this. Saying that, the king god of the time realm in front of him suddenly turned into 10 king gods of the time realm, surrounding Suyu from up and down, left and right, front and back. After image fist, isn't it a clone fist? That's right, this is neither an after-image fist nor a doppelganger fist. Every one of me in front of you is my body, it's just that the acceleration is fast enough, so that you can perform a real tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave. Saying that, the 10 king gods of the time realm instantly sent a wave of turtle sect Qigong to Suyu, and in this way, Suyu was defeated after being hit by the real tenfold turtle sect Qigong without even touching the corner of the clothes of the king god of the time realm. After the smoke and dust cleared, Suyu once again turned back into a normal silver-haired girl. And she was quite embarrassed at this time. It seems that I still have a lot to learn, as he spoke, Suyu slowly closed his eyes and fell from the sky. Just like last time, Suyu still felt a warm embrace. Forget it, after so many days of hard work, it doesn't take time to speed up, so let you have a good rest. Looking at the silver-haired girl who fell asleep in her arms, a kind smile appeared on the face of the king god of the time realm. Chapter 54. In the Nest of Time, after a few months of practice, Suyu also initially mastered the skill of time acceleration, and saw that above the Nest of Time, 5 Suyu appeared at the same time to perform the turtle sect Qigong and release it towards the center of the 5 people. After cancelling each other out in the end, 4 of the 5 Sui feathers disappeared and only 1 remained, falling to the ground. At this time, the king god of the time realm also walked over and said, "Good job! You have already mastered the time acceleration. It's not that you teach it well, master. By the way, when will I be able to learn time rewind, time pause or time deletion? Wait for the time, you are skilled enough to accelerate the time skill. By the way, I just have a task for you." Hearing that there was a task handed over to him, Suyu guessed. Could it be that a new dark dragon ball has been discovered? However, to Suyu's surprise, the king god of the time realm shook his head. No, the figure of the dark dragon ball is not so easy to spot. Yes, I plan to form a space-time patrol. Time and space patrol, master, can you just summon it with the scroll of time? Suyu remembered that the original time patrol was originally summoned by the King of Time through the Scroll of Time and the Memories of Tenunks. No, I don't plan to form the space-time patrol team in your memory, to fight against Mecha Capra. In addition to our multiverse, we also need other multiverse people to help us, so I want you to personally invite people to form the space-time patrol team as the captain. Me? Su. Yu pointed at himself and said with an embarrassed expression. Master, you know me, I'm very afraid that you will let me invite others. I believe in your charm, you can definitely do it, besides, I just assigned you a task, you have no right to refuse. Master, how can you be the same as a black-hearted capitalist boss? However, the king god of the time realm nodded directly and said, you will treat me as a black-hearted capitalist. You admit it, what else can I say, so you can only take on this task head-on. Okay. At this moment, the king god of the time realm suddenly raised his head, as if he felt something. There has been another dark dragon ball, and this plane seems to be the plane where evil dragons are raging. Hearing this, Su Yu remembered the two heavyweights in the original space-time patrol, Shi Sun Wukong and Shi Sun Vegeta. The two of them came from the parallel time and space of GT, and since they wanted to form themselves, they simply pulled these two people through. It's really dozing off and encountering the pillow that came to the door. Master, I'm going. So Su Yu did not hesitate to raise his ring of time, felt the breath of the dark dragon ball, opened a gate of time and space, and then said to the king of time realm, Master, you are waiting for my good news. Then Su Yu stepped into the gate of time and space and disappeared. On the earth of another parallel universe, the Super One-Star Dragon turned its head in disbelief and looked at the Four-Star Dragon that locked himself as a strongman. What are you going to do with the Four-Star Dragon? Are you going to blow yourself up? The self-explosion is almost the same, and then I will break out the highest temperature I have ever had, and you will definitely not be able to resist it. At this time, the Super One-Star Dragon was sad and angry. It didn't expect the Four-Star Dragon to betray itself and get out of his control, and although he was in the state of a Super One-Star Dragon at this time, it was not in a full state because of the lack of a 4-star planet. Damn, if it weren't for the lack of a Dragon Ball, how would I be? Seeing this, Goku, who had shrunk his body, also shouted at the 4-star Dragon, no, 4-star Dragon. Don't worry, Goku. I'm fine. Saying that, the 4-star Dragon was about to cast a panic inner fire needle, but at this moment, suddenly a black space-time crack appeared, and a dark 5-star planet that emitted a dark aura appeared and directly possessed the Super One-Star Dragon. What? Hehe, what a powerful force, get out of the 4-star Dragon. The Super One-Star Dragon that was originally locked by the Strongman Lockman burst out with powerful power, and directly exploded and flew out of the 4-star Dragon that locked him. Seeing this, Wukong hurriedly caught the 4-star Dragon that was shocked away. How are you, 4-star Dragon? The 4-star Dragon shook his head as he stabilized his body. I'm fine, but that energy is so familiar. At this time, the body of the Super One-Star Dragon that obtained the Dark Dragon Ball also turned red and black. Ha ha ha, yes, it's this power, even if the 4-star Dragon doesn't have your 4 planets. Now I have become more powerful than ever, even if I have just gotten a Gita, I will not be afraid anymore. Looking at the 5 dark planets on the pectoral muscles of the Super One-Star Dragon, the 4-star Dragon finally remembered. I remember, this Dark Dragon Ball is the root of the birth of all evil dragons, including me, in the past, and we were affected by the Dark Dragon Balls in the past time and space to accumulate negative energy. As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately understood the horror of this Dark Dragon Ball, and just as the Dark Super One-Star Dragon said, the Dark Super One-Star Dragon at this time was already powerful to a certain extent. However, in terms of breath, it still hasn't surpassed the Super 4 Vegeta who just merged, but there is no exaggerated gap just now. But now that Goku and Vegeta can't fuse, the Super One-Star Dragon has been upgraded to the Dark Super One-Star Dragon, and the original disadvantage has been further expanded. Just when the group, including little Wukong, fell into a state of despair. Oh, who are you talking about? At this time, another space-time crack appeared, and a silver-haired girl came out of the space-time crack. Feeling the breath of the silver-haired girl, everyone couldn't feel the breath on the girl, Only little Wukong could feel the breath on Siryu's body. Wukong secretly wondered if the girl in front of him was the god of super science. But the silver-haired girl's costume and earrings showed that the other party seemed to be a king god of the realm, and the tail behind her indicated that the girl was a scion. Of course, the god of Jebet, who was watching the battle on the star of the king of the realm, wondered. Ancestor, this costume of hers should be the god of the king of the world, but I have no impression. However, the god of the old king of the world directly knocked the god of Jebet with a fist. Idiot, don't you think of anyone in combination with her appearance in the space-time rift? The god of Jebet, who was covering his head, suddenly remembered when he heard the hint of the old king god. Ancestor, do you mean that this girl is related to the king god of the time realm? The old world king god with his hands behind his back smiled. The dark super one-star dragon looked at Siryu with a solemn face at this time, because it couldn't feel the strength of the other party, so it opened its mouth and asked. Who are you? I'm just a passing alternate realm king god. Hearing that the other party called himself the realm king god, the dark super one-star dragon naturally didn't pay attention to it. The realm king god? A group of soft-footed shrimp. Alternate realm king god, ants, go die. So the dark super one-star dragon raised his hand and shot a ray of dark energy towards Siryu, but to the surprise of the dark super one-star dragon, his extremely fast ray actually didn't hit. The opponent's speed was so fast that he didn't see it clearly, and the dark super one-star dragon was kicked down from the air by the opponent and smashed heavily into the broken bricks and tiles on the ground. What? Siryu's blow made the desperate GT warriors feel deeply shocked, and the dark super one-star dragon was kicked down like this. Chapter 55. The dark super one-star dragon lying in the ruins directly exploded and shook the ruins around him into powder. He looked up at Siryu, who had kicked himself to the ground, and was very angry, because although he was kicked down, he was not injured, which showed that although the other party was fast, he did not have much strength, which was simply a shame. Such a weak person should have been like an ant in front of him, but he successfully made him lie in the ruins. So the dark super one-star dragon directly exploded again and rushed towards Siryu. This time he vowed to take down this ant. But the punch with all his strength still missed. Looking at the disappeared Siryu, the dark super one-star dragon looked around, but heard Siryu's voice from behind. Are you looking for me? The dark super one-star dragon hurriedly turned around and saw Siryu followed by another punch, still missing. Mingrui felt that Siryu was bound to appear behind him, so another roundhouse kick, but it still missed. The anxious dark super one-star dragon attacked one after another, but it couldn't even touch a single hair of Siryu, and even Siryu yawned. This uncle is really too slow, he can't touch anyone at all. Isn't it that the uncle calls himself a dragon? You are a miscellaneous fish? I think you call the dark super one-star miscellaneous fish, hehe. The dark super one-star dragon felt that his fist was hard, and he wanted to give the silver-haired girl in front of him a few more punches, but he couldn't hit it, but the strength between the two was very different. Why couldn't he beat each other? Damn it, you ant, you will perish with this planet. The dark super one-star dragon simply flipped the table, directly condensed a huge ball of dark energy, and laughed. Ha ha ha, what about your speed? As long as I destroy this planet, you can't live, and before the absolute power gap, any skills, including your speed, are pale and powerless. Oh, that's right, in the face of absolute power, no matter how fast the speed is, it's just scraping, but well, how do you know that I don't have strength? Don't you see my tail? At this time, the dark super one-star dragon suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was also a scion, so Siryu shouted and transformed into Super Scion 4. That's Super Scion 4, it feels a little different from what we transformed. And Xiao Fang said with a look of adoration. Wow, so beautiful, with such a great figure, can I be like this in the future? Hearing Xiao Fang's words, Yu turned his head and said. Of course you can, after all, Xiao Feng. Your talent is no worse than your father. Yes, but you seem to know about us. Of course I do, but I'll wait until this guy is settled. Yu pointed to the dark super 1-star dragon that condensed a negative energy ball in the air. And the dark super 1-star dragon sneered. Humph, isn't it Super Saiyan 4? The two Super Saiyan 4 were not my opponents before, and now that I have become so powerful, Super Saiyan 4 is not my opponent. Oh, that's right, your form is really difficult to solve with Super Saiyan 4, unless you transform further. Looking at Yu with a smile on his face, the dark super 1-star dragon suddenly panicked. Could it be that this female scion of unknown origin in front of him has mastered a further transformation? And Goku was also surprised. Further transformation? Could it be Super Saiyan 5? However, Yu shook his fingers and said. No, no, no. I haven't mastered the Super Saiyan 5 transformation yet. Hearing Yu's words, the dark super 1-star dragon, who was originally a little flustered, breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, what did I think? It turns out that it's just pretending, you and the earth will turn into cosmic dust, said the dark super 1-star dragon and threw the dark negative energy ball in his hand, and for a moment everyone present became nervous again. But are you mistaken, although I can't become Super Saiyan 5, but I can superimpose other transformations and surpass Super Saiyan 4. After speaking, Yu's body burst out with a red aura, and at the same time, his original black hair also turned red. Super Saiyan 4, Limit Breakthrough. Then Yu came to the negative energy ball and smashed the huge dark negative energy ball with one punch. Looking at the newly transformed Yu, and seeing the opponent punch to kill his own negative energy ball, the dark super 1-star dragon once again felt the pressure of facing the Super 4 Gogeta just now. Although he just said that he was completely free of the Super 4 Gogeta, it was just lip service. After all, he had gained such a powerful power, he couldn't say that he still couldn't beat the Super 4 Gogeta. And Goku and Vegeta were also eye-catching, and there was actually a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4, which instantly ignited curiosity. How did this form become? Dark Super 1-star miscellaneous fish, you are right, any skill is pale in the face of absolute power, but what you don't figure out is who has absolute power. Saying that, Yu moved in an instant, came to the Dark Super 1-star dragon, and punched the Dark Super 1-star dragon in the abdomen. Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, the Dark Super 1-star dragon was sure that there was nothing wrong with it. This pain was given to him by the Super 4 Gogeta not long ago. Then Yu punched and kicked the Dark Super 1-star dragon. The Dark Super 1-star dragon tried to resist, but it was useless, because Yu's speed was too fast, and the world's martial arts were only fast and unbreakable, plus absolute strength, so the Dark Super 1-star dragon could only be aggrieved and beaten. And Wukong and Vegeta were also quite shocked when they watched the Dark Super 1-star dragon being beaten. This new transformation of the Super 4 was so powerful. After beating the Dark Super 1-star dragon, Yu used the time acceleration again, and suddenly turned into 10 Yu Dark Super 1-star dragons and surrounded them. Although my endurance is far greater than that of the Super 4 Vegeta, I won't be too profligate, so go die, Dark Super 1-star dragon. True 10 times Turtle Sect Qigong. Because the Turtle Sect Qigong came from all directions, this time the Dark Super 1-star dragon was unavoidable, and in a burst of screams, he straightened his body step by step towards complete dissipation. After destroying the Dark Super 1-star dragon, the Dark 5 planets flew out with the other Dragon Balls, and Yu grabbed the Dark 5 planets, and as a result, the Dark 5 planets in his hands directly turned into sand and dissipated in the palm of his hand. It turned out to be a fake, and the improvement is not very big, and looking at the Super 1-star dragon that was destroyed, everyone immediately cheered. And Wukong flew in front of Suyu and looked at Suyu's transformation and asked tentatively. Could it be that the form you just formed is the Super Saiyan God superimposed on the Super Saiyan 4? Do you know the Super Saiyan God? Of course, I know that Lord Beerus made me suffer a lot back then. Then you didn't follow Vis to destroy the cultivation on the God planet? No, I haven't seen Lord Beerus since. Now Suyu understands that Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue belong to branch evolution. Ahem, this is not nonsense, but Shi Sung Kong said that he had seen Beerus and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 56. Hearing what Wukong and others said, Suyu also nodded and said. I see, you didn't follow Weiss to practice, so you don't have the Super Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan God above the form. And because you haven't cultivated, you can't take the initiative to become the Super Saiyan God. Of course, you in a parallel world followed Vis to the God of Destruction to cultivate, and developed the Super Saiyan God upper form. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists unwillingly. It turns out that the Super Saiyan God can still be cultivated, damn it. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the 6 Dragon Balls that were originally lying on the ground emitted golden light, and at the same time, the body of the 4-star dragon also emitted golden light, and before the 4-star dragon could say anything, the 6 Dragon Balls flew to the side of the 4-star dragon, and then with a golden light, the Divine Dragon appeared. For a while, everyone was surprised that he didn't summon the Divine Dragon. Why did the Divine Dragon suddenly appear on its own? Perhaps sensing everyone's doubts, Shenlong also spoke. The reason why I took the initiative to show up is to apologize to you. And I apologize for bringing the earth to the brink of destruction because of me. And little Wukong shook his hand and said. No, it's not your fault that Shenlong, maybe we really misused the Dragon Ball excessively, and that Black Dragon Ball is the real reason, isn't it? Thank you for your understanding, don't worry, that Dark Dragon Ball has been destroyed, and from now on, the evil dragon will not reappear. And you can use the Dragon Ball boldly in the future. Hearing the dragon's words, everyone cheered, and if the evil dragon still appeared, it would be a yarn. At this time, little Wukong couldn't wait to ask. Shenlong, what about the 4-star dragon? Don't worry, the 4-star dragon is not an evil dragon for a long time, and he will automatically appear when I disintegrate. Hearing this, Xiao Wukong's hanging heart finally relaxed. Then Shenlong, can you repair the destroyed earth and resurrect the dead? Of course, this is my responsibility. Then Bulma suddenly thought of something and asked. Divine Dragon, I remember that you can't resurrect people who have died once? So the red light flashed in Shenlong's eyes, the destroyed city was repaired, and Wukong closed his eyes and felt cleansed chi. And I also gave one of you a surprise, said. A green figure appeared in front of everyone, and Gohan rushed up to hug the green figure at the first time. Uncle Vic. Gohan. Vic was also surprised, didn't he maintain order in hell, why did he suddenly come back to life, and when he looked up and saw the Earth Divine Dragon, he remembered that the Earth Divine Dragon could only be resurrected once? It was the Divine Dragon who resurrected me. Gohan nodded and said. Yes, Uncle Vic, now that the dragon has been upgraded, he can resurrect people who have died and resurrected again. Wait a minute, if I am resurrected, then the Black Star Dragon Balls will not also. Don't worry, I have collected all the Black Star Dragon Balls. And then I will leave them to you whether they will be destroyed or sealed. As the dragon spoke, 7 Dragon Balls with black stars floated in front of Vic, looking at the 7 Dragon Balls. Vic directly raised his hand to destroy the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls. 3 wishes fulfilled, goodbye. After saying that, the Divine Dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls, 6 of which flew around the world, and only 1 4-star star remained, turning back into a 4-star dragon. Looking at the Dragon Balls flying around the world, Xiao Fang hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. However, the figure of the divine dragon had disappeared. Xiao Wukong asked suspiciously, Xiao Feng, what are you going to wait for? Looking at Xiao Wukong with a puzzled face, Xiao Feng was angry, and pointed to Xiao Wukong's nose with his waist and said, Grandpa, you are embarrassed to say, don't forget that you are still a child's body now, you quickly change me back, you look like this, I am going crazy. Xiao Feng clenched his fists and said angrily, but Xiao Wukong didn't care and put his hands behind his head and said, what's so crazy about being crazy, Xiao Feng, you want to take me to see my classmates, I can become Super 4. It's not a matter of not being able to see your classmates, in short, Grandpa. You have to turn back into an adult, you have to turn back to an adult. Xiao Wukong was yelled at by Xiao Feng, and hurriedly raised his hand in front of him, and his body retreated and promised. I know, when the 1-year cooldown period is over, I will collect Dragon Balls again and turn back into an adult. 1 year, there is still 1 year left, that is, do I have to grow up with such a grandfather for another year? Looking at Xiao Feng with a lost face, Xiao Wukong scratched his face and said, Xiao Feng hates me like a child so much? It's been a while since we got along. Little Wukong is really incomprehensible, and Su Yu looked at the abnormal Xiao Feng, and suddenly had a bold guess, maybe Xiao Feng is not because she hates the child's Wukong too much, on the contrary, because she likes the childlike Wukong for a long time, but for some reason, the more she likes it, the more she hates it. Of course, Su Yu chose to see through it and not say it, some things are not good to say, so he said. Actually, Wukong, you don't have to rely on Dragon Ball to solve this situation, and her real-time realm king god is my master, she can also help you change back to your original appearance. Really? That's great, can you let me meet the Lord God of the Time Realm? Seeing Xiao Wukong's excited appearance, Su Yu coughed a few times and said, It's not impossible to meet Lord God of Time Realm, but Mr. Wukong, do you want to join the Time and Space Patrol team formed by Lord King God of Time Realm? Time Patrol? What is that? As you can see, the Dark Dragon Ball is a product of the Dark Demon Realm, and they want to interfere with the time and space of the multiverse through the Dark Dragon Ball. And Lord God of the Time Realm, she naturally wants to maintain the stability of the multiverse space-time, and naturally wants to form a team to fight all kinds of space-time crimes and repair space-time. To put it simply, you may join the Time Patrol team to travel through time and space and encounter enemies that you have encountered or have not encountered, and their strength will also be strengthened by the Dark Dragon Balls like the Dark Super 1-Star Dragon, defeat them, collect the Dark Dragon Balls and hand them over to the King of Time God to seal. Then Su Yu added. After joining the Time and Space Patrol, you can practice about the power of God and break through Super Saiyan 4. Just like I just transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough. Hearing this, where Goku and Vegeta are not moved, they can become stronger and fight with masters of various time and space, this is like a dream. Great, I'm going to join the plane patrol. It's funny, Kakarot, I'm not going to let you get stronger alone, I'm going to join too. At this point, however, objections were expressed. No, I'm against it. Chapter 57. Naturally, it was Kiki, who was Goku's wife, who was the wife of Goku, and Goku scratched his head in confusion and said, What's wrong with Kiki? You still say what's wrong, you haven't been home for so many years, you still ask me what's wrong, I finally went home and became like this, and then I had to leave to collect Dragon Balls in the universe, and a series of things happened after I came back, and now I want to leave again, do you still have this home in your eyes, or do you dislike me Lao Zuhuang and don't want to go home? And little Wukong looked at Kiki who was about to cry and panicked, thinking carefully about himself for so many years, he was indeed quite unconscionable, although his 2 sons have grown up, but he rarely goes home. Kiki, Don't cry for me. This Kiki lady, you don't have to worry. In fact, joining the Time and Space Patrol team is like going to work normally, working from 9 to 5, working 8 hours a day, working 5 days a week, weekends, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and all kinds of holidays, all of which are paid vacations. You don't have to worry about Mr. Wukong can't accompany you. Our company? No, our Time Patrol team, especially our boss Lord Wang Shen of the Time Realm, is a conscientious boss. Hearing Suryu's words, Kikai wiped her tears. Looked up at Suryu, looked at Suryu's eyes, and asked, really? Then there is still a fake, and there are also entry benefits, you wait. Saying that, the small golden hole out of thin air in front of Suryu's body, this is Suryu's portable storage space. And then Suryu reached in and touched it, and quickly took out 2 pills. This is a youth medicine given to me by Lord God of the Time Realm, which contains the power of time, and the user can restore the peak of youth, and can maintain youth for a long time, but Mr. Wukong will definitely not need it now, but you will definitely use it, Ms. Kiki. Hearing the effect of this small pill, Kikai, who became a half-aged, naturally brightened her eyes, so she took one directly and took it, and then saw that the wrinkles on her face disappeared quickly, and her skin instantly became tender, and now Kikai and her daughter-in-law Bidalai stood together like sisters. And Gohan and Goten were stunned. This is their own mother. Especially Gohan's heart is more complicated. He glanced at his father, who was younger than his daughter, and then at his mother, who was about the same size as his wife. What happened to his family? How is Ms. Kiki doing now? How? Of course it's okay, Wukong, go quickly. Seeing that his wife didn't object, little Wukong was also relieved. As for the other one, Suryu asked Vegeta directly. Yo, Mr. Vegeta, who is this youth pill for? Vegeta didn't answer but snorted coldly. The meaning was self-evident. Suryu threw it directly to Bulma, and Bulma naturally didn't hesitate to eat it when she saw Kiki, who had regained her youth. And Suryu said to Wukong's apprentice Oyu Buletin. Actually, Mr. Bu has not disappeared either, just let the Dragon Ball help you unfuse in the coming year. Oyu Buletin was naturally very happy when he heard it. He was very guilty because of the merger with Mr. Bu before, which made Mr. Satan sad, and now it is great to be able to dissolve the merger. Thank you for letting me know how to do this. And Suryu looked at Wukong and Vegeta and said, Mr. Wukong and Mr. Vegeta. You want to join the Time and Space Patrol, right? Then come with me. Wait a minute, I will also join the Time and Space Patrol. At this time, Xiao Fang also took the initiative to ask Ying to apply to join. After all, she is also quite adventurous, but Gohan reprimanded with a serious expression. No, Xiao Fang, you're going to start school in a while, you still have to go to school, you've been delayed for a while. I don't want to, I'm going to take an adventure with my grandfather. Looking at his wayward daughter, Gohan also had a headache, and at this time Suryu spoke. Actually, Xiao Fang, it's not impossible for you to join the Space-Time Patrol, you can use your vacation time to work part-time, but you usually have to go to school. How can Gohan? Hearing the part-time job during the holidays, Gohan frowned, saying that it was because he was against going to school, but in fact, he was worried about Xiao Fang's safety. Gohan, you just let Xiao Fang use the vacation time to work part-time, and it will be fine with me. Gohan saw that Goku said that, can he still object? Since Dad, you said so, that's the only way to go. Hearing Gohan nodding in agreement, Xiao Fang was naturally very happy, and then directly pounced on Goku and hugged Goku's neck and said happily. Great, Grandpa, you are so good. Xiao Fang is very happy, because Wukong is always able to understand himself. Unlike the grandfather of the same class, there is a natural generation gap, and there is no generation gap between her and her grandfather, and she can understand herself better than her father, which is not too cool. At this time, the 4-star dragon also took the initiative to ask Ying to apply and said that he also wanted to join the space-time patrol, and Yu also thought about it and agreed. After all, now the 4-star dragon is the embodiment of Wukong's righteous qi, and its combat power is comparable to Super Saiyan 4, which is definitely qualified. So Yu returned to the nest of time with Wukong, Vegeta, Xiaofeng and the 4-star dragon. Yo, master, I'm back. It's back, my good apprentice. Yes, master, you see I brought these. As a result, Yu turned around and found that Wukong, Vegeta and the others were motionless. This. I stopped time. Ah, master, what are you stopping, this? As a result, before Yu's words were finished, he was beaten by the king god of the time realm again. Yu covered his head and said aggrievedly. Master, what are you beating me again? What are you doing? When did I say the benefits you mentioned, good guys work from 9 to 5, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and work 5 days a week, when did I say it? Ah, master, don't be like this, in fact, the time node for them to go back is not at your disposal, as for how long it has been in between, it is not up to you to decide. This. Am I angry about this? I am angry that you promise. Wantonly. Yu scratched his head and said. Master, you can't blame me, if I don't say so, they won't be able to come. Looking at the aggrieved apprentice, the king god of the time realm sighed helplessly. Forget it, remember you can't talk nonsense next time. Okay. I saw the king of time realm wave his hand, and time began to flow normally again. After resuming the flow, Yu naturally introduced the king god of time to everyone behind him. Regarding the appearance of the king god of time, because of the case of Xiao Wukong, everyone did not dare to underestimate the king god of time, and Xiaofeng muttered, why is it that both the king god of time and the candidate of the king god of time are about the same age as themselves, even if they are big? Then the lord of the time realm heard that you can turn me back to normal. Of course it will be a piece of cake for me. I saw that the king god of the realm of time gave little Wukong a little light, and little Wukong instantly grew up and changed back to the appearance of the most young and powerful. It's amazing, Xiaofeng, you see that I have changed back. It's changed back. Wukong looked at Xiaofeng very puzzled, why didn't the other party have the slightest surprise, shouldn't he be very happy? And Yu also said. You guys talk first, and I'll go and pull the 2 team members. Saying that, Yu opened another door of time and space, and walked in. The door of time and space had just closed automatically, and it opened automatically, and Yu walked out again, followed by 2 familiar young people. Gaku saw the young man with a scar on his face and said in surprise, you are Gohan, and Xiaofeng was also puzzled. You are Dad, how did you become like this? And Gohan, who had a scar on his face, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Gaku. Father. Chapter 58. And Tenunks, who was behind Gohan, also looked at Vegeta suspiciously. Father, how did you cut your hair, and this Mr. Gaku, wait a minute, brother Gohan, are they their father and Mr. Gaku from another plane? Gohan nodded and said. Looks like it should be. What are you talking about with Tenunks, Dad, and what is the scar on your face, Dad? Xiaofeng asked as she stepped forward to look at Gohan suspiciously. And Gohan shook his head and said to Xiaofeng. I'm sorry little sister, I'm not the father you know, although my name is Son Gohan, but I'm not married, let alone have a wife and children, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hey! At this time, Yu came up and coughed a few times and said. I'm sorry Xiaofeng disappointed you, he is indeed not your acquaintance with Son Gohan, he is the isotope of your father's parallel time and space, from the time and space where I am. Vegeta raised her eyebrows when she heard this. At this time, Goku suddenly scratched his head and said, "It turns out that you are Gohan and Tenunks in the future time and space, alas, but I remember that Tenunks, you said that Gohan didn't die in battle, did he use the Dragon Ball to resurrect again?" Tenunks pointed to himself in confusion and asked in surprise. "Mr. Goku, are you talking about me?" "But I don't know Mr. Goku, and it's the first time I've met Mr. Goku today." "Oh, isn't that right? Didn't you travel through time and space to give it to me?" Vegeta on the side said impatiently. "Stupid cockroach! Hasn't your body changed back and your head hasn't changed back yet? This Tenunks and Gohan are from a parallel time and space that we don't know." After Vegeta's awakening, Goku understood. "I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, because we've seen Tenunks on other planes," Wukong said apologetically with his hands folded in 11 faces. No, Father, you don't have to apologize. To be honest, I'm very happy to see you, even if it's you in another time and space. I don't know if I have a request." "What a request? Just say it." "Can I hug you?" "Hug? Of course I can." Before Goku's words fell, Gohan hugged Goku with a strong stride, and Goku was a little stunned, but he still hugged Gohan. Feeling the embrace of a long absence, Gohan, who has always been extremely strong, and has never cried even if he has been forced into a desperate situation by androids several times, can't help crying for a while. "Father, I really miss you." Xiao Fang didn't expect to see her father cry one day, and she seemed a little overwhelmed. All right, Gohan, don't be too sad, we'll see each other a lot after joining the Space-Time Patrol." After hearing Goku's comfort, Gohan quickly stopped crying and let Goku. At this time, Xiao Fang also handed over the handkerchief. Looking at the handkerchief handed by Xiao Fang, Gohan was stunned for a moment and then quickly said, "Thank you. It's okay, I didn't expect you to cry too, Dad, although you are not the dad I know, but Dad, you cry so much, there must be a particularly heavy experience." Gohan didn't expect that the daughter from parallel time and space in front of him would be so caring. "Yes. Then tell me what you've been through, and most importantly, what happened to this woman. There are no white-haired female scions on our plane?" Vegeta asked, pointing at Tsuyu. "Here's the thing." Gohan slowly recounted his experience. And the 3 people and 1 dragon from a time and space similar to GT also listened to Gohan's narration. In this way, we who had been following Vessa's training were invited to join the Time Patrol. Android 12. Is it an android made from me and Vegeta and the other 2 scion cells? Goku also looked at Tsuyu curiously, no wonder he felt the aura from Tsuyu, both him and Vegeta and other familiar breaths. And the corners of Tsuyu's mouth twitched. What is the cell of the other 2 scions? Naha, forget it, Mr. Wukong, do you make your eldest brother Raditz sad when he hears this? It seems that the Shalo of your plane is not the Shiru of our plane. Our Shalo said that you killed Tenunks and you seized the time machine, not stole the time machine. Kill me? Tenunks was startled. That's right, if I don't show up, according to the normal development of history, after Gohan, you first broke an arm to protect Tenunks, and then you died on the battlefield after encountering androids again, and then you were left with Tenunks, a warrior, although you finally solved NOS 17 and 18? But you were killed by Shiru before traveling through time. Tenunks's unlucky man. That's right, according to our Shiru's description, Tenunks, you were probably killed around your age. Tenunks touched his neck and said. Stupidly, thanks to Sister Tsuyu's appearance. Otherwise I would have been unlucky. Then Tenunks looked up and asked. So what happened to you, father, and who is that golden-skinned man? My name is the 4-star dragon. And I am the incarnation of the 4 planets in Earth Dragon Ball. Hearing the introduction of the 4-star dragon, Gohan and Tenunks were quite surprised. Dragon Ball can also become a spirit in these years. So Goku also told Gohan and Tenunks about his experience in that time and space. Especially when talking about the evil dragon, the expressions of the two became extremely solemn, but fortunately, at this time, Suyu spoke in time. Don't worry, the Dragon Balls of our time and space are not polluted by the Dark Dragon Balls, and they will not accumulate negative energy to give birth to the evil dragon. Hearing this, Gohan and Tenunks breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 59. In the sky above the nest of time, Goku, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, spreads out his hands to gather energy. On the other hand, Gohan transforms into the Super Saiyan God full potential form, and his fingers are placed in front of his forehead to accumulate energy. 10 times the Turtle Sect Qigong. Demon penetrating light killing cannon. They. Two of them released their kills at the same time, and two powerful energies collided in the air, but neither of the two powerful forces could help anyone. Wow, I didn't expect this dad to be on par with Grandpa, it's really amazing. In Xiao Fang's subconscious, her grandfather has always been the strongest. She still remembers that her father and Uncle Wuxian were controlled by Bibi and hurt her, but as a result, her grandfather directly beat up and transformed into a Super Saiyan father and uncle with normalcy. It's just that now his grandfather is full of firepower, and he has used 10 times the strongest skill to use the Turtle School Qigong, and he can only fight with his father in another time and space. Eventually, the two of them fell to the ground and lifted their transformations, and Goku couldn't help but sigh. Gohan, you're really amazing. No, you haven't used your full strength yet, father. No, it's already used, and unless I borrow their power, it won't get any stronger. Of course, in addition to the battle between Goku and his son, Vegeta and his son also completed the fight, and after coming to the Nest of Time, with the help of the King of Time, Vegeta also grew a tail, so he can transform into Super Saiyan 4 without the help of a machine. However, the result was still the same, and after the two of them fell to the ground, Vegeta snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect you and that kid to master that strange transformation. This is thanks to Sister Suyu and Lord God of the Old Realm. Otherwise Brother Gohan and I would not have mastered the form of full potential. Then Tenunks subconsciously looked around and found that the silver-haired girl was missing. What about Sister Suyu? At this time, Xiao Fang jumped out and said, Sister Suyu. She went to other multiverses to pull people. Sister Suyu, she's quite busy. Vegeta said impatiently. Leave that woman alone, Tenunks will tell me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God through cultivation. So that I can surpass that guy from Kakarot. Goku on the side put his arms behind his head and said with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Vegeta, you are too cunning, you actually want to be the first to become the god of Super Saiyans. However, Vegeta pointed at Goku's nose and said. Hey, what do you guys know? You have changed through rituals and experienced that kind of transformation, but I haven't changed, so I want to become a Super Saiyan God through cultivation and prove that as a Saiyan Prince, my talent is stronger than yours. Hey, if it weren't for Lord Beerus, I wouldn't have chosen to transform into a Super Saiyan God with the help of other people's strength. Although Goku admits that he fought very happily after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, it was not his own strength after all, and he was not very willing. All in all, Kakarot, I'll be the first to become a Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough before you. Come on, Vegeta, then let's see which of the two of us breaks through first. Looking at Goku and Vegeta, who were arguing, Gohan and Tenunks also showed helpless expressions. At this moment, the King God of the Time Realm came out and said, Another Dark Dragon Ball has appeared, Suyu has gone to other multiverses to recruit members. So then come and collect the Dark Dragon Ball and give it to you Gohan first. Leave it to Gohan? After all, Goku's biggest purpose in joining the Time and Space Patrol was to fight, so when he heard that there was a mission, he couldn't wait to go out. The mission was given to Gohan because Gohan is the most powerful of you. Hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Xiao Fang all looked at Gohan in surprise. Gohan, on the other hand, smiled wryly. It's worthy of being the king god of the time realm, and I can't hide this from you. Gohan, why didn't you use your strongest strength when you fought just now? Facing the old father's question, Gohan said helplessly. Father! You didn't come up with Super Saiyan 3 when you fought Uncle Vegeta. Goku was speechless for a while. Vegeta almost didn't hold back when she heard this. Humph, if there is really a father, there must be a son. Anyway, let's go collect the Dark Dragon Balls first, and we'll discuss the rest later. Okay. So the King of Time God threw a Ring of Time to Gohan, and Gohan saw Suyu use the Ring of Time, so he also used the Ring of Time to open a spatial crack, and then stepped into it. At this time, Goku couldn't help but ask. Lord God of the Time Realm! Who is the enemy that Gohan is facing? The enemy he is facing is Frieza after the resurrection of another time and space. Frieza? Do you need Gohan to deal with Frieza? Goku couldn't figure it out. Now for him, Frieza and Churu together were not enough to play on his own, and even ordinary Super Saiyans didn't need to change. However, the words of the King of Time God that followed surprised Goku and various Vegetas. After 4 months of cultivation, Frieza's strength is no longer weaker than yours. As soon as these words came out, the first thing that was unbelievable was Vegeta. What are you kidding? That bastard of Frieza has surpassed us after 4 months of cultivation. Now that we have practiced for decades, we have far surpassed Frieza at the time of Namek. How did he catch up with us in just 4 months? Hearing that Frieza had caught up with them after 4 months of cultivation, Vegeta felt that he had cultivated to the dog for so many years. Believe it or not, see for yourselves. As he spoke, the King of Time summoned a screen that showed Frieza, who had returned to Earth, and his Frieza Legion. This was recorded a few hours ago, and you can take your time and watch for yourselves. As he spoke, the King of Time turned to leave, and everyone looked solemnly at the picture on the screen. And Xiao Fang looked at the picture and saw Gohan panting in a green tracksuit at a glance. Is that the father of which plane? So young, doesn't he look very powerful? Vegeta guessed. It seems that Gohan in that plane has abandoned training again. I don't know how much strength is still retained. And Goku also scratched his head in distress and looked at Gohan in a green tracksuit and glasses. Really, Gohan's kid is really wasted enough, and I won't rush it. In that plane. And at this time, Tenunks was different from Goku and Vegeta, he said. Maybe Gohan brother in that time and space just doesn't look good. I believe that as long as that Gohan brother moves, he will definitely be invincible. Obviously, because he grew up behind Gohan's ass since he was a child, Tenunks is very confident even in the face of Gohan in other planes. However, the slap in the face soon came, and Gohan, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan on the screen, was directly punched by Frieza in the first stage. Tenunks was stunned, while Goku covered his face. How much is this kid ruined? Humph, that time and space cockroach was too indulgent of his son. What kind of Saiyan is this? This appearance is even more regressive than the original Demon Slayer Bu. Even Xiao Fang, who is her own daughter, is difficult to look at. Let's not talk about Gohan here, even if it is her own father Gohan, although he is not Grandpa's opponent, but in addition to Grandpa and Vegeta, his father is the strongest, and Gohan who was punched by Frieza in the picture is simply beyond her imagination, and even Xiao Fang doubts that Gohan in that time and space can beat her. Chapter 60. On the nameless island of the Earth in the main plane, a battle is going on for the fate of the Earth at this time. After the resurrection, Frieza led his legions here, and most of the people on Earth gathered here, except for Goku and Vegeta, who were out to practice. And as the former savior of the Earth, the main time and space Gohan seems to have become the pillar of everyone, but fortunately, although it has been abandoned for a long time, he saw that Beak was beaten by Frisia's subordinates Red Bull and Takuma, and he turned back into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. Although Red Bull and Takuma were stronger than the original Canute team because of their role as Frisia's sparring partners, and even included Frisia's Namek, Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan, directly knocked the two to the ground. For a while, the members of the Frisia Legion were shocked by Gohan in the Super Saiyan state, and none of them dared to rush forward, even if Frisia gave an order. So without saying a word, Frisia killed all the disobedient and fearful men, leaving only a loyal butler who looked like a dwarf winter melon. What a bunch of shit, it seems necessary to let me do it myself. Frisia jumped straight out of his floating stroller, and then pointed at the master who transformed into a Super Saiyan, So Gohan, and said with a smile, "Son of the Monkey King. Then start with you first." Originally, Gohan was ready to meet him in a battle stance, but in the next second, Frisia's face full of evil smiles appeared in front of him. Then Onkyujo felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his brain went blank, and in an instant he lost consciousness and collapsed. The warriors were worried when they saw Gohan being knocked out by Frisia's punch, and Frisia smirked. "Oh, roar, roar, it seems that Sun Wukong's son is not very good. I thought that at least I could make a few moves with me in this form, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It seems that I have become too strong, ha ha ha." Seeing Gohan fall, Vic, who was actually a few years older as his father, rushed to the first stage of Frisia for the first time, but his fist was directly pinched by the other party. "Oh roar, don't worry, then, I'll send you to hell one by one." "Shut up Frisia, I'm not going to let you hurt Gohan." Vic threw another fist, only to be caught by Frisia. "Humph, you don't seem to know the gap between you and me," Frisia said as she tore off Vic's arms, and then kicked Vic away, causing Vic to fall to the ground. And Nobi Gohan, who was lying on the ground and looked like Nobi Nobita, regained consciousness, but he was still unable to stand up, and the punch from Frisia just now was simply too painful. Compare. Gram. Uncle. Vic stood up from the ground, stretched out his arms vigorously, and stood in front of Gohan and said, "Gohan, I won't let you die." "Oh, it's interesting. So let me have fun." Saying that, Frisia's fingertips kept shooting death rays, and deliberately lowered the energy, not killing Vic but torturing Vic. Under the continuous shooting of death rays, Vic's body quickly became full of holes. Although Vic has a strong ability to regenerate, his physical strength is soon depleted due to continuous regeneration. Looking at Vic, who was recovering more and more slowly, Frisia felt that he was tired of playing. So he turned one hand behind his back and pointed the other finger at Nobi Gohan and Vic, and his fingertips converged into an energy bullway. "Humph, this king is very merciful, let the two of you die together." Although the others wanted to go up to the rescue, they were also injured a lot in the battle just now. Bulma was also calling for Ves, but on the planet of destruction, Ves was eating pizza, and the crystal ball on the staff happened to be covered by the pizza box discarded by Beerus, so he did not receive Bulma's distress signal. At this time, Vic once again put his arms in front of Gohan in the same posture as before. Looking at this scene, Nobi Gohan burst into tears. If he could cultivate well, even if he maintained his previous level, the result would not be like this, and he was extremely remorseful for a while. "Die." After saying that, the energy ball gathered by Frisia's fingertips shot out, and just as he was about to finish Gohan and Vic, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Vic, and then crushed Frisia with his bare hands to shoot the death energy ball. Seeing this scene, it was not only Frisia who was stunned, but everyone present who saw the person who crushed Frisia's energy ball was also stunned. Vic looked at Nobi Gohan lying on his stomach behind him in disbelief, and then saw the person who was blocking him and crushing the Frisia energy ball with his bare hands, and wondered. "Gohan. It's my Uncle Vic, and the next battle will be handed over to me." Naturally. The person who came was Shizun Gohan, and Klin directly shouted. What's the matter? How come there are two Gohan? And Tianjin Fan immediately noticed the difference between the new Gohan and the wild Bigo rice lying on the ground. No, this Gohan seems to be more mature, and he still has a scar on his face. Vic asked, puzzled. What's going on? Gohan. No, because I'm the Son Gohan from another plane in the future. And I'm from the same plane as the man-made Scion number 12, so you know. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that this was Gohan from the future time and space. No wonder it was more mature than Nobi Gohan lying on the ground. And Frieza understood. Oh, I didn't expect there to be a son from another time and space. This is really an accident. If I kill his current son and his future son together, then he must be in pain, ha 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 ha. Frieza laughed proudly, although he couldn't feel the breath of the time in front of him, but it must not be much better than lying on the ground. Instead of ignoring Frieza's provocation, he pressed his hand in front of Vic, and soon Vic was all healed from his injuries and accepted Captain Gohan's anger, and his strength was restored. Vic looked at his body in disbelief. The future Gohan would actually be a milkman? My body is. This is a skill I learned when I was practicing on the planet Adrath, and then Uncle Vic, you will take over there. I'm going to get out of here. I know. Vic saw that at this time, he was suppressing his anger, especially when he looked at Nobi Gohan who was lying on the ground. Vic was really afraid that Gohan would punch Nobi Gohan. Vic immediately turned around and left the battlefield with Nobi Han, who was lying on the ground. Frieza looked at Vic who was leaving the battlefield with Nobi Han, and laughed. Do you think you can escape? And Frieza raised his hand to kill the two Vics who had left the battlefield. However, as soon as Frieza raised his hand, his arm was grabbed by someone, and Frieza felt a sharp pain in his arm, and turned his head to see Sitsun Gohan with a calm face but a look of anger in his eyes. Frieza, don't force me to be completely angry. Looking at Shizun Gohan's eyes, as if letting Frieza see the Monkey King who was also provoked by himself on Namek back then, Frieza couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and the fear of being dominated by the Super Saiyan came to his heart again. Chapter 61. However, Frieza quickly suppressed the fear in his heart, because now he is not what he used to be, not to mention that just now he knocked down this time and space no Gohan with one punch, although the time in front of him looks strong, but it will definitely not be strong there. So Frieza sneered. It's up to you, King Ben. As a result, Frieza was directly punched by Gohan, and blood flowed from the corner of Frieza's mouth that flew out, but he had just stabilized his body in the air, but he was kicked from behind by Gohan, and then Gohan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Frieza and kicked Frieza in the abdomen, and Frieza immediately vomited out the acid water in his stomach. Of course, Gohan didn't let Frieza go, but continued to beat Frieza one after another. Looking at Frieza, who was violently beaten by Shizun Gohan, Klin's eyes widened in shock. Gohan in the future is so powerful, even if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, he can beat Frieza violently, and our combat power is not the same dimension as him at all. Gohan. Although Big saw Shiken Gohan for the first time, according to what he knew about this space-time field Gohan, Shigohan was very angry now, and Big could guess that the reason for his anger had something to do with him. And in the nest of time, looking at Gohan who beat Frieza, Tenunks, who has been with Gohan for a long time, swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Gohan, he seems to be really angry, I have hardly seen this kind of anger. Although Gohan had expressed his hatred for androids 17 and 18 in front of Tenunks, he was not angry to that extent. After beating Frieza violently, Gohan kicked Frieza from the air to the ground. Frieza lay on the ground. Gohan landed in front of Frieza who climbed on the ground and said, Transform, let me see how strong you have become this time. Hearing this, Vic thought of something and immediately shouted, Gohan, quickly deal with him, don't let him transform, otherwise he will be in trouble. However, a sneer appeared at the corner of Gohan's mouth and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Vic, everything is in my expectation, I won't let him die easily, I will crush him with absolute strength, and it will be worse than killing him." "Don't be too arrogant, Scion, the transformed king is unimaginable." "So?" Frisia roared directly after getting up, and with the white aura rising, Frisia turned into his former final form, and at the same time his original appearance. Feeling Frisia's powerful aura, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Clinchin Fan and the others. "It's so powerful, how did he become so powerful?" And feeling Frisia's breath, Big's face turned greener. After the transformation was completed, Frisia's injuries were not only healed, but at the same time, his original embarrassed appearance was also gone. "Oh roar, how can you be intimidated by the power of this king?" But in the face of the proud Frisia, Shi Sun Gohan said calmly, "The way you look, it's not that good." "Damn, I'm going to see how hard your damn Scion mouth is," said. A punch that slammed into Gohan's face, and Gohan took Frisia's punch in a normal manner, and Frisia's punch only made blood flow from the corner of Gohan's mouth. "Didn't you hear me when I told you to show all your strength?" And Gohan burst out with a silvery white aura in front of him, a wisp of bangs hanging down from his forehead. And then punched Frisia with a backhand punch. Looking at Gohan with such a posture, little Tenunks and little Goten naturally recognized it. "It's this form again, and it's finally appeared." "Yes. I remembered that my brother used this gesture to beat Majin Buu in the first place." "That's right, it feels like this future Gohan is much stronger than when he beat Majin Buu at the beginning, and this time it's a sure win." At this time, Nobi Gohan also reluctantly stood up. Looking at the appearance of Shi Sun Gohan after his transformation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had also transformed into this form, but now it is difficult for him to become like this, and in the future time and space, he will not only change if he wants, but even become stronger. And Gohan, who has transformed into a form with full potential, was beaten to Frisia again, and Frisia, who had just recovered from his transformation, was hammered again, and even finally was directly pressed by Shi Sun Gohan on the cliff body of the island to come to a classic pinyin. At the same time, Tur Gohan looked at Frisia, who was pressed into the mountain, and said in a commanding tone, "I said that I want you to use all your strength, did you hear it?" Facing the repeated humiliation of Turing Gohan, Frisia suddenly became furious. "Damn Scion monkey, then let this king send you to death," said. Frisia's aura surged again, and the entire mountain was shattered by Frisia's breath, and then the whole body burst into golden light. Frisia's original white skin turned golden, and the golden Frisia appeared. Frisia, who was already full of oppression, was even more oppressive in the eyes of Bic and others, and as mortals, they could not feel the breath of God. Therefore, they couldn't feel the strength of Goku and the others, so in their opinion, Frisia's aura at this time was the most powerful enemy they had ever seen, and there was no one. "See, this is the true strength of this king, Scion, you're finished." After saying that, Frisia kicked up, but to the surprise of Golden Frisia, Shi Sun Gohan actually caught him with this kick and grabbed his calf. "If that's all you're capable of, you'll end up there, Frisia." In an instant, a red aura lit up around Sitsun Gohan, and his hair turned red. Super Saiyan God full potential is here. And Goku and Vegeta, who were cultivating on the Destruction God Star, stopped, and the two of them looked at each other in disbelief. "Kakarot, do you feel it?" "I feel it, it's the breath of Frisia and Gohan. Not only is Frisia resurrected, but his strength is not below you and me." "Yes, but when did that kid learn to be the god of super science?" NVES, who was eating pizza on the other side, also saw that the crystal ball of his staff showed a missed call. Chapter 62. After hearing Bulma's story, Goku and Vegeta of the main plane came to their senses. "Gohan from the future plane, it's amazing. Hey, that Frisia guy is really resurrected." For Vegeta, Frieza is definitely the guy he hates the most, but he didn't expect to be resurrected now. Let's go Vegeta, let's go back to Earth. Goku stretched out his hand, but Vegeta, who was a Tsundere prince, could hold Goku's hand and put it directly on Goku's shoulder. Wait a minute, take us along, it's more than 40 minutes to fly from here to Earth, and ice cream can't wait that long. Obviously. Beerus and Weiss were looking forward to Bulma with an oversized parfait ice cream in hand. Okay. So Goku took the group back to Earth with a teleportation, and as soon as he returned to Earth, Goku saw the passionate collision between Gohan and Golden Frieza, and the two figures kept drawing the air in the air with the sound of explosion. Whis and Beerus made a beeline for Bulma, eager to sample the oversized ice cream parfait. Goku looked at Gohan, who collided passionately with Golden Frieza, and couldn't help but sigh. Future Gohan is really powerful, his Super Saiyan God is actually so much more powerful than our Super Saiyan God, and it is on par with our Super Saiyan Blue. How did you do it? Tisk, Kakarot, don't you see that? That kid doesn't seem to be an ordinary Super Saiyan God, he is so powerful when he superimposes other powers. It seems to be the same, the Super Saiyan God is really convenient, everything can be stacked. At this time, the battle between Gohan and Golden Frieza, who had transformed into a mysterious red, could be described as evenly matched. And this time, although Frieza was not crushed by Gohan like the previous forms, but basically opened 5 or 5, but Frieza's mentality collapsed a little. It stands to reason that he crushed all the enemies after transforming, but now it is this situation. And Gohan, who fought with Golden Frieza, saw Frieza's heart. It seems that this new form of yours has not brought you the desired effect, you are starting to panic now, Frieza. Shut up and shut up. Because he was poked in his heart by Stokaihan Sout, Frieza was angry and sped up his attack, but he was still caught by Stokaihan Gohan. What's the use of saying so much, you don't have anything to do with me, don't you? That's right, this new form of yours is indeed not simple, and it is even stronger than me in terms of strength, and I can only make up for it in speed skills, but you are also in a hurry to solve it quickly, because this form of yours can't last long. Hearing Gohan's words, Golden Frieza couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He didn't expect his shortcomings to be seen. Yes, he had just cultivated and broken through to the golden form, and he couldn't wait to come to the earth to seek revenge, and he hadn't completely mastered this form yet. You. By the way, my father and Uncle Vegeta have returned from destruction, and if I'm guessing right, they're just as powerful as I am. What are you talking about? Frieza looked at Goku and Vegeta, who were watching the battle, and he couldn't feel Goku and Vegeta's breath. Frieza, don't worry, according to my father and Uncle Vegeta's character, they won't make a move until I lose, because you don't have the qualifications to let us defeat you together, and I said I'd crush your pride. Damn, Saiyan Monkey! Saying that, Golden Frieza attacked the mysterious Red Gohan in a more swift way, but his fierce attack was still easily defused by Gohan. Even in the back, Gohan was able to defuse Golden Frieza's attack without using skills, and after looking at the already panting Golden Frieza, Gohan said coldly, Frieza, your physical strength has begun to decline, and you are not my opponent at all. If you come less, it is not known who will win and who will lose, and besides, this form of yours has not completely crushed this king. Frieza is still not dead to this day. When you told us on Namek that you still have 3 transformations, which made us desperate at the time, and now I want to tell you this, although I have not changed 3 times, I still have 2 more transformations. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Golden Frieza, who originally thought that he had the strength to fight, fell into a stupor, and actually had 2 transformations? Where did the hateful Saiyan get so many transformations? Then let you see my next transformation. Originally, Patrol Gohan's red hair turned upside down as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and at the same time, his color changed from red to blue, and his aura changed to blue. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Full Potential, and Vegeta and Goku, who were originally watching the battle, were also completely shocked. If the previous mysterious red, they still have the confidence to fight with it, but now the mysterious blue, even if the two join forces, it may be difficult to compete with it, unless they use fusion dance step fusion or ear ring combination. Sure enough, Gohan, this kid can transform into Super Saiyan Blue like us, and superimpose his original special form, and actually become even more powerful than us. That kid in the future, he will actually become so powerful. Vegeta looked at Gohan, who had transformed into Mystic Blue, and then looked at Gohan in a green tracksuit on his side. The gap between cultivation and non-cultivation is so huge. And Tenunks, in the nest of time, sighed. Sure enough, Gohan was quite angry, otherwise he wouldn't have transformed into this form to crush Frieza. And when Gohan looked at Gohan, who had transformed into Mystic Blue, he couldn't help but sigh. Gohan of your time and space is so powerful, it seems that I still can't supervise Gohan enough on my side. That kid is actually on par with Suryu's girl. Are all the people in Suryu's time and space so terrifying? Why does Lord Beerus want to fight that Gohan? Asked Weiss, who was eating a smoothie. There's no need, I've fought with Suryu's girl before, and this form is not much different from Suryu's form. Beerus said, and ate the ice cream in front of him again. And Gohan, who transformed into Mystic Blue, completely crushed Frieza in the golden form. Compared to before, Gohan no longer retains the strength to hit Frieza, and after a violent beating, Gohan in Mystic Blue form has to admit that this form Frieza is resistant to beating. It can be called the most durable golden sandbag in history. However, in the end, Golden Frieza was beaten back to normalcy by Gohan of the times, and then Gohan stomped Frieza under his feet. Frieza, your full strength is no more than that, and Frieza, who was trampled under the feet of Shisuan Gohan, simply felt extremely humiliated. Damn, hateful, hateful. At this moment, Shisuan Gohan felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito in his back, and turned around to find that Frieza's dwarf Winter Melon military master had actually used a ring-shaped pistol to shoot Frieza's death ray at himself. No, it can't be. Frieza's dwarf Winter Melon advisor looked incredulous and fired a death ray at Shisuan Gohan, but it landed on Gohan like a raindrop, not to mention being injured, not even breaking the defense. Gohan looked at the death ray hitting him and suddenly realized. I see, Frieza, you have stored your chi in the ring under your hand, and you plan to take your opponent by surprise, if the opponent relaxes his vigilance. He may really be plotted. This is my personal explanation, mainly because the Super Blue was knocked down by a small pistol in the original book is too outrageous to explain at all. Chapter 63. Shisuan Gohan didn't take much care of Frieza's military advisor. A direct glare wiped out Frieza's military advisor. Then Gohan turned to Frieza and said, if it were my father, he might let you go and let you cultivate, but I won't show mercy to any enemy after the hellish apocalypse. If the sneak attack is your last resort, then that's the end of it, Frieza. Damn, how can this king be, in that case? Let's all disappear together. Saying that, Frieza planned to blow up the entire Earth directly, but Gohan in the mysterious blue form reacted extremely quickly and directly kicked Frieza off the ground with a heavy kick. Too slow, Frieza, your movements are too slow in my eyes. The gap between Gohan Toki, who has a mysterious blue form, and Frieza, who is in the fourth stage, is like a cloud and mud, and Gohan, who is always vigilant, directly sees through Frieza's movements. And Frieza, who had suffered the heavy kick of the mysterious blue Gohan, had rejuvenated his pupils, lost consciousness and passed out, and then fell to the ground weakly. Later, when Gohan gathered energy in his hand, intending to finish Frieza completely, but at this moment, the black crack reappeared, and the dragon balls wrapped in dark aura flew out of it and merged into Frisia's body. Looking at the dark dragon balls that appeared, Shi Suan Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally waited for the appearance of the dark dragon balls, and Frisia, who was lying on the ground unconscious, instantly opened his eyes, and then slowly stood up and looked at his body with an unbelievable look. Sparasi, ha ha ha, I didn't expect this king to be able to gain such a powerful power, wah ha ha ha. Saying that, Frisia's aura began to rise, and Goku and Vegeta, who were still in the mood to watch the show, couldn't help but show a look of horror, because they felt that Frisia's aura had surpassed the two of them, and it was constantly improving. What's the matter with that black dragon ball? Why does it make Frisia's aura keep rising? Damn, Frisia's strength is getting stronger again. Kling looked horrified, and he began to retreat. It appeared again, and last time Shuru was possessed by the same black dragon ball at the last moment, and he defeated Gohan at that time with one punch. Tisk, I didn't expect this black dragon ball to have such a terrifying boost to Frisia. Gohan, be careful. Hearing Bik's reminder, Shi Suan Gohan turned his head to the people of Bik and smiled slightly. Don't worry, Uncle Bik, I came to this plane for this dark dragon ball. Frisia looked at Gohan, who was still smiling, and was annoyed. I didn't expect you to laugh even now, damn Scion monkey, today I'll let you see how terrifying this king is who has completely stimulated his potential. Frisia, whose aura had risen rapidly, became faster and then turned into a golden Frisia again, but the transformation has not stopped, and the aura is still improving, until the original golden transformation turns bright black, and the transformation does not stop coming down. Black gold Frisia is here. And Beerus, who was eating ice cream, finally stopped and looked at the battlefield. But Vis was still gulping down the ice cream, but he said, "Why, is Lord Beerus finally moved? But that black and gold form of Frisia can threaten Lord Beerus in terms of strength. Hey, what about the strength? As long as I use the magic of God, I can easily destroy him. If that kid can't solve Frisia, then I will mention him to solve it." And after Kurikan Frisia felt his new form, he seemed to forget the humiliation just now, and even laughed at Shi Gohan in turn. See, thanks to you, this king was able to transform into such a powerful form. However, Shi Suan Gohan still commented on it without being salty. But that's it. As a result, these words angered Kurokain Frisia again, and Kurokain Frisia rushed in front of Tokaikan Gohan again, intending to knock out Tokaikan Gohan with one punch like he had just done with Nobi Gohan. As a result, he punched down, and instead of knocking out Gohan with one punch like he had just done, he was blocked by Shi Suan Gohan with two hands, although it was a little difficult, but he still blocked it in the end. Humph, yes, it seems that Scion Monkey still has some skills, so can you still block it next? So Black Gold Frisia kicked up, and Gohan in his mysterious blue form used all his strength to dodge Frisia's kick, but as soon as he dodged, he was whipped out by Frisia's tail. As he flew out, he smashed a mountain behind him into a pile of rubble. Seeing that Gohan was knocked away, Bik couldn't help but shout, "Gohan," and Goku smiled. "Don't worry, Bik, you can't feel Gohan's breath, so you're in a hurry, but don't worry, Gohan's breath hasn't weakened." Looking at Goku with a smile on his face, Vic felt like he was dreaming back to the Saru contest of the year. Hey, as a father, you are smiling like a father watching your son being beaten. And I'm just like Gohan's own father. And Kurikan Frisia doesn't feel the breath of God. So he thinks that his move can at least hurt say Gohan. Ha ha ha, are you still hard-mouthed now? But when the smoke and dust cleared, although Shi Suan Gohan's clothes were a little torn, he walked out intact as before, and saw that Shi Suan Gohan was not injured as he thought, and the black gold Frisia, who was originally 3 points proud, had the same black skin as his skin. Scion Monkey! You! Frisia, have you forgotten something? I just said that I have 2 more chances to transform, and now you see that I am the penultimate transformation, and then I finally transform, Frisia. The overly smug black gold Frisia only remembered this again, but he comforted himself that his black gold form was far stronger than the previous gold form. Don't be afraid that you can win. And then Gohan exploded again, and Vegeta looked shocked. Can that kid continue to transform? And Goku looked as he expected. Sure enough, Gohan still has a transformation, and Weiss, who was eating ice cream, said, "Oh, what an accident, Lord Beerus, you should be a little panicked now, if Mr. Son Gohan over there learns the divine skill of Lord God of the Time Realm. You will not have the slightest advantage. Hell, wait until he learns it, but I'll see how strong he is without using his divine skills." Beerus put down his spoon completely and looked at the battlefield. After a burst of white light, Gohan transforms into a new form, similar to the appearance of the teenage Super 2 Gohan, Saru game period, with silver hair and eyebrows, and a silver aura and pink lightning around the body. Super Saiyan God, full potential, evolution is here. At this time, Shi-Sun Gohan looked at his form and said, "This is the new transformation that I mastered not long ago, because I am unwilling to be guarded by her, out of my anger against myself for many years, the strongest form developed under the guidance of Lord Vis and Lord Beerus. I will name this form the Beast form. Come on, Frisia will let you see which of you and me is the strongest." Actually, I'm skeptical about whether the Beast Gohan in the original book surpasses Black Gold Frisia. After all, the gold content of winning a Red Saru controlled by Vic is not very high, and this Red Saru is set to be completely able to surpass Broly, and he was also broken by Fat Godunks, so I designed this Beast Gohan to superimpose a lot of last beasts from Mysterious to Super Red to Super Blue. It should be able to surpass Black Gold Frisia, right? Chapter 64. At this time, Frisia looked at Gohan, who had transformed into a beast form, and was very uncomfortable. How many colors can your Saiyan hair turn into? Black, gold, red, blue and white, how is it endless? Just like Frisia wanted to kill Gohan in seconds just now, a punch directly hit the black gold Frisia in the beast form, and Frisia in the black gold form didn't react at all. Then Beast Gohan blasted Black Gold Frisia into the air, and then Beast Gohan flashed behind Black Gold Frisia with his back to Black Gold Frisia, and suddenly Black Gold Frisia was shot down from the sky by several explosions on Black Gold Frisia. Black Gold Frisia got up from the ground in embarrassment, and looked at the Beast Gohan with his back to him and rushed up again, but the Beast Gohan didn't even look at it, raised his arm and hammered it back, and hit Black Gold Frisia in the face. Kyuganium Frisia covered his face in pain, but the Beast Gohan didn't give Kyukin Frisia a chance to react at all, and directly kicked Kyuzen Frisia into the sky. Black Gold Frisia gritted his teeth and raised a finger to gather the ball of energy. Damn the Saiyan monkey, die! But just as Black Gold Frisia was still accumulating energy, a wild Beast Gohan appeared in front of Black Gold Frisia with energy in his hand, and said to Black Gold Frisia, "I'm tired of Frisia, you can go back to your hell." Oh no! Seeing the energy that Beast Gohan's hands had already gathered, Frisia knew that he had lost. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Beast Gohan a Turtle Sect Kigong Wave engulfed the Black Gold Frisia in front of him, and after the engulfed Black Gold Frisia struggled in pain for a while, he was wiped out by the Beast Gohan's Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Eventually, Frisia returned to the underworld 4 months after her resurrection, and the 7 planets of darkness were recovered by Shi-Sun Gohan. Looking at the eliminated Black Gold Frisia, Beerus turned and tasted the ice cream with Ves. And Goku also breathed a long sigh of relief and sighed. Gohan in the future is still really powerful. Humph, sooner or later, I will reach a level beyond that. Vegeta clenched his fists. He understood that the Super Saiyan God was just the beginning, and his next goal was to break through the Super Saiyan Blue. And the most shocking thing was Gohan in the main time and space. He looked at the invincible self in the future time and space. If he cultivated well, maybe he would be standing there himself, instead of almost seeing Bic die in front of him. And after collecting the dark dragon balls, Gohan did not leave, but fell in front of the main space-time no Gohan wearing a green tracksuit. Gohan, calm down, actually. Bic looked at the cold-looking Shigzun Gohan, who was really afraid that he would slap the Nobi Gohan of the Dead Lord's plane. Don't worry, Uncle Vic, I know what to do. At this time, Goku also patted Vic's shoulder and said, don't worry. Vic, whether it's the current Gohan or the future Gohan, it's very gentle. And nothing will happen. Hearing Goku say this, Vic could only stop it with a green face. And Nobi Gohan looked at Shizun Gohan and scratched his head and said, this. Anyway, thank you, I'm from another time and space. Thank you, am I done? Right. I'm sorry. You should have said sorry to Uncle Bic, not me, to be honest. I was so angry just now that it was you except Frieza, you know? If it weren't for beating Frieza to vent his anger, and now I even want to beat you up, obviously if you had used the strength he had when he faced Lord Beerus, Uncle Beach wouldn't have almost been killed by you, you know. Nobi Gohan lowered his head deeply and said in a dejected manner. I know, if I hadn't wasted my cultivation, I wouldn't have become what I am now. As the same person, we have the same interests and hobbies, and I also like to read, and I often read all kinds of books, but I have never abandoned my cultivation, for no other reason, because in my time and space, my father left me when I was a child, and then androids appeared and they killed everyone, including Uncle Vic, and I was the only one to fight before Tenunks grew up. Do you know how I spent more than 10 years like purgatory on Earth? Gohan excitedly grabbed Nobi Gohan's collar, and Nobi Gohan also recalled how the future time and space were fragmented from the mouth of future Tenunks. I've heard Tenunks say. So why are you the way you are? Hearing Shizun Gohan's question, Nobi Gohan couldn't say anything for a while. Could it be that because of his father and Uncle Vegeta's protection of the Earth, he can sit back and relax and even stop practicing? Obviously, the sudden attack of Frieza had already told him what the consequences would be. To be honest, I really envy you, you know? I'm more jealous of you than anger, jealous that you are with your father, jealous that you don't have to go through purgatory on Earth, jealous that you have a younger brother that I don't have, jealous that you have a happy family, and even a considerate daughter in the future, and I, at your age, I have only one relative left with my mother, unlike you who have almost everything. As he spoke, he let go of Nobi Gohan's collar and smiled bitterly. Hearing Gohan's words, everyone also fell silent, and they could imagine how heavy the experience of this seemingly invincible future Gohan in front of them was. In this time and space, I really hope that you can understand how beautiful the life you have. Do you have to be like me to distribute cultivation after losing everything? Today you waste your cultivation and lose Uncle Vic, so what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Don't wait until you lose everything and then regret it. In the end, after Shizun Gohan said this, he used the ring of time to open the door of time and space and left silently. As for how he would decide in the future in this time and space, it was no longer up to him to decide, he just told himself what he wanted to say to himself in this time and space. And after the time tour Gohan left, Nobi Gohan stood in place and pondered for a long time, and it was obvious that his self in another time and space had a great stimulation for him. That's right, reading is my hobby, but it's absolutely wrong to waste my cultivation for the sake of my hobby. I can't always think about letting my fathers guard everything in front of me, just as I said in the future, if I lose Uncle Big today, then what will he lose tomorrow? Gohan can't imagine. So just when Beerus and the others were about to return to the Destruction God Star after eating and drinking enough on Earth, Gohan, who had changed into a Kame Senryu martial arts uniform, flew over sweating profusely. Father, Uncle Vegeta. Lord Beerus, I want to practice with you too. Chapter 65. As soon as Gohan returned to the nest of time, he saw Xiao Fang rushing towards him, so he hugged Gohan's waist and coquettish. "Dad, you're really amazing, no wonder Grandpa once said that as long as you cultivate well, you are the strongest, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Gohan touched the head of this daughter from another time and space, feeling as if the whole person had been healed, and Goku also patted Gohan on the shoulder and gave Gohan a thumbs up. "Gohan is really amazing, it seems that I have to work harder, Dad." No, Father, you will always be the strongest in my eyes." There. Goku grinned as he scratched his head. "I didn't expect that bastard of Frieza to become so powerful, Tisk. If Frieza is resurrected next time, he must be handed over to me, I must personally solve that bastard of Frieza. You are not allowed to rob me, understand?" Regarding Vegeta's speech, Goku and Gohan both knew Vegeta's past, so they could understand Vegeta's feelings, so they nodded in agreement. Gohan then handed over the Dark Dragon Balls to the King of Time to seal them, and now the Dark Dragon Balls have successfully sealed 3 of them. Later, the King God of Time began to teach Goku, Vegeta, and Xiao Fang the cultivation methods of the 3 Super Saiyan gods, as well as the skills of Gohan God. A day later, Suyu, who had gone to other multiverses, returned, followed by a tall, muscular, and angular man. "Hey everyone, I'm back." Su Yu greeted everyone, and Gohan saw the strong man behind Suyu and asked suspiciously, "Who is this?" "Oh, he's a member of the team I pulled from other multiverses. Named Jonathan Joestar." And Jonathan also took the initiative to step forward to introduce himself, stretched out his hand to Gohan and said, "Hello, my name is Jonathan Joestar, you can call me Jojo directly. I was originally a Ripple warrior, and now I have become a stand-in messenger." Gohan took Jonathan's hand and shook it, introducing himself as well. "My name is Son Gohan, I am a martial artist, that is my father's son Wukong. Standing next to him is my father's friend Vegeta, that child is my daughter's son Xiao Fang, and that purple-haired youth is Tenunks." Gohan introduced Jonathan to everyone present. Wukong looked at Jonathan curiously, he felt that Jonathan's chi was not very strong, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Jojo." "Right. That's right. What is that Ripple warrior and stand-in messenger?" The so-called Ripple warrior refers to a person who uses Ripple to fight, and Ripple can be seen as a special kind of chi, although this kind of chi cannot be released, but it has the effect of strengthening the body, delaying the aging of the body, and prolonging life. Hearing this, Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! If you cultivate this kind of chi, can everyone live as long as the old grandfather of the turtle immortal? Hey! We Scions don't need to delay aging, we Scions can maintain a long period of youth. But Vegeta Ripple can prolong life, and I feel like we can learn from this point." Vegeta didn't say anything more, but it was good to be able to prolong her life. "So what is the stand-in messenger?" "The stand-in messenger is..." At this time, Suyu said to Jonathan, "Jojo, you show your stand-in and let them see if they can see it." "Understood." Jonathan then summoned his avatar, and Gohan and Tenunks, as well as Goku, saw a golden figure emerge from Jonathan's back, with a large body. The stout figure had a headdress that covered the base of its nose, and its face and triangular inversion resembled the red crown of Egypt. It is equipped with a small simple double diving cylinder on the back and is connected to the back of the mask by a short double-ridged trachea. From the back of the waist to the front of the shoulders, it is fastened with a thick puffed ribbed belt. There are heart-shaped decorations on the chin, abdomen, and knees. That's right, he is the original Dio's stand-in, the world. When Suyu went to Jonathan's world, he originally planned to directly pull Jonathan into the gang, but he accidentally encountered Dio, to be precise, Dio from other JoJo parallel worlds, and has a stand-in world, Beyond Heaven. In the end, the JoJo of various parallel time and space united to successfully defeat Heaven Dio, and after defeating Heaven Dio, Jonathan inexplicably awakened the world of stand-ins, and it was also a perfect version of the world that could stop for up to 9 seconds. I don't know if you want to see this plot. I feel like the response from everyone who wrote the JoJo plot last time wasn't so enthusiastic. If you want to see it, deduct 1. Is this a stand-in? It looks amazing. But for Vegeta and Xiao Fang, they were confused, they didn't see anything. Therefore, when they heard Goku's admiration, they couldn't help but say, "Kakarot, what are you talking about?" "Yes, Grandpa, what did you see? Why can't I see anything?" Goku scratched his head and wondered. "You can't see it. Can't you see such a big figure?" And at this time, Suyu held his chin and said thoughtfully, "Sure enough, it's similar to what I guessed. People who have the breath of God or have changed into a Super Sai God can see the stand-in, and Vegeta, Xiao Fang, you haven't changed into a Super Sai God, so you can't see the stand-in." "I see. By the way, is there anything special about this stand-in, Jojo?" "This stand-in of mine is connected to my body. It's equivalent to another me. It's just that it can't be too far away from me. If you have a special ability, you can stop for 9 seconds. It's awesome. To stop for 9 seconds. For Goku, if he can stop for 9 seconds, then the battle will be like a tiger's wings." Vegeta understands what it means to be able to stop for 9 seconds in battle. In this way, the stand-in is really powerful. It's equivalent to doubling the combat effectiveness while being able to stop for 9s. It's just cheating. "That Sister Suyu, do you have a stand-in?" Xiao Fang guessed that Suyu went to that world, and he should bring back the souvenirs of that world. "I didn't expect to be guessed by Xiao Fang, and I also awakened a stand-in in that world because of some kind of coincidence." Saying that, Suyu showed off his stand-in, and judging from the appearance, Suyu's stand-in was a silver smooth female doll. Although Xiao Fang still couldn't see it, she continued to ask, "Sister Suyu, what is your stand-in ability?" "Some people say that Tanjiro of Demon Slayer Blade travels to Jojo to learn ripples, and I want to send Qiao to the world of Demon Slayer Blade to accept Tanjiro as a disciple and start the plot." Chapter 66. Hearing Xiao Fang's inquiry, Suyu stretched out 2 fingers, and said with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, "My stand-in currently has 2 abilities. First of all, the first is disguise." "Disguise?" "That's right, Xiao Fang, look behind you." As a result, Xiao Fang turned around and found that there was still a person standing behind her, and her breath was exactly the same, and she was immediately startled. "You? Who are you? You? Who are you?" Not only did the girl behind him speak exactly the same as herself, but her expression and posture were also exactly the same. Soon Xiao Fang remembered the disguise that Suyu said, so she immediately understood what was going on. "It turns out that the disguise is like this, Sister Suyu, don't move first, let me see how the disguise is." "Okay." Originally, Suyu thought that Xiao Fang's look was just a look, but he never expected that after looking at it for a while, Xiao Fang actually started to move her hand directly, and started to grope up and down against Suyu's stand-in after camouflage. Fortunately, the other party is just a little girl, and the groping is not too much. If it is a rough man or something, I am afraid that I can't help but aura the other party a whole page. Well, it's exactly the same. What a powerful disguise. No, it can't be said to be exactly the same. In fact, it's still slightly different. It's just that you haven't noticed it. This disguise of mine seems to be perfect, but there is always a slight gap with the original owner in some positions, because the person who imitates it is different, so the detail gap is not the same. Xiao Fang, don't you feel that there is any gap between me, the stand-in, and you?" "There's no gap, where?" And then Wukong said, "I know this, the color of the pupils of this disguised Xiao Fang is different. And the color of the disguised Xiao Fang's pupils is redder." Wukong has been with his granddaughter for so long, and he can see the gap between the fake Xiao Fang and the real Xiao Fang at a glance. Oh, is that so? It seems to be worthy of Grandpa. Xiao Fang was reminded by Wukong, and only then did she realize that there was a difference in the color of the fake Xiao Fang's pupils in front of her. Not only that, but if the other party's strength surpasses me, I can't imitate it. Of course, if I imitate my own words, it will naturally be 1000% similar. What about my sister's second ability? This second kind is abstract. My stand-in can randomly draw an attribute card from a person. A person can only draw it once and the attribute is also random. Of course, the person being drawn won't lose the attribute that was drawn, and then I can give this randomly drawn attribute card to others. Let others have the corresponding attributes. Randomly select attributes to give attributes. Seeing that Xiao Fang was puzzled, so you had no choice but to demonstrate it again. The random attribute I drew from me was the silver hair and red pupil, and then I gave you this attribute card. So you stand-in took out a card and inserted it into Xiao Fang's back, and Xiao Fang, who was originally black-haired and black-eyed, became the same silver-haired and red-eyed as Su Yu. Looking at her changed appearance, Xiao Fang felt very excited. Okay, have I become as powerful as Sister Su Yu? Xiao Fang said that she began to explode excitedly. Only to find that she found that her strength had not been improved. How can this be? Obviously, I have become the same as Sister Su Yu. Xiao Fang, haven't you heard? You only get the attribute card of silver hair and red pupils, and you don't gain power. Is that interesting? Alas! Do you think you can draw a random card to draw a good thing? My silver-haired red-pupiled card is a white card, which is equivalent to the R card in a mobile game. Xiao Fang, who had played the mobile game, naturally knew what Su Yu meant. No wonder you can only change your appearance, it turns out to be just an R card. Sister Su Yu, you must tell me when you draw SSR that day. Su Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and said. Where is SSR so easy to draw? First of all, it can be confirmed that not everyone has SSR attributes, and all those who have SSR attributes are dragons and phoenixes among people, and secondly, a person's attributes are also very complicated, and it is even more difficult to extract the desired attributes. That's it, Sister Su Yu, you come and draw my attributes to see what you can draw, and by the way, recycle your attribute card, otherwise my going to school will be too eye-catching. Okay. Then Su Yu pulled the attribute card back from Xiao Fang's body, and took Xiao Fang's attribute card by the way. Su Yu looked at Xiao Fang's attribute card, and unexpectedly found that it was a blue quality SR card, so Su Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yes, I actually drew the SR card. SR card, Sister Su Yu, what is the attribute of this card of mine? Well, strange girl. Who blames the girl? People have always been a lady, okay. Hearing this word directly stimulated Xiao Fang, for no other reason because Xiao Fang's early love fell out several times, all because those boys were afraid of her strange power, afraid that she would be killed by her accidentally, so Xiao Fang hated that someone called her a strange girl. And Wukong also stepped forward to look at Xiao Fang's attribute card, and couldn't help but sigh. This ability is really peculiar. By the way, take a draw of the attribute card on my body. Seeing Wukong pointing at him, Su Yu was naturally not polite, and directly drew Wukong's random attribute card. After the results were drawn, Su Yu found that this was actually a blue quality SR card. I didn't expect to get the SR card drawn on your grandfather and grandson, it's really a bit of a surprise. Grandpa's is also an SR card, what kind of attribute is that? Su Yu turned the card over, and a few words were displayed on it, martial artist. Yes, this is a martial artist, that is, this card can give others Wukong's martial arts and combat experience, but it will not directly give the other party strength. Your grandfather and grandson cards just make up a pair of combination cards, which can basically reach the level of SSR. That's SSR. That's right, the monster girl and the martial arts are beast mock, and it's normal to be able to reach SSR. Is that Suryu's sister? SSR card, the rarest card. How could it be? And there is a her on the SSR, which is the real rarity. Well, that's it, you can still combine. How many cards can Sister Suryu bear at most by herself? If you say one person, it's theoretically two, and if you have good qualifications, you can withstand three. By the way, don't talk about these, Gohan Tenunks. The 4-star dragon and Vegeta, you also let me draw it, and see your attributes. I don't know if everyone is satisfied with the ability of this stand-in? Don't ask why it's random. If it's not random, then the protagonist is directly invincible anyway. You can help give this stand-in a name. Chapter 67. Of course, Suryu said so, but how could the arrogant Vegeta take the initiative to step forward? But he only snorted coldly and did not express his objections. So Suryu was the first to take Vegeta, but it turned out that the card was only a white quality R-grade card, and the attributes on this card made Suryu laugh a little. Sister Suryu, what are you laughing at? It's okay, I just accidentally found a card from Mr. Vegeta's personality that best matches Mr. Vegeta's personality, Tsundere. As a result, these words almost made several young people cover their mouths and laugh. Wukong scratched his head and asked, "What is Tsundere?" Xiao Fang, why are you all smiling? Xiao Fang explained helplessly. Sure enough, Grandpa, you are still old. In fact, a common character attribute of characters in Tsundere anime games, simply put, in order to describe the true and soft side of the heart, to cover up the shy and make a tough and arrogant attitude, and a synonym for words and deeds that are inconsistent on the surface, it is often used to describe the characters who usually speak with thorns, have a tough and arrogant attitude, but are ashamedly sticky to the characters around them. Under certain conditions, hearing Xiao Fang's explanation, Wukong thought about it, and it was really like this. Well, if you think about it. Vegeta couldn't help but retort. Shut up, Kakarot, I'm not that kind of person, I'm a proud Scion Prince, how can I have that kind of character? I can't be mistaken. But Vegeta, you usually look cold to Bulma, but as soon as Bulma encounters any danger, you change your appearance. Xiao Fang, let me tell you, it was when Lord Beerus came to Earth. Okay, shut up, Kakarot, haven't we fought in a long time? Come on, this time I'm going to defeat you, Kakarot, completely. Hey Vegeta! As a result, Vegeta instantly turned into a Super 4 and rushed to Goku, and Goku was also forced to turn into a Super 4 to fight, and the two rushed into the air to fight. And looking at the two of them who collided passionately, Xiao Fang tilted his head and said, I remember that Grandpa didn't fight Vegeta not long ago? Sure enough, as Suryu's sister said, Grandpa Vegeta is at Tsundere. And Suryu then drew out two attribute cards of Scholar and Gentleness on Gohan and Tenunks. Needless to say, these two cards are naturally white quality R cards. When Suryu stretched out his hand towards the 4-star dragon, the moment he pulled out the attribute card, the entire attribute card emitted a golden light. Wow, golden legend! The golden light card also attracted everyone's attention, and Xiao Fang, who was especially curious, couldn't wait to ask, is this going to the SSR card? What kind of card is Sister Suryu this time? Don't worry, let me see. Suryu turned the card over, and there were two words on the attribute card. Sun. Awesome, it's an SSR level card. I almost forgot that you can simulate the sun with a 4-star dragon. It's okay, but even if I simulated the sun, I didn't defeat Wukong in the first place. Do you want to take back the card of the 4-star dragon? Facing Suryu's inquiry, the 4-star dragon waved his hand and said, No need, just give this card to Miss Suryu. I believe that Miss Suryu will not abuse this card. Okay, by the way, if any of you want to use this card, it's pretty good to simulate the temperature of the sun's surface. As a result, all the people present chose to refuse. After all, as a scion, they would not rely on the strength of others unless they had to. So Suyu had no choice but to put these attribute cards first. By the way, Sister Suyu, what is the name of your stand-in? The name of my stand-in is very simple, Phantom USB Flash Drive, which corresponds to the two abilities of my stand-in, and my stand-in growth attribute is S, that is, my stand-in can also be upgraded. Xiao Fang's eyes lit up when she heard this. It's really amazing, I really want to have a stand-in. Okay, don't talk about this, something must have happened during the time I've been away, can you tell me? Of course, Sister Suyu, let me tell you, my father is super powerful, even more powerful than my grandfather, you know. Hearing Xiao Fang's words, Suyu looked at Gohan. Gohan looked at Suyu's gaze was actually a little dodgy, and his eyes looked elsewhere. And Xiao Fang, who was precocious, couldn't help but have a bold guess when she saw her father so beyond. Could it be that the father of this time and space likes Sister Suyu? But it is quite reasonable to think about it, remembering that my father had told him about his experience before, and I knew that Sister Suyu appeared at the most desperate moment of my father, because the appearance of Sister Suyu not only eliminated the artificial man and got rid of despair, but also brought new hope and resurrected all relatives and friends except for Grandpa. And Sister Suyu is also very cute, although her figure is on par with her as a minor, but her figure is great after transformation. But the problem is that Sister Suyu, she is a brother and sister with her father in blood. For a while, Xiao Fang's mood was a little complicated. And when Suyu heard this, now Gohan has actually become more powerful than Super 4 Wukong. Xiao Fang, can you tell me more about what happened during this time? Xiao Fang. Seeing that Xiao Fang was still distracted, Suyu couldn't help coughing a few times and said, Ahem, Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang woke up like a dream and asked, Hey! Sister Suyu, how? What's wrong? What's wrong, why are you distracted? What are you thinking? No, cough cough, Sister Suyu, I'll tell you about it. So Xiao Fang told Suyu what happened during this time. Suyu was very surprised when he heard it, and looked up at Gohan and asked, Gohan, you actually defeated Black Gold Frieza? Gohan touched his nose when he heard this, and said, It's a fluke, I don't think Frieza has completely mastered his black and gold form, otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to fight hard. Isn't there anything else to master? That's not easy. Suyu clearly remembers that the Black Gold Frieza in the comics defeated the bipolar intention, and this expressive power alone is definitely the first person outside the gods, but I didn't expect to be defeated by Gohan now, but think about it, now that Gohan has comprehended the existence of the breath of God, it is not so outrageous to be able to defeat Frieza, who has not fully mastered the black gold form. So Suyu looked at Gohan and said excitedly, Very good Gohan, we haven't fought for a long time, do you want to have a passionate collision? And Gohan looked at Suyu, who was burning in fighting spirit, and felt helpless. Other girls either like makeup and beauty or shopping, why does this girl in front of her like to fight so much? And Suyu was also very pleased, watching Gohan feel like her own cub had grown up, and sure enough, Gohan, who was dedicated to cultivating, was beyond her imagination. And Xiao Fang found that her worries were purely superfluous. The character of this Suyu sister in front of her was exactly the same as her grandfather in some aspects, her brain was full of muscles, and as for love, it was basically impossible. Chapter 68. On the red-dyed streets of the setting sun, the figures were sparse, and a door in time and space suddenly appeared in the corner, and a silver-haired girl appeared from it. The silver-haired girl sighed as soon as she came up and looked at the street in front of her. How do I feel that I have joined a company that is even darker than 050, and I am about to carry out a mission just after I come back. So, you couldn't help but complain, remembering that not long ago she had planned to have a hearty battle with Gohan, but at this time, her master, the king of the time realm, Kane, informed her that she had found the Dark Dragon Balls in the other multiverses, and asked her to set off to collect the Dark Dragon Balls immediately. This made her plan to fight Gohan completely ruined. So Silyu reluctantly came to a parallel world in this multiverse. Looking at the world in front of him, Silyu couldn't help but be a little curious about which multiverse this would be. So Silyu closed his eyes and felt the breath of the people around him, and soon Silyu felt a chaotic and evil aura, which was a bit similar to the evil dragon she had seen, but it was much weaker than the evil dragon's aura. And that evil aura seems to be attracting the aura of many ordinary humans to approach. Feeling this situation, Silyu naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he directly moved there in an instant. On the other side, where Silyu felt the evil aura, a small and cute girl with pink hair tied into a double ponytail with 2 red ribbons and burgundy eyes was looking around nervously, wearing a school uniform consisting of a light brown shirt, a black plaid skirt, white stockings, and a pair of brown leather shoes. The girl's name is Madoka Kame, and she is an ordinary junior high school student who attends the 2nd grade of the Municipal Mitakiera Junior High School. The reason why Kameka is so nervous is because the surrounding environment is very weird. The surrounding walls are like Picasso's ink paintings, although the colors are bright, but there is an indescribable weird feeling, and the dark ink on the walls will flow, which becomes even more weird. Not only that, but from time to time there were rows of strange creatures on the ground with black heads but human bodies, and all this in front of her made her feel very scared. As for why she strayed here, it was not long ago that a white-haired girl who called herself Oriko of the United States wanted to hunt her down, and as for the reason, it was inexplicable that she would destroy the world. If it weren't for the fact that she could use spherical gems to emit lasers, Kameka would have really thought she was a girl who had committed a second disease. It stands to reason that she has no chance to escape, but at this time, a girl with short orange hair appeared and tied up American Oriko with a chain, which gave her a chance to escape. However, she had just escaped, and while entering an abandoned factory, she ended up in this strange place for no apparent reason. She had barely gone when she saw a group of people walking in the same direction with blank eyes, and no matter how much she asked, the group of people would not answer her questions. "Don't shout, they're all controlled by the witch, no matter how much you shout, it won't help." Suddenly, a voice came from his head, which made Shikamayan startled. At this moment, a strange creature that looked like a rabbit jumped out. "Hello, Madoka Kame." Talking rabbit. "No, I'm not a rabbit, my name is Kewpie." The cute little rabbit-like creature introduced itself. For today's experience, Kameka was a little overwhelmed, first the white-haired girl who performed strange magic, then this strange place, and then this strange creature that resembled a rabbit. What the hell is going on? "You come with me first, it's not safe here," said Kewpie and ran in one direction, and Shikamayan looked around with some fear, so he had to follow. Came to a corner. At this time Kameyuan didn't know whether he was tired from climbing the stairs or because he was nervous, and he gasped for breath. "What the hell is going on? What is a witch?" As you can see, witches are the embodiment of despair, and this is the witch's enchantment, and usually witches hide in their own enchantments and spread despair everywhere. Enchantment. Yes, as an ordinary person, once you step into this enchantment, you can't leave. Hearing this, Kameyuan couldn't help but feel a little desperate, so he continued to ask. "Can the witch do whatever she wants? Can't the government and the country detect it?" "No, ordinary humans can't see witches, and witches will also use witches' kisses to control humans, just like you see the group of people with bright eyes. They have been hypnotized by witches." Hearing this, Lum pupils dilated with fright. "Do you mean those people are going to die?" "That's right." Hearing Kewpie's words, although he was a little trembling with fright from this strange scene, he shouted, "No." After saying that, Kamuyuan was about to turn around and go back to stop it, and seeing that he was leaving Kamido, Kewpie jumped on Kamido's shoulder and said, "Why do you want to stop it when you are so scared? Fear is of course, such a weird thing, but I can't absolutely sit idly by, I don't want to see someone die in front of me. Well, there's a way to defeat the witch." Hearing Kewpie's words, Shikamedaka stopped, turned his head to look at Kewpie on his shoulder, and asked, "What's the solution?" "That's to become a magical girl." "Magical girl?" Hearing this, Kameka was very surprised. She didn't expect that this thing of a magical girl really existed. "That's right, just sign a contract with me, Madoka. I can not only help you become a magical girl, but also fulfill one of your wishes. How about it?" In fact, as a second-year junior high school student, Kaminan is in the age of the second year of secondary school, so she also fantasized about becoming a magical girl, and even drew her own appearance after becoming a magical girl in her notebook. So when she heard that she could become a magical girl, she almost subconsciously wanted to say yes, but then a blurry picture suddenly flashed in her mind, in which a black-haired figure told her not to become a magical girl. So when it came to his mouth, he swallowed it back and replaced it with a sentence. "Let me think about it." And Kewpie was also curious why it suddenly changed its words when it felt the girl's desire to become a magical girl. But it doesn't matter, now it just needs to work harder, and it's not afraid that Kamin won't sign a contract with it. Kameka came to the empty-eyed people again to wake them up, but they were controlled by the witch's kiss and walked out of the hall sluggishly. So Kameka was forced to come to the hall, and then countless black shadows converged into a huge black monster. The monster was a bit like a bird's beak doctor but with huge scissors in his hands. And at this time, Kewpie jumped in front of Kamin and shouted, "It's not good that the witch has appeared, Madoka Xiao, come and sign a contract with me to become a magical girl." For a while, Madoka hesitated. "Do you want to become a magical girl?" Chapter 70. And Shikamewan asked a little timidly, "Then may I ask, what is your name of this sister?" To be honest, although Lu Muan feels that the age of the silver-haired girl is at most 1 or 2 years older than in appearance, but the temperament she exudes is like that of an adult, so Lu Muan calls it her sister. "My name is Su. By the way, little sister, what's your name?" "My name is Lu Muyuan." "Lu Yuan, well, I'll call you Madoka in the future. Madoka, do you want to be a magical girl?" Hearing Suyu's inquiry, Madoka's eyes flashed with confusion, and he hesitated for a long time and said, I don't know." Madoka didn't understand that she had obviously dreamed of becoming a magical girl, but now that the opportunity was in front of her, she hesitated. "Why?" Suyu smiled slightly. "Then don't think about why, you can't go wrong by trusting your instincts, and I also think that becoming a so-called magical girl must have some price, right, Kewpie?" Suyu set his eyes on Kewpie, and Kewpie chose to remain silent again. At this time, suddenly a crystal ball struck at the side of the deer circle, and the speed was so fast that the deer eye circle couldn't react at all. However, Suyu on the side quickly grabbed the flying crystal ball, and then the crystal ball exploded. Seeing this violent explosion, Lu Muyuan shouted nervously, "Not good, sister." Suyu. As a result, after the smoke cleared, Suyu stood intact. "Don't worry, this little bit of smoke won't work for me." Suyu looked at the gate not far away and said, "It's all here, show up." So a white-haired girl in a white gothic lowly suit walked out. She was the American Oriko who chased and killed Madoka Shikame not long ago. And when the American Oriko saw that her sneak attack was blocked, her face was naturally not much better. "It's you, why haven't you let me go? I've already said that in order for the world not to be destroyed, you must die. You say I'm going to destroy the world, why am I going to destroy? There are some things you don't have to know, in short, you have to die," said That the American oracle threw out more than a dozen crystal balls. This time the crystal balls did not fly out, but directly shot out a series of lasers. It was obvious that the American oracle wanted to break through Suryu's defense through the numerical advantage and shoot Shikimdo. But she finally underestimated Suryu. Suryu didn't move in place now, and the laser that originally shot out was directly reflected back and shattered the crystal ball of the American oracle. This little sister, it's not good that you plan to kill people in front of me like this. What the hell are you from a magical girl? Why don't I see the future without you? The second and most important thing is to be able to see the future, because in the future, Kameka Madoka transformed into the strongest witch in history and destroyed the entire earth, and in order to prevent the destruction of the earth, she had to kill Kamine in advance. It's just that she is very puzzled. There is no silver-haired girl in front of her in the future she sees. Magical girl? I'm not a magical girl, that's something only a fool would do, I'm just a passing martial artist. Obviously, these words made the American oracle's expression stiffen, and then said. But only a fool can become a magical girl, so the martial artist passing by, since you are not a magical girl. Don't meddle in it. Shikamawan must die or the whole world will perish. That's not okay, it's my business that the world is dying. I just made a wish to Cupid to destroy the entire universe, but Cupid didn't agree. Suryu spread his hands and said helplessly. Sure enough, it's just a liar who engages in pyramid schemes, and he can't even destroy the universe. American oracle was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the other party's strong strength, she would still think that the other party was a patient who escaped from that mental hospital. By the way, there is one more thing, who said that Madoka has nothing to do with me anymore? Not only was American oracle puzzled, but at the same time, Shikamawan was also puzzled. Me? That's right. So Suryu came to Lumuyuan and said. Young girl, you have a spiritual light spewing out from the heavenly spirit cover. You know, you look soft and weak at a young age, but as long as you practice martial arts, you are a once-in-a-century martial arts wizard. If one day you are allowed to open up the second vein of Rondu, you still don't fly to the sky. I have the turtle immortal stream martial arts I want to teach you, and in the future, the task of punishing the evil and maintaining world peace will be handed over to you, okay? For a while, the atmosphere at the scene was strangely quiet. And Cupid reacted. Isn't this a peer who came to rob people? That's Sister Suryu. Do you mean that you want to take me as an apprentice? That's right, let me tell you, don't think about becoming a magical girl. There is neither a falling pie nor a free lunch in the world. That Cupid chooses to keep silent about the side effects of becoming a magical girl, and it's unreliable to think about it if you think about it with a wish. And look at the magical girl over there, kill and kill at every turn. This is the side effect of becoming a magical girl. You don't want to be like her, right? Besides, you've seen that witch or something. It's not my opponent at all. If you become a martial artist who can not only strengthen your body and protect the world, but also do whatever you want, how about it? Madoka, you want to become a magical girl. As a result, before Cupid's words were finished, he was grabbed by Suryu. There's no place for you to talk here. Then Suryu threw the Cupid in his hand to the American oracle and said. You don't want her to touch Madoka either, since that's the case. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Instead of taking Cupid, she threw out a crystal ball and blew up the flying Cupid, sending flesh and blood flying. This scene frightened Lumuyuan a lot, and he couldn't help but scream. It's this Cupid. See, Madoka, as a magical girl, you have such a grudge against Cupid. Do you still want to be a magical girl? Chapter 71. Although because of Suryu's words, Xiaoyuan felt that Cupid seemed to be hiding something. After all, as long as he was not a fool, he could clearly see that there was something wrong with this. It's just that she didn't expect that this magical girl named American Oracle would directly blow up Cupid's flesh and blood, which made her feel physically uncomfortable. Why? To kill. Kill, I do want to destroy it completely if I can, but it's a pity it's not dead, come out Hubpai. Hey! As a result, in Madoka's astonishment, another Kewpie jumped out, and it seemed to say in a resentful tone. Really, can you not destroy my body? One of my bodies is very precious, you have destroyed it so completely, I can't even eat it. Okay, as an emotionless existence, do you still complain? Don't make me sick like this. At this time, Suyu patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder, which was already a little confused, and said. Surprised? Isn't this a typical insect swarm consciousness? In short, it's better for you not to contact this weird existence. Okay. At this time, Kewpie also turned his head and asked. My existence is weird? What about you? Who are you, Suyu? You are definitely not a human being. Or a human as I know it. Kewpie clearly felt that Suyu's essence was definitely not the same kind of existence as the Earth humans it came into contact with, so it questioned Suyu. Do I need to answer you? Don't think I don't know you exist, Kewpie, no, Hatchers to be exact. Of course, I don't actually have the right to interfere with what you do, but don't provoke me, or be careful that I make you a spicy rabbit head, said. Suyu's fingertips shot out a light, blowing Kewpie's body apart. And Suyu turned his head and said to the American Oriko. I hope you give up chasing and killing Madoka, she is my apprentice after all, because of my arrival, you see that the future is no longer accurate, and she will not become a magical girl. I know that you are very obsessed, and it is useless to say it, but you must know that you are definitely not my opponent. At this time, Madoka couldn't help but ask the American Oriko. Where is the person who just saved me from you? That magical girl has been killed by me. American Oriko said in an extremely light tone, and the words fell on Shikamewan's ears felt quite harsh, and at the same time, she couldn't help but be shocked. Death. Isn't it weird? It's cruel to be a magical girl, although walking on the edge of death, wandering with death is the normal state of magical girls. Don't substitute the magical girls in the game anime into reality. But as magical girls, shouldn't you be partners and enemies to destroy witches together? Why do you still fight each other? Madoka Shikame couldn't help but roar, and the thought of the magical girl with short orange hair dying to save her made her feel uncomfortable and even more incomprehensible, and at the same time looked at the American Oriko with hatred in her eyes. It's said that you don't understand magical girls. I said you don't understand. Naive ideas like yours are only available to people who have just become magical girls. It's like the rookie egg who just sacrificed himself to save you. The cruelty between magical girls is not understood by the flowers in a greenhouse like you. And it's much better for her to die in my hands than to know the truth about the magical girl for me. The witch has to be destroyed. Other magical girls have to be destroyed. Of course you're in it. Hearing the American Oriko's speech, Kameka said that she was shocked while not understanding. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a magical girl, it seems that you can't reconcile. So you could see that the future outcome of the American Oriko was probably only one way to destroy. Anyway, if you're lucky today, you picked up a life, and if you want to become a magical girl in the future, I'll kill you mercilessly. The American Oriko with the ability of prediction is not afraid that Kame Madoka will secretly become a magical girl, so she turns around and plans to leave. Wait a minute, don't go. Shikame unexpectedly stopped Oriko America, although her whole body was trembling. After all, in the face of a murderer, there was no reason not to be afraid. What am I going to do? If you just attack me, I don't care. But you just killed someone who wanted to save me, I will never let you go, absolutely not. Shikame Madoka felt restless at the thought of being killed by the person who had just saved her, so she made up her mind that she would avenge her. Looking at the deer who hated herself, American Oriko was not surprised, but as calm as ever. You are not the first person to want to kill me, and you will not be the last in the future. I have long been prepared. Come on. As long as you want to kill me, you can come at any time. After all, I am also a magical girl, and I am also in existence that should have been destroyed. Sister Silyu, please train me to be a martial artist. Yes, the fighting spirit is burning well, since you have said so, then go and practice with the teacher. Okay, wait a minute, Master, do you want to cultivate now? But it's getting dark, if I can't go home in time. Don't worry, you'll go home, Phantom USB flash drive. Saying that, Silyu summoned his stand-in, and looked at the silver-smooth female doll that appeared behind Silyu. Yun showed a look of surprise. What is this? Oh? You actually saw it, but it was also different from you. Ordinary people can see witches, so naturally you can see my stand-in. However, because the experience of today's experience was numb, the look of surprise was fleeting, but soon he was surprised again. I saw the silver doll shake her hand, and then after a few squirms, her appearance completely changed into her appearance. Although there will be a slight difference with you, it is okay to fool your parents and the people around you for a few days. Ah, Sister Silyu, does she have my memory? Of course there is. I said that my stand-in can imitate you, inside and out, including memory. Hearing this, Yun was a little panicked. Didn't his memory also be known to Silyu? Although my stand-in can imitate you inside and out, I won't know your memory, you can rest assured, and how about you be able to follow me boldly to practice these days? Hearing Silyu's words, Yun breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and said, of course. I said I had to make her pay. The person who protects herself is killed by others for herself. She can't choose to ignore it. Since you can't become a magical girl, then become a martial artist. Chapter 72. At the same time that Silyu was training Lumo Yuan, in the temple of the king of the time realm, Gohan and Tenunks, who were originally practicing, were stopped by the king god of the time realm. So Gohan and Tenunks could only stop and fell in front of the king god of time. Gohan and Tenunks said, "What's the matter, Lord Cain? Could it be that the Dark Dragon Ball has appeared again?" King Qian of the Time Realm nodded slowly. "That's right, but in addition to the Dark Dragon Ball, there are also people who have committed crimes through time and space, and it is necessary for you as a time and space patrol to punish the criminals, and Goku, Vegeta and Jonathan have gone on a mission, so the next task will be handed over to the two of you." Then Cain raised his hand and projected a screen, and a super blue Wukong immediately appeared on the screen, and the scene of a super blue form Goku falling from the sky was immobilized through his body. However, unexpectedly, the person who made the super blue Wukong so embarrassed was actually another black-clothed Wukong with pink hair. "To Mr. Goku?" Gohan shook his head and said, "No, it's my father with blue hair, but the pink-haired man is definitely not my father, and my father will never show that evil smile." "That's right, that so-called Black Goku is actually called Zama's, and you can see that it is the posture of Zama's, the king of the 10th universe, who used the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish to exchange his body with the 7th universe Monkey King a year later in that plane." Gohan was shocked to hear Cain's words, that is, this person stole his father's body? "Cain-sama, what the hell is going on? Then let me tell you slowly, but you two don't lose your mind because of anger when you hear about it. Okay." And Cain slowly told the two of them about the origin of Zama's. Zama's was originally the king of the northern realm of the 10th universe, and because of his super strength and strong sense of justice, he was appreciated by the current 10th universe king god Gervas, and is being trained to become the new king god of the realm. However, Zama's has always been prejudiced against human beings, believing that they are barbaric and unreasonable, and have no value to be guarded by the gods. However, Gervas didn't notice his apprentice's twisted mind. One day after Zama's learned of the existence of Wukong, so Zama's planned to kill the teacher, but he succeeded, snatching the Ipotara earrings and time ring to become the king god of the 10th universe, and used the Super Dragon Ball to exchange the body of Sun Wukong a year later in another time and space, and became the Sun Wukong with the face of Sun Wukong, Zama's heart, and killed the Zamas who had the face of Zamas and the heart of Sun Wukong. Cain said as he played the screen, and Gohan saw that after Zamas seized the body of his father in that plane, he not only killed his own father but also killed his mother and Goten, and his body trembled. Brother Gohan, calm down and don't lose your mind. I know, don't worry, Tenunks, I won't lose my mind. Then, the king god of the time realm continued. Then Black Goku killed all the realm king gods in his universe, and then traveled through time and space to meet another time and space Zamas, that is, the time and space where Tenunks, who gave Goku the special medicine in the past, and destroyed the Super Dragon Ball after another Zamas made a wish to get immortal, and the two of them carried out the Human Zero plan. Looking at Zamas and Black Goku, who were wreaking havoc on the screen, Tenunks couldn't help but ask. What about Lord Beerus? He shouldn't sit idly by. Right. It's a pity that Lord Beerus from that time and space is dead. Dead? How is it possible? Who can kill Lord Beerus? Gohan and Tenunks had expressions of difficulty in their eyes. Even if the two of them were combined, they didn't win against Beerus, who used the divine skill, and they couldn't imagine that someone would kill Beerus. However, Cain shook his head and said, no one killed Beerus in that plane, but the death of the realm king god of that time and space led to Beerus's death, and the lives of the god of destruction and the king of the realm god are bound. But if the god of the realm king dies, the god of destruction will also die. Gohan and Tenunks didn't expect that the life of the god of destruction and the king of the realm was actually bound, and then Cain also showed the two of them how another future king god of the space-time realm died. It turned out that there was also a Majin Buu in that time and space, but there was no interference from Suyu in that time and space, only Tenunks remained, and after a difficult battle, Tenunks defeated Bobatai and Dapra to prevent Majin Buu from resurrecting. However, because the Realm King Excalibur was petrified by Dapra, the old Realm King god in the Excalibur died before it was released, and the Eastern Realm Kings Xin and Jeffet of the second time and space were also killed on the battlefield, and finally Beerus died in his sleep in that space-time, the god of destruction died, and Ves, who was an angel, also fell asleep. And when Tenunks saw Bulma, another future plane, die at the hands of Black Goku, he almost lost his mind in anger, but fortunately he was suppressed by Gohan on the side. They also understand why Cain said let them not lose their minds. At this time, the two of them couldn't wait to go to that plane, so Cain sent the two to that plane. Looking at the two who had left, Cain said with a sad face, I hope that plane will not be cleared by Lord Chuanwang. And in another futuristic plane, Tenunks gritted his teeth and looked at Black Goku and Zamas in front of him, while behind him, Vegeta carried Goku who was injured and unconscious. Vegeta said to Bulma, who had come to this plane with them, Bulma, start the time machine. Okay. Bulma took out the capsule and fell to the ground, and a time machine appeared. This time machine was the time machine that Shalo had taken in the same time machine, that is, the time machine of Suyu's time and space was repaired by her. And several people came to this time and space together. In fact, at first they heard Beerus's assurances that those who were destroyed by him Beerus would disappear in any future, and Zamas was no exception. However, when they returned to this plane, Zamas was still alive and kicking, and it turned out that Black Goku and Zamas were not affected by the change of time and space when they wore the time ring. As a result, several people had to fight again, but Black Wukong, like Kai Hang, became stronger the more he was beaten, and Zamas used his immortal body to hinder them, so several people were in trouble. In order to fight for Goku and his parents in another time and space to escape, Tenunks dragged Black Goku and Zamas alone. But this also put him in danger. Seeing Goku, Vegeta and Bulma who escaped, Black Goku was naturally very annoyed, so after beating Tenunks violently, he planned to deal with Tenunks. However, suddenly a figure appeared and kicked Black Goku away, and Tenunks barely looked up and saw a figure he didn't expect. Brother Gohan. Compared to Gohan in the main plane, Gohan with a scar on his face in front of him was more familiar to him, and for a while Tenunks felt that he was not dreaming. Chapter 73. After Lumo Yuan made up his mind, Su Yu was naturally quite satisfied, and Xiao Yuan raised questions. Where is Master going to train these days? Of course, I'm going to a place where I'm going to be in a paradise. I saw Su Yu snap his fingers, and a door appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air. It's magic. Magic. Magic, well, to be precise, spells are more suitable, but forget it, anyway, the same way. But Master, aren't you a magical girl, aren't you? Why do you use magic? Su Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. Who told you that whoever uses magic must be a magical girl? Is like riding a white horse, Prince Charming, can't it be Tang Seng? Genocide can only be a mustache, can it be a Jew? Madoka was stunned, as if this was really the case. By the way, your physique is too weak now, and you will die instantly when you enter the spirit time house, so let's help you. So Su Yu took the strange power girl and martial artist from Xiao Fang and Wukong respectively. The card is stuffed into the small circle. Madoka felt like she had gained a lot of power and something more in her mind after being inserted into the two cards. These two attribute cards are just experience cards that are temporarily lent to you. After all, they are just foreign objects, and if you want to be strong, you have to rely on yourself. Let's go, let me go in, I will train you to turn these two attribute cards into your own real attributes. Okay. So Lu Mu Yuan followed Su Yu into the spirit time house, and after entering the spirit time house, Lu Mu Yuan immediately understood why Su Yu would give her the attribute card, because even if she gained great strength, she almost fell, and she obviously felt that her body had become extremely heavy. Master, it's so heavy here. Lu Mu Yuan felt that he was already panting and sweating after only a few steps. Of course, the gravity here is 10 times stronger than outside, the air is thinner than the outside, and then you have to train here until you have complete control of your body. Is it like that? For the next few days? No, for the next few years, by the way. 1 year here equals 1 day outside. 1 year equals 1 day. That's amazing. Another thing, now that you're growing your body, you'll be noticed something strange if you stay here for a few years. Lu Mu Yuan thinks about it. As a second year of junior high school, her body is developing rapidly, and she has stayed in the past 3 or 4 years to go out as a high school student, so it's strange not to be seen. And Su Yu seemed to think of something, and took out another attribute card. Fortunately, when I killed the Pillar Man, I drew this Immortal SSR attribute card from a few of them, and Madoka, you also happen to be able to fuse more than 2 attribute cards. So Su Yu also integrated the immortality attribute of the Pillar Man into the small circle. Lu Mu Yuan didn't expect that she could still experience the feeling of eating Tang monk's meat, but she suddenly realized that her immortality meant that she would never develop. Then don't you want to be flat for the rest of your life? No, her chest is only a little bigger than Su Yu, she doesn't want to be like this for the rest of her life. That Master, I won't be like this for the rest of my life, right? The immortal attribute card will indeed make Xiao Yu and you don't grow up again, but don't worry. These attribute cards are only temporary. And your body can continue to grow after you leave here. Hearing this, Lu Mu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he can still develop in the future, and he doesn't have to live a lifetime like his master. Of course, Su Yu didn't know how Lu Mu Yuan arranged her in his heart. So in this way, Lu Mu Yuan followed Su Yu to practice in the spirit time house, and after a few years of practice, Lu Mu Yuan cultivated and mastered the power of attribute cards, and successfully integrated this external power into his body. Even if Su Yu withdrew the attribute cards of the martial artist and the strange power girl, it would not have much impact on Shikamewan, and Su Yu was also amazed at Shikamewan's qualifications. Theoretically, Lumo Yuan is just an ordinary earthling, but she never expected that even if she didn't rely on attribute cards, just 4 years of cultivation in the Spirit Time House would make her an ordinary girl who had never killed a chicken, and she became a powerhouse who could destroy a city at will. And the moves taught by Suyu are also learned very quickly, even if they are teleported, they can be completely mastered in a year and a half. So after 4 days in the outside world, Lu Mu Yuan returned to his home, although there would be a slight gap in Suyu's stand-in imitation, but in just 4 days, Lu Mu Yuan's family did not notice anything unusual. When he returned to his home, Madoka Kame chose to sleep beautifully. In her sleep, she saw the ruined city, and saw a black girl fighting a huge monster, but the black girl was no match for the giant monster. Madoka Kame subconsciously wanted to manipulate his body to fly into the air to fight the monster, but found that he couldn't control his body. And at this time, Kuppy also jumped out and said, "It's really amazing, she can fight for so long, but she still can't win in the end." And she looked anxious in the dream. "No, I can't let her fight alone." "Oh, so you've thought about it, are you going to sign a contract with me to become a magical girl?" The dream self hesitated, and the black girl shouted even though she was shot down by a monster. Don't promise it, Madoka. "But I can't watch you die, I've decided." Seeing that the dream self wanted to agree, Kameka quickly shouted, "Don't." As a result, she suddenly woke up from the bed, and was stunned to find that she seemed to be dreaming just now. How could she have such a strange dream? So she turned to look at her alarm clock, and found that it was time to get up, and before the alarm clock went off, Kame Yuan turned off the alarm clock. The thought of meeting his friends and classmates after a 4-year absence made him feel a little excited. After washing up, he accompanied his family to leave the house after breakfast, saying goodbye to his parents and his younger brother. And as Kokyum's mother, Kokyum Kenko noticed that her daughter was a little strange. "Husband, you don't feel that Madoka has been very strange since last night, and last night the child saw me and threw herself into my arms excitedly, and it felt like I hadn't seen her for a long time." Kame's father, Tomohisa Kame, put down the newspaper and thought. "Yes, it doesn't seem to be, but as an adolescent girl, it's normal to be so coquettish. Isn't it? Forget it, what do I think about so much, I'm still too busy with work." And Kamito, who was walking on the street, looked at the students around her who were wearing the same school uniform as her, and then she felt a breath creeping behind her. Chapter 74. Sensing that someone wanted to sneak attack him from behind, Lu Muiyuan subconsciously dodged, so the people behind him directly pounced into the air, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. And Madoka also saw that the person who attacked him was his friend, Sayaka Miki, who had light blue hair, 2 yellow hairpins in his hair, sea blue eyes, a plaid skirt school uniform, dark purple and blue stockings, and a bit of tomboy temperament in his personality and appearance. Seeing that Madoka Kameka dodged her sneak attack, Sayaka Miki complained about sticking her waist. "Really, it's almost there, why did you dodge it in the end, Mantu card, Madoka, do you have eyes behind your back?" "I didn't have long eyes, I just felt Sayaka's arrival, and then I dodged it." "How do you feel it, do you really have a sixth sense when it comes to steamed bun cards?" Sort of, right." "Humph, you must have seen me early and deliberately dodged me and made me fall, right?" Sayaka Miki pretended to be angry and asked about Madoka Kame, and looking at Sayaka Miki in front of her, Madoka quickly waved her hand and said, "No, it's not. It's nothing, it's deliberate. Come and compensate me." As she spoke, Sayaka Miki pounced on Madoka with a hungry tiger, and then scratched the itchy part of the deer. Although Madoka could easily dodge Sayaka Miki's 2 hands, she could only bear it in order not to arouse the suspicion of her friend, and after a while of playing, the two returned to the classroom. Kamine had just put her school bag on the table, when Sayaka Miki suddenly said, "By the way, have you heard about the steamed bun card? It seems that a transfer student is coming to our class. It's just a transfer student, nothing unusual. Right. After experiencing so many outrageous things that transcend common sense, and at the same time practicing in the spirit time room for 4 years, Madoka has long been surprised by the ordinary existence of transfer students. Hey, our life in school can be described as the same, and finally a transfer student appeared. Why are you so calm with a steamed bun card? Well, this. For a while, Madoka didn't know how to explain it, and she could show a smirk. Fortunately, the class bell rang at this time, so Sayaka Miki had to return to her seat. As the bell ends, a short-haired woman with glasses in a teacher's uniform walks in, and she is Madoka's homeroom teacher, Sayadome Kazuko. At the same time, he is also a friend of Madoka's mother, but although it's the same age as her mother but it's never married, it's an older leftover girl. And after entering the class, because yesterday's love affair collapsed and spit bitterness on the students could only smile bitterly at their own homeroom teacher and break up again, and they had long been accustomed to it, but I just hoped that the homeroom teacher would not remain single after they got married, it would be too tragic. After spitting out the bitter water, Sayadome Kazuko, who realized that she had lost her temper again, pretended to be normal, and then coughed a few times and said, "Ahem, cough, don't care about what the teacher just said. By the way, I haven't introduced it to my classmates yet, there is a new transfer student in our class today." Hearing this, it immediately caused a commotion in the class, and the students were all whispering about something. And Sayadome Kazuko said to the door, "Ahem, come in." The door was gently pushed open. And with a faint creak, the atmosphere of the whole classroom instantly froze. The arrival of transfer students is always a curiosity, especially for such a charismatic girl. She walked to the podium step by step, revealing an aura of mystery from her long, straight black hair. The purple pupils shone like jewels. Her fair skin exudes a fresh scent, and her whole person is like a princess coming out of an iceberg. The black hairband on her head outlines her perfect hairline, revealing an indescribable elegance. On the podium, she stood up straight and wrote her name in beautiful handwriting, Xiao Mian. She said the cold words lightly, "My name is Xiao Mian, please give me a lot of advice." Although her tone was cold, her snow-like appearance made Madoka feel in a trance, as if she had seen this girl somewhere. Suddenly, Madoka suddenly remembered that this black and straight girl was not the girl she had seen in her dream last night. But it's strange that she hadn't seen each other. Just when Madoka wondered what was going on, she suddenly felt this girl named Xiao Mian looking at her. If it was the previous self who was looked at by Xiao Mian with a cold gaze, he would definitely be a little cramped and uneasy, but now Xiao Yuan is not the same as before, and he is also a high school student in terms of mind, so he doesn't take Xiao Mian's cold gaze seriously. And Xiao Mian also looked at Shikamewan's reaction. I don't know why she felt that there was something wrong with this Shikamewan. In short, she was soon assigned a seat by the teacher. In fact, even if the teacher didn't arrange it, she already knew where her position was, and countless reincarnations had long been familiar with the road. After class, Xiao Mian was greeted warmly by several female classmates in order to come up, and inquired about Xiao Mian's situation. "Xiao Mian-san, which school did you go to before?" "Tokyo Mission School." Xiao Mian replied indifferently without being humble or arrogant. "What clubs have you been involved in before?" "The Department of Sports, the Department of Culture." "What brand of shampoo did you use? Such beautiful and smooth hair." A group of girls asked around Xiao Mian, and Xiao Mian replied indifferently from beginning to end. Sayaka saw the situation on Xiao Mian's side and sighed at Madoka. "It's really popular, by the way, do you know her steamed bun card? She seems to have looked at you deliberately in class." "I don't know, at least I don't know her." Lu Muan can say for sure that although he has seen it in his dreams, it is not officially seen, right? "Yes, what's wrong?" Seeing Xiao Mian come up to find herself, sure enough, the other party seemed to know her. Can you take me to the health room? Xiao Mian's tone was very flat. Of course, Xiao Mian-san. Seeing Xiao Mian so straight to the point, Xiao Yuan naturally would not refuse. She wanted to see what medicine was sold in the gourd of this new transfer student. Incredible, Xiao Mian looked at Madoka in front of her. It seemed that Madoka in this reincarnation had lost the weakness she had before. What's going on? Could it be that Madoka has become a magical girl? No, now Madoka doesn't have the breath of a magical girl, and she hasn't become a magical girl, so what's going on? What's wrong? Xiao Mian, let's go. Madoka's words interrupted Xiao Mian's thoughts, but fortunately, she had already passively practiced her poker face after so many reincarnations. Well, let's go. Chapter 75. Walking on the way to the health room, Madoka deliberately slowed down her pace, only to see that it was the first time she came to this school, but she knew exactly the direction of the health room. This made Madoka even more suspicious, so she asked. Rumara-chan, how do you know I'm a health commissioner? I heard Sayadome-sensei say. When Madoka came, seeing that there was no one around the hallway, she stopped and said. Rumara-chan. You're lying. Hearing this, Xiao Mian stopped. Her heart was very surprised. This situation had never appeared in the previous reincarnation, and every time she could use this kind of lie to successfully prevaricate the past. And from the very beginning, the deer circle in front of him is a little different from the deer eye circle that he has recognized in previous reincarnations. The temperament seems to be more mature and confident, a little like what it looks like after gaining the power of a magical girl, but the problem is that this deer eye circle shouldn't have signed a contract with Cupid. So Xiao Mian still pretended to have no emotional fluctuations and turned her head and said. I didn't lie. No, you're lying, Hao Mula-chan. First of all, if the teacher would tell the new students that they have difficulties and want to go to the health room, they can come to me, the health committee. But how do you know that I am the health committee member? Lu Miwan? Then take a step back. The teacher told you my physical characteristics, but you didn't even confirm it and let me lead the way, as if you had known me for a long time. As Kaimin said this, he saw Xiao Mian's fist clenched, and it seemed that he had guessed correctly, so he continued. The most important thing is that from the time I left the classroom to the present. Why is it Rumor-chan who leads the way? Lu Miwan's series of questions made Xiao Mian unable to find a suitable excuse for a while. I have another question, that is, this is obviously the first time I've seen Rumla-chan, but why do I feel so familiar with you? What the hell is going on? Madoka's questioning made Xiao Mian realize that this Madoka was completely different from the Madoka she had met before. Is it because I have reincarnated too many times that this little circle is different? But this question is not important. What matters is whether there is a chance to change in the future. Xiao Mian raised her head and looked at Madoka, took a deep breath, and her tone became serious. Kaimin, do you think your life is precious? Do you care about your family and friends? Madoka immediately nodded and replied. Of course. My friends and family are very important to me. Xiao Mian pondered for a moment and continued. Then if you really cherish all this, you must not become another you. Otherwise you will lose everything. Madoka was silent, as if thinking about Xiao Mian's words. Xiao Mian looked at her and felt that she was struggling inside, so she emphasized again. You just be a simple ordinary person, live an ordinary life, and don't look for any changes. After saying that, Xiao Mian turned around and prepared to leave. However, Xiao Mian took a step, but suddenly heard Madoka's words. To be honest, I don't understand what you mean. That's right, I long to live a peaceful and happy life with my family and friends. If anyone can break this peace, I will definitely nip it in the bud. Xiao Mian was taken aback. She didn't expect Madoka to say that. She turned to look directly at Madoka, who looked directly at her. Xiao Mian found that she actually saw Madoka's own consciousness in Madoka's eyes. There are some things I have to do, otherwise I will be uneasy inside. At this time, Kameka remembered the magical girl who was killed by the American Oriko in order to protect herself, and she couldn't forget that girl, so she had to ask the American Oriko for justice for the magical girl. Yan-chan, although I don't know what you've been through, but you must know a lot of things. What should you not hold in your heart? How to say it? It's the first time we've met, but it feels like we've been friends for a long time, and it's magical. So if there's anything you want, don't hold it in your heart. If you can, tell me. Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Mian hugged her. Madoka felt that the girl behind her seemed to be crying, but luckily there were almost no people in this hallway. Kameka felt that the body of the black, straight girl behind her seemed to tremble. I don't know how long it took for Xiao Mian to let go of Madoka and wipe away her tears. I'm sorry, you'll find out later. The black-haired girl returned to her usual coldness and turned to leave. Looking at the black-haired girl who left, Shikamka felt very uncomfortable in her heart, and she didn't understand what was going on. But since Xiao Mian didn't want to say it, then Lui Yuan wouldn't force the other party to say it. Soon the class bell rang again, and the two returned to the classroom and continued the class, and soon Xiao Mian became very eye-catching, because she was confident when she was asked and answered by the teacher, and her answers were methodical, like a school bully. Of course, those questions are not very difficult for Komedo, and she is not very difficult. Don't look at the 4 years she has practiced in the Spirit Time House, but in the 4 years of this practice, she has not fallen behind in her studies. After all, Su Yu repeatedly emphasized in front of her that the core meaning of the Turtle Immortal Stream martial arts is to cultivate well, eat well, study well, relax well, and rest well, advocating an all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty, and labor. Then there was the physical education class, but the eye-catching thing in the physical education class this time was not Xiao Mian, although Xiao Mian's physical performance was excellent and even broke the record. However, these were inadvertently surpassed by Kamedaka, especially when playing baseball. The opponent hit a home run and was scared by Kame's jump of several meters high. And Kame finally realized that he seemed to have accidentally used some force to show too much. There is no way, she didn't mean it. The main thing is that her physique has long exceeded the abnormality, and it will be more laborious to reduce her performance. How do you explain that?